in like a sexual mode, they go into sort of this nonverbal part of their brain.
Okay, Nerd Squad, we have no bounce back, something that has repeatedly occurred when the federal felons upstairs intend on criminally and illegally ending the life, something they did as recently as yesterday. Now we have a delay. Nerd Squad, it kicked off at 17 seconds. All right, so the time is now 7:36 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Friday, January 31st, 2025. Brief updates over the evening. Female federal felons excited about crimes from today to Tuesday against me as of 5:53 a.m. today, 1:31. Unit 207 females and males are spooked by someone or an event. They hush themselves, whisper fuck. As of 7:03 a.m. Pacific Standard Time today, January 31st, Unit 207 manually closed all of my tabs on the Lenovo ThinkPad. This is for some reason related to whatever spooked them. As of 9:46 p.m. yesterday, January 30th, the 7:55 a.m. video was reinstated as public. Now, that being said, we're going to go over a very important police report, a police report that was required because those federal felons of the North Everett Precinct, DCYF, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, a couple of prosecutors at the Snohomish Superior Prosecutor's Office, my extortionist mother, et al., are all responsible for continuing to abuse my disabled sons, whom they have abused for a year straight, who are legally kidnapped, as they have been since August. And it is currently day 178 or 179 of being illegally detained within my own home. So I am going to play the recording from yesterday morning that goes over that police report and everything else you need to know. I even elaborate a bit, something you won't find on Facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. So it's definitely worth a listen, particularly to any potential recruits that are considering joining their friends in a federal penitentiary. Their friends that are child abusers, stalkers, fraudsters, thieves, the very people that should be in prison and prosecuted, kidnappers, etc. So you are now going to hear that recording from January 30th, the 7:55 a.m. video. Unit 207 did just something to this live stream. The entire laptop became extremely illuminated at 7:39 a.m. PST without me touching a button. Pay close attention to this recording. And do keep in mind, it's from yesterday at 7:55 a.m. So when I say things like last night, I'm actually referring to the evening of the 29th into the 30th. Again, it is 7:40 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Friday, January 31st, 2025. Also keep in mind, every Friday, but 5 for the last 16 months, these federal felons have perpetrated felonies and gross misdemeanors directly and with third, fourth, and fifth parties. One of the particularly sadistic women upstairs who spent the night last night literally feeds off of ruining my Fridays and Mondays. Here's that recording. This is a consensual recording, by the way, of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the FBI. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been designated as an informant and authorized to state as such since June 2024. Pay close attention. After 19 days of plotting, planning, scheming, and me reporting it over and over again, the federal felons upstairs use the very teen boys they've been abusing for a year to facilitate their felony breaking and entering. Also keep in mind, my front door has remained closed since January 2nd or 3rd per the FBI's instructions. less their breaking and entering, at which point I did stand in the doorsill, but I did not interact with anything that may have been illegally left on my private property. Here you go. Happy Friday!
Okay, I'm skipping a few. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, same. My boyfriend admitted that my BFF.
Okay, Nerd Squad, we not have a delay reflected, but I can hear the male and female stalkers upstairs hacked into my devices who were connecting upon the initiation of this live stream. A female commented C, so I'm not sure what means. I'm looking to see if they already preemptively, illegally, and criminally blocked the preceding live stream to further tamper with evidence and obstruct justice on the Lenovo ThinkPad. Okay. It's currently visible as of 7:57 AM PST. The current time is 7:57 AM PST. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Wind pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. We do have an update after 19 days of excessive chitter-chatter and premeditation. Unit 207 decided to further abuse my disabled sons, who are currently legally kidnapped. I am currently their sole legal and custodial parent, as I have been for their entire lives. So in an act of further child abuse, they utilized their co-conspirator, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, who's already been implicated in this conspiracy, as you can see if you look at the tort claim filed on August 14th, before the kidnappings, in case number 10-500-5934, also provided to the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, DCYF, and of course the FBI, who instructed me to do so and to make sure that I included them in the list of recipients, and I did. So they utilized the disabled children they've been abusing since January of last year, directly and with some of the fellow federal felons of theirs facing prison time. This also occurred after the rejection of multiple police reports in a deliberate attempt to further obstruct justice. As of 30 minutes ago, the women upstairs that are facing the lengthiest prison sentences in Unit 207 were once again purporting that people who are members of the bar today have said it's okay, they're going to get away with their crimes. I'm going to read you the third police report of January 29th, and then you're going to be able to make that decision for yourself. According to the FBI, this was the bases being loaded and them all sliding into home to add additional counts to their looming soon-to-be unsealed indictments. The FBI said they were smugger than ever after the 9 p.m. police report that I'm about to read to you. Now, just keep in mind, anything that I'm reading or that I'm telling you that I'm redacting at the initiation of this live stream, you can read in full without the redactions on facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. Again, that's facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. Facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. All right, so here is the police report, the third report from yesterday at 9:19 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to the North Everett Precinct. The Everett Police Department is tagged on Facebook. So is the FBI Seattle Field Office. So is the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office. Here we go. Subject: felony breaking and entering, stalking, child endangerment, violation of court orders, continued criminal conspiracy, and obstruction of justice by North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and associated individuals. This report serves as a formal complaint and notification regarding a felony breaking and entering that occurred at my residence tonight January 29th, 2025, at approximately 8:50 p.m.-ish. PST. This incident is the latest in a series of criminal acts perpetrated against me and my children by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, 98201, and their co-conspirators. Incident summary: at approximately 8:50 p.m. PST, while I was inside my residence, my front door was forcibly broken open. The wood paneling on the left-hand side of the door frame was ripped from the wall. Upon hearing the noise, I immediately approached the door and observed two children from behind in the doorway based on his gait in the fact that he was holding a cell phone and filming. One child may have been my 15-year-old autistic son. The other child may have been my 14-year-old son, who has a history of refusing to wear his glasses since the 7th grade and who has exhibited behavioral issues since the age of 2. Due to my limited view and the circumstances, positive identification was not possible. Context and related information. Custodial situation. My son's father, Richard Garcia, a multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, was scheduled to have the children this evening until 8 p.m. PST under the existing lawful court order. However, in January of 2024, last year, Mr. Garcia was instructed by his co-conspirators in Unit 207 to violate the order by illegally retaining possession of the children beyond his allotted time. This was done as part of a larger conspiracy to harass me and as one of the many methods these conspirators used to disrupt my disabled son's routines in an effort to cause regression and behavioral escalation. Children's disabilities and prior interventions. Both of my sons are disabled. My eldest has a 504 plan. My younger son is supposed to wear glasses but often refuses. Both my sons have received years of therapies and specialists to address their needs. These interventions were successful and neither child currently requires an IEP. However, the conspirators' actions, including the repeated disruptions to their routines, have been designed to cause regression and escalation, as has been on court record for over 12 years. Threats and prior incidents. This incident follows over 16 months of ongoing harassment, stalking, threats, and other criminal activities by the North Everett Precinct. Individuals in Unit 207 and their associates. These threats have specifically included breaking and entering my home, as documented in prior police reports, my filed tort claim, and on my ongoing YouTube live stream. Since January 10th, 2025, these threats have escalated, with individuals in Unit 207 actively planning and discussing an illegal entry. FBI instructions. I am a designated FBI informant operating under their direct guidance. In accordance with FBI instructions, I did not step outside of my door sill, nor did I interact with anything that may have been illegally left on my property. Presumed motivation. Pay attention to this because it doesn't say it in the police report because I didn't get the verification until after I filed the police report. But the FBI states that what I'm about to read, they've already verified and have evidence of beyond a reasonable doubt. But here's how it was written in the police report. Presumed motivation, based on the totality of the circumstances, including Mr. Garcia's history of stalking and abuse, his documented involvement in this conspiracy, and the ongoing threats from Unit 207, I believe that Mr. Garcia, at the directions and/or encouragement of his co-conspirators, instructed my sons to participate in this illegal entry. Crimes committed. Breaking and entering. This is a felony offense under Washington state law. Conspiracy. This incident is part of an ongoing criminal conspiracy involving the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and other individuals. Stalking. This incident constitutes continued stalking by Mr. Garcia and his associates. Child endangerment. Mr. Garcia and those who directed him have endangered my children by involving them in a criminal act. Violation of court orders. Mr. Garcia violated the existing court order regarding the return of the children by 8 p.m. PST and has likely done so numerous times since January of last year as part of this ongoing conspiracy. Obstruction of justice. This incident is a further attempt to obstruct justice and interfere with the ongoing federal investigation. Witness intimidation. This incident was designed to intimidate me and deter my cooperation with the FBI. Destruction of property. My front door was intentionally damaged during this incident. I reiterate that this incident is part of a larger federal investigation and that the FBI is fully aware of these events. This report is filed to formally document these crimes and to contribute to the ongoing investigation. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, date January 29, 2025. Now we're going to read the other police report from yesterday that preceded it from just 2 hours before that. This is an important one too. This is another one that the FBI has proof of beyond a reasonable doubt. This is the police report from 6:28 p.m. PST yesterday. Keep in mind, the North Everett Precinct has yet to obstruct justice utilizing these two police reports, but they did so with the one from yesterday morning before they proceeded with perpetrating the crimes using the disabled children they've been abusing for a year with their co-conspirators who are legally kidnapped while I've been illegally detained. To the North Everett Precinct and forwarded to FBI, date January 29th, 2025, time 6:28 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Subject: further evidence of criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, stalking, witness intimidation, and imminent threat of further felonies by North Everett Precinct and associated individuals. In a breathtaking display of audacity, they, the North Everett Precinct, DCYF, Unit 207, et al., compound their crimes with further frauds, desperately seeking to retroactively manufacture a legal basis that has never existed. This report serves as a formal complaint and notification regarding the ongoing criminal activities perpetrated by officers of the North Everett Precinct, individuals associated with Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, 98201, and their co-conspirators. This supplements previous reports, including the reports filed on January 24th, January 27th, and the report filed earlier today, all of which have now been rejected by the North Everett Precinct in a continuing pattern of obstruction of justice. Events, January 29th, 2025 at roughly 12:38 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. The woman facing multiple felony kidnapping charges, who is a frequent associate of Unit 207 and a central figure in this conspiracy, was observed outside the front of my building. She was seen conferring with a large man known to be an associate of Unit 207 and who has actively stalked me with the neighbor Andy for over 16 months. This woman is the same individual who in November 2024 callously declared that only their people matter, as documented in my November 16th and November 30th, 2024 cease and desist letter, and who further orchestrated the kidnapping of my sons and subsequent attempts to fraudulently change custody. as she has orally stated from Unit 207 per her plans prior to making her kidnappings actionable. See tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, in case number 10-500-5934, as a means to evade and obstruct justice. The man she was seen with today was previously instructed by the same woman to act as though fraudulent court orders were lawful. He has orally stated the week before last, she'll never get her kids back now. Ha 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 ha. This interaction today, based on my informed perspective and the ongoing federal investigation, constituted a briefing or the issuance of instructions related to the furtherance of the criminal conspiracy. The woman was seen giving instructions to the man in furtherance of the conspiracy, very likely to inform their co-conspirator, that multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, to further abuse the currently kidnapped children who are disabled that have been abused by all of them since January of 2024. January 29th, 2025, 2:36 PM PST. My police report filed earlier today was rejected by the North Everett Precinct. This is the third such rejection in a week, further evidencing their ongoing obstruction of justice and their commitment to shielding their own officers and their co-conspirators from accountability. Ongoing, individuals in Unit 207 have made plans and issued threats for this coming Friday through next Tuesday, indicating their intent to proceed with additional felonies against me, including but not limited to breaking and entering, kidnapping, and unlawful detention. Keep in mind, they perpetrated that felony less than 2 hours later, using those kids they keep abusing that are disabled and very much legally kidnapped.
The recording's still going. At this point, I remember that I lost my spot in the script because I went off of the script. So I was scrolling.
Crimes committed. Obstruction of justice. The North Everett Precinct's repeated rejection of police reports constitutes an ongoing obstruction of justice. Stalking and harassment. The continued presence and actions of the woman facing kidnapping charges and the large man, along with the ongoing threats from Unit 207, constitute stalking and harassment. Witness intimidation. These actions are clearly intended to intimidate me, a designated FBI informant, and to deter my cooperation with the federal investigation. Conspiracy. The actions of the North Everett Precinct, individuals in Unit 207, the woman facing kidnapping charges, the large man, and their other associates demonstrates a continued and coordinated criminal conspiracy. Kidnapping. The woman in question has already orchestrated the kidnapping of my sons and is actively involved in plans that may lead to further such actions. Aiding and abetting. The woman and the large man are aiding and abetting this criminal activities of Unit 207 and the North Everett Precinct. Demand, I reiterate that any attempt to illegally enter my residence, detain me, or enforce fraudulent court orders against me will result in substantial financial penalties as outlined in my previous reports and will be met with the full force of the law. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, legally ordained minister / freelance author, as has been adjudicated in the highest court in Washington and others since 2013. January 29th, 2025, time 6:28 p.m. PST. And then we have the third police report from yesterday, submitted at 4 a.m. I'm going to redact that just for reading purposes, but again, you can read it yourself on facebook.com/mysticwen loves only you. Then we have the police report from January 27th at 7 a.m. Going to redact that again just for reading purposes. You can view it yourself, facebook.com/mysticwen loves only you. Then we have the police report from Friday at 7 in the morning, January 24th. I'm going to read that one. I'm going to read part of that one. Namely this part. This report serves as formal notification that any attempt to illegally enter my residence, ... particularly if executed on a Friday or during the weekend, will incur a non-negotiable penalty of $10 million. This amount increases to $25 million if these actions disturb my sleep. This includes actions taken directly or through co-conspirators. Yes, abusing my children and using them to break and enter has further put the North Everett Precinct in a contractual obligation for an additional $10 million.
Verified.
And then we have an update, timestamp 10:43 p.m., January 23rd, 2025. I'm going to redact that just for reading purposes. Then we have the YouTube live script. This I'm going to read and redact from as needed. Any redactions I will put forth to you, and you can read it again for yourself at facebook.com/MysticGwen. Loves only you. Good morning. I am Lynette Renee Hansen, also known as Mystic Gwen. This broadcast airing on January 30th at 8:17 AM PST.
Pausing it there just to reiterate, it is now Friday, January 31st, 2025. The time is 8:02 a.m. PST. There are updates. They're at the beginning of this live stream. We're listening to the recording of me reading everything that I have to go over because I'd much rather play it and just orally give you guys the updates at the beginning of each live stream. We're kind of in a standoff. I'm sort of under the impression, based on the briefs I've received, that I'll be staying in my home until everyone upstairs is detained in a blitz sweep with my door closed, except for when they send children they've been abusing for a year to break it.
Continues the ongoing public record of a federal investigation into a sprawling criminal conspiracy, a conspiracy that reaches into the North Everett Precinct of the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, and beyond. Let me be unequivocally clear. I am a designated FBI informant operating under their direct guidance. This live stream is not a personal platform. It is a strategic tool in this federal investigation. The delusion of impunity addressing Unit 207 and their cohorts. Recent intelligence gathered as recently as last night when they facilitated a breaking and entering by further abusing the disabled children they've abused for a year who are currently legally kidnapped and using them to break and enter after their 19 days of discussing how and who they would use to break and enter, concurrent with rejecting legitimate police reports about those threats, as recently as a matter of hours prior to them making those felonies actionable. As recent as then, indicates that every individual, particularly those associated with Unit 207 located directly above my residence, are laboring under a dangerous and frankly absurd delusion. They believe they can avoid accountability for their extensive list of crimes. They believe they can keep their jobs, destroy my life, and escape the consequences of their actions. They believe that their lies, perjury, fraud, and co-conspirators have somehow shielded them from justice. They're wrong.
Surprise. They're wrong.
To the woman in Unit 207 who has been stalking and hacking me since April 2023 and to any others involved, your confidence is misplaced, your plans are known, your actions are documented, and your time is running out. The success you believe you've achieved through your deceit is an illusion. Justice is coming and it will be swift and decisive. Then I'm going to redact the paragraph after that. Then I am going to redact the paragraph after that, just for reading purposes. A pattern of criminality, the North Everett Precinct in the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office. This conspiracy is not a series of isolated incidents. It is a pattern of systemic abuse of power orchestrated by individuals within the North Everett Precinct and facilitated by corrupt officials within the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office. Their crimes include, but are not limited to, fraud, the calculated manipulation of official processes, including the fabrication of a DCYF referral by Officer Brandon Gill on July 3rd, a fabrication made over a month after the fact in August to further the conspiracy to kidnap my sons and retaliate against my demands for accountability. Obstruction of justice, the repeated rejection of legitimate police reports, a blatant attempt to shield themselves and their accomplices. This includes the refusal to acknowledge officers holding me hostage before the premeditated kidnappings of my sons and the refusal to accept reports about these kidnappings, even after the fact. As of January 29th, 2025, yesterday afternoon, they continue to obstruct justice and reject reports of crimes perpetrated by their officers and their co-conspirators. Deprivation of civil rights, the systematic denial of due process and equal protection under the law guaranteed by the United States Constitution to myself and others. Intimidating and silencing of victims, a concerted effort to instill fear and discourage victims from coming forward. Facilitating stalking, kidnapping, and further crimes. Actively enabling and participating in the stalking of me. The kidnapping of my children, along with a multitude of other criminal acts. Abuse of a disabled minor. Keep in mind, this section, you need to read the most recent police report, which I read aloud to you in the beginning of this live stream. It was filed at 9 p.m. last night after my disabled sons were once again abused by the same people that have been abusing them for a year straight, causing them to regress and escalate. They utilized them last night to break and enter. They've got disabled teenage boys who are currently legally kidnapped, committing felonies for them.
Wow.
After 19 days of plotting and scheming and me reporting it.
These are not officers.
Just like the months and months of me reporting the premeditated kidnappings.
These are criminals
and all of
pretending
the
to
other
be
250
officers.
plus separate criminal actions they've perpetrated against me since April 2023. Most notably weekly since September of 2023, with a particular penchant for Fridays and Mondays as far as perpetrating felonies and perpetrating fraud. So I'm going to read it as it's written in the script, but you need to read that police report from January 29th at 9 p.m. Abuse of a disabled minor, the intentional disruption of my son's routines, causing emotional distress, particularly to my son with autism, and hindering their development through their campaign of harassment and illegal actions, including actively coercing and abusing them last night, getting them to perpetrate felonies. And hindering their development through their campaign of harassment and illegal actions. This abuse occurred over 12 times despite their being informed of the potential consequences prior to their escalation of harassment, their decision to kidnap my sons, and their attempts to change custody in a deluded attempt to shield themselves from their looming convictions. Custodial interference / kidnapping, conspiring with my children's father, a multiple times convicted stalker and abuser. This guy's been convicted for abusing other girlfriends than just me, ladies and gentlemen. He's tried to kill myself and each of my sons individually and collectively. That's one of their co-conspirators. If you haven't read that tort claim from 9 days before their second actionable kidnapping over 6 days and 3 days before they used him to perpetrate the first, you should. You'll find he's been a co-conspirator of theirs for well over a year. Conspiring with my children's father, a multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, and my extortionist mother to threaten and kidnap my children. This also includes the neighbors who, according to the FBI, are guilty of stalking me, i.e. North Everett Precinct, DCYF, every individual actively stalking me from Unit 207 at this very moment, men and women, 8:25 a.m.
8:10 a.m. on the 31st.
i.e. North Everett Precinct, DCYF, every individual in Unit 207, Snohomish County prosecutors. Per the FBI, you are all going to be charged accordingly. Aiding and abetting. The actions of various employees of DCYF and other agencies and institutions have aided and abetted this criminal enterprise. They have been instrumental in furthering the conspiracy through their actions, their silence, and their willingness to follow unlawful directives. This point is important because the FBI has stated it's why there were, at one point in September, 27 people facing federal imprisonment because of their willingness to follow unlawful directives. Now, thanks to whistleblowers, the FBI has stated implicitly since December, there are 7 to 9 people facing federal imprisonment now. The Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office in particular has played a central and key role in this conspiracy. At least 2 prosecutors within their office are facing federal disbarment, a testament to the depth of their corruption. The events of August 23rd and September 26th, let me be clear about some specific instances involving law enforcement misconduct. August 23rd, 2 officers from the North Everett Precinct, along with 2 DCYF employees and Erica Owens, were dispatched to my residence. Their purpose? Well, it was to facilitate the illegal premeditated kidnapping of my sons, like I reported for months and months. Like they discussed and premeditated and brainstormed how to pull off for 11 months, during which time I sent them cease and desist letters, filed police reports, called 911 and asked them directly not to kidnap my sons. And they didn't listen, because they never do. That's why so many are going to prison.
Amen.
Back to the script. Their purpose was to facilitate the illegal premeditated kidnapping of my sons. They refused to take reports regarding the hostage situation or the threats, and they aided and abetted the kidnapping. September 26, 2024, another officer from the North Everett Precinct arrived with individuals identified by the FBI as, quote, federal felons facing imprisonment, end quote. This officer moved private property to stalk me, peered into my living room, and then attempted to illegally enter my home. You can watch the YouTube live stream, it's public. The inevitable consequences, no immunity, no escape. To those who have participated in this conspiracy, from the officers of the North Everett Precinct to the corrupt prosecutors in the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, to each individual in Unit 207 right now, and to your network of accomplices. There is no immunity for your crimes. You will be held accountable individually and collectively for every illegal act, every violation of trust, and every moment of suffering you have inflicted. The woman in Unit 207 who believes she can escape justice by recruiting someone to take the fall for her, who utilized my disabled sons to perpetrate a felony last night that she's been talking about wanting perpetrated for 19 days. Your delusion is staggering. There is no escape for the consequences of your actions. You face over 80 years in prison, and what you did last night just added more felony charges to your looming indictments. To any potential recruit, a stark warning. To anyone considering joining this conspiracy or aiding these individuals in any way, do not be fooled. Do not be fooled. Do not be fooled. You will not be shielded from prosecution. You will not be rewarded for your loyalty to criminals. You will face the full force of federal law, and you will share in the consequences. The individuals in Unit 207 are not offering you an opportunity. They are offering you a prison sentence. They are not your friends. They are manipulators who will readily sacrifice you to save themselves. The FBI is watching. The evidence is overwhelming. The only path to potential leniency is to disassociate yourself from these criminals immediately and cooperate fully with the federal investigation. Reiteration of key legal points. I reiterate for the record, no lawful court orders. There are no lawful court orders bearing my name, Lynette Renee Hansen, or Mystic Plan in existence from 2024 to the present date. Any claims to the contrary are fraudulent and any attempts to enforce such orders are criminal, illegal. Lack of personal service. I have not been personally served with any legal documents since February of 2023, nor have I filed a notice of pro se appearance in any case. Illegal detention. I remain illegally detained within my own home. Financial damages. The conspirators are liable for substantial financial damages exceeding $14 million, as outlined in my tort claim filed August 14th, 2024 in case number 105005934. Personally served upon the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, the City of Everett personnel responsible for tort claims, the North Everett Police Precinct, DCYF, and the FBI, prior to them proceeding with their actionable threatened kidnappings. They are also liable for $100,000 for each day they have illegally detained me since August, and prior to January of this year, $1 million for each instance of stalking, attempted illegal entry, and attempted enforcement of fraudulent court orders. As of last night, they owe me $10 million for using my children they abused, again, to perpetrate the felony they've been threatening, plotting, and jonesing for, as I've reported, for 19 days. That's $10 million. You're contractually obligated.
Verified.
Instructions in recording a legal fortress. As instructed by the FBI, my front door has remained closed since January 2nd and or 3rd and will remain closed indefinitely. Last night's breaking and entering did get me to go to the door sill because I'm so blind I can't tell if is that my kids or not when they're standing in the middle of the alley. So I did not interact with anything that was outside in any way, shape, or form, and I came back in and closed my door, and then later I used a hammer to stick the wood paneling back in place. If any individual attempts to illegally enter my residence, I am instructed to remain seated, aim my cameras and YouTube live stream at the door and windows, say nothing other than to demand the $10 million or $25 million for their attempt to enforce a fraudulent court order. Then I'm to play the following recording dated January 2nd, 2025, which I'll play at the end of this speech. The recording is available on YouTube. It's titled 1-2-11:57 p.m. Greetings to the 36-plus non-immune people currently illegally on my private property. It applies past, present, and future according to the FBI, i.e. it applies to all 47 individuals that North Everett Precinct of Stalkers, DCYF, et al. Have sent illegally to my front door since the first week of August 2024, after 11 months of cease and desist letters telling them to stop stalking me, including using various third, fourth, and fifth parties.
Verified.
This recording serves as a formal legal notification and an irrefutable piece of evidence, which the FBI states basically means anyone who's even showing up to listen to the recording has already pled guilty to all of the charges therein. Live stream protocol. Furthermore, let the record reflect that any interruption of this live stream, absent my explicit oral statement indicating the precise end time and confirming the commencement of a new live stream within 90 seconds or less, constitutes unlawful obstruction of justice and evidence tampering. Now, I am going to say that of the last 6 live streams, 4 have been tampered and obstructed with thanks to Unit 207. That's addressed in the police report that was rejected on the morning of yesterday. Again, you can read those on facebook.com/mystic when loves only you. I'm going to redact the rest of this paragraph. But the key thing is, if the live stream ends, I don't know, and I'm probably sleeping, and it's absolutely being done to obstruct justice and tamper with evidence. And the FBI has already told them over and over and over again that they're going to be charged with that. Some of them have dozens and dozens of counts of those specific crimes. No consent to strip searches. In the event that the FBI allows my kidnapping, unlawful arrest, or unlawful committal, I will not consent to any strip searches under any circumstances. I will remain in my current attire until my release. Then we have an update to be inserted into the script, timestamp 11:03 PM PST, January 21st, 2025. I'm redacting that for reading purposes. Conclusion, the end is near. The conspiracy is unraveling. The perpetrators are facing the consequences of their actions. The FBI's investigation is nearing its final stage. To those who have abused their power, obstructed justice, and terrorized me and my family, your time is up. You will be held accountable. One caveat there, the FBI did say you're going to get 10 consecutive days next month to play pretend that you're not going to prison. So that's a good thing, right? To those who have been used and manipulated, you still have a chance to do the right thing, cooperate with the FBI. To the public, this case is a testament to the importance of vigilance, the power of documentation, and the unwavering pursuit of justice. The FBI has stated that they intend to use my case to set a precedent and that those involved will reap what they have sown. Thank you. And now we're going to play that greetings recording, which, remember, the FBI has consistently said since the day that they had me make the recording, this recording says it all, and it applies past, present, and future. It is 11:58 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Thursday, January 2nd, 2025. This is a live stream for the FBI's instructions of my new door greeting that I'm to save and to play for those people who are going to prison that have plans involving, once again, actively stalking the outside of my building. I don't know if this is tomorrow or multiple times over from tomorrow to Wednesday, just that the FBI has informed me to do so. So, in the event that you're hearing this, you're in front of my private property. Stop where you are. You are being recorded. By agreeing to come here, you are agreeing to be charged with obstruction of justice. You are agreeing to be charged with witness tampering. You are agreeing to be charged with stalking. You are agreeing to be charged with criminal trespass. You are agreeing to be charged with ADA violations. You are agreeing to be charged with civil rights violations. You are agreeing to be charged with conspiring with others to deprive me of my civil rights, U.S. Code 42, Section 1985, and any other crimes listed on the signs posted on my property. Let me be clear, you have no immunity for your actions. Any claims of immunity are fraudulent, just like every court order with my names, Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, from 2024 to January 2nd, 2025. The FBI has confirmed that there are no lawful court orders with either of my names from that time period. If you choose to knock on my door or to continue standing on my private property, you are choosing to harass me and stalk me. And if you are attempting to goad me into opening my door to pull off another crime, be aware that you are making yourself personally liable. You will be forced to pay me directly from your severance, your 401k, and any other assets you have that will need to be liquidated. No position, excluding the FBI, has any immunity in this situation. I strongly advise you to verify this information with the FBI unless you and or your associates are some of the federal felons going to prison for the rest of their lives due to the crime spree of the North Everett Precinct of fraudsters, Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, dwindling Department of Child Abusers moonlighting as child protectors, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, the extortionist, Anne-Marie et al. If you are unable to get verification on anything you have being fraudulent, it is because of your and their looming incarceration and soon to be unsealed indictments. Now get off my fucking private property and refrain from further crimes. As the signs on my exterior have stipulated, for over a year, it is now 12:02 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
It is actually 8:40 a.m. Pacific It is actually 8:25 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Friday, January 31st, 2025. Nerd Squad, I uploaded a selfie I took of myself last month in my bathrobe. I am sick. I have a cold or something. I don't know what it is. I've been taking lots of hot showers and hanging out in my bathrobe, but I have a very sore throat. So fortunately, I have Fisherman's Friend, which is the original cough drop and the most effective. Does it taste good? No, it's fucking disgusting. You feel like you're masochistic, but then it soothes your throat and you're like, oh, I'll take it. I'll take this nasty, disgusting little black treat on my tongue in exchange for the relief. If you're watching this, you are going to hear a repeat of some things I've already said because I need to make sure there's audio. Nerd Squad, the interface is reflecting as 176 videos set for public viewing as of 8:27 AM PST. I have no further updates. I will address any updates in the superseding live stream.
On criminally and illegally in like a sexual mode, they go into some of this nonverbal part of their brain. Okay, Nerd Squad, we have no bounce back, something that has repeatedly occurred when the federal felons upstairs intend on criminally and illegally ending the life, something they did as recently as yesterday. Now we have a delay. Nerd Squad, it kicked off at 17 seconds. All right, so the time is now 7:36 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Friday, January 31st, 2025. Brief updates over the evening. Female federal felons excited about crimes from today to Tuesday against me as of 5:53 a.m. today, 1:31. Unit 207, females and males are spooked by someone or an event. They hush themselves, whisper fuck as of 7:03 a.m. Pacific Standard Time today, January 31st. Unit 207 manually closed all of my tabs on the Lenovo ThinkPad. This is for some reason related to whatever spooked them. As of 9:46 p.m. yesterday, January 30th, the 7:55 a.m. video was reinstated as public. Now, that being said, we're going to go over a very important police report, a police report that was required because those federal felons of the North Everett Precinct, DCYF, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, a couple of prosecutors at the Snohomish Superior Prosecutor's Office, my extortionist mother, et al., are all responsible for continuing to abuse my disabled sons, whom they have abused for a year straight, who are legally kidnapped, as they have been since August. And it is currently day 178 or 179 of being illegally detained within my own home. So I am going to play the recording from yesterday morning that goes over that police report and everything else you need to know. I even elaborate a bit, something you won't find on Facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. So it's definitely worth a listen, particularly to any potential recruits that are considering joining their friends in a federal penitentiary. Their friends that are child abusers, stalkers, fraudsters, thieves, the very people that should be in prison and prosecuted, kidnappers, etc. So you are now going to hear that recording from January 30th, the 7:55 a.m. video. Unit 207 did just something to this live stream. The entire laptop became extremely illuminated at 7:39 a.m. PST without me touching a button. Pay close attention to this recording
And do keep in mind, it's from yesterday at 7:55 a.m. So when I say things like last night, I'm actually referring to the evening of the 29th into the 30th. Again, it is 7:40 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Friday, January 31st, 2025. Also keep in mind, every Friday, but 5 for the last 16 months, these federal felons have perpetrated felonies and gross misdemeanors directly and with third, fourth, and fifth parties. One of the particularly sadistic women upstairs who spent the night last night literally feeds off of ruining my Fridays and Mondays. Here's that recording. This is a consensual recording, by the way, of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the FBI. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been designated as an informant and authorized to state as such since June 2024. Pay close attention. After 19 days of plotting, planning, scheming, and me reporting it over and over again, the federal felons upstairs use the very teen boys they've been abusing for a year to facilitate their felony breaking and entering. Also keep in mind, my front door has remained closed since January 2nd or 3rd per the FBI's instructions, lest they're breaking and entering, at which point I did stand in the door sill, but I did not interact with anything that may have been illegally left on my private property. Here you go. Happy Friday.
Okay, I'm skipping a few. Oh, yeah, thanks. My boyfriend admitted that my BFF.
Okay, no, it's fine. I'm going to read you the third police report of January 29th.
In the police report because I didn't get the verification.
With my door closed, except for when they.
Anyone considering joining this conspiracy or aiding these individuals in any way, do not be fooled.
Do not be fooled.
25. This is a
Do not be fooled.
12:02 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
It is actually. We have audio. It's 8:33 a.m. PST. No further updates. Check back for the next live stream. Remember, if the live stream ends without me telling you the end time and that a new one is kicking off in 90 seconds or less, that it wasn't ended by me. It was ended to obstruct and evade and to tamper. And depending on how petty the FBI wants to be, to intimidate, to harass, a variety of other charges that can coincide. I'm listening to the latest episode of Chelsea Handler's podcast, Dear Chelsea, with Topher Grace, the cute kid that was like the main guy on that 70s show. I don't know what else he's been in. Apparently other stuff. He's talking about an action movie that Mel Gibson directed. I'm a little bit more than halfway through it.
People want to talk a lot. And I think, you know, you got to have fun sometimes, but something that this article said to try was like, try daring yourself to like not talk the whole time, or like not talk once you get into like the steamy part, and like just focus on the sensations in your body. And it's like kind of revolutionary. Like you don't have to do that every time, but if you're like, I'm going to be sexy today, you know, maybe that's something to try.
And try maybe singing the whole time. I
mean,
Yeah.
no talking though, just singing.
No talking, only singing.
Only
No,
singing.
but I think that's a good, like, just don't say anything. You know what I mean? Really just try to just zip it and see what comes out of that. That might be a much more enjoyable experience for yourself as well.
I think so. I think that's a lot of it is that I can't shut up. So.
And I think women also want men to know, okay, yes, we like this. You're doing a good job. You know, it's kind of like ego stroking. That the whole kind of talking in bed a lot is to kind of keep them going and like let them know. But that it's also nice to not do any of that. Like you don't have to do that. You don't have to perform for him. You're already having like sex together. So you don't have to like put on a show. So yeah, I would try to be silent for a few times and see how that makes you feel afterward.
I like that idea a lot because I do think it is performative, and like as a female, you're right. Like you just really want to validate your partner, and that's part of like trying to get them come along, like that that you're making sure they're enjoying it. But yeah, especially with someone that I've been with for so long, like he knows that I'm with him. Like there's nothing more I can really do at this point. So I think being quiet is a good thing, actually.
Yeah. Quiet and mindful, like really like focusing
quiet
on
and present. Let's work on those two things first.
Okay, I like that. Okay.
Yeah. I remember
Right,
once having sex with a guy and I looked up. What was I doing to him? Maybe I was going down on him, but that doesn't really sound like me. Anyway, I looked up and he was taking a sip of a beer. And I remember going, wait, excuse me, what are you doing? And he's like, oh my God, I can't believe you caught that. Oh yeah, I was going down on him because obviously. I'm like, I was just about to give you the greatest blowjob. He's like, I know. That's why I took a sip of the beer. This was going to be so exciting. And I'm like, yeah, but you ruined it. You can't just be fucking drinking beer while I'm blowing you. Anyway, that was the last time I gave a blowjob, but it sounds like you're pretty
Chelsea's
consistent
no
with those
fun.
too.
Yeah, I think that's why he married me. So
Okay.
doing a great job, Anna.
Yeah. Well, thanks for calling in, Anna. Good luck with everything, and I'm
Thank
sure
you,
you'll be
Ryan.
fine.
okay, thank you so much. Take care.
Report back.
Okay, will do. Bye.
Right.
Well, that was uplifting, guys.
Yeah.
I like
That
when
was
people have. I
uplifting,
like when
guys.
people have minor problems. You know what I mean?
Me
That are
too.
easily fixable.
So
And-
fixable.
Yeah,
So
easily
fixable.
tended to.
Did you always want to be in this line of work? Always wanted to be famous? This could be the defining role of.
Yes. Okay. Well, our next question. This is just an email. Dear Chelsea, I'm a divorced mom to an 8-year-old boy and a 4-year-old girl. The kid's dad is still in the picture and has them every other weekend, but I'm the primary parent and breadwinner. I'm also an older mom, and I had my youngest at 41, so I'm 45 now. I love being a mom, and my divorce was the best thing my ex and I ever did for our kids. My biggest problem is major anxiety about dying and leaving my kids, especially when they're still so young. At least a few times a year, I find something physical to freak out about and go down the path of seeing doctors and getting tested for all sorts of things. So far, I've been cleared, but I'm recently having some pain, and a comment by an x-ray tech has me reeling that I might have bone cancer and I'll be dead while they still need me. Again, I don't have a diagnosis, and that one is extremely rare. Hearing stories about others losing their moms makes my fear even greater. It seems like such an intense trauma that follows people throughout their lives. Ideally, I'd love someone to tell me I'm not going to die until they're much older, but really what I want to know is that they will be okay if I do. I have general anxiety, and I'm being treated by a doctor and see a therapist, so I'm not in danger, but these thoughts are all-consuming anytime something comes up with my health. Thanks, E.
God. Wow.
I'm kind of regretting bringing up that whole thing about my wife.
Well, your wife. Well, actually,
No,
yeah,
I was like-
exactly.
Pick the right question there.
I meant it a little more lighthearted, so
Yeah.
sorry. What's the
B is the
B.
person's.
I think you actually just have to make a decision in life whether you are going to live in fear or you are going to be present. And when you're living in fear, and then any single thing can trigger you. And it's not the easiest place it's to arrive at, per se, if you are a fearful person, to become unfearful and to start to trust the universe, to trust your health, to trust the world, that everything's going to work out in your favor, because that's kind of an empty thought too. But not once you get on that train. Once you get on that train, you're like, okay, what if I do have this? What are the steps that I will have to take with this? Like, you're not even there yet. You're starting to think about things before they happen, which I think can actually bring negativity into your life rather than pushing it out of your life and keeping it out of your life. You want to bring in positivity. So you have to get up every morning and start like giving some affirmations, like to yourself, that you're healthy, that you're a great mother, that you're taking care of your children, that you're safe, that your family is safe, and keep reinforcing that kind of stuff every morning into your psyche, so that you can go throughout your day living in the moment that you're in without being paranoid about what could or could not happen, because we could all choose to do that. But what are you going to get out of that in your life? You're not going to have the life that you need. And I know it's not something that you can just a light that you can turn it on and off, but there is work that you can do with positive affirmations, with reading about books like Letting Go or Let Them with Mel Robbins, like reading things that are going to make you understand that it is more powerful to be positive and that you attract more positive energy when you're in that headspace rather than living in a fearful headspace. Because Okay, so you pass away. That's the worst possible case scenario. Your kids are going to survive, and they're going to be raised, and they're going to live. So then what? So you play that all out. They'll be devastated. They'll be sad that their mom is gone, and they'll grow up, and then they'll have their families of their own. Like, I don't like. So there's no payoff to you being so fearful. There's no great payoff. It's only taking away from your life. So I would really just start talking to yourself in a different way.
And Topher, is this like a fear that every parent has? Like, I feel like that's something that I hear. And I wonder if that's...
My wife, I think she would, if she was here, agree with me that since she's had kids, it's like she makes me check the locks on the doors more at night, and she makes me go and check on the kids. Some of it's like, I think she would say even not 100% rational, but it's like, I would tell B, maybe that's a really great sign that she's a great mom, because she cares so much about her kids and about their experience. And I agree with everything you just said, Chelsea. It's kind of, maybe she should sit in a place of a little more gratitude. It's almost like going against gratitude to worry about it where it's taking away from your relationship with your kid. But I do think it's a natural instinct to, once you have kids, be like irrationally caring about what their experience is going to be. So it's ultimately, I think, a good thing.
Yeah. And to go back to what Chelsea was saying, it's like what you focus on expands. So if you can take these thoughts that are going to come up, like, oh my gosh, what if I get sick? Oh my gosh, what if I die? And you tell yourself, like, you know what? I'm going to focus on the positive version of that. Like, what if I stay healthy? What if I'm 95 and I have great grandkids when I die? Like, and then giving yourself some affirmations of like, I am living healthfully. I'm going to do great. Like, flip the switch, because our brains are plastic. And if you start doing that, it'll start to become automatic.
Yeah. For every negative thought, there's an opposing opposite thought that you can implant into your head and say, okay, I'm worried about dying. I'm actually going to live until I'm 95, just like Catherine said. Like, match the opposite thought to every negative thought you have and start repeating those thoughts in your head. And I guarantee you'll feel a difference right away, probably in days, but it's a practice you have to keep doing. And I think what happens to many of us is when we start to improve our lives spiritually, or we want to be more connected and more present, and with everything we do, when things are going well, we forget to practice all the stuff that made us, kind of wake up in the first place. So the important thing is, when things are going well, to continue to give yourself these affirmations every morning, to continue to do the meditation or counseling or whatever work is going to bring you towards being the best version of yourself, and doing that work even when things are going really well.
Well, our next question, and this actually is from Laura. She's a caller.
Laura Prepon? Perfect. We're just talking about her.
Damn, different Laura. But she says, Dear Chelsea, my mom and dad are retired, and they've gotten into the luxury travel game. Over the past couple of years, they've taken some super long luxe trips, including a whole month in Africa that included multiple safaris.
Sounds like somebody's jealous.
My dad texts me starting when they leave for the airport and sends constant photos and daily recaps, exhaustive ones, of their excursions. He copies and pastes these messages to his brothers, friends, and others. It is, to put it mildly, a bit much. These texts never ask how I'm doing, if I'm okay, or what my family is up to. I literally never respond. The last time they were away, he said he was waiting for the rental car to go home, and then he never bothered to tell me they got back safely, and I was worried. Is there a way to tell him to knock it off? I'm exasperated, especially because he cannot read the room and doesn't bother to consider whether I even want these excessive updates. I don't text every day when we're in the same country, and his behavior just really bothers me. Thanks, Laura.
Oh, that's really funny, Laura. I totally feel you. There's nothing more annoying than a long update all the time about something you don't give a shit about. You're like, you should send him the definition of a narcissist, or send him the definition of what it's like when someone constantly talks about themselves and never asks you questions about you, and be like, does this sound like anyone you know? I would do something like that to someone when they are that clueless. But it won't make a difference, because he's an older guy and he's stuck in his ways, and he probably thinks, he's sharing all of this wonderful magic with everybody. He's like, oh, look. But I'm totally with you. It's fucking annoying.
It's boomers.
It's cute.
Boomers, Laura.
Who cares?
What
Yeah.
that generation?
Give 'em a thumb
Imagine
up.
being in that generation. I mean, of course they're spoiled. They got to have Christmas morning as a kid in the 50s, right? Then they got to have their teenage years in the 60s, like Woodstock and like, like the whole, question everything. Then they got to like be like having like mating and having kids in the 80s. And it's like, like it's everyone's getting the best Christmas. Their kids are getting the best Christmas presents because it's like a boom for our country. And then right at the end now they're like, oh, sorry, we used up every natural resource. Peace. We're out.
Yeah.
You're not
Yeah,
gonna
they get all
actually
the
like
incentives
deal with any
and
of this
the bad
stuff.
stuff.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna go to Africa and shoot the last couple of beef species, and then I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
And it's like you can't even leave a group or like leave the group chat because he's like individually sending these to everybody, right?
I almost responded with just the word unsubscribe, but I didn't have the nerve. I typed it out once and I was like, this would be a problem.
Have you never said
That's
anything to
funny.
him or your mother?
That
Have you
would
said
be
anything to
funny.
your mom?
So they share a cell phone.
Oh,
That's how boomer they
annoying
are.
too.
Oh, it's so annoying. I never know who's texting me.
Oh, so you
I
don't
told
even
them
know.
how much that bothers me. Sometimes they'll sign it like "Love you, Dad," but other times they don't. It's really irritating.
I feel like this might be a moment to like introduce your parents to the joys and curses of social media. Like, here's where you can put all your updates and people can
That's
respond
right.
or not.
She is their social media. That's the problem.
I know. The thing is, they seem to treat it like Facebook. And then my dad, after they get home, he will put all the same stuff that he texts to me up on Facebook. And I've had like my best friend from childhood. She's like, I love it that your dad does that. And I'm like, oh my God, you're the one who reads it.
But that's a perfect example. You can say, Dad, you're texting me the same stuff that you put on Facebook. Like I could just see it on Facebook. You don't have to waste your time texting everybody. Everybody's looking. Like, I mean, that's a nicer way to say it. But
That's true.
I mean, if you want to be nice about it, I would just immediately, I would be very honest about it because I find it completely intolerable when people act like that. Especially when you're his kid and he's not even fucking asking about you. It's like, hello, I have a family.
It's so ostentatious. I've muted the thread. I've done all the things. I try to like not even look at it. But the last
The
time
fact that this
when
is
I didn't even know
somebody's
they were home from
problem
Africa,
is
I kind
hilarious.
of lost it. I was
What
like,
problem,
why am I
dude?
even looking at this? Like, they don't even care.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if there's anything to do for that. Like, I don't even know what the point is because they can't hear you. People that age are like so ingrained in what they think is appropriate and that the gifts they're bestowing on all of us by sharing their travels. And so I don't know. And you seem nice. So it's going to be like a difficult interaction. But there are.
I got it. Do yourself a favor. Spend, play the long game and spend your inheritance on a wonderful trip to Africa.
There you go. Or you can tell them that they've posted so much about Africa that they've actually turned you off of Africa.
Yeah, now I don't even have to go.
That's right. That's right. What about
I
your?
solved it.
Yeah. Do you have siblings?
Yeah, I have a sister.
Oh, so do you guys commiserate together about it?
No, I asked her once if the sharing a cell phone thing bothered her, and it didn't.
Just sounds like you need to get a new family or rent a family.
I kind of do, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know any nice parents? Like,
Yeah, I do actually. I love old people, so I love a lot. I'm friends with a lot of my friends' parents, and I will be on the lookout for you. Absolutely.
you can
There's
shoot on my number, yeah.
yeah. You are attach. Are you married? Are you married?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
my
attach yourself.
in-laws are great.
Great,
great.
great. Go with them. Go with God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like if you are gonna say anything, like just take a teasing tone and be like, "Oh my God, Mom and Dad, like you gotta stop doing this. It's so silly." But like tease them about it. Like I had to have a whole conversation with my mom about like you can't just text me, call me, period, because then I think someone is dead. And it took
You had to tell her?
like 10 times, but she finally got
God.
it. Now she says, "Call me, period, nothing bad." So it's an improvement.
That's phenomenal.
I also think you should focus on the fact that you have a great set of in-laws. You just said not many people can say that. You can't have awesome parents and awesome in-laws. So I think you should just count your blessings and focus on where the gratitude should come in.
You know what? That's fantastic advice.
Yeah, and if you do want to bring it up to your parents, you can be like, just so you know, you're pushing me closer to my in-laws. That'll get them to stop.
Oh, it would. It would.
Yeah,
oh,
for
my
sure.
goodness.
But anyway, thanks for calling in.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
All
have
right,
a great
thanks,
day.
Laura.
We'll be right back with Topher Grace. We're back with Topher Grace. And we're back with Topher Grace. Topher Grace. I can say it 3 times. Who is promoting his movie Flight Risk, you guys. I just want to make sure that we get that name out there. Where can people watch Flight Risk, Topher?
In the movie theaters. It's one of those ones that went to the movie theaters.
Back to the movie theaters. All these movies in theaters again. It's a very exciting time to be alive.
It definitely is. Well, do we have time for a quickie, like a 2-minute?
Sure, let's do a quickie on our way out.
All right. Dear Chelsea, my lovely boyfriend of 2 years is on Tinder from time to time, and he says he's not doing much on there, not meeting anyone. We are together all the time at his place. He cooks for me, he fixed the roof, cleaned my gutters. My friends think he's great. We get on really well. We're both divorced with kids. I've never met his 10-year-old son. Our sex life is great. Why is he sabotaging things? He has no friends at all, and he's a bit of a loner who watches a lot of TV, scrolling, etc. He has a screen problem. Am I minimizing what he's doing?
Yes.
I found he's on there twice now, and one time he told me he was a bit drunk and looked on it. I can't talk to friends about it really because the 2 male friends I have told have said dump him straight away. No one's perfect, but now I'm finding myself wondering if he's on there behind my back. Either I forgive him after he said sorry and move on, done this 3 times now, or I go on there myself and find someone new. I really like him though. He's really hot. He's just a bit introverted. Right, Teresa?
Wrong, Teresa. Topher, can you just handle this as from a male perspective, please?
Yeah, I feel bad because she said she talked to 2 guys and they said immediately dump him. I mean, like, I'm going to have the same reaction. It's your boyfriend, she said?
Of 2 years.
Yeah.
Whose 10-year-old child she has never met.
When you can't tell people things because they're going to tell you to dump your boyfriend, your answer is to dump your boyfriend. When you start withholding information because the advice that you're going to get is to dump your boyfriend, then it is time to dump your boyfriend.
When I first got with my wife, she had she's got a lot of friends, but she had 2 or 3 friends who were in these relationships. And yeah, that became my job it was a self-appointed job. My wife didn't ask me to do this, but I was like, what are you doing? Like, he's like, I don't know. He threw a lamp in my head, but also he's like the nicest guy. And I was like, whoa. Like, you gotta, it's over. And one of them I was so harsh with. I think she caught me in like a bad mood or something. And I was like, look, you're an idiot. Like, you decide how you want your life to go. I was so harsh about it. But I was like, stay with him. It's going to be a bad life. Dump him. You'll meet someone else. It'll be a good life. Whatever. And I just left the room. But she did. She dumped the guy and 3 weeks later, she met her husband. They're together now. They have the most amazing life. But I get it. It can be so tough to get out of something for fear of no one's going to like me. This is the only person who whatever the fear is. But I think better to be alone. And the odds are you're going to meet someone. There's so many people.
You're going to meet somebody.
There's
You're
so
going to
many
meet
people.
another person. Don't make excuses like he's nice. He fixes my drains or whatever the fuck he does. Who gives a shit? You decide what standards you are going to adhere to and what standards people need to meet to be in your life. And you are lowering them by allowing some guy who's on fucking Tinder while he's in a 2-year relationship. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. So you're lowering your standards for him.
That's right. Your standards should be Raya at the very least.
Exactly. And on that note, we're going to go because I think that's where we leave it. Thank you, Topher, for actually
The guy's on Tinder. I mean, that should tell you everything, right?
I mean, yeah, seriously. Gosh. I mean, some people just stay with people because they have nothing. It's like we need a self-esteem injection, people. Let's go. Okay, Topher, it was a pleasure speaking with you. You're so charming. I'm very excited for you.
Can I just say, I just think you're the best. I didn't want to do this up top so that only the people who listen to the whole episode will listen to this. But I've been in Hollywood for a while now. As well as I do, there's so few authentic, cool people, and you've always been one of. I've known you for a while now. You've always been so cool, and I think you're the best.
Oh,
I'm pausing it there. That's totally true, guys. Chelsea Handler is 100% herself. When you see videos of her skiing topless at Whistler, When you see videos of her and that guy from that film American Pie pissing on her and she's swimming in the sea, that is Chelsea Handler, guys. She is no bullshit at all. That's why she's great. That's why she's great. It's another day of living on popcorn and applesauce. But I'm sick, so I don't have much of an appetite, so that's a plus.
Hey, Bug, you ready? Hello? Hey, I'm home. Stop putting empties in the fridge. Hello? Hey, I know you're here. I can see your car parked outside. Hey, what time did you say your friends were coming over? Masha? Masha? Hey, Masha, man. Are you in here? Masha? Kelly, were you in there, hon? Oh! Oh, shut up! What did you do? I can't even work in the garden anymore. Everything reminds me of her. And the nights are the worst of it all. I can hear her. She cries in the night.
Dead people don't cry, Gregory.
I know.
And know when I say this, I'm not compelling you to completely forget about Mary, nor your time together. We do need to find an enduring connection to the deceased while embarking on our new life. Now, the key word in that sentence, Gregory, is life. Letting yourself live. Does anyone else have anything to share with the group tonight? David, you have something you'd like to share?
Hey, my name's David Bryson, and I was born and raised here in Riverton. Some of you probably already know, but 4 months ago, I lost my daughter. Suicide. And a month after that, I lost my wife. She left me because she knows as well as I do that my daughter killed herself because of me.
David, you know that's not true. You cannot keep blaming
That
yourself.
would be awful. Can you imagine?
People
Your
keep
kid?
telling me that I need to move on. And I need to move forward. I want it, but every time I try, I just think to myself, what's the point? You know, but why am I even doing this?
To move on, David, we have to progress in a way that we have to progress, no matter what events have transpired.
If I could, I'd like to go back and do things over, you know? But you can't. And you know what else I can't do, Gregory? Anything. You know, I don't know if it's apathy or if it's depression, but I just don't have the energy to do anything. And so I just sit on the couch and I mindlessly scroll through the channels because after everything I've been through, the worst part about all of this are the nightmares.
What do you dream about, David?
You know about a Ouija board? How fucked up is that?
No, David, it's not. It's perfectly normal to want to speak to our loved ones again. I mean, isn't it so wonderful that you love something, someone so deeply that you feel this much about them? Truly is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, well, I'm really jumping for joy here, Doc.
And you know my personal feelings on Ouija boards or psychics or voodoo mysticism.
Yeah, well, I didn't have the energy to do that.
Is there anyone else that has something they'd like to share with the group today? You have something to share?
This Tuesday
I will be a doctor again.
is her second chance, her last.
Car blue! You signed a DNR. You can't override that.
You're done here.
Doc, all new Tuesday on Fox.
We're very sorry to hear about your daughter, David. You were here last week, weren't you?
Yeah, I was.
I'm glad you shared your full story. It hurts. I know.
You should never, ever blame yourself, David.
Thank you. That's very kind.
Of course. The Ouija board can help. You know, you just have to be careful with what you let in.
I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Are you four all here together?
I belong to another help group as well.
We come here not only to support each other, but to support those who desperately need it.
Sometimes people just want to be listened to.
Voices
To be heard.
Okay, that makes sense.
We don't normally do this, but we can help you.
come to one of our meetings.
Thanks, but I don't think I'm going to be coming back to this one.
Precisely the reason we're offering. We can help you. We can help you close out that chapter with your daughter.
Take care of yourself, David.
Masha, still hanging on to you as well. You can feel it.
Hey, wait a minute. How do you know my daughter's name?
Sometimes, if you listen closely, their voices can be heard. Just
Creepy stuff.
be careful. If you decide to continue with this on your own, thou shalt not screw around with things thou dost not understand, or else some kind of
What?
destruction. If you change your mind.
Damn it. Hey. I should have all this gone by tomorrow. Dad's picking me up at 4 to get the rest of the stuff.
Okay.
Don't start. I can't deal with this right now.
I'm sorry. I don't want you to think that I don't care because I do. I will always continue to love you and Lasha.
Thank you. I guess I needed to hear that.
I'm sorry that things turned out the way they did. It just things got complicated.
I gotta go.
Friday. Stay out.
Dear diary, I don't know what to do anymore. It's like a big rain cloud that's following me around all the time. I guess something doesn't know how to or my feelings. It makes me feel weird. I don't know. I just I'm scared that they don't hang out with me. I hope it's something fun. I have absolutely no idea. I don't know if I understand it myself. I just wish it would all go away. And I can figure it out. Honestly, it's too much. I'm so overwhelmed. I wish there was a clear answer, but my life is impossible.
Why?
Maybe it's just a
Why what? This Tuesday
I will be a doctor again.
is her second chance, her last.
Turn blue! You signed a DNR. You can't override that.
You're done here. Doc, all new Tuesday on Fox.
Why would I use HIMS to have my ED meds delivered to my door? I love pharmacy lines.
Why would I use clinically proven ingredients to regrow my hair from HIMS? I love wearing hats 24/7.
Why would I choose weight loss treatment I can afford through HIMS? I love selling off my prized possessions.
Why wouldn't they get high quality care I can trust? I love HIMS. Get treatment you'll actually love at hims.com.
I'm making a waffle, dude. Star Wars waffle, indigo style, the way my eldest has them every morning. Oh, that's right. He hasn't had those in almost half of a year since he was kidnapped by you abusers, stalkers, fraudsters, and felons. Unit 207 is real quiet. It seems like they're waiting to hear what some other people that aren't in Unit 207 are going to come and tell them today. At 9:22 a.m. Friday, January 31st, 2025. That time is PST.
Masha? Masha?
Yeah, hey, is this Casey? Hey, Casey, this might sound a little bit weird, but this is David Bryson, Mosh's father. Thanks for agreeing to meet with me today.
Not a problem, Mr. Bryson.
No, please call me David. So I've been reaching out to some of Mosh's friends since, truth be told, I didn't know my daughter that well. I mean, when she was younger, she was my little buddy, But she grew up, and I don't know, we just kind of seem to drift apart. I don't know.
Yeah. Me and my dad, too. Can I get one of those for him?
Aren't you a little young to be smoking?
It happens.
It does. I mean, seriously though, you guys had to have been close, right? I mean, I remember hearing your name a few times.
We were.
Was she happy?
Well, not sure she was struggling with something, I mean, there were a couple times we'd go to our friend Megan's house, and she started to drink a little bit, and then she'd just start crying, but like bawling, crying. She'd say there was something she wished she could tell us, but she just couldn't.
Do you know what it was?
No. I mean, I know she had people she was talking about her depression with, but she seemed fine for the most part. I mean, she had a lot of friends.
Do you happen to know who they were?
No.
I found this photo. Do you happen to know who any of those other people are?
No. I'm sorry. It doesn't look like anybody I knew.
All right. Thank you.
And I keep having the same reoccurring dream over and over and over again, and it messes with you, I mean, it really, really messes with you, because I keep waking up, but for the love of God, I don't ever remember falling asleep.
Are you sleeping often, David?
Yeah, I mean, seems like it's the only thing I really want to do.
Is there anything else that brings you joy these days?
No, not really, no.
You see?
You know, I keep waking up in a cold sweat and I just sit there. And all I want to do is see Masha again. I just want to talk to her. I want to tell her that I'm sorry. But every time I see her, it's terrifying.
Why do you feel so guilty, David?
And she just stares at me. And I don't know if that look is a look of shock or if it's a look of hate.
But she's not there. Masha isn't really there, David. This is a dream. This is your subconscious. This is something you're feeling guilty about. Masha isn't holding anything against you because she can't hold anything against you. It is you that has this harsh judgment or hate, as you called it, onto yourself. Only you.
I think she's trying to tell me something.
David, why are you punishing yourself like this?
Because I wasn't a good father.
David, this wasn't your fault. Now, the sooner that you can move on to truly being able to grieve, to honor her, to move on. You're the only one that can take that step.
Fucking hell. What do you want?
So,
To hell.
if you won't join one of our meetings, then let us at least do a cleansing at your home.
A cleansing.
I know you can feel it, David.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have shared it with the group.
Masha's spirit is but a few feet above our heads, waiting for you to return. Either answer, or don't. But as long as you continue like this, the dreams won't stop.
A cleansing. Fine. But then will you just leave me the fuck alone?
Great. We'll meet you at your house.
Do you need the address?
We know where it is.
Come on in.
Wow. Feel that?
What?
It's like she's screaming.
What, screaming? How?
Something unusual.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
This is different.
Okay, I don't know what you're even. Hey, what?
Oh, Jesus, what took you so long? It's freaking freezing out there.
Your ex-husband is crazy. He's got 4 gothic girls in his house.
Right.
What the hell, man? If I ever go to somebody's house and there's 4 goth girls,
No, not at all. No, these are friends from my grief
Time
support
to
group.
go.
Well, I just came to get my mail.
Oh, shit. Come on in. I'm sorry. Let me just grab it.
I'll just come back when you don't have company.
No, just hold on. I got it. Come here. Michelle. Michelle, come on. Come on. Michelle. Hey, stop. Come on. Here.
Thanks.
Hey, you don't have to leave. You want to come inside and grab a beer?
I'm good. Don't you have a goth party to attend to?
It's not what it looks like. They're just friends of mine from my grief support group. That's all.
Yeah, he said that.
They just came by to do a cleansing.
A cleansing?
Yeah, I don't know, feng shui, clear the energy, that sort of thing.
That's right up your alley.
Hey, Michelle, I'm trying.
Please. You try arsenic if it came with a pair of tits like that.
Come on, Michelle. Hey. It wasn't all that bad, was it?
No, it wasn't bad. You were a good father and a good husband.
I found this picture. Yeah, it's kind of messed up. You recognize any of the girls there?
Whoa. No. You're not contacting Mush's friends again, are you?
No. I don't know. I thought they might want it. It'd be a nice keepsake.
I doubt it. Where'd you find that?
In a box.
All right, well, I gotta get going. I have to get up early tomorrow. Enjoy the feng shui or whatever.
That is not right, Gordon.
This owner won't let anyone help.
I got it.
Including Gordon.
The customers have told me they can have better food at home.
No.
They're lying now.
You are.
Oh my God.
Kitchen Nightmares Road to Super Bowl 59, all new Tuesday on Fox.
I cannot believe everything at Athletics is 80% off right now. Everything, including their booty boosting leggings, you know, the ones with the pockets, plus every single sports bra, top, and jacket. With Fabletics, you know you're getting all the latest styles and colors, from our best-selling flares to our iconic sports bras and everything in between. So fill your closet today with 80% off your entire first order at athletics.com as a new VIP member.
I'd like to suggest once again that you attend one of our meetings.
Look, honey, I'm not interested in any of your Watchtower pamphlets. And I don't want any Cutco knives either.
What?
Nothing.
So,
the cleansing went swimmingly, I presume?
It didn't complete the cleansing.
Why not?
Your daughter's desperately trying to communicate with you daily.
The weight that hangs in his rooms. Wouldn't it be right to cast her out?
All right.
You know what?
I think it's time that the four of you leave. I mean, I invited you over to my house. Now my ex-wife thinks I am a complete creep. And you didn't even do the one thing that you were supposed to do.
David, please.
I mean, I don't even believe in any of this bullshit, but I thought, what's the worst that could possibly happen, you know?
Listen to me.
No, you listen to me. Okay? I mean, you were supposed to just come over here, wave some incense around, and make me feel better.
Think of Masha for once.
Masha, singing on for a reason. You can practically feel her cries reverberating through these walls. I'm sure you can feel it. That weight. Pressing down on your shoulders. It's like an unblinking eye that probes at the back of your head in a prolonged accusation. Please, consider our offer, David. If not for yourself, but for Masha's sake. She's given you one last chance to make it right.
Make what right?
I don't know yet. When you're ready, we'll be waiting.
I'll think about it.
Natural. Whenever you're ready.
How do I get a hold of you? Can you leave me a cell phone number or something?
When the time comes, you'll know where to find us. And one more thing. Bring this. And another.
Stop. Stop! 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 No! Stop! Stop! Fuck! Leave me the fuck alone! God damn you!
Masha? Masha, what is it? What is it, honey? I'm here. What are you trying to tell me, honey? I can't hear you. Masha. No. Where are you going? Honey.
Someone in Unit 207 just walked in or out of the front door at 9:46 a.m. PST to go outside so they wouldn't be overheard and have me orate what they're saying. The other males and females in Unit 207 appear to be actively listening and surveilling something that's happening on the external premises. It's 9:46 a.m. PST. Probably
okay,
the
man?
courthouse.
Sorry, I'm just a bit out of it.
Listening to some of their
I'll
co-conspirators
say.
in real time.
I'm collecting
Probably
for the
the
office
person
lottery
that
pool
just
this
went
week.
in or
You
out of
and me.
Unit 207's front door is perpetrating some perjury and fraud today. It is Friday after all.
I only got $2. Spot me the other 3.
I guess you're good for it. Awesome. Here's to dreaming.
Yeah. Here's to dreaming. Hello?
Mr. Bryson, it's Casey.
Hey, Casey, what's up?
I know this is going to sound weird.
Okay.
Ever since we spoke, I've been having these dreams.
Dreams.
Yeah, I remembered something about Masha. She's going to a group, like self-help, you know?
A group?
Yeah, to help with whatever it was she was dealing with. I know she's been making some new friends there. Anyways, I just wanted to let you know. Take care, Mr. Bryson.
Didn't I tell you you know where to find us?
Where are we?
Everywhere.
Nowhere, and the spaces in between.
You have a diary? What happened here?
I I don't know. I found it that way.
Clothing?
Yeah. Sorry, my wife and I got rid of most of her stuff. This is all I could find.
This diary was a conduit through which your daughter's soul could speak in life and help her ease it in death, bridging the two conscious worlds.
I'm ready.
As the moon wanes, so may I decree, Sankaino, for thou art conjured by the name of the everlasting, living, and true God. As the moon wanes, so may I decree, Sankaino, for thou art conjured by the name of the everlasting, living, and true God. As the moon wanes, so may I decree, Sankaino, for thou art conjured by the name of the everlasting, living, and true God. The elements are overthrown, the earth is shaken, fire is quenched, and the seas turn black, the air shudders. Sankaino, keeper of the dead, bring her to me. Sankaino, keeper of the dead, bring her to me. Sankaino, keeper of the dead, bring her to me.
Some guy named Ted responds, "This is Ted, over and out." Goth girls are crazy, man.
No. Jesus Christ, wake up. Wake up. God. Wake up. God, not again.
The Simple's coming to town. I came here to help you. This restaurant is festering. Stop. I'm amazed you haven't killed anybody.
Kitchen Nightmares, all new Tuesdays on Fox, and watch anytime on Hulu.
Well, you're in the big leagues now.
How was your vacation, sir?
Well, I needed one.
With your 10% loyalty program discount, that's $225 for the night.
Not bad.
$155 for the night.
Hold up. How?
It's easy when you know where to look. Trivago compares hotel prices from hundreds of sites, so you can save up to 40%.
Trivago's my secret tactic.
Hotel? Trivago.
Ted's my secret tactic.
David, what's
Put a
going
big
on?
Ted.
Are you okay?
The big T.
I don't know. I feel like I'm absolutely losing it here, Michelle.
Why? What happened?
Nothing.
It doesn't seem like nothing.
I don't want to talk about it.
After over a week of lentils and popcorn and applesauce, dude, a waffle with Mrs. Butterworth
Okay, I'll
syrup
leave you alone.
and raspberry jam spread on top of it. Delicious.
I'm gonna go grab a beer. It'll help you relax.
I don't want
It's
a beer,
like for
Michelle.
felons.
Well,
Did
you
you
have
pray
one
today? Did you pray today? I'm guessing that those 10 consecutive days the FBI said you guys are going to get to play pretend you're not going to prison are going to start tomorrow. So I think you'll have a good Friday. Speculation, but that's my assumption.
David, why did you call me here? Is that a Ouija board? Jesus Christ, David.
It has nothing to do with that.
What is wrong with you? Why would you mess with something like that?
Will you relax?
I need to relax? Look, I understand we don't do well living together anymore, but going completely insane apart isn't much better.
Insane. You're so dramatic. Yeah, I just thought it would be nice to see you again, that's all.
Are you using that thing to contact Masha?
It's just a game from Parker Brothers.
So you have that.
No, it's a coping mechanism.
It's fucking morbid.
I stopped, Michelle. Give me a fucking break, man. What do you want from me?
I get it. I understand how you feel. I miss her too. She was my best bud.
I feel like this movie was like
I still care
cast
about you, David. I do.
with only the people who paid to produce the film's friends and family. Like,
I don't think that's a good idea. I gotta go. We can revisit this when you're not so emotional. I'm here for you, David, I am. But I can't be here for you like that, not right now. If you have another one of your panic attacks, just call me.
I miss you. Good morning, girls. How is everybody doing this morning? Oh, that coffee smells great. Hey, is everything okay? Honey. Masha? Is everything okay?
oh no, dude. When they're mute and smiling, you know something's
Masha?
wrong. No, dude, run away.
Fuck!
Jesus.
Masha.
Daddy, bring me back.
How?
Diary. Bring me back. 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 No. Bring me back.
Okay, I'm done with this movie. The end. He brings his daughter back and she's goth. And then he has a goth daughter. And the ex-wife, she finds a new boyfriend. Yeah. That was good. It's sarcasm. That was a 1 star.
Oh, thank you. That's such a nice compliment. I appreciate hearing that so much, Topher. Likewise.
But you don't have to give it back to me. But I feel.
Well, that was the polite thing to do, so I did.
Right. So now you're undoing it.
Living with opioid addiction can be a struggle, trapped in a cycle of opioid use, withdrawal, and cravings. Sublocade is for adults with moderate to severe opioid addiction, whose withdrawal symptoms are controlled by oral.
Brooke, welcome. Welcome back to the podcast, Brooke Shields.
Thank you.
Love you. We love you here. I found your book to be so comforting.
Oh, good.
It was like I mean, I know you've written other books, but this book is about aging, your thoughts on aging, how your experience in aging. It's actually called Brooke Shields is Not Allowed to Get Old, which I would imagine to be a very real feeling for you. And as you discuss in the books, there's so much stuff in here about what it's like to feel like public property and to feel like your physicality, your age, your body was kind of owned by the public because of how young you started working. And I don't think that's, obviously a very common experience. I remember seeing you on Drew Barrymore and watching the two of you kind of connect on all of the dysfunction that you experience. And I was like, oh God, I hope there's more women out there that they can connect with about it because it's such an unusual experience.
It is. And we had a very different reaction to the experience, but I always felt very protective of her. I've always felt like that, and I'm older, so that, helped it. I think it's more universal than we think it is, insofar as the ability for the world, Now it's everywhere on Instagram or TikTok or comments or whatever it is. Everybody has so much to say about everybody else, and we didn't ask for it. You're not, and you don't just have to be in the public eye.
Right.
You're just a normal person who gets an Instagram account, and it's so I think that that part's more universal, is that we're constantly commented on our beauty. There's opinions, and that they're voiced. And there's the funniest thing happened to me. I was doing an Instagram live the other day for the book. All of a sudden it pops out in bold letters, because of course it had to be all caps, just in case I didn't hear the message. And it was, I really wish you looked the way that you used to look when you were younger. And I just laughed. I had to share it with everybody live. And I said, hey, I couldn't tell if it was a guy or not, but I'm sure it probably was a guy. And I said, read the title, dude. I go, that's the point.
It's amazing to me because there's a story in the book too where you reveal your age to some guy in his wine cellar at his house, and he's like, I really wish you hadn't told me that. He says he was born in 72. You admit that you were born in 65, and he's like, just almost disgusted that you would reveal that to him, and then had to deal with his own age identity. Like, it was bothersome to remind him of how old he was.
Yes.
I mean, it's unreal that men feel like
outrage.
They can say this to us or say this to you or any woman. I mean, it's just unreal. So
it's
ridiculous.
Also, even complimenting someone like, oh, you look great. Well, did you think I didn't look great before? Do you think I've had work done? Do you think that I've had that? I'm like, it's like, why is it so quick? No, I know women, I always want to celebrate my friends. So I'm always going to be positive about that. It's being asked, Britney Spears being asked about her virginity. It's me being asked to stand up so that Barbara Walters can compare her measurements to me, to a 15-year-old. Like, it's so absurd, but has been so allowed and perpetuated for so long.
And
so I think that's it,
But it's still happening. It's not like,
oh yeah,
like that with Barbara Walters, that happened to you, 50 years ago, 40 years ago? Like,
but it doesn't end.
It doesn't. It's kind of like, what are we supposed to be learning? In the beginning of the book, you talk about, you tell a story where you're being interviewed by a reporter, and they keep asking you the same question, hoping that you're going to give a different answer. And at some point you say that. You say, like, I'm sorry, I don't think I'm giving you the answer you want. And there's, like, I know exactly what you're talking about.
You start learning to play certain games, and you just to get through these things, because that they don't really care. Or I had to start learning how to speak in sentences that couldn't be chopped up to have a completely different meaning when they're put in print.
Yeah. And one of the things that's really, really admirable and very obvious to any outsider is that you have, over the years, really realized as you've aged how to stand in your power. One example being, that Tom Cruise incident that you speak about in the book, where he was talking about medication and with Matt Lauer, I believe, and was being he was calling Matt Lauer glib because he was talking about you and your postpartum, and that you didn't really need to take any medication. I think that was basically the gist of it. Yeah, and knowing nothing about your situation,
not having ovaries, by the way,
not being a woman, and then you stood up for yourself very publicly with an op-ed in the New York Times, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and he came over and finally apologized to you. But taking that on, like that in and of itself, a lot of people would be scared to take on a celebrity of that magnitude, but he was so, I totally would never miss a beat to do exactly what you did, because he was so misguided and so misinformed and has absolutely no business speaking on that subject matter whatsoever. So how did that feel, like having that apology come from him? How did it feel to stand up for yourself in that way?
It felt very justified. And I think, that you don't need the justification to stand up for yourself, but that wasn't the way I was raised. And so this felt very clear, because I was also not just fighting for myself. I was fighting for women, and the terror that postpartum depression can hoist on you, and the danger of it. And there was so much at stake for women. So to have someone so considered powerful take all of this that had been put forth to them, women, for the first time, really, and just undermine it on such a level.
Oh no, what we gonna accomplish?
I couldn't stand by and do nothing. And I fired my publicist over it because she said, do just that. Don't honor it with an answer. And I said, don't honor it with an answer. That I'm honoring myself and other women who stand to be scared and hurt or do just need and deserve the information. And so I did have a bigger, not a bad responsibility, but this like bigger reason to do it, because it wasn't selfish as much as it was because I've known him forever. You know, a lot of the antics that I see people have, they're not in my life daily. So it's like their antics are just like,
I like antics.
Yeah.
To describe it.
It's good. It's like, but this wasn't that anymore. This wasn't personal in a weird way. He made it personal. Yeah. And that was his mistake because, not only was I like America's sweetheart by that, had been or whatever, and that's a joke we use all the time in my house. But this was, the women were, they were outraged. And I even said to him, I said, you kind of barked up the wrong tree because of my ability to respond and because of what I have behind me that has been growing for 40 plus years. So, and I said, and it's something you're so not qualified to talk about. And you're qualified to talk about what you want to talk about for yourself and your body. But this is, you are way out of your lane. And I said, so unfortunately, it kind of backfired on you. And it did. I mean, you had people coming out and people were still talking about it, and it's over 20 years later.
I don't even know how old Brooke Shields is now. Okay. How old is Brooke Shields? 59. She'll be 60 in May.
Later, so I think it was a misstep. I think it was a mistake that he fessed up to making, and I think he felt like it was a mistake, and he did apologize for it, and it was personal, right? And did I need him to do it publicly? Not really, because it was a different level of what he needed to do, in my opinion.
Yeah. I want to flag something in your book too, because you talk about having a grand mal seizure, which is pretty serious because you were training pretty hard or rehearsing pretty hard for a Broadway show, right? And you we talk about water a lot, and how much I loathe water on this podcast. I cannot drink it. I find it to be so boring. And I constantly have to put electrolytes in it just to flavor it. And you have once again proved my point that drinking tons and tons and tons of water does nothing to help you, especially if there is a heat wave happening. You are depleting your system. The water itself is not good enough. You need the electrolytes and the sodium to hold on to the water. So tell us about your story. Yes, I have the same exact ones. LMNT, of course, they're the best. So you passed out in a restaurant. You were going a million miles an hour. It was the middle of a heat wave. You're rehearsing for a Broadway play. And
I go into this restaurant to thank one of the women that worked there for coming in to see a run through. And as I walk in, two women come up to me, and I don't know what they were talking about. I think maybe they were talking about the documentary. I don't know. On the video, you see me, engage with them. And then you see me sort of like go like this, and then you see me do this a lot, and then I just go down, and I hit my like face on a serving station. And one of the women that came up to me was a registered nurse. What are the chances?
Wow.
It was really bad. And then I woke up in the ambulance.
With Bradley Cooper.
With Bradley Cooper, as one does.
Hey, and whenever anyone has a grand mal seizure in New York City, Bradley Cooper appears. Just everyone should
It
know
just
that.
appears. And the first thing that goes through your mind is, I must have not made it.
But you're good friends with him, or you're friendly with him. He lives in your neighborhood. So he was there because your assistant had reached out to his assistant. La da 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 da. Was that the first? Is that the first and last grand mal seizure you've had, Brooke?
Yes.
Oh, thank God.
Yes, that is the first one. I have fainted before at times, and I have low blood pressure, which is why I need the electrolytes and I need the salt.
Mm-hmm.
So I need salt in my diet because of that, because I have low blood pressure. And so the times that I've fainted have all been because somehow the sodium's low.
So note to all our listeners, water isn't just going to do it on its own. So drinking copious amounts of water with nothing in it is useless. You might as well have a Diet Coke.
But also in the hospital, do you remember what
Yes.
happened in the hospital?
Yes, that the doctors were, yeah, you go ahead. You tell it.
They were the two doctors. Okay, they were men. This is not a male hating thing, but they both, one said, "Are you restricting salt, ma'am, because of dietary reasons?" I was like, excuse me. First of all, don't call me ma'am.
And don't talk to me in that tone.
Yes. And I said, and second of all, I said, I'm a 58-year-old woman. I look younger, bloated. No, I do not restrict salt. And I find that very rude for you to ask me that question. And my husband like put his arm on my arm, and I'm like, don't tell me to change my tone. I didn't like that tone. He doesn't have to like my tone. And then I got asked it again by another one of the nurses that came in, the male nurses, that, are you sure now? You weren't definitely. And I was like, wow, would you ask a man that question? I don't think so.
No,
I just don't.
No, of course not. And the way men talk to women in all, medical ways, like, I mean, yes, there are great doctors out there who obviously ask the right questions, but you speak a lot in this book about advocating medically for yourself in many different circumstances where you've been stuck in the hospital, you broke your femur, you were in the hospital for over a month, I think.
Yeah.
And it was during COVID. So or you were also in the hospital during COVID. So you've been through it a lot, and you understand the kind of way that women are spoken to. I mean, you got an accidental vaginal rejuvenation in the hospital that you didn't ask for.
It wasn't accidental. It wasn't accidental. It was a little, I got a twofer, got a gift. He thought he was doing me some big favor. I was just shocked. Absolutely.
By tightening your vagina. So she goes in. Yeah. Wait, so tell that story. That's absolutely absurd.
It's insane. And also, let me just say one thing before I get to my vagina yet again, which always is a very topic of conversation. I also, it's not lost on me that I'm blessed enough to be able to have good healthcare and attention. Like, I was taken care of well. I wasn't being, shoved in a hallway something. So it's like, I sort of say like, it's very hard to self-advocate for yourself, but they're a little bit afraid of me because I'm famous or something. And so like, but that's like a luxury. I mean, without that, it's even 100 times worse for women and women of color to have the space and have anybody's ear to be able to self-advocate and ask the questions. And how do we know what the right questions are? Anyway, I was asked by my gynecologist after babies, actually, that was a bit wrong on the timing, but if there was any discomfort ever because of labia. And I've been experiencing it my entire life, like, cheerleading and tight jeans, skinny jeans, and then spinning and sex and all this stuff, right? And I just thought you just had to deal with stuff. Some people had one boob different, some people, and I didn't know anything about it. And when I was asked if I had had that kind of discomfort. It was such a revelation. She said, there's nothing to be ashamed of. She said, I see it all the time, and it's very common, and it's very fixable. It unfortunately falls under cosmetic surgery, so insurance probably isn't going to cover it. And so I said, she said, why don't you get a consult and see if it makes sense to you? And after having something bother me for so many decades, you can't even believe there might be an option. And so he drew this whole sort of diagram about how kind of easy it was to do and how he does it all the time. And I was talking about just the discomfort. I signed up for it, got it done, came back, a week later or post-op or whatever. And, he says, oh, it's more difficult and it took me longer. And I'm like, okay, I don't need all the details. Thank you very much. Like, if it's good, it's good.
You're like, we can watch the video when we have a night of nothing to do.
Because I'm sure you have that. So I just like, is it all good? Am I healing? Is everything fine? How long will it take? All the questions. And then he said, I threw in a little rejuvenation for you. And I said, I'm sorry, what? What do you mean? That's a different word than reduction. That's a different word than reduction. He goes, well, yeah, no, I just tightened up a bit. And I said, you did what? He goes, yeah. I was like, well, am I planning on being a porn star? I was like, I don't know. I don't understand. I was like,
plus you had C-sections. Right? Did you
have 2 C-sections?
You didn't even give birth vaginally.
No, my babies were IVF. I could argue I'm still a virgin.
Oh God, it's so gross. Men are so gross. One of the things, I know we have to move on to callers, Catherine, but I do want to touch on one thing that I found very moving, Brooke. I thought this was really not only brave, but just a sign of what age brings us and the wisdom it brings us and the confidence that we gain in allowing ourselves to be honest with ourselves. And one of the things that you write about towards the end of the book is the kind of what ifs in your life. Like, what if my career had gone in a different direction? What if I had gotten this movie, Dangerous Liaisons, that I was up for, that was given to Uma Thurman, who got the part? What if, you had been on a different trajectory? And you kind of talk about, the way that you think of things, and not in an ungrateful way at all, not in a way of not understanding how fortunate you are and how iconic you are and what that brings to the table, but in a way that is thoughtful and kind of looking at the past. And I think a lot of women are unable to do that until they are a certain age. They are unable to admit that they would have liked to, they're wondering what could have been if things had gone in a different direction. So I found that to be very powerful, because people will always be like, oh, no, everything that's meant to be is meant to be, and that wasn't meant for me. I find myself saying that a lot of times when things don't go my way. And it's more like it's part self-convincing and part making sure you're not being a crybaby, right?
Owning, yeah.
Right. So talk to me a little bit about that. Like, express to our listeners, like, how you came about admitting to even feeling that and then wanting to write about it for other women.
It's something that has pined for, and has pained me for so long. And there's this validation of my talent, right? And it's not about looks or beauty or anything like that, because that I never put too much stock in, because it was just a job. And also education was more important to me. So I got fortified really quickly by going to college. So that was my version of rebellion, just for myself. But I've had the same therapist for quite some time, and it's a theme that keeps coming back. And it's a theme that is, what if, or I know I'm just famous and nobody thinks I'm really that talented, or, well, thank God I found comedy because that's what I do really well. But yeah, I still don't. And I started to, I always believed I was less than, because I wasn't what these other actresses who were very serious. were. And, then I would work with some of them in a comedic setting, and I would see them struggle with comedy. And then I would think, oh, that's interesting. We're different players on the same team. When I don't play ball sports. Anyway, any kind of sports lately.
No lacrosse.
Yeah, can you imagine?
No, I can't
I was
imagine
a
any of us playing
cheerleader.
lacrosse. I'm still trying to figure out what lacrosse is, quite frankly.
Yes, it's a lot of the cribbing or something like that. But I just like saying ball sports because it just feels good coming out of my mouth, and I think it's funny. But this less than, and then this piece that I used to counteract it with, yes, but Brooke, not only are you a good comedian, but you also, you've built this career and people trust you and you've got education and you can write. And so and it was always a justification. And I thought, well, if I'm still doing this in my 50s, clearly I still have a problem with it. And I don't know if I'll ever get over it. I don't know. I don't even know if that's the kind of work I want to do. But to have not been chosen whenever I went out and tried for those parts, and then to be too famous and too recognizable to even be up for those parts, it always felt like this. It may have not even been a missed opportunity. That I may have never even got, but that didn't matter. It was how I demeaned my talent. And I always focus on, well, I'm a survivor, and look, I'm healthy. I'm not a total train wreck, and that's because of education and parents. And my therapist would say, you got to give yourself some credit for your innate character. You do have innate character that sees things and chooses in the way you choose. She said, you're not just a product of your parents or society or the press or your history. She's like, there is something that's Brooke in there that is just her. And that kind of was like, what? That is a new concept. But the pining for being seen like the actresses I admire was so persistent for so long. And I could work on all the other stuff, right? And just feel good about it. But I just recently had the opportunity to act in front of, basically, it was hardly opposite because I had all the dialogue, two very prominent female, brilliant, award-winning, lovely women. One is in her early 70s, one I'm a little bit older than, and the women I admired and I've known over the years, you meet everybody. And I got asked to do this one, it's 2 days, but we just did 1 day so far in front of them. And it involved only emotion and only tears and only all this stuff that makes me cringe. And I thought, oh, well, don't do it. You don't want to do it. You don't want to embarrass yourself. You can't do it. And then I thought, well, I can't say no to this opportunity when for decades I've been asking for the opportunity. Now all of a sudden I get it and I'm not going to say yes because of fear. Well, you're pussy. Like, what are you doing? Like, I was just there were so many emotions. And I went there and I came out of the gate a little too hot because I was trying and I was nervous and I was sweaty. And then I just sat down and said, you know what? They're not going to fire you. You're in 1 day. They obviously think you can do it. They don't want to look bad and have it be your fault. They don't really care about you, not the actresses, but the production. I don't even know what the real name of the production is, believe it or not, because it's also top secret. And I thought, you don't want to burn bridges, or just do it. Just do it. And I went to the director.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care.
think
Take
I'm
charge
trying
of
to
your
do-
sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV, but many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4M study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVprepstudy.com. That's HIVprepstudy.com.
Hello, it's Chelsea Handler. Let's be honest. Feeling good should be part of your daily routine, and that includes your sex life. Pure Romance is the #1 sex toy brand, making pleasure fun, fresh, and makes your time in the bedroom literally the best ever. Pure Romance has got everything you need, whether you're flying solo, with a partner, or even thruppling up. Enjoy 30% off with the code Chelsea30. Go grab something that makes you feel amazing at pureromance.com. You can thank me later.
Save the date for You're Cordially Invited, a hilarious new wedding comedy starring Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon. Chaos ensues when 2 weddings are accidentally booked on the same weekend at the same venue. Uh-oh. Will Ferrell plays the father of the bride, and Reese Witherspoon is the sister of the other bride, and they go head-to-head to make sure the ones they love get their special day. Together on screen for the first time ever is Ferrell versus Witherspoon. Chaos, comedy, and alligator wrestling await you in You're Cordially Invited. Watch it now, only on Prime Video.
Hi, Catherine.
Oh, hello, Chelsea.
Okay, so we are at the end of November, which means it's almost December.
Has this year gone so fast for you?
Yeah, when I'm touring, things go by pretty quickly.
I'm sure. You just like blink and you are home again after months.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been so crazy. Vanessa, the woman who opens for me, I mean, I say woman, but she's more of a baby. I consider her to be my baby. I mean,
So
she
sweetie.
says she's 38, but whatever.
I don't believe it.
That means I had her when I was 12.
Mm.
No, 38. I had her when I was 10.
Oh,
That
my.
must have been rough. Anyway, she's become ridiculous on tour, and her behavior is astonishing. So, I mean, I just don't even.
Do you have receipts? Do you have examples?
I
of this
have a
behavior?
lot of video footage of her shoplifting and out of the green room. She takes stuff from the green room. She goes grocery shopping. I mean, it's not really shoplifting, but it's just helping herself. She goes through the green room and literally does her grocery shopping through the green room. Like, she's like, oh, here's an orange, an apple, here's like a brick of cheddar. And then she just puts it in her purse. And then, like, I'll be like, hey, do you have an edible? And she's like, takes out an orange, an apple, a banana. She had like bags of nuts. I'm like, are you treating this like a United flight? Like,
I mean,
anyway,
I don't know. I kind of approve.
she
I
is
like it.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I mean, we have had a really ridiculous time. And she's very hard not to like cuddle and tickle, you know,
I bet.
because she's just so adorable. But I have to keep my hands off of her because she's gonna claim allegations against me.
Workplace,
Yeah,
Chelsea.
I know. I'm not good at that stuff. I'm just too affectionate.
So our guest today does stand up, but she didn't always do stand up. And she talked about like the first time she did stand up, she was like, oh, wait, this is totally for me. Did you feel that way when you started? Or
No.
was there
I was just
transition?
like, oh my God, this is gonna give me so much diarrhea. Like, it was so nerve-wracking, and I just couldn't. Yeah, stand up is scary.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm so grateful I'm at a place where I feel so in control of what I'm doing and I know how to handle myself. But stand up in the beginning is very scary. When people are addicted, there are stand-ups who are addicted to being on stage and that cannot get off stage. And then there are stand-ups who just like, you know, I'm not like that. I'm not like I have to be on stage for 2 hours or I have to go do 5 sets when I have a week off. I feel nothing like that.
Yeah.
But when I am on stage, I love it. And I love, you know, telling a story from beginning to end, which is basically what my stand-up is, storytelling.
Yeah.
I mean, I loved it, but it was so scary that the scary kind of was commensurate to the joy.
When I feel like, especially for people who are starting out, like you go into a room where stand-up is being performed and like, it's almost like the audience is like daring you to fail, you know, in small rooms or with starting comedians. I feel like it must be so difficult to start.
It is, but a good thing for everyone to remember is if you're doing that, and this applies to anything, like when you have a fucking great attitude and you get on stage and you're beaming, it is infectious to the audience. So if you have a great attitude and you're feeling positive and you're happy, you're going to do great. Everything's going to go great because even if you tell a joke that bombs, your disposition will be so fun and happy that it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? You can laugh with the audience about not getting laughs.
Yeah. Yeah. Chelsea, should we get to our guest?
You can find our guest today on her podcast, Burner Phone and Giggly Squad. Tickets for her comedy tour are available at hannahburner.com. Please welcome comedian, podcast host, and digital creator, Hannah Burner. Okay, Hannah, we both have the same publicist. So we have like 3 publicists that are on.
And they're like,
that are
don't say
watching
anything.
this.
So we're not allowed to say anything today.
And I told them, like, I mean, they must just be listening to this to just, you know, not have to do anything for the hour. Because
Maybe
why
they
would
like us.
Well, they do. I love, this is first of all, my PR team and your PR team are the best PR teams.
No, they're for the girls.
I've been through so many publicists in this town, and, you know, I do have a difficult personality, but
This is the best publicity team I've ever worked
But you're
with.
a self-aware queen.
Yeah.
They said good things about you because I wanted the tea. I was like, Chelsea, is she a monster? They
No.
were like, we're obsessed with her.
Yeah, no, I'm a good girl.
Yeah, she's good.
Yeah, I take care of my people, and my people take care of me. So
I also have to tell you, we've met before.
Oh shit! This happens all the time.
No, but it's not an embarrassing thing. Like you miss me.
Oh,
right after college, years ago.
How old are you?
I'm 32.
Okay.
So 10 years ago. So I was on the tennis team.
Oh,
So
you're
I
a
was
tennis
dumb.
player.
Yeah, they didn't let you take too many classes. So after college, I was teaching tennis that summer in Shelter Island.
Oh my God! I took a tennis class with you.
We played doubles together, babe.
With Andre Balazs.
So he wasn't there.
Oh.
Your ex-boy toy. I was getting paid by my sugar grandpa to play doubles with these older men.
Sugar grandpa.
I call
What
him my
is-
sugar grandpa.
Does that mean you were dating him? Or does that
No,
mean
but
you're-
he was giving me too much money to play tennis. Like for a young 22-year-old, it was like $200 for an hour.
Oh yeah,
that was like lawyer
sweet
money.
deal.
No, I know because
Yeah.
they didn't pay. But anyway, so I had to play doubles with these old men, and he goes, "Oh, Chelsea's coming today," and I didn't know who Chelsea was, and you show up, and I'm like, "Oh, as a Chelsea Lately fan, I was like, this is an awesome morning that I didn't anticipate." And you turn to me and you go, "Let's fucking beat these boys." and I got so nervous. I like double faulted, and you were like, "No, it's okay." And then we just demolished them, and then I never saw you again. And I was like, Chelsea and I kicked ass. So that was 10
tennis
years
sounds
ago.
so good right now.
I know tennis is like cool now. It wasn't cool when I was a kid.
No, tennis is cool now. You know, well, pickleball is trying to be cool, but I wish pickleball would just shut the fuck up for 2 seconds.
I say pickleball's a cult.
Everyone wants to talk about pickleball all the time. It is. It's cult-like.
It's culty. You stop talking to your family. You only dress in pickleball outfits and.
Any talk of sports right now, guys, you have to know that I
That is
had
the
knee
pickleball
surgery,
player.
and any talk of sports is like, it hurts my knee because I'm so excited. No, I got my knee fixed so that I can ski this week. This winter, I'm an avid skier. So I got my knee scoped out, and then I went home, and I was all hopped up on medication and anesthesiology, and I was feeling great. But then you wake up and you're like, fuck, I can't take all this medication. You feel like your body is so polluted.
Yeah, you just
and
want weed.
bloated, like from all of the fluids they put you. I'm like, cool it with the fluid IV. Like, I don't need that much fluid.
No, you're like an Olympic athlete that needs to be ready for her gold season.
So I had to limp in here like Limp Bizkit and to meet with you. But I'm happy that you're here in person in New York City.
No, thank you. This is like such an honor. But I also, my husband, who I brought up
I
earlier.
can't believe you're married.
I know,
Why?
it's very off-brand.
Oh, yeah, it is.
He's an older,
You don't strike me as someone who would be married when I watch your videos online, which are very funny, by the way.
Thank you.
You're really funny. I
Thank
like your
you.
attitude and your shtick.
I think you paved the way for me.
Oh, well, that's...
But yeah, getting married was not a plan. It happened during the pandemic. I met an older man. He's very tired.
How old is he?
47.
Oh.
And he likes to golf. He likes to ski. He likes to chill.
How did you meet him during the pandemic when you're supposed to stay 6 feet apart from people?
He DM'd me because I was in Shelter Island and he was in like West Hampton. He was like, "Do you want to get coffee?"
How did he know you?
Through the comedy world, but he lived in Ireland. He actually, small world, he's friends with Ursula Carlson, and they were working on a script once.
Oh yeah, I know Ursula.
So
Of course,
Des is
she's
my
fucking
husband.
hilarious.
She's the fucking best.
Oh, she's from New Zealand,
Yes,
right?
and
She's
anyone from New Zealand makes me laugh.
Yeah,
but
well,
she's
ridiculous.
next level.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I can't wait till the States discovers her.
I know. We tried to do a show with her, I think. I don't remember what
so
happened.
he was on the show with. He was like the co-writer.
Oh, that's funny. Wow, we have all
That's
these
my
little.
So you dated my husband before.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, we got engaged in like 6 months, and it was kind of like I decenter men for my life.
You
That's
what?
Like decenter men.
Decenter men.
As
Okay.
in, like, you don't make any decisions based on men.
Right. I see. Well, I like that phrasing. I've never heard that before. Decenter men. Okay.
I think the Gen Z girlies are saying it, but I think you really live by that. Like, you do what makes you happy, brings you joy, and if people come, great, and if they don't, who gives a fuck? But
yeah.
you're not gonna force or change things
or act or be. The word desperate is very. When people. I find things to be very desperate sometimes when people talk, when people are searching so hard to find someone.
Yeah.
There's a desperation to it. And it's like, if you really were happy with yourself and you can get to a place where you are really, really happy, it's totally fine to want to meet somebody, but to have that be like your main objective feels like you're missing a piece of the pie.
Like you betray who you are to make someone like you, or when you have a full plan of like how to run into somebody. Like I have a full chart where I'm like, okay, he's gonna, have to go to the bathroom at this time and I'm gonna run into him. And sometimes you do get the guy and then you're like, fuck, like this isn't me. I forced this and I don't like who I am with him.
Well, that, of course. But that's, listen, in our 20s, we act like idiots because that's what we're supposed to be doing. And you can obsess and crave. And I mean, even sometimes in your 30s, and a lot of my 30s, it wasn't until my 40s that I had enough self-confidence that I'm like, wait, I don't care if you like me first. That's not enough for me to like you back.
I know. The second you hear someone liked you, I'm like, he's like cool. Like, he could be a little gremlin. And I'm like, he's funny.
I have an experiment that I've been trying out with myself for a while now where I don't, even if it's non-sexual, like just a person or another celebrity or a regular person, just because they dislike me doesn't mean I don't like them. You know what I mean?
Ooh, that's fucking powerful.
I'm like, well, your opinion of me has nothing to do with me anyway, so I can still like you if you don't like me.
It's like a troll comments and you go, I love your sweater. I love your sweater in your profile picture. You're gorgeous. You're stunning. But sometimes it also doesn't have to do with you. They're projecting their shit. So anyway, this guy came along and it was at a time in my life I was very focused on myself. And I was like, this is nice. It's nice to have a husband in a way. Like, obviously, not all husbands are the same. Different ratings per husband. But I don't have to stress about dating. It's kind of like, okay, check. I have this like partner in crime. And now I can focus on myself. And he's very like, I'm on the road all the time. Like, I've never seen him.
That's right. You're on tour.
I haven't seen him forever.
Do you like being on the road?
I like being on the road because my apartment's a mess. So I walk into a hotel room and I'm like a monster. I'm like, why did no one clean these towels? And I'm like, I love living that simple life. I also like saying I'm on the road and people leave me alone.
It's a great way to get out of shit.
I'm just napping. Like I'm napping from 2 to 5 and then I go on stage.
I wish I could nap. I can't nap.
It's a gift.
It is. I don't know why I don't have that gene, but if I take a nap, first of all, if I took a 3-hour nap, I would be dead when I woke up. I get up early and even when I'm tired, I just cannot sleep during the day. It doesn't matter what is going on.
Well, I was telling our PR team, I was like, don't put me on anything before like 10 a.m. because I'm a big sleeper. I think I deal with some depression where I can fall asleep anywhere. And so it's almost nice for me to rest. But then, I don't know what state I'm in. I don't know where I am. But the adrenaline hits me when I get on stage.
Yeah.
But I enjoy the road. But I'm also lucky now that I'm doing theaters now where women, we could talk forever about this. But being a woman on the road is difficult. It's difficult being alone, especially if you're can't afford Ubers or you're put in a lot of awkward situations that aren't ideal.
Can you not afford Ubers?
Now I can.
Yeah, if you're playing theaters, you should definitely.
But I'm saying back in the day, girls starting in comedy,
it's
very unsafe a lot of the time.
No, it is unsafe. It is unsafe. I never drew. I bet we didn't even have Ubers when I started. I just drove myself everywhere.
So I'm from New York City, so I don't even have a license. I couldn't have made it in comedy 10 years ago because I don't have a license. I would have walked on the highway to my gigs.
What? Yeah. Well, can't you take the train or the subway?
Oh gosh.
Yeah,
that's difficult. A lot of admin planning.
Listen, all I do is admin all day long. That's what I do in my hotel that I stay at in New York. They have a club lounge, and I always tell my assistant from 5 to 7, which is happy hour. I'm like, I have to go upstairs and do admin.
No, the amount of planes and hotels, and you mess up one thing, it's your name on the bill.
Oh yeah.
So it's a miracle we made it here today.
It is a miracle, thank God,
especially with
for small miracles or big
knee.
ones. Yeah, my janky knee that I'm rubbing right now. It looks like I'm masturbating under the table, but I'm just soothing myself. I'm self-soothing. But
I want to say with this, I love that. With this older man, he loves skiing. And I'm an athlete, but I never skied before.
You never skied?
I wasn't allowed to because of tennis.
Oh.
My parents would be like, God forbid you get injured, you can't, whatever. It is, I've never.
Tennis. Renee Stubbs. You mentioned Renee Stubbs when we came in.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about Renee Stubbs because she's a friend of mine. Is she a friend of yours? She makes her way around Manhattan in a way I've never seen. I have had more people come up to me going, I know you're friends with Renee Stubbs. I'm like, what is Renee Stubbs walking around with a fucking sign that says I'm friends with Chelsea Handler?
Renee Stubbs is part of, I call it the power lesbian community of New York City.
Yes.
And I'm trying to rub shoulders with that. I think the lesbians, they push the door down for the straights because they don't give a fuck what men think.
Right.
And they just do it. So I was talking to her on her tennis show. She's like, comedian, I know Chelsea Handler. And I was like, oh, yeah, I've heard of her as a comic. And I messaged her this morning. I was like, any advice? And she's like, in her Australian accent over text. just be yourself, you know, treat her like your sister. And I was like, okay, I don't know what that means. Thank you.
I don't know what that means. I'm seeing Renee, that big lesbian, tomorrow night for dinner.
Dude, there's drama in the lesbian world too.
Oh
now.
no, listen, the lesbians are taking me. They are trying to capture
lesbian
me.
TikTok, are you on it?
No,
it's wild.
no. What's going on lesbian TikTok?
All sorts of drama.
I can't go online right now. It's too upsetting. I can't look at social media right now during these difficult times.
I'm pretending the lesbian drama is like
is your world an epicenter.
That's the only thing that's going on.
Right.
You have to distract yourself.
So how long into dating your husband did you realize that you were going to marry him? You were like, I'm in love with you.
Good question.
Do you think you would have married him had it not been for COVID?
Great question. All valid questions.
Yeah, questions you should be asking you.
Questions that now I'm regretting not thinking about. No, my parents got engaged in 4 months. So I had this like fake love story in my head that like that's how it's gonna be. Like if I was with a guy for a year, I'm like, this isn't magical. He's not the one.
Right.
So honestly, early on, he kind of was like, yeah, I want to marry you. I think he was. And at first I'm like, classic, he's a comedian. So I was like, oh, he's probably a comedian narcissist. And
is he Irish? Or
he grew up in Queens and then he lived in Ireland since he was 14.
Oh, okay.
So he became a big comedian in Ireland.
Oh.
But now he's back because of COVID. And it was kind of this like, we'll see. I've never dated an older guy. Could be like a creepy uncle, like you never know.
Uncle Gary. That's every creepy uncle's name is Gary.
Yeah, you change it to Gary even if it's not.
Gary's not a hot name. I named a dog Gary and I had to return him.
So yeah, we hit it off and I got engaged in 6 months, but it was COVID time. So I say it's dog years, you times 7. And to be perfectly blunt, you know, he was at a time in his life where like he wasn't touring anymore, but now like he just enables me. He literally said like, I want to chill. I don't care about the fame or the money. Like I'm tired. You can go work. And I was like, that's a dream.
Well, yeah.
It's better than sex. Tell me that every night.
And do you guys have a lot of sex?
We do. Because I think we're not roommates. We don't see each other that often.
Yeah, I think that's the key ingredient for all relationships is you can't see each other. I just had to inject myself in my thigh this morning with something that is going to help with my sex drive because I have like no desire to fuck anyone. And I keep going on these kind of quasi dates or like going out with guys trying to drum up some business. And then I'm like looking at them going, I just want to be in my bed. Like I don't even want to fuck you. And I'm like, something's wrong with me. And I can't take testosterone because my hair thinned the last time I took that. And I it's not like I'm going to be bald and horny. You know what I mean? Like, what's the point of that? Fucking combo platter? So I was like, forget it. So I went to and get back knee. So I went to my anti-aging doctor and I was like, listen, you got to give me something for sex drive because I don't think I have it. I'm like, I've tried to have sex like 3 times in the last
you were really
month.
horny when you were younger.
Well, no, not horny, but like I could get excited. I've never been boy crazy. That's not my personality. But I do want to
love that about you.
But also it's like, wait, why do we have so much pressure? Like, you know, if I go a few months without having sex, I'm like, oh shit, I better have sex. And it's like, why? Why do I need to have sex? But apparently I think I do. So anyway, I injected myself this morning with some thiamosin or I don't know what the fuck it's called. And we'll see if that drums up any sexual feelings for me because
people don't talk about how sex is oftentimes a bad experience, especially when it's like a new guy or something. It's awkward, it's weird. And I'm like, my night would have been better without it.
Right.
I think it's for us, and I always said I didn't want to be with a comic because I've been with a comic before and it wasn't great. But with him, we really I respect him mentally, which is crazy to think. But like, it's like you need to find someone that their love language is laughter with you and you feel excited about like riffing with them. And that's like your foreplay. That's the hotness. Like we talk on the phone a lot. That's like our thing.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, I need to fuck you now. It's like, talking, we just talk. We don't shut up.
And does he work now at all?
He's working. He's still doing comedy and stuff. We have podcasts together, Burner Phone.
Oh, that's together with him.
Yeah. Okay. So he's good, but I just want him to like be confident enough to like let me do my thing and support me, and he is. So.
Yeah, that's important because a lot of men come across as like they are confident or they are seemingly confident, and then when it comes down to it, they're fucking paranoid, they're jealous, they're not confident.
Yeah, and then you're like, I just want to love you, and they're acting weird towards you, and then you realize you have to baby them and be like, I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, the distance is very important for any independent woman because it is so annoying to have to spend every single second with somebody, and I also don't appreciate having to FaceTime with people.
We don't FaceTime
when you're in a relationship because holding up the fucking phone while you're talking, it's like, wait a second. This is like 2 exercises.
You're gonna get arthritis.
Like, I can talk to you, but I need the lights off and I want to be in bed lying down, with my AirPods in or whatever. I don't need to be looking at your face.
Also, I'm staring at myself the whole time.
Exactly.
I want to be able to scroll Instagram while talking to you.
Exactly. I had a friend once, not a boyfriend. This is a friend. And anytime I would be on the phone, reading an email or on social media or anything while I was on the phone, he could be talking and he'd go, "What are you reading?" And I'm like,
business.
"Why do you know that I'm reading something? Like, how can you tell?" He's like, "I can tell by the way you're breathing." I'm like,
your eyes are going left
what?
to right.
I'm like, well, that would be really annoying if we were fucking FaceTiming, because then you'd fucking know for sure.
Do you want to know something wild? He had an apartment and the older woman passed away next door. And I bought the apartment next door. So I have my own apartment next to his.
Oh, God, that's solid.
Isn't that
Solid
kinda hot?
plan, yeah.
It's kind of hot.
And where do you guys live, in Brooklyn?
We live in the Lower East Side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about moving to New York. I'm going to look at a bunch of apartments tomorrow.
I mean, you're such a New Yorker.
I know. It's
Ugh.
ridiculous that I've never lived here. I'm 48 years old, so I've never lived in New York
Yeah,
City.
you're
and I'm like,
Jewish. What the?
I know.
We
So
accept
I'm
you
gonna.
with open arms.
I know. Well, you'd have to accept me because I'm
And you're
fucking
New
from
Jersey.
here.
Yeah,
I'm from New Jersey, but
I'm
same
sorry, I didn't
thing.
mean to call you out.
It's a tri-state area.
Yes,
Okay?
it's
Are you
tri-state
familiar
area.
with the tri-state area?
As long as you're not from upstate,
No, I'm not from upstate. Okay, what else do you want to tell me about yourself?
Oh, but I did want to talk about skiing with you.
Oh, yeah, because you had
that's
a
our
skiing
biggest
injury.
issue. That's our big.
Oh, I like your little furry arms. You're cute.
I'm very sweaty right now. I'm sorry.
But look how much I like your hairy.
I'm half Italian.
Oh yeah, I can see it. It's cute.
Oh,
I like
thank
hair.
you. Are we flirting?
No.
Okay. So I think that I want to like skiing. And
But what did you say? You had a ski accident?
I
You're
had a
thinking?
ski accident because I really wanted to be good at skiing. And it's a weird thing because I'm competitive, but like you just get to the bottom of the mountain, so I'm like bored and scared.
Mm-hmm.
And then I cry all the time.
Why?
Well, I'm like new to it, so I'm like in a
You can't
bush.
cry.
I
You
will
can't
always
cry.
find a bush. I'm crying, but then I'll be like, oh no, it's really cold. I'm not crying, which I think is skiing. But like, well, I want to know why you love skiing because I want to get the bug because all he wants to do is ski, but I can't. We can't change ourselves for men. Why do you love it?
Skiing because it's freeing. Like I love.
Well, you are topless too when you do it.
Yeah, but not all the time. I even love it when I'm wearing clothes. I love it even more when I'm fucking naked because there's just something so freeing about skiing down a
And your
mountain
tits
naked.
are so good.
I know they're the best. My best feature. I can't believe my tits. I'm like, oh my god. Anytime anyone sees them for the first time, they're like, oh my god, are those real? I'm like, yeah, they're real. Look at them bounce up and down.
Fun. Then they're like athletic tits too. Like
I
you can do stuff with them.
I'm not against plastic surgery because I'll do that, but I wouldn't get fake boobs. You know what I mean? If anything, I would prefer smaller boobs because I've had them my whole life, so I'm used to them. So they're
Yes.
not that fun for me anymore.
Yeah.
But that's the other reason why I want to up my sex drive because it feels shameful to waste this body. My body is so smoking that it's like I feels like I need to share it. You know?
But I do feel like the best part of sex is like the foreplay before of like the teasing, like will we, will we not? And then once you do it, you're always just like, okay.
Yeah, well, it's always good when you do it.
Yeah.
But back to skiing.
Oh, yeah.
There's a freedom. There's a freedom in skiing down a mountain and being just like, and just ripping down a mountain. Like I love it. I love the sense of like strength, the strength of like the sense of freedom. I love being outside in that cold weather. Like it's very invigorating to me, that feeling. It's not for everybody because a lot of people don't like the cold.
You definitely get out of your own head when you're
Yeah.
there because you have to be in the moment.
You have to focus.
What do you think about the douchey snowboarders though? Like you're like,
Yeah, I mean,
They're, like,
snowboarders
cutting
aren't
you.
my favorite. The only time I've ever been hit has been by a snowboarder.
Right? I almost
They've snowboarded into me several times,
I said
or
the
my
only-
friends.
The only
Yeah.
boards I want is a charcuterie board. Like that's all I want.
I
to
don't
be
even like
towards me.
charcuterie anymore. I've decided I'm over charcuterie.
Hot take.
Yeah, hot take is right. Charcuterie feels passe to me.
Well, I've never finished one, and then I always feel guilty because I had like.
I'm back on the
pepperonis.
cheese and jamon because jamon is what they have in Spain, and I spent a lot of time in Spain, and I fucking love jamon. But that's the only kind of like meat dish I want at that. I'm over charcuterie.
I do like the food associated with skiing though, because hot
Yes.
chocolate you could drink at any time and no one
Well, I
judges
drink
you.
margaritas. I go in for 11 o'clock margarita break. At 11 a.m., I go in for my first margarita. Then I go back at 1. And that actually gives me a more sense of like, I even am more fearless once I have a little alcohol in my system,
Oh
you
my
know, for
God.
skiing. Because my ski buddies in Canada, where I ski, are hardcore. They're
Yes.
are not fucking around.
Yeah, they're doing blacks.
So that's why I have to get knee surgery so I can ski and keep up with my friends. So
I love how your ski season, like everything revolves around your ski season.
everything.
But having like you have a legit hobby, and I feel like so many people don't have hobbies, and it's so beautiful that you love anything as much as you love skiing.
Well, thank you. I was dating this guy a few years ago, right before I went away to Whistler for like 3 months.
Yes.
I go, now I'm going to Whistler. And he's
Mhm.
like, okay, so how long are you to be there? And I was like, 3 months. And he was like, am I going to visit you there? And I was like, do you ski?
Can you keep up?
And he's like, well, I mean, I haven't skied. I was like, no, then you're not visiting me. Like, it's over.
I'm not
like,
babysitting you on the ski
The
slope.
relationship is over now.
We're not doing pizza skis together. That's not
No.
hot. It gives you the ick.
No.
A guy doing pizza skiing?
No. So I just don't even, like, that's how committed to skiing I am, that even if I'm in the throes of a romance, I will prefer to go and leave that person to go skiing.
I love that. But I was actually in Whistler when I got injured.
But what was your injury?
So I was on a green. It was called like Easy Out or something.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, easy out.
And it was like early in the morning, so it was very choppy. And I was a little cocky. Like Des, my husband, would make me do 3-hour lessons, get lunch, then show him what I learned. Like it was very intense. But
3-hour lessons.
I want to be like loved. And my dad was my tennis coach, so it's like some deep therapy thing. And I'm just like, I will be great for this man. So I'm showing off. I'm like, bent. I'm getting my rhythm, and I hit an edge. And I fell onto my hand. So like my whole body fell on my hand, and then like my hand kind of got crushed, and I had to call the what's it called, Sheboygan?
Sheboygan. What
It's a place in Wisconsin.
Is that part of the charcuterie board?
The toboggan.
It's the toboggan. Sheboygan.
I'm so New York. I have no idea anything outside New York. The toboggan came. So dramatic because it's just my pinky.
And so when you broke your pinky,
I basically crushed like all my knuckles.
Ow.
It was bad. And I'm getting frostbite because it's like out. And I'm just lying there, and there's a video of me going down the and it was so traumatizing.
And how did your boyfriend react to that? Was he sympathetic to your injury?
He was, but he thinks that I manifested it, which I think I did because I didn't really want to go skiing that day. You know, when you're just like, what if I just, choked myself down the mountain? Because I was tired. I was doing like tons of shows, and I was like, I don't want to go skiing this morning.
Right.
And he's really good.
Have you been skiing since then?
So I have some shows coming up in like Denver and Aspen, and we're seeing. He bought me the like pass, so he's trying to get me
like
back
the
out
icon
there.
pass.
Yeah.
So
he's pressuring me.
Yeah, I had a boyfriend once who didn't care. I had a torn ACL from skiing again. This is years ago. All I do is hurt myself. So I had a torn ACL years ago in Switzerland, in Zermatt. I was also on ecstasy when I got into that accident. So I just want to be very honest about that. And they medevaced me into a helicopter off the mountain. My friends were all like, "You're a fucking loser." And then I went to Rome and like Florence and some parts of Italy.
And half your leg is like hanging out.
And I'm just, basically I was like, I'll wait to get the surgery because I was already on vacation. And I was like, I'll just tape it every day or wrap it. But my boyfriend just had no regard for my health, like at all. Like I'd get home every night, my knee would be like the size of a water balloon, and I'd have to elevate it, ice it for like 3 hours.
Yeah.
And he was just like, all right, tomorrow we're going to the Coliseum. I'm like, fuck off. And so it's very important when people care about your well-being.
You
like,
learn about
I
people.
know. Well, I
That was
learned
my
about
right hand.
But I also so what does that mean?
So like
because you're a righty.
So I couldn't jerk my husband off. No, I don't know.
I was about to say.
But like, you know when you put your hair in a ponytail?
Yeah.
Which who knew how important that was? I couldn't do it. And then he was trying to do it. And I'm like, that's the ugly ponytail, babe. And then I couldn't text fast because I couldn't use my hand. So that was a nightmare. Started doing voice messages. All my friends were annoyed at me.
Yeah, I've never ever once recorded a voice message, but I received them. You know, they disappear too. They vanish.
Yeah, that's sketchy.
Why is that?
It's so unnecessary.
Yeah, I know. It's like, what do you think I'm going to do? Forward your message to someone else? Meanwhile, that's how I found out they vanished because I was trying to do that very thing. Okay, we have to take a break and we'll be right back. Catherine, we're taking a break.
Amazing.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV, but many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4M study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVprepstudy.com. That's HIVprepstudy.com.
All right, ladies, whether you're single, taken, or it's complicated, one thing's for sure, you deserve to feel amazing. And Pure Romance, the #1 sex toy brand, is here to make that happen. Flying solo, they've got everything you need for the ultimate night in. When times are stressful, you should be taking your self-care to the next level, and spending a night on your own is just the way to do it. In a couple, adding a toy or two is the best way to turn up the heat. Think vibes, enhancements, and surprises that will have you wondering why you didn't start sooner. Thruppling up, stock up. And right now, it's the perfect time to treat yourself. Use code Chelsea30 for 30% off your entire order.
Yes, 30% off to bring some serious excitement into your life. So go to pureromance.com, use Chelsea30, and let's make this your hottest season yet. Pure Romance, because pleasure doesn't play.
Save the date, prepare for chaos, and get ready for You're Cordially Invited, a hilarious new movie starring comedy icons Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon together on screen for the first time. It is written and directed by Nicholas Stoller of Forgetting Sarah Marshall and Neighbors. Find out what happens when two weddings are accidentally booked on the weekend at the same remote venue. In a laugh-out-loud battle of determination and grit, the father of the bride, played by Mr. Will Ferrell himself, and sister of the other bride, played by Reese Witherspoon, chaotically go head-to-head and will stop at nothing to pull off an unforgettable celebration for the ones they love. And if you think you've been to a wedding where crazy things happen, prepare for alligator attacks, sabotage, shipwrecks, cornhole, and all-star comedy cameos. Will the couples make it down the aisle? Will fire regulations be violated? Find out in this perfect blend of hijinks and heartstrings. It's time to RSVP for Ferrell versus Witherspoon in their new wedding comedy, You're Cordially Invited. Watch it now, only on Prime Video.
And
we're back.
We're back. It's so fast.
Okay, Catherine, what's going on today, Catherine? We barely heard a peep out of you.
I know. So we've got a bunch of very fun questions for Hannah, but I think let's start with a little wedding question, a little marriage question.
Sounds like your wheelhouse.
Bianca says, Dear Chelsea, my best friend of 13 years is getting married. She's my sister and my lifelong soulmate. I'm her maid of honor and will, of course, have to give a speech at the wedding. The speech will most likely be during the ceremony, and I believe the best man will go the funny route, so I want to keep it classy, sentimental, and sweet. However, I don't see the spark with her fiance, and I'm feeling so uninspired in writing this speech.
Break up the wedding.
She loves him dearly, and they're building a life together, and I trust her decision in choosing him as a partner for her life. But sometimes I'm like, really? This guy? Nothing is wrong with him necessarily, other than having the personality of a rock. How do I find inspiration? Sincerely, Bianca.
I think that's your speech right there.
Well, I would focus your speech on your friend and just make it about all of the incredible things you can say about her and how lucky he is to be marrying her. And you don't have to vouch for him necessarily or talk about their connection. Obviously, at the end, you want to say, like, I'm so glad that you found someone who appreciates all these things,
yes,
to really drive it home. But you not getting the spark between them is really not important information for your speech.
Yeah.
You have to be a good friend right now. And she loves him and she's getting married and he's not an asshole or abusive or anything like that you've mentioned. So there's no reason to take a stand other than just trying to make a great speech about what an incredible person she is and list just some of your favorite memories of her.
That's good. I mean, you don't have to put together like a whole thesis statement essay. I love a quick speech. I love a 3-4 minute solid to the point. And also, I don't know her personality, but like, you can be funny too, girl.
Yeah.
We did speeches and my husband was like killing in his speech, like laughs per minute.
You guys were making speeches at your own wedding?
At our own wedding.
That's funny.
I think it's an Irish tradition.
Oh, that's funny.
So
well,
he was
it's
murdering.
good for him since he's not fucking Irish. I mean, it's Irish tradition.
I guess because he's lived there the last 30 years.
yeah,
so he's like, this is what we do. And I was like, okay, now I have to perform my own fucking wedding. And he's killing. And then I'm realizing I have to follow him. So I'm not listening to his speech. I'm going through my notes and my set,
Yeah.
So I slow it down. After the best man crushes, slow it down, get the audience calm again.
Yeah.
And I was like sweet. And then I made a joke, like, I wish I met you earlier, like when you were in your 20s, but I would have been in kindergarten. And then we got like a little applause break and I was like, fuck you, I win. And then I danced the night away. So don't be afraid to be funny just because the best man's going to be funny.
Yeah.
Like, you can crush it too.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
I've been in this situation before too, where like one of my best girlfriends, like she dated this really fun guy and he was awesome. They traveled, they did all this stuff. And then the guy she wound up marrying was just like this very kind of boring guy, plain vanilla. And you know what? They are now like 15 years later, like so happy, 3 kids, living in the suburbs. And I'm like, who knew? She's like thrilled with her life. They're deeply in love, even though he's like still very boring, but that's what she wanted. So
yeah, well, a lot of people want boring men.
Yeah, so. Exactly. I remember talking to my dad about this exact friend, and I'm like, this guy, he's just like so vanilla.
and my dad goes, you know what? A lot of people love vanilla ice cream. It's not exciting. It's not Rocky Road, but vanilla ice cream is still vanilla ice cream.
What kind of wedding did you have?
So we, honestly, if I'm being open with people, elope. Like, just elope. We had a beautiful wedding in West Hampton. It was great. We brought the families together, but it adds up. It gets so expensive. And also, as a comedian, like, I always make everything about me. So the day was, I don't like wedding attention. It's like happy birthday attention where you're like, oh, these people are forced to like clap for me because it's my birthday or my wedding day. I like to earn people's affection. So it was I didn't love that attention on wedding day. But I think for someone who like never makes things about themselves, the wedding day is the most beautiful day.
Yes,
but for
I
a
agree.
comic,
And
it
for a
wasn't.
comic, exactly.
It was
it's
really
the last thing I would ever want for myself as a wedding.
I was like, and also the whole like your dad giving you away. I'm like,
Yeah.
my dad's
dead. So he's not giving me away.
Shout out
to my dad if you're listening to this podcast.
Actually, both of Dez's parents are dead. Which is quite nice.
With that, let's go to Grindr. Tyler lives in the South, and he is in a bit of a predicament. I just want to preface too. So this is a bit of a two-part question. I would love for us to sort of answer the question in the email a little bit, and then he's going to join us and give us a little bit of an update. So Tyler says, Dear Chelsea, I find myself in a rather delicate situation, and I would greatly appreciate your insight and guidance. The other night, during a sleepless bout at 3 a.m., I found myself mindlessly scrolling through Grindr. I have two different accounts, one with my face that I use regularly, and another anonymous account for mere curiosity. To my surprise, I received a message from a nearby anonymous profile expressing interest in a late-night encounter and including explicit photos. Curiosity got the better of me, and I asked this person for a face picture, thinking they wouldn't comply since I don't share face pictures on that account. However, they did send a photo, and to my astonishment, it turned out to be my aunt's husband. I was taken aback, to say the least. Now I find myself at a crossroads, unsure of how to proceed. Should I inform my aunt about my discovery? Should I confront her husband directly? I understand that staying silent is an option, but it goes against my nature and my personal values. My intention is to handle this situation with care and thoughtfulness, taking into consideration my aunt's feelings, our family dynamics, and the potential impact on their relationship. I don't know whether they have a specific open arrangement or an understanding within their marriage, and I don't want to make assumptions or create unnecessary discomfort for anyone involved. But I also don't want my aunt to be in a position without informed consent if she's unaware of his actions. Tyler.
Hi, Tyler.
Hi.
Hi,
Tyler.
By the way, this is Hannah Berner,
Nice
our
to meet
special
you.
guest today.
Hi, Anna. So about a week after I wrote in, my aunt went on a 2-week vacation to Florida with her husband.
Her husband, your boyfriend.
No. And so I was like, okay, I'm not gonna ruin their vacation. Like, this is not a time to like blow it up. So I decided to like hold off. Well, what do you know? When they're in Florida, my aunt finds out on her own about this. She found Grindr on his phone. And so my sister messages me and she's like, our aunt found out about this. They're going to get a divorce and she wants you to block his number. I'm like, me? Like, what? Okay. So, of course, I just played, I was like, okay, well, I guess this is kind of off of my chest now without me having to do or say anything or implicate myself. But
now there's no separation. I think they've kind of swept it under the rug. And I feel still a little yucky about it. And so I think my question now is, well, do I share with her what I know? I mean, I receive pictures.
Yeah, I think you do. I think you do. That's your aunt, and your loyalty should be to your family. And she should know, because now they're not getting divorced. Now they're staying together while he's grinding on other men and like trying to hook up. I mean, it's shocking. And which, if she's fine with it, then fine. But he probably convinced her that it was like a one-time thing or blah, blah, blah. And I think you should tell her the truth. Absolutely.
Also, I feel like it's the kind of thing that after like 4 drinks at a family function, you're going to spill anyway. So you might as well do it in like an organized, correct fashion. Because I know myself, and it would be like on the tip of my tongue all the time. And I'd drop it at the worst point, and that would be real drama.
Yeah. So luckily we don't have that sort of family dynamic where we're all been doodling together. But yeah, I just, I hesitated because I'm like, well, do I reopen this wound? Maybe they hashed it out. Does she know the depth of it? And do I get involved?
Yeah, I know it's probably, listen, I always err on the side of telling people the truth, even if it's inconvenient and it's hard to hear. Like, I do it out of respect for people. Like, I think people deserve to know the full truth. And it actually seems like this opportunity has presented itself to you in a way that you should be telling the truth. Like it came up and you can easily say, like, listen, I know you guys, I heard from my sister that you guys were separating and then you were getting divorced. Or had you spoken to your aunt directly about it yet? Has she mentioned the divorce to you or no?
She's not mentioned anything to me. The only thing I've heard was from my sister, and then that was it. It's almost as if it never happened.
Well, and can I also clarify, do any of them know that you got these pictures from him? Or was it just like, and they don't know you know?
They know now, though. They all listen to Chelsea. They know
Everyone. No, they haven't. And you know what, 5 years ago, I probably would have been like, oh my God, guess what, everyone? But I've learned empathy and learned perspective.
But if you were her, what would you want?
That's a really great question. I feel like I would want someone to tell me, and without knowing what she knows now or how much she knows, right. I think I would still want it, but it also, I feel bad for her. It is an uncomfortable situation, and I don't want to embarrass her. I don't want to make her feel any worse about it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
Maybe they're having fun threesomes now. Like maybe it's enhanced their relationship.
Yeah, and that's and at first I was like, well, I don't know their situation. Maybe they're open and it's totally cool. But then I'm like, that's not, I live in Kentucky. That's not probably what my
No, because if she was going to divorce him right away, she obviously convinced her that it wasn't a thing or that he didn't do it or that it was a one-time thing. I think you should tell her. I think you should just say, listen, in light of everything that's happened, I know you and I haven't spoken directly, but I have to be honest with you because my loyalty is to you. This happened. This happened a couple weeks before you went on your vacation. I wrestled with telling you or not, and then I heard you were getting a divorce, and I figured, okay, there's no reason to tell you, and no judgment whatsoever if you know about it and you're okay with it, but I wanted you to know from me, this is what happened.
Yeah, no judgment. I love you. He probably was like, Grindr. I thought it was like a car appliance app.
Yeah, I know. Any woman can be convinced of anything when they want to be,
like powerful.
And part of me too, like I get the piece where, however old he is, having those feelings or being gay or being bisexual is just like out of the norm, I guess, or not right for people of his age. And so I get his perspective of like trying to be secretive and not share. And that part's wrong. The lying part is wrong. But I wanted to protect almost like the person, prevent outing him and creating a situation where he can't be his authentic self. And that's work he has to do, I know. But I've also been on the side of where someone's outing me or talking bad about me or calling me names. And so I'm trying to, proceed with caution, I guess. I just don't want anyone to be in a situation, my aunt or him, in terms of like his sexuality, if that's what it is, if it was experimenting, I don't know.
I get it. It's a sensitive issue. And listen, you're not outing him because first of all, now she already knows something's up. And I respect what you're saying. You don't want to out somebody, but this is a family member. The reason to do it is to be honest with her. You know what I mean? You don't want to keep a secret on behalf of this guy when it's your aunt. It's not like you're outing someone into the world and saying, oh, this person's a homosexual. You're saying to your aunt, this is what happened. This is what I know. I don't know that he's a homosexual, but clearly he sent me pictures. This happened. Like, you deserve to know this. And that's it. And if she doesn't, and if she's fine with it, then fine, then great. Yeah. Then they can carry on. But I think the truth is important.
Yeah. It is hard to be the catalyst, though, of drama, like feeling like it's your fault. But like, what if she ends up finding the love of her life after this, and he ends up finding the love of his life, and they live more authentic lives, and then you're the savior, and then you go to heaven.
And then Hannah, and then Hannah comes and makes a speech at your wedding.
Yeah, I've been thinking about heaven a lot lately, so.
Have you?
God is like, I changed the rules.
Yeah, I agree.
I feel like heaven's kind of gay, but anyway, that's another point.
Yeah, heaven does seem like it's definitely like there's a lot of gay people there.
Yeah.
After everything they've gone through on Earth, I mean, it
The
makes sense
aesthetic
that
is
they
gay,
go.
like sparkly and
Oh,
light.
it looks
The
good.
colors are
That's
good.
That too.
Angel wings, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of angel wings.
I agree. I think the right thing to do is to share and say, like you said, no judgment. I just want you to know the whole story and do what you want.
Yeah, I think, you have to prioritize like her bodily autonomy and being able to make choices for herself over, as Chelsea said, you're not outing him to the world, but over like basically outing him as like, no, he is actively seeking hookups in person to your aunt. But also, like, I think maybe that conversation is not like showing her what he sent you, but like just maybe verbal and saying like, hey, he did send explicit photos, etc.
Yeah.
Keep us posted.
yeah, definitely
He's
keep
like,
us posted.
I feel worse.
I want to hear about this one after this is all after the dust settles.
Yeah, I'll keep you updated. I will be very patient with her because I know it's a lot.
Yeah.
Chelsea, do you think this is like a letter? Do you think this is a phone call, in person? What do you think?
Where does she live? Right? And can you see her in person?
I can see her in person just about any time.
Yeah, I think you should do it in person.
Not a voice note.
Not a voice memo. No,
No.
definitely not.
Definitely not.
Or you could just DM her on Instagram. That's intimate.
Just message her husband on Grindr.
There you go. Actually, message them both together and just resend the pictures that he sent you on Grindr.
Oh God.
Does this look familiar? Does this dick look familiar?
And she's like, we don't have sex, so I wouldn't
He
know.
didn't know he was sending it to you, though, right? He didn't see your
No.
picture. He only. Oh, I see.
No.
Sloppy, very sloppy.
Sloppy behavior.
No.
Yeah.
He has a lot to learn.
But how can you hook up with someone on Grindr without seeing their photo of their face? You just send dick pics back and forth, and that's it.
Not me. I have to have a face. Like I want to see teeth. I want to see. But other people,
But you said you don't send your face, right?
I don't send my face on that. So I have two Grinders. One's just for me being nosy. That's just a blank profile. And the other, that's like I know. I kind
It's
of
like a Finsta. Like a Finsta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what's the point of a fake Grindr? Like,
For me, it's just like who's around. I don't like actively really message people, but just
Yeah.
to know who's
But finding out if your aunt's husbands are on it, that's a good enough
Listen.
reason.
I wonder how many of your aunt's husbands are on it. One. So for how many aunts do you have?
Oh my God.
Every aunt is shaking right now.
I will call in another episode and we'll go through my whole family if you want. Yeah.
Kentucky's crazy.
Oh my God. Grindr, by the way, is like the Wild West. So you don't know the half of what happens there. Or why.
No, I don't.
You need a little bit of the sex of Grindr, like a little bit of testosterone.
Yeah,
from
yeah,
Grindr.
yeah, I do. It sounds like I do.
Yeah.
Maybe I can get it from your uncle.
Yeah.
It's funny though, because I feel like a lesbian dating app would not just be sending like labia lips.
No,
that
no,
wouldn't work.
It would be like poetry. Or
No,
verse.
it's like,
Cat photos.
it's like nesting. I don't know if you've ever heard of the term nesting, but when a bunch of gays get together, it's fun and interesting. I'm not gonna say I hate it, but
I think Chelsea needs like a fake Grindr account so she can explore.
I think you should. You
I'll
might
do
see.
it. That actually would amuse me. I think. I'm not sure. I don't really like dick pics though.
Out of context, they're aggressive.
I don't really like to see pictures of penises. You know what I mean? Like I would rather just not see that.
She goes, I love it minus all the dicks. You're like, that's not gonna
so
work.
That's not gonna work for
Some of the
me.
funny parts. Well, Tyler, let us know what happens. I know you've got a couple of tough conversations ahead of you.
Yeah, I will. I'll keep you posted, and I'm sure all will go just as smoothly as we hope.
Thank you, Tyler.
Bye, Tyler.
Thank you. Bye. Good to see you.
Bye.
Oh, I'm stressed. I'm
That was a
sweating.
juicy one.
Yeah, that
Real,
was good.
a lot of layers. A lot of layers.
How cute.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV. But many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4 study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVPrepStudy.com. That's HIVPrepStudy.com.
All right, ladies, whether you're single, taken, or it's complicated, one thing's for sure, you deserve to feel amazing. And Pure Romance, the #1 sex toy brand, is here to make that happen. Flying solo, they've got everything you need for the ultimate night in. When times are stressful, you should be taking your self-care to the next level, and spending a night on your own is just the way to do it. In a couple, adding a toy or two is the best way to turn up the heat. Think vibes, enhancements, and surprises that will have you wondering why you didn't start sooner. Thruppling up, stock up. And right now, it's the perfect time to treat yourself. Use code Chelsea30 for 30% off your entire order. Yes, 30% off to bring some serious excitement into your life. So go to pureromance.com, use Chelsea30, and let's make this your hottest season yet. Pure Romance, because pleasure doesn't play. Save the date, prepare for chaos, and get ready for You're Cordially Invited, a hilarious new movie starring comedy icons Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon together on screen for the first time. It is written and directed by Nicholas Stoller of Forgetting Sarah Marshall and Neighbors. Find out what happens when 2 weddings are accidentally booked on the weekend at the same remote venue. In a laugh-out-loud battle of determination and grit, the father of the bride, played by Mr. Will Ferrell himself, and sister of the other bride, played by Reese Witherspoon, chaotically go head-to-head and will stop at nothing to pull off an unforgettable celebration for the ones they love. And if you think you've been to a wedding where crazy things happen, prepare for alligator attacks, sabotage, shipwrecks, cornhole, and all-star comedy cameos. Will the couples make it down the aisle? Will fire regulations be violated? Find out in this perfect blend of hijinks and heartstrings. It's time to RSVP for Ferrell versus Witherspoon in their new wedding comedy, You're Cordially Invited. Watch it now, only on Prime Video.
Well, our next caller is Cecilia. Dear Chelsea, I'm 25 years old, and I would say I'm a late bloomer in the romantic realm. I've never had a boyfriend. I went to a small high school where none of my friends really dated. Then for college, I majored in theater, so no straight men there. Then COVID hit my senior year, and I also have a life full of loving friends and family, so I think this has also caused me to not seek a romantic partner. I moved to a new city 2 years ago for a fabulous job and haven't quite found a circle of friends that give me the support I need. I started online dating about a year ago, and after maybe half a dozen first dates, I decided it wasn't for me. I have had 2 other situationships, as the Gen Z would say, in recent months, and they both happened similarly. Both were guys at work who I had a foundation with of sorts, and they pursued me. We'd go on fun dates, and they were obsessed with me, as they should be. And then once I really liked them and tried to define the relationship, they'd get all distant. It's frustrating that both of these guys pursued me and then let things fizzle once I had strong feelings for them. Needless to say, I need to stop dating men in the workplace, but it's also teaching me that being upfront with my feelings scares men away, which feels like the wrong takeaway. My therapist said I should let them initiate how they're feeling, but that feels like a cop-out. I feel like I have no skills in dating or handling a breakup, and I feel like I'm so late to the game, I don't even know where to start. Cecilia.
She's 25. She's 29. Hi, Cecilia.
Hi.
Oh, you're only 25 years old. You went in late to the game. Some people don't even have sex until they're 30.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's fair. I don't know. It's something that I feel like I've done other parts of my life that I'm like, oh, let's delve into finding a partner, especially like in the city I live in. I feel like I don't have a base. So like, I feel like having a partner would be nice.
What city do you live in?
Orlando.
Oh, okay.
Water parks. I like to say, as an elder, your early 20s is all just researching. It's not even dating. Call it researching. You're figuring out what you like, what you don't like, what makes you uncomfy. Because you're not trying to find a husband. You're just learning about yourself. And you don't really know that much about yourself in your early 20s either.
Yeah, and you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself. Why do you have put so much pressure on yourself to be in a relationship?
I guess maybe like a part of me puts pressure on myself. Like when I was writing in, I was putting pressure on myself, but like it's not like I'm actively focusing on that all the time. I think just a part of me like puts pressure on myself, but I put pressure on myself career wise and like other parts of my life for sure. But it's not like every day I'm waking up like, how do I solve this problem? I'm single. And, like, I'm not. It's like not an intense problem. It's just like I don't want to like be 30 and be like, oh, I forgot again to ever pursue anyone romantically. Like I just feel like I have to make that a part of my life if I ever want that.
I mean, relationships are hard, and it could seem with social media that like everyone's in a loving relationship, but I think it's like the hardest thing. And you know how when you make a friend, it's so easy and quick? That's kind of like what you're looking for in a guy, where it's like, we're not forcing it. I mess with you. There's not like, oh, it's not like homework. Like I have to study to be good at this. It's kind of like what we were talking about is don't worry about the men, worry about you. And then you'll be doing something you love, like skiing or something, and they'll find you, but you don't have to force it or research or like try too hard.
Yeah. I've picked up bouldering recently. That's been cool. But like, I don't know, I guess I feel like I should be actively trying at least a little bit.
But I think an oversight that many of us make is, or a miscalculation is like, don't underestimate the value of your relationship with yourself. When you are a whole person and you really invest in getting to know yourself, in being with yourself, in finding out what you do enjoy, like, okay, bouldering, great. You like that, right? All of those things are good. Like, it's very natural. Not everybody has boyfriends in their 20s. You know, like I had 2 boyfriends in my 20s in a decade. I'm not a relationship person. I have relationships and then I have to take long breaks in between those relationships because they fucking wear the shit out of me. And then in those times when I'm single are the best times of my life. So like, honestly, like you have to really build that relationship with yourself and get to know who you are and what, because sometimes in our 20s, like there's a lot of us looking around, and not sometimes, this is like a society now. We're always looking at what other people are doing. We're looking at social media. We're looking at other people. They're in relationships. I should do that. I should do that. Why? Who, you know what I mean? Like you can make an effort and you can make an effort. You're going to meet people naturally in your life as you go through your job, as you go through your social stuff and your hobbies. You are naturally going to meet people. If you want to put an effort in beyond that, then absolutely, then you do kind of have to do that dating thing, or you have to put yourself in situations where you're going to constantly be meeting new people. And there are other ways to do that without dating sites. And you can join, like a bouldering club, or you can join a tennis club, or you can join a pickleball club, or whatever the fuck you're into, and you can meet people that way and use that as like, okay, at least I'm actively putting myself out there. But I have to tell you, when I actively put myself out there is when it yields the least results.
That is so true.
I meet people when I'm not looking. That's always what has happened to me. Yeah. And I don't consider any of my relationships unsuccessful because they didn't work out. They were just parts of the things that built me up into who I am today and makes me understand myself even more. Now I know, like, I have zero tolerance for any bullshit. I have to be completely attracted or into someone to give you the time of day. Like, I just don't have that kind of like young attitude about it anymore because my time with myself is so valuable. Anthropocene, that was a word of the day. It was called the pleasure of being alone, the pleasure of enjoying your solitude. Anthropony, I think is what it was. Anyway, I was like, oh, that's how I feel. Like I love my alone time. So listen, it doesn't really, we're not giving you like a concrete answer here, but I would say just lay off of it for a little bit. Don't even think about it for a couple of months and revisit it. So you can just kind of get refocused and recalibrate on yourself and then come at it and with a fresher perspective. If you're done with the dating sites for now, then give it a break and come back to it in a couple of months or whatever you feel like it. I wouldn't put so much pressure on yourself to meet somebody.
Ooh, that was amazing. Take fucking notes. That was heavy. But it's also, I feel like we're trying to say, like, we're kind of proud of you that you've invested in yourself, because sometimes you'll only try to date people and you're just like doing whatever they like. And yeah, do some apps, throw yourself on some dates. But we're being honest, you're not missing that much. Early 20s, guys are confused. They don't even know how to finger you. Like, you're confused. So like, you're not missing anything crazy. And by the time you're like 30 and you're that bitch, then you're going to level up and meet someone at that level with you. But that comes in investing in yourself.
Yeah. Then you really have something to offer somebody up. When you really have put the work into yourself and you are comfortable in your own skin and know who you are, then you really are a catch. Not to say you're not one now, but it's only going to get better for you. So the more time you can spend by yourself, getting to realize who you are, becoming a self-actualized person is going to yield much better results and much better people that are complementary to you and that are well suited for you. Because sometimes when we come from a place of like, oh, well, I guess I should be doing this, you're not really looking for the right things in a person.
And if you get married one day, you have the whole rest of your life that you can be like, oh, I miss when I was early 20s and I could just hang out with the girls.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I would say too, like you moved to this new city 2 years ago, you know, you're kind of established there, but you haven't developed that friend group. And that's one of the best ways to like meet a romantic interest is through friends. So if you're going to pour effort into anything, maybe pour your effort into like building a base of friendships and dating to find a group of friends, you know?
And I love bouldering. That's cool. I mean, I've never done it, but I want to. It sounds fun.
It's just easy to pick up if that's something you're interested in. Like,
what is bouldering? Rock climbing?
Yeah, but it's like rock climbing, but it's strategic. So there's like different colors and like you're not like strapped into anything. It's not that kind of rock climbing. It's only like 10 feet off the
like a spider monkey.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to Google spider monkey later. It sounds like some sort of semen applicant, like something to do with semen. Was that helpful to you at all?
Yeah, I guess I just kind of have spent the past couple years building on myself and working on myself and not being invested in finding a romantic partner. So I kind of thought maybe now that I'm so established here in my career and my friends here are like, okay, but like my friends and family back home, like I'm so secure in that like I thought this would be like a good time in my life to kind of like branch out. But we're saying like, no, keep focusing on like myself and like kind of go from there.
No, I mean, you can branch out. You can do both things. But I'm just saying in the interim time where like, if you don't want to put the effort into the dating sites, then you don't have to do that. There's no limit or time frame where you have to be with somebody. I understand the desire, but nothing bad is going to come from you spending time alone and getting to know yourself even more. 2 years is great. So maybe it's another 6 months. You'll know when you have like a real hankering, and you'll definitely know when you meet someone and there's a spark. And that could happen also. Just
takes
randomly.
1 second.
Yeah.
It takes one person.
Yeah.
Are you on the apps?
No.
She's over them.
Oh, you're over.
That's what I'm saying is I'm not really trying. So that's like kind of where I'm at right now.
We're kind of saying don't feel bad about where you are. It's great. And I would re-download the app. So you're like doing your own thing and force yourself to go on like a date every couple weeks and see what happens.
So I don't really go on the apps because I've done that before and I've never had a dating app where I've been like, that was so fun. Even though we didn't have a connection, that was great. So I'm like, like go to the movies by myself, like take myself out to dinner. Like I'd rather do that than do that with somebody.
Also, like, let the friends that you do have know, like, hey, do you know anybody? Put it out there that you're interested in meeting someone. And, like, things will percolate. People will start thinking about who they know and who they might hook you up with. Well, Cecilia, keep us posted on what you do decide to do. If you decide to, like, work on friendships, if you decide to try out the apps again.
Yeah, for sure.
And who knows, maybe we'll run into somebody on this podcast and we can set you up with them. We just have to find someone who lives in Orlando.
Perfect. Yes. Keep me posted.
Have you heard of Ron DeSantis? Would you like to go on a date with him?
Oh, Kelsey, no, please.
Zaddy.
Too soon. All right, Cecilia. Good luck.
Bye. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye. We didn't really help Cecilia.
I know, she's bummed.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't really want to do anything about it. So it's like, I don't know. What are we supposed to just bring someone out of thin air and place her in his custody?
Finding a friend group and like solidifying those relationships, I think is number one for her. Because she's been there for 2 years. Like she hasn't been there for 2 months and doesn't have friends. She's been there for 2 years. Don't you feel like that's the next move?
Making friends as an adult could be so hard though.
But she did say in her letter, she said she didn't have a friend group. But then when we were talking, she said she had some friends.
But
she was saying it from home. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Orlando, it just sounds so bleak. As soon as she said Orlando, it's like, well, then first you have to leave Florida and then we can talk about what's going to happen. Orlando, like, ugh.
I know, it's tricky.
Oh, God. That's why I said water parks. I was trying to be positive.
I know, but are those positive?
No, everyone
talk
pees
about
in
semen.
it. Yeah, semen.
What's that word that you guys just said? The monkey.
Spider monkey.
Spider monkey sounds like you would find that at a water
That's
park.
like once he comes, that's what it looks like on my body.
Oh no. Vanessa Gonzalez, who opens for me on my tour,
I love
she
Vanessa.
talks about men coming, and it's so disenchanting.
Yeah, it's always
It's
more just
embarrassing.
like a
It's
dribble.
embarrassing.
Yeah, I'm
Men's
embarrassed for
faces
them.
when they come is embarrassing. You have to
No.
look away or just shut your eyes.
How do we get here?
I don't know. Spider monkeys. Okay, we're going to take a quick break.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV. But many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4 study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVPrepStudy.com. That's HIVPrepStudy.com.
All right, ladies, whether you're single, taken, or it's complicated, one thing's for sure, you deserve to feel amazing. And Pure Romance, the #1 sex toy brand, is here to make that happen. Flying solo, they've got everything you need for the ultimate night in. When times are stressful, you should be taking your self-care to the next level, and spending a night on your own is just the way to do it. In a couple, adding a toy or two is the best way to turn up the heat. Think vibes, enhancements, and surprises that will have you wondering why you didn't start sooner. Thruppling up, stock up. And right now, it's the perfect time to treat yourself. Use code Chelsea30 for 30% off your entire order. Yes, 30% off to bring some serious excitement into your life. So go to pureromance.com, use Chelsea30, and let's make this your hottest season yet. Pure Romance, because pleasure doesn't play. Save the date, prepare for chaos, and get ready for You're Cordially Invited, a hilarious new movie starring comedy icons Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon together on screen for the first time. It is written and directed by Nicholas Stoller of Forgetting Sarah Marshall and Neighbors. Find out what happens when 2 weddings are accidentally booked on the weekend at the same remote venue. In a laugh-out-loud battle of determination and grit, the father of the bride, played by Mr. Will Ferrell himself, and sister of the other bride, played by Reese Witherspoon, chaotically go head-to-head and will stop at nothing to pull off an unforgettable celebration for the ones they love. And if you think you've been to a wedding where crazy things happen, prepare for alligator attacks, sabotage, shipwrecks, cornhole, and all-star comedy cameos. Will the couples make it down the aisle? Will fire regulations be violated? Find out in this perfect blend of hijinks and heartstrings. It's time to RSVP for Ferrell versus Witherspoon in their new wedding comedy, You're Cordially Invited. Watch it now, only on Prime Video. We're back. We're back with Hannah Berner.
We're back. I do have a little quickie. This is from Caitlin. Dear Chelsea, I think I seriously need my ass kicked, ladies, and I figured you'd be the best ones to do it. I've been with my boyfriend for about 15 months, and we're absolutely in love. He's amazing.
Great.
Everything I've always wanted. I've waited a long time for him. She's 55.
Oh.
However, I find myself being hung up on the fact that I make more money than him, like substantially more. I've never been in this situation before, but I'm not so sure how to handle what I'm feeling. When we go out, he drives and pays, etc. But when we take it to the next level and live together, I fear there will be resentment on my part because I'll surely be covering more of our living expenses. Chelsea, I'm sure you've been in relationships with men that make less money than you. How did you handle it? Please help me get over myself. Caitlin.
First of all, men have been paying for us for fucking years. So get over yourself, Caitlin. Who gives a shit about money? Be happy that you're in a happy relationship with somebody that you're attracted to, that you want to fuck and that you want to live with. Who cares about who makes more money? That I don't care. I don't have any resentment. It's sometimes not hot if someone's broke, but as long as someone can like pay their fair share of something and you make more money, then you help out a little bit more. That's what a relationship is.
Rich guys sometimes are the worst.
Oh God. Yeah. You don't want, first of all, no, this is very sexist. You know, to think that because
protect men, Chelsea.
I know I would never. I hardly ever defend men, but I have to say, in defense of men in this one, like you have everything you want, and you're hung up on how much money you make. What if every man who supported every woman said that? Yeah. That's just silly. That's silliness, and that's old thinking, and you've been shaped by your society.
And I'd rather be with a guy who loves his job and loves life and makes me feel good about myself than a guy who's. What, you want him a stockbroker that's like gone all the time and cheating on you?
Boyfriend sits on the couch. She doesn't even want to work anymore, and she loves him. She
We're
married
tired of
him.
I love because I want to create a good life for us, and if that involves like me living my dream and me making money,
Yeah.
we're all happy. You don't need finances from him. That's where you work, and he can never control you with finances.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh,
Thank your lucky stars. Thank you. You're welcome. Problem
right.
solved. Good night.
Kick your ass.
Hannah, this was a delight. You're
Oh
a
my
delight.
God, this was so much fun.
You guys want to go see Hannah on tour? You can go to her website, hannahburner.com. She's touring all over the country. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you can listen to her podcast, Burner Phone and Giggly Squad. Thank you, Hannah Burner.
Thank you, Chelsea Handler.
Thank you for being here. Okay.
Chelsea, do you have some new dates for us?
Oh, you know I do. You know I do. I have we added lots of Canadian cities. Canadians, I'm coming. We added about 15 new tour dates. I'm coming to Denver again, Salt Lake City, Vancouver, Richmond, Virginia, Santa Rosa, California, Gary, Indiana, Baltimore, Verona, New York, and about 7 dates in Canada. So go to chelseahandler.com. I am performing everywhere. I will be on tour for the rest of the year and through December. And then next year, I'm going to be touring all year. So come and get it, you guys. It's good times, and it's a very much needed reprieve from all the fucking madness that's going on in this world. So I'm here to bring joy and sunshine.
Do you have a holiday themed question for Chelsea? Please send us all the questions that you need answered about crazy family get-togethers, arguing over which cranberry sauce recipe to use, and all your holiday drama. Just send your questions to dearchelseapodcast@gmail.com. Dear Chelsea is edited and engineered by Brad Dickert, executive producer Catherine Law. And be sure to check out our merch at chelseahandler.com.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV, but many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4M study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVprepstudy.com. That's HIVprepstudy.com.
Hello, it's Chelsea Handler. Let's be honest. Feeling good should be part of your daily routine, and that includes your sex life. Pure Romance is the #1 sex toy brand, making pleasure fun, fresh, and makes your time in the bedroom literally the best ever. Pure Romance has got everything you need, whether you're flying solo, with a partner, or even thruppling up. Enjoy 30% off with the code Chelsea30. Go grab something that makes you feel amazing at pureromance.com. You can thank me later.
Hey, it's Ryan Seacrest for Albertsons and Safeway. February is the month of love, and while you're spending time showing love to your family and friends, make sure you show yourself some love too. Now through February 25th, shop in-store and online and save on self-love items from Dove, like Dove Cucumber and Green Tea Body Wash, Dove Deep Moisture Nourishing Body Wash, Dove Antiperspirant, Dove Shampoos, and Dove Conditioners. Offer ends February 25th. Offers may vary. Restrictions apply. Visit Albertsons or Safeway.com for more details.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV, but many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4M study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVprepstudy.com. That's HIVprepstudy.com.
Hello, it's Chelsea Handler. Let's be honest. Feeling good should be part of your daily routine, and that includes your sex life. Pure Romance is the #1 sex toy brand, making pleasure fun, fresh, and makes your time in the bedroom literally the best ever. Pure Romance has got everything you need, whether you're flying solo, with a partner, or even thruppling up. Enjoy 30% off with the code Chelsea30. Go grab something that makes you feel amazing at pureromance.com. You can thank me later. Save the date for You're Cordially Invited, a hilarious new wedding comedy starring Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon. Chaos ensues when 2 weddings are accidentally booked on the same weekend at the same venue. Uh-oh. Will Ferrell plays the father of the bride, and Reese Witherspoon is the sister of the other bride, and they go head-to-head to make sure the ones they love get their special day. Together on screen for the first time ever is Farrell versus Witherspoon. Chaos, comedy, and alligator wrestling await you, and you're cordially invited. Watch it now, only on Prime Video.
Hi there, Catherine.
Oh, hey, Chelsea.
Hi. Jam-packed couple of days. I'm in New York City today.
Yet again.
Yes, I have a Jew event that I have to go to today. What did I do yesterday? I had a lot of exciting things happen.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of exciting things. I landed in New York yesterday, and I saw about 16 different friends in one fell swoop. I saw so many people in one day that I didn't even get into my hotel room until 10 o'clock at night for the first time, and then I left again. Yeah, and I went on a date. That was cute.
Oh.
And then, I went to my knee surgeon so he could give me the thumbs up for skiing, because I'm heading to Whistler soon and I'm doing all my Canadian dates there. So if you're Canadian, make sure you go to chelseahandler.com, because I'm coming to a city near you over winter. I have all my Canadian dates set up from January to March. So I'm very excited about that. And I just announced Australia too. I'm coming to Australia, you guys, in July. So I think I have about 5 or 6 shows there. Anyway, but I have this little thing on my knee for my surgery that it's not, the swelling isn't going down on one of the incision sites. So it looks almost like a wart. So I went into my doctor this morning and I was like, you need to fucking cut this off. What is this? And he's like, oh, well, that looks like fluid. So I went down to have them drain it. They're like, that's not fluid. It's like scar tissue. And I'm like, no. You have to remove my leg.
Full amputation.
I can't have this. I'm single. I'm trying to hook up.
Yeah.
I can't have a fucking wart on my knee.
No.
So I'm probably going to have to sue him. I'm not in any lawsuits right now, so I don't see why I shouldn't start one.
I mean, you have to have one going at all times, right?
Well, my father was very litigious, and I picked up a lot of that. And the last lawsuit I won. That was very satisfying.
That's encouraging.
I've been in 2 lawsuits. One was short claims court or whatever, small claims court.
Mm-hmm.
Short claims. Small claims court. I sued them once for an outfit they ruined during dry cleaning, and I won $140. I was 22, so I felt very vindicated at that point in my life. And this was my second lawsuit, and I won that too, and I won a lot more than $140.
Well, that's fantastic. I mean, personally, I wouldn't continue to roll the dice if I had a winning streak or 2 for 2.
I know. I should probably. Well, the 3 is a really lucky number. That's where I really cash out. Have you ever read the book Tomorrow?
It's literally on my nightstand right now. I almost started it this weekend, but I didn't.
Yeah, so many people have told me to read this book, and I'm reading it, and everyone keeps saying, oh, I go, isn't it about gaming? And they're like, it is about gaming, but it's not about gaming.
Yeah.
But it's all about gaming. The whole book is about gaming.
See, I love that, though.
So I'm waiting for the story that's not about gaming to happen, but I mean, I'm still reading about gaming, and it's a slow read for me. Oh, you know what everybody has to watch if they haven't watched American Symphony? They have to watch American Symphony. That is fucking amazing. And it's a documentary on John Batiste and his wife. And she wrote that book, Between Two Kingdoms. Have you read that book, Catherine?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, that's a great book too. It's all about her journey of being sick. And she was diagnosed with leukemia when she was 22. And her whole life has just basically been one transplant after another, after another. But it's pretty incredible.
Yeah. You know what, Chelsea? I thought of you when I read this book. I just finished The Island of the Sea Women. It came out a few years ago. Have you read this?
No, I haven't. What is that?
It is fascinating. It's about this matriarchal society in South Korea and these women who dive to go get seafood, various different seafoods. And because they're the ones who dive, they're the ones with the money, and the men stay home with the kids. But it is a fascinating history of South Korea and about these women, and some of them are even still alive and continue to dive to this day in modern times. It's fantastic. I will bring you my copy next week if you want to read it. It's
okay.
Really
Yeah.
good.
I would love that.
You would like it.
I like any society that's all women.
Yeah, it's historical fiction, so it gets very, very dramatic. A lot of shit happens.
Oh, okay. I like historical fiction too. I didn't used to, but I've started to warm up to it.
Yeah.
I love history. I'm turning into one of those older people that just loves history. I can't get enough of it.
Yeah.
The other day I was looking up, how Pearl Harbor kind of was the reason that America ended up getting into World War II, but they were having their own war, the Pacific War in Japan, but Japan had allied with Italy and Germany. Because I was my friend's why was Japan involved in World War II? And I'm I feel like I know the answer to this, but I don't. And so I had to do a deep dive. And so I do love it. It's something that actually I can really focus on is history.
Yeah. I feel like history is basically just really good gossip about world events. It's stuff that we continue to talk about, and it's juicy and it's interesting and kind of wild.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna start looking at history as gossip now.
Yeah.
I was hoping that was my one reprieve from gossip because
I know, right?
that seems to take up a lot of my time also.
Especially when you see 16 friends in one day.
People fucking love gossiping, right?
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so who do we have on deck today? What's our story?
Actually, today we're talking with Esther Perel, and she is on the line.
Yeah, good morning, Esther. How are you?
Hello, I'm fine. How are you?
Oh, it's a pleasure to be speaking with you this morning. This is Catherine. She's our producer.
Hello, Catherine.
Hi there.
So exciting. Okay, so, well, everybody knows you. You're a very famous psychotherapist who deals with couples therapy, sex lives, sex between couples, breakdowns between couples, and you are the author of Mating in Captivity, which is a huge, huge success, which a lot of people who are listening to this podcast have read, as well as The State of Affairs. So I know that you are launching a course on conflict, which is called Turning Conflict into Connection. So let's discuss that, conflict and connection.
Which one are you better at?
I'm really good at conflict. I'm very good at conflict. You know what? Actually, it's very funny you mentioned that because I have had trouble making connection in the past few months of my life. I thought this would be the time for me to be like blossoming and meeting someone. So there hasn't been a ton of conflict, but there also hasn't been a ton of connection.
What kind of conflict person are you? What's your style?
Well, I've been to therapy, so I've nipped my shortcomings in the bud, so to speak. I'm not as crazy or scary, I should say, as I used to be. I'm much more, but I did do tame, and I understand how to speak about things, and I understand that defensiveness is not really a winning argument, But yes, I've experienced conflict in my relationships, as everybody has, and I feel like I've gotten much better at resolving conflict. But you need two participants that are very good at resolving conflict, is what I've learned.
I think the first thing you said that I want to highlight is that conflict is intrinsic to relationships. It's not that this is part and parcel of it. We disagree, we argue, we fight, and sometimes conflict is actually very helpful to redress a wrong, to create a different level of engagement, to feel more emboldened to ask for what one wants. I mean, there's a lot of good juice in conflict. But then there is also a whole other way that people sometimes get trapped into their arguments and their bickering. And there's a range, right? Conflict is a word that's like an umbrella. Underneath it are multiple tentacles of how we fight, we disagree, we argue, we bicker, we do slow, low intensity warfare or high intensity warfare. But generally, what people want is how do we fight better? But this doesn't mean resolve things, but it's how do we not devolve? How do we not fall prey to the traps and the defeating strategies that we often have when we fight? Like, how do we not bring up everything in the relationship all at once when we are arguing about one thing? How do we not go totalistic and it becomes you always and you never? How do we, take responsibility and not feel like if I give in an inch, I lost my whole sense of pride and my whole identity? How do we decide what's wise not to say, even if we are right? That there's a difference between being right and being wise. It's all of that. And in these days, especially where we often have become quite conflict avoidant, it's like, I don't want to talk to you. I have nothing. We disagree, therefore you're out of my life kind of thing. We really could use sharpening our social skills for how to be together. To deal with fighting is not about fighting. It's about actually how to relate and how to connect.
Obviously, the biggest roadblock for relationships is communication, right? I mean, that's pretty much all roads lead to that. Would you agree with that, or what do you think?
I think that communication is a word that we often use to say, how do I tell you what I need, think, feel? How do I get through to you? How I get you to acquiesce with me? How do I get you to understand me, to validate me, to relate to me? It's okay. It's the buzzwords under which a lot is subsumed, which is fine. I prefer to think about relating. I asked a question recently that became it's the favorite of mine for the last 2 weeks. You get a question and you try it out in many spaces. Did you grow up playing freely on the street?
I did, yes.
An enormous amount of people no longer do that. And what you got when you played freely on the street, and I asked this in 4 different countries where I've been touring, is that you had unscripted, unmonitored, unchoreographed social interaction. You practiced social negotiation. You played, you fought, you made rules, you broke rules, you competed, you were jealous, you made friends. This whole thing allowed you to learn how to relate and to develop social skills. When we say we don't communicate, it's not true. We communicate all the time. We communicate with silence, we communicate with lift eyebrows, we communicate with smirks, we communicate with moving our head away, we communicate by arguing back, we communicate. We're just not communicating in a way that connects us. So when people say we don't communicate, what they're saying is we're not connecting. We're fighting. We are apart. We are experiencing each other as enemies. We are saying things as if we don't care about the person that we're saying it to, when in fact it's the person that we need for dear life. We communicate non-stop, but some of our communication creates productive interactions, and some of our communication is destructive or defeating or disrupting.
So in the course, you talk about that. You talk about constructive versus destructive conflict. So can you give us an example of the two?
Which one shall I start with?
The negative, I think.
Because we are very, very creative in our negative ways of how we fight. I mean, here are sure bets to torpedo your relationship, to undermine it, right? So we just went through one, I'll just name it. It's called kitchen sinking, right? We're arguing about whatever, you didn't water the plants, or I asked you to do something and you didn't do it, or I forgot one more time, whatever. But in the course of this argument, we are putting in 10 years of a relationship, and we pile up all the dirty dishes. And in fact, you can't wash a single dish when you've got them all piled up on top of each other. Or I disqualify everything you say. You can give me 10 things, and all these things I actually have no problem with, but I'll argue with the one thing that that I can disagree with you on. Like seriously, that becomes really of biblical proportion. Basically looking for evidence that reinforces my belief. I fundamentally think you don't care about me, and everything that I bring up are proofs that I am right, even if it's the thing I want to feel the least. I mean, the last thing I want to believe is that you don't care about me, but I'm going to prove you that you don't care about me. And it's so twisted. I'm also going to, of course, think that when I was late, it's because there was traffic. But when you are late, it's because you are really not attentive and not responsible. Mine is circumstantial. Yours is characterological. Those are some of the classic negatives. We escalate. I say something, you bring up something else that is bigger than mine, and then I say, yeah, you really want to talk about it? Let me remind you this one, and in the end, we both are completely polarized and lonely in our corners, and where's the relationship? But it's productive. I'm really pissed, and I want to tell you why. And you tell it, and you don't go cursing the person, and you never, and you go totalistic in your categorical thinking. You stick to the point. You express your anger, your discontent, your disbelief, your fury. Doesn't matter. It's okay. And then you say what you have to say. And now you shut up and you listen for a minute. And hopefully on the other side, there's someone who either says, I get it why you're so pissed, or it's really hard for me to hear how pissed you are because it was really not my intention. That's absolutely not what I thought about this. Or you have a point. This is true. I have a person earlier today says to me, and he says, I really want us to be close. I want us to do things. I want us to go out. And then he says, you're not there. And then she says, give me an example. That's like the killer one. Give me an example, because the first thing you're going to do with the example is shut it down, right? So he gives examples. And so, of course, she argues with every example. And she tries to say, and basically he says, but you're there for all your friends, and you're just not there. And basically I said to her, it's like, but you agree with him. Why don't you just tell him, you're right. for some reason, I have an energy for my friends I don't have for you. And I'm sorry. I get it why it's upsetting to you. And honestly, it's upsetting to me too, because I actually don't understand why I have zero energy to bring into our relationship. That makes a conversation very short, rather than arguing with every example that he gave to prove to him that he shouldn't feel lonely because she's really present. She's not.
But so then what's the next step once somebody like admits something like that? Like, you're right, I don't have the energy for you that I have for my girlfriends. Then what?
And I don't know why. And I completely can see why that's upsetting to you. And you know what? It's upsetting to me too, because I don't understand it and I don't like it. And I don't know what to do about it, but I'm gonna take it seriously. I'm sorry. That's the beginning. Is you acknowledge a shared reality. Then what? Then you often go from the anger to the sadness, to the longing, to the yearning, to the loss.
Which is a nicer place to be to start a conversation. Absolutely. Okay, so talk about explosive versus implosives.
So imagine explosives is I'm one, when I get in there, my volume goes up, and if you don't answer, my volume goes up a little more, and I'm living with someone who, the higher I go, the quieter they go. And they think that because they're quiet, at some point, quiet people sometimes think if I don't say anything, at some point she will stop. But of course, she or whoever that person is doesn't necessarily stop, because if you don't answer, then I feel like I'm talking to the wind, and then I just become more and more vociferous because there is no container. Whereas if you just said to me, I get it, I hear you, something, then I know my point has crossed the bridge and has arrived on the other side of the river, So what you have is people who are fighters, people who are more into flight. And sometimes you have a dynamic where you have one fight, one flight. And it goes like this. So there's 3 primary choreographies. These are just ways of organizing what we see, and so that we can enter, it's like, what's the theater of this argument? How do these people get stuck? What do they say and what do they do to each other, and what are they not saying or doing that would make it better for them when they go into this cycle of conflict?
And do you meet with people a lot where you feel like this must have happened? I don't know if this is a frequent thing, where you feel like one of the partners is just unable to do the work or to be able to hear the other person, and that you found the situation hopeless? Or do you feel like there's always a kernel of something you can deliver to them to help them engage?
I'll do my best. And sometimes I think not yet, or not today. I'm thinking of an episode in the podcast in Where Should We Begin, where they have vicious fights. So they both explode. When she asks him to do something, he instantly hears his dad giving him orders. When he doesn't do what she asked, she instantly experiences, once again, I'm going to be all alone. I took care of everybody in my family growing up, and this puts me right back there again. It's all on me. And so the first thing you do that you hope people can transition with you is, instead of what is it that you're fighting about, like the cat litter in their case, it's what is it that you're fighting for, which in her case is I'm fighting not to be all alone. In his case is I'm fighting not to be dismissed by my father. I was going to put an adjective, but I won't. And what I ended up doing with them, it was really, you try anything you can when you've got this crescendo going. I just said at one point, can I just ask you something? Would you please both lie flat on the floor and continue the argument? Now, there's something about when we fight, we are mammals. We are upright, our shoulders go up, our neck goes in, our claws come out, But if you lie flat on the floor, it's kind of hard to continue. So you go into the body, you try through the instrument of the body to say, let's see if I can get you unglued from these inevitable corners where you find yourself. On occasion, somebody says, I'm not lying down, or this is ridiculous, or what's that going to do, or why shall I, or why me, why you keep pointing your finger at me. And then you come back the next time and you say, this is not about pointing a finger at you, but you don't want to live like this. You wouldn't be here. Of course, I understand couples therapy is sometimes a drop-off center, right? You bring your partner to get fixed, and you say, I'm an expert and I can help you if you need my input.
Totally. It's like, I've been to therapy. Let me show you the way.
Exactly.
That never works either. Okay, we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back and take some callers.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV. But many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4 study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVprepstudy.com. That's HIVprepstudy.com.
All right, ladies, whether you're single, taken, or it's complicated, one thing's for sure, you deserve to feel amazing. And Pure Romance, the #1 sex toy brand, is here to make that happen. Flying solo, they've got everything you need for the ultimate night in. When times are stressful, you should be taking your self-care to the next level, and spending a night on your own is just the way to do it. In a couple, adding a toy or two is the best way to turn up the heat. Think vibes, enhancements, and surprises that will have you wondering why you didn't start sooner. Thruppling up, stock up. And right now, it's the perfect time to treat yourself. Use code Chelsea30 for 30% off your entire order. Yes, 30% off to bring some serious excitement into your life. So go to pureromance.com, use Chelsea30, and let's make this your hottest season yet. Pure Romance, because pleasure doesn't play.
Save the date, prepare for chaos, and get ready for You're Cordially Invited, a hilarious new movie starring comedy icons Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon together on screen for the first time. It is written and directed by Nicholas Stoller of Forgetting Sarah Marshall and Neighbors. Find out what happens when 2 weddings are accidentally booked on the weekend at the same remote venue. In a laugh-out-loud battle of determination and grit, the father of the bride, played by Mr. Will Ferrell himself, and sister of the other bride, played by Reese Witherspoon, chaotically go head-to-head and will stop at nothing to pull off an unforgettable celebration for the ones they love. And if you think you've been to a wedding where crazy things happen, prepare for alligator attacks, sabotage, shipwrecks, cornhole, and all-star comedy cameos. Will the couples make it down the aisle? Will fire regulations be violated? Find out in this perfect blend of hijinks and heartstrings. It's time to RSVP for Ferrell versus Witherspoon in their new wedding comedy, You're Cordially Invited. Watch it now, only on Prime Video.
And we're back. I was just thinking about the pressure it must, I mean, obviously this is your chosen career and you're very successful at it, but the pressure that you must feel with couples coming in, because I know I've been to couples therapy and I was like, all right, it's on you. If you can save this relationship, great, but this is your responsibility now. I mean, the pressure you must feel, it must be immense.
So the first thing I want to tell you, Chelsea, is I've met you before. Like, I know this entrance point. And the first thought that comes to mind is I cannot want this more than you need to want it yourself, because it's not my relationship. I cannot take this on where I care more about what's going to happen to the two of you than you. So I care a ton, but I am disempowered if I care more than the person whose own relationship is at stake. I feel a tremendous sense of responsibility. I also think that often people come past due date. And, you know, it depends what goodwill is left, how much people really want this to change. If they just want to be right, then there's a good chance that they will be right and alone.
Right. And from there, let's transition into callers. Our first question is not really about conflict, but Crystal is our email sender today. Dear Chelsea, when I was 37, I was diagnosed with breast cancer and had to go through all of it all at once, freezing my eggs, double mastectomy, and chemo. 2 years later, and I'm on the other side of it, cancer-free and finally feeling ready to date and have sex again. Here's the thing. I had reconstructive surgery shortly after I was diagnosed. My new boobs look perfectly fine. They aren't in 10 and 2 positions or anything, but they're pretty hard and there are spots I can feel the crinkle of the implants. When I asked my surgeon if they were ever going to feel any better, she explained they're never going to fully feel like real boobs since my milk ducts and fat tissue are gone. It's just the bags in there. It was upsetting to wrap my head around, but it is what it is. I guess I should be thankful that I still have my nipples. Here are my questions. Now that I'm about to start dating again, should I tell a guy about my boobs if I want to have sex with him? Do I not say anything because it's a heavy, awkward conversation and frankly, a turnoff? If I don't say anything, I'm worried I'll be super self-conscious during sex and be caught up studying his reaction. Also, how do I mentally prepare myself in case some guy says something insensitive or has a less than desirable reaction? How do I reframe this very deep insecurity for myself? Thanks for all you do, Crystal.
Okay, Esther, why don't you go first since you're the professional?
So I'll just tell you what came up for me as I'm listening to you, Crystal, is that you are a 37-year-old woman who has just gone through a huge experience, and you have gone through something that most of us do not know. And you're coming out on the other side, and you want to re-engage with life, and you want to reconnect with the erotic force inside of you, and that is absolutely beautiful. And you are a woman with a whole body and all kinds of other organs, and your biggest organ is your skin, and you're focusing on one thing, your boobs. If you had herpes, it would be a different story. It would affect the other person. In this case, this is yours. And as you get to know the person you're dating, at some point you'd start to talk about what have been some important experiences in your life. And you'll probably end up talking about, I had cancer very young, and this is what happened to me. And part of that, and how do you feel today? Well, one thing that I have is this, but I am alive and I am healthy, and all of that precedes. And that's where you will draw your sense of strength and your resilience and your confidence rather than just focusing on the insecurity. It may not necessarily be a turn off. You don't know if you find somebody for whom that's your breasts are their fetish or what. Mm-hmm. But bring the rest of who you are to the experience. And at some point, when you feel more comfortable, when you feel a little more trusting, when you've heard a little bit the reactions about other things, then you just say, and then you ask, how does that information land on you? Lead it. Don't be too scared. Most of the time, the people won't know what to say. So if you hold the conversation and you lead it with confidence, you will feel so empowered, actually. What is it like for you that this is a situation? Is that even important to you? You can be a wonderful lover, regardless of what happens to your breasts. And that's what really matters, is what you end up experiencing together with this person. If they end up focusing just on that, you're probably at the wrong address.
Yeah. And also, I would like to say additionally, there are so many things as a woman that I get turned off by from men if I'm on a date or whatever. And when you really like someone, that all flies away anyway. It doesn't matter. Every woman has something they're insecure about anyway. You're just focusing on that because that is your issue right now. But what Esther said is so much more important and valuable. You're alive, you're healthy, you're ready to mingle. You want to have some action, like you want to be in love and be in a relationship. That's more important than a couple of lumps or bumps or whatever you feel like isn't perfect about your breast. Every woman has a body part that they're not happy about. Eventually you just have to get over it and realize what your attributes are, or what the best things about you are that you love, and then that comes across too. So yeah, get out there, sister.
Yeah. And I think, Esther, I'm so glad you brought up, like, that might be somebody's like fetish, or, some guys are like, that's what they love. They love fake boobs. So they're like very into that.
Or they might be an ass man. Who knows? Yeah, they might not care about boobs at all. So It's like you're worrying about something that you're creating a worry that you don't have to. You go out there and be your lovely, beautiful self. Everybody has a little thing that they don't like. So you're not alone in that. Yeah. And the more important thing is that you're healthy and you're able to go on dates.
I think the concern is real. I understand the question, and I really appreciate you asking the question. Because you're just coming out, and there is this kind of, who am I now? And there is a sense that this is not the body that you knew. But you will find yourself more at ease inside your own skin as you date people, and hopefully you date mature people for whom what matters is what is created between the two of you, not what hangs on you.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. What would you say is the right sort of timing to bring this up? Is it Obviously it's not while you're like walking in the front door making out, but is it early on? Is it after you've kind of gotten to know the person? Is it maybe after you've even had sex once?
I don't think there's a rule on these things, but
Sure.
I think that what you want is a broader conversation. The conversation is, it can be, have you ever had transformative experiences? Have you ever been close to death? Have you ever felt physically vulnerable? Have you known fear? Have you known, there's other questions that are broad questions, and then you bring that question to you and you say, actually, yes, I once was diagnosed with cancer. And so that's how it's brought in. It's not like this is part of your CV, and you have to share this as your data. This is not data. This is stuff that grows out of exploration and discovery of two people who get to know each other. And you may find that, you have no idea what people bring, what experiences people have. They may not have had cancer themselves, but there's a good chance that they know somebody who died of it, or who had it, or survived it, or, so it's that conversation. It has to do with trust. It has to do with context. This was a good moment to say it. They don't say it when you're naked. I actually would not. Don't say it while you're walking together and, in your emotion, so that the stress can also kind of evacuate through the body. And don't bring it as, I have a secret to tell you. This is not a secret, and it's not a piece of data. You don't owe anything. This is, as we're getting to know each other, one of the important things to know about me is this experience that I had, as I have had other very important experiences, but maybe this one has shaped me even more than anything else. And in the course of that experience, you talk about, actually one of the things that has stayed with me is that I had to have reconstructive surgery. And you don't say, is that okay with you? You just say, it's a piece of my life.
That's not okay with you.
Awesome. Our next question comes from Sammy. She is 36. Dear Chelsea, last year, 3 days before I moved in with my sister, her husband informed me that they now have an open marriage, and my sister is dating a 22-year-old gal. Needless to say, I was a little shocked and put off by the situation. Polyamory in general doesn't bother me, but my sister and her husband already don't have the strongest marriage. Bringing in this third person has proven nothing more than the catastrophe you'd imagine. On top of that, they tend to be so wrapped up in the relationship, they completely forget they have children. I hear several times a week from both of them, I need to spend more time with the kids, but this is never done. In fact, they spend more time fighting about their situation than anything. Then they make up and watch Big Love or Sister Wives and pretend they have this perfect union. A few months later, the girl moved into the house. She isn't working or going to school. My sister and brother-in-law have added her to their bank accounts now and their will, and as an emergency contact for kids at the school, literally leaving me to be nothing but a babysitter when they want to do things as a throuple. They basically made me the enforcer of rules, chores, etc. Furthermore, I pay rent to live here, and the paramour does not. Big surprise, I know. I went from being the cool aunt to the mean aunt, and all I want is for my nieces and nephews to give me the same love and respect they give their other aunts and uncles. I love my sister and the kids, but this whole situation is nothing more than a disaster waiting to blow up bigger than it already is. I'll eventually move out of the house. I told my sister when I moved in I'd stay for 2 years to help with the mortgage, etc., and I plan to keep my word on that. But what can I do in the meantime? Love and respect, Sammy.
Hi, Sam.
Hi. Thank you so much for having me.
What a hot mess of a situation you're in. Oh, no.
The understatement of the year.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, Esther, you go first. I'm dying to hear what you have to say about this.
What are you doing there? No, seriously. I mean, I offered to pay for the mortgage and I'm going to keep my commitment. I mean, where is your life?
I was in a place where, I was struggling on my own. So I was happy to come help my sister out with her family. And I had a place to stay and a roof over my head, but I wasn't expecting all of this.
Okay, but now things have changed. So you may have had very good reasons for why you chose to do this back then. This is absolutely not a judgment. But now it's like, what are you doing there? Why are you doing this? Let them swim in their own messes and be available to the kids if you want to. And have a life of your own. You're absorbing this whole drama that isn't yours and that doesn't need a fight, that just needs simply, I think that at this moment your lives have evolved in a certain way, and I need to retreat and kind of resume my own track. What's standing in the way of you doing that?
Currently, finances. I'm working on paying some stuff back, some loans back. So as soon as that is all taken care of, my goal is to run as fast as I can.
And you're paying rent, right? So can you pay that rent to somebody else?
Yes, but probably not as nice of the rent that I'm paying now. I'm still paying rent, but it's still significantly less than my own place, for sure.
Yeah, no, but is there somebody else? Can you rent a room in someone else's big house?
Possibly. I mean, I've looked. I'm on, Facebook sites with renting rooms and that kind of stuff, and I've been reaching out and inquiring, but a lot of it is I have a dog and a cat, and a lot of people don't allow pets, so that's kind of a little bit of a wall too. So I'm actively working on it, and I have friends that are looking and helping me as well. But
right, I think that's the primary. This is not about what do you tell your sister, what do you tell the other woman, what do you tell. It's really challenging when you are in the midst of another family and you see things that hurt other people and therefore hurt you. So you watch the little Smurfs and you say, I feel for them. Nobody's attending to them. I have to be here, but nobody appreciates what I do. So here I am. So I'm in a bind because I want to attend to them, but what did you call it? The hired maid, and you'll continue your relationship with them, but you don't want to be in a situation where you thought you were coming in as a special person, as the sister of, as this family member, as the savior of the day. So this is what happened, is that you feel devalued and you feel like you lost, you have zero status, and you feel taken for granted, and you feel underappreciated. And this whole scenario, it won't change necessarily. You can have a conversation and just say, here's what is going on. And then they may either say, yes, this is true, or they may say you're oversensitive. You're making a big deal out of nothing. Or what exactly do you want, for us to give you a price at the end of every week? Or, you may be appreciated or dismissed. But there's also another way to just say, this is not my place at this moment. And so if you are actively looking, that's probably what I would suggest.
Yeah, and I think the best way, you said you're helping your sister, you had committed to helping your sister pay the rent. Is that part of the reason you moved in?
Yeah, because honestly, the house that they bought it at kind of a crazy time, and I think they're kind of financially dependent on me too. So I think a big reason that she hasn't already kicked me out is because they're dependent on that income.
Right, so that becomes very icky, right? You need to stay because you have a money issue and you need them, and they need you to stay. Everybody would rather not be together, but we all have financially dependence on each other, and so it becomes this icky thing. I don't want to be with you, but I have no choice. I don't want to be with you, but I have no choice.
Right.
And Sammy, can I ask how old the kids are?
They are 12.
Okay.
Well, mentioning that you feel like the kids have lost respect for you, I would say I would attribute that to you allowing yourself to be caught up in this situation. You moving out would be another way to reclaim their respect for you, because you tolerating this situation also isn't setting the greatest example. I know you probably feel a little bit responsible because they are your niece and nephews, but your responsibility, first and foremost, is to yourself, is to get yourself out of that situation. And then you can be actively a much better influence and all of the things that you are to them by kind of extricating yourself. I mean, I agree. You got to get yourself out of that situation, because listen, there's a lot of judgment coming from you, and maybe rightfully so, because it does sound like a hot mess. But that's not good for any dynamic at all. You're all just going to get pissed and bitter. The 22-year-old girl should be paying rent. You shouldn't be working and paying rent. It's one or the other. If you're staying there, if you're babysitting for them all the time, then why are you paying rent? But listen, forget about all that convoluted stuff. It's just more important. You'll find somebody who accepts a cat and dog, get a nice, humble room so you can work to pay off what you need to pay off in this interim time, and reclaim your self-respect, because you're not in a situation where you're feeling respectful towards yourself because of the people that you're surrounded with.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think you will feel better getting out of there, you know, and you will have less judgment towards them when it's not in your face every single day.
Right. Absolutely.
You would be a very good therapist.
Making sure that the kids know that you're available to them and having that conversation with them, even though right
Yes.
now they kind of like are annoyed with you or whatever, because you're the only one setting any rules. Like they're probably going to be a little feral for a little while because, you know, mom and dad aren't paying attention, but like checking in with them, letting them know that you're there, I think is maybe the best thing that you can do.
And
right
be
now.
firm. Listen, be firm with kids. Kids like boundaries. Even if
Yeah.
they don't act like it, it works. It always works to be firm as an adult with children so that they know where you stand and they're not going to take advantage of you. You're not going to put up with any bullshit. You know, you're there, you love them, they can come to you. It's your love is unconditional, but you're not going to put up with any sort of behavior.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I think it's kind of the kick in the butt that I need
Oh,
because,
good.
you know, you can tell yourself whatever you want to tell yourself, but, you know, you kind of have to hear it from an outside source before you can really give yourself the push.
It's said with care from the three of us.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I know that.
Yeah, sending you lots of love, and I'm sure you'll find a place soon. So keep on trucking.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. It was a pleasure.
Thanks, Sammy.
Bye. That is really one hot mess of a situation.
I know, and having added this woman to their will and their bank accounts, I'm like, oh, geez, what is going
Will
on?
and bank accounts. What is that about? What I mean, those are they on ecstasy? Like, what are they thinking?
I imagine so.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV, but many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4M study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVprepstudy.com. That's HIVprepstudy.com.
All right, ladies, whether you're single, taken, or it's complicated, one thing's for sure, you deserve to feel amazing. And Pure Romance, the #1 sex toy brand, is here to make that happen. Flying solo, they've got everything you need for the ultimate night in. When times are stressful, you should be taking your self-care to the next level, and spending a night on your own is just the way to do it. In a couple, adding a toy or two is the best way to turn up the heat. Think vibes, enhancements, and surprises that will have you wondering why you didn't start sooner. Thruppling up, stock up. And right now, it's the perfect time to treat yourself. Use code Chelsea30 for 30% off your entire order. Yes, 30% off to bring some serious excitement into your life. So go to pureromance.com, use Chelsea30, and let's make this your hottest season yet. Pure Romance, because pleasure doesn't play.
Save the date, prepare for chaos, and get ready for You're Cordially Invited, a hilarious new movie starring comedy icons Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon together on screen for the first time. It is written and directed by Nicholas Stoller of Forgetting Sarah Marshall and Neighbors. Find out what happens when 2 weddings are accidentally booked on the weekend at the same remote venue. In a laugh-out-loud battle of determination and grit, the father of the bride, played by Mr. Will Ferrell himself, and sister of the other bride, played by Reese Witherspoon, chaotically go head-to-head and will stop at nothing to pull off an unforgettable celebration for the ones they love. And if you think you've been to a wedding where crazy things happen, prepare for alligator attacks, sabotage, shipwrecks, cornhole, and all-star comedy cameos. Will the couples make it down the aisle? Will fire regulations be violated? Find out in this perfect blend of hijinks and heartstrings. It's time to RSVP for Ferrell versus Witherspoon in their new wedding comedy, You're Cordially Invited. Watch it now, only on Prime Video.
Well, our next caller is Laura, and she had a bit of a traumatic experience, but is wondering how this is going to affect her daughter. So Laura says, I'm now 37, but when I was 18, I was invited to a party by an older guy. My friend and her boyfriend came with, but my interaction with this guy quickly went south. He pushed me with full force into a bush on the side of the house where no one was and jumped on top of me. Even typing this, it makes me feel so angry. My friend and her boyfriend thankfully noticed I was gone, came looking for me, and wrestled him off of me. Almost 20 years later, I live in a small town and he is a cop here. Seeing him makes me so uncomfortable. I'm married now and my husband fully knows the whole story and hates him deeply too. But I have a beautiful young daughter I'm raising, and I'm so deeply terrified of the what ifs for her experience with males. How do I cope with the fear of what could happen? I know it's not useful or helpful to me at all, but it's hard not to be so scared. Laura.
Hi, cutie. Esther Perel is here today as our special guest.
Hello, hello.
Oh, wow. Hi. Okay, so the guy is a police officer in your neighborhood.
Have you and him actually met?
After the incident?
Yeah, since yes, now as and do you have a sense when you meet him that he knows that you know that he knows?
Oh, 100%. 100%. Actually, 3 or 4 weeks ago, my husband's truck got broken into, and we called the police, and he, of course, was the officer to show up.
And then?
My husband knows, but it was very uncomfortable because, I mean, I have zero trust in him, obviously, because of what he did to me. So, I mean, just kind of felt like, I don't know how to put it, but like, no matter what, he didn't really care as much, you know, because he knew what I knew, and he had no idea that. I guess he kind of like thought it was a secret between he and I could kind of tell. He didn't think I had told my husband. I could tell, and at the time, my husband's not very confrontational, so he wasn't going to say anything about it. And also, he didn't want to embarrass me. But yeah, it was very uncomfortable. And then he gave me his email address too, so I could send video footage of the guy who got into the truck. So it felt like a never-ending process. I didn't want to speak to him or see him ever again, but I mean, that's impossible in this town.
Do you ever want to have a conversation with him? Do you feel a need to tell him, you know, I want this to be clear between us?
I've thought about that, and I don't know if I think it would just be for me because he doesn't seem remorseful, and I can only tell by, you know, how he handled the situation recently. But even at the time and the person he's been since then towards me, he doesn't seem like he would ever care, like at all. It would never affect him.
Okay, then we have a thing. But then you're asking about your daughter. I think when I listened to the story, here's what came up for me. You had good friends who went with you.
Yes, yes.
You had friends who instantly noticed when you were not there.
Thank goodness, yes.
So what this tells you is there are situations where you don't go alone. There are situations where you go with very close friends and you have a little quick code in advance. If any of us is absent for more than, you know, we go looking. And you teach that to your daughter. You don't teach fear, but you teach the need to understand, to have good judgment, and to have situations where, especially if there's going to be drinking involved or this or that, to never just be on your own. Because we need to watch out for each other. And then later, much later, I felt at some point it matters, you just say, you know, part of why I'm so vigilant is because, and I just want to make sure that, you know, this never happens to you. And it's okay to tell, you don't have to give details, but you can just say, you know, I once went to a party and this is what happened. You don't have to say who it is or any of that, but just to say, my vigilance comes from somewhere. It has a good intention. I'm not here to restrain you and control you. And that's it. You will remain vigilant. Sometimes you will feel hyper vigilant. Sometimes you will just feel reasonably careful. And sometimes you won't know if you are being too much of something or too little of something. Because once you have these kind of experiences that take you outside of the limits, then that's what gets shaken, is the sense of the container, the limits. Where is safety? Am I being overly careful? Am I being overly casual? And that is a part of what we stay with when we have had boundaries infringed upon like that.
Right. No, that makes sense. I guess they call me like a helicopter mom, I guess you'd say. I'm like extra worried all the time, and I feel like I'm constantly on, if that makes sense.
Yes, of course. But you also want to teach her as best you can to recognize the signs. Because if you take over and you become the watchtower, then you actually then she may have underdeveloped skills that she could develop herself. It's that fine balance that you want to be careful for her, but you don't want to take over to the point where she becomes less capable of being in the world because you are her flashlight.
Yeah, I think that's very sagacious advice. And I also would just add that, back to him being a police officer in your community, you don't have to have him show up if and when you ever need the police to come to your house again. There's no reason that you ever have to interact with him again. You can easily, I know you live in a small town, but there's no reason that you can't go to the police station and be very honest. I mean, I know you probably don't want to start something in a very small town, but say, I don't want him coming to my house ever again. Like this has to, if there's an emergency, I want, even in, you're not going to want to do it in the moment of an emergency, but he doesn't care. Just like you said, he didn't care about your car being stolen. There's no reason you have to sit with somebody who assaulted you in that dynamic. You can very clearly go in there, explain what happened and say, I don't want this police officer, or you can leave out the story and just say, I don't want this police officer ever coming to my house again, and let them be very clear about the fact that in case of an emergency or anything else that comes up, that they can't send him there. That's not fair to you, and that's ridiculous. You could press, you could have pressed charges if you wanted to. Obviously, there's a statute of limitations, but that is not okay for him to come to your house and you have to interact with him as somebody who's going to protect you.
Yeah, and re-traumatize you. Have you had any therapy around that experience specifically? Because I can feel it in your body still, even just reading your email.
Actually, the year afterwards, I went to my gynecologist for my appointment, and I know it sounds silly because I was 18 at the time, but my mom goes with me. So my mom was there, and he asked in front of my mom even if something had happened to me physically. So of course, then the conversation got brought up with my mom. So I did see a counselor after that, but actually here as of lately, just with stuff going on with my daughter, I got back into therapy online, and it's been very resourceful for me with everything going on. But here lately, we've started to dig deeper into the past. So I think now, especially talking with you guys, I think it would be a good idea to bring it up.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes, definitely.
And you're going to be a better mom for it also, dealing with your trauma, getting it out of your body, being empowered, which is what you need to be as a mother and as a woman.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because the most important thing to me is to make sure I raise her to be strong and a good woman, and that I hope she doesn't let anything go on with her like I did. I feel like I should have fought back a little bit more, but I know it wasn't on me. It was on him. But still, the situation was.
Yeah, but you don't know what you're going to do in those situations. People are in shock. Don't beat yourself up for that. You don't know what you're going to do in a situation. And, when you're taken off guard, you can't be responsible for your actions in that moment. So.
Absolutely.
But thank you for calling in, and I hope that was helpful.
Thank you.
Absolutely, it was. Thank you so much. And it was a pleasure talking with you all and meeting you all very much.
Thanks, Laura.
Very well. Thank you.
Bye, Laura.
Well, let's take a quick break and we'll be back with a final question.
Okie dokie.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV. But many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4 study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVPrepStudy.com. That's HIVPrepStudy.com.
All right, ladies, whether you're single, taken, or it's complicated, one thing's for sure, you deserve to feel amazing. And Pure Romance, the #1 sex toy brand, is here to make that happen. Flying solo, they've got everything you need for the ultimate night in. When times are stressful, you should be taking your self-care to the next level, and spending a night on your own is just the way to do it. In a couple, adding a toy or two is the best way to turn up the heat. Think vibes, enhancements, and surprises that will have you wondering why you didn't start sooner. Thruppling up, stock up. And right now, it's the perfect time to treat yourself. Use code Chelsea30 for 30% off your entire order. Yes, 30% off to bring some serious excitement into your life. So go to pureromance.com, use Chelsea30, and let's make this your hottest season yet. Pure Romance, because pleasure doesn't play. Save the date, prepare for chaos, and get ready for You're Cordially Invited, a hilarious new movie starring comedy icons Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon together on screen for the first time. It is written and directed by Nicholas Stoller of Forgetting Sarah Marshall and Neighbors. Find out what happens when 2 weddings are accidentally booked on the weekend at the same remote venue. In a laugh-out-loud battle of determination and grit, the father of the bride, played by Mr. Will Ferrell himself, and sister of the other bride, played by Reese Witherspoon, chaotically go head-to-head and will stop at nothing to pull off an unforgettable celebration for the ones they love. And if you think you've been to a wedding where crazy things happen, prepare for alligator attacks, sabotage, shipwrecks, cornhole, and all-star comedy cameos. Will the couples make it down the aisle? Will fire regulations be violated? Find out in this perfect blend of hijinks and heartstrings. It's time to RSVP for Ferrell versus Witherspoon in their new wedding comedy. You're cordially invited. Watch it now, only on Prime Video.
And we're back. We are back. Lindsay says, Dear Chelsea, I don't know if I should say married. I've been with my husband for 8 years, married for 1, and we have 2 little kids, 2 and 4. I also have an older stepdaughter. About 7 months ago, I had a very sudden overnight awakening where I suddenly felt like all the small things about my relationship I'd ignored became big issues for me. For example, my husband doesn't really have any friends. If we do things socially, I plan or get the invite and he comes along. He doesn't have a separate social life at all. I'm very driven. I'm an ambitious person with lots of goals. I recently asked him what his goals were for the future and he didn't have a single one. Nothing more than what it is now. This is okay, I think. It's just wildly different from me. When I talk about my goals, he says, oh, you're just going to leave me behind one day. I'm scared to stay small in order to keep the peace at home. He's a wonderful dad, and he takes care of his share of things around the house, but as usual, I do more than 50% of the kids' stuff. We also don't communicate. At times, we don't say a single word before he leaves the house in the morning. He doesn't ask me questions or engage in things I have going on. Basically, we're not active participants in each other's lives. We cohabitate, raise kids together, but are not connected. And I am craving communication. I love to talk and have deep conversations, and I feel very deprived of that. I've explained to him how lonely I feel and how unhappy I am at times. We have couples therapy scheduled, and I feel heartbroken by the idea of splitting my kids. I also know there's an issue because I have feelings for someone else. This is the second person in a handful of months I have met and felt feelings for. There's nothing happening there at all. I just feel strongly for someone else, which feels important in this situation. The problem seems to be that I'm settling for good and dreaming of great. It's very hard to choose to leave a good man with a decent job who's a great dad. I'm terrified of the dating world and of heartbreak. I just don't know what to do or how to do it. I'm really afraid of making a huge mistake. Thanks so much for reading, Lindsay.
That seems to be such a recurring theme, right? The idea that they want something better, but they're also scared to go get it.
Mm-hmm.
So, they're 8 years together, 1 year married. And my first question is, Lindsay, how did you meet? And what drew you to this man? I mean, what's the origin story? Obviously, he would not have said this when you met him. So what drew you to him? What was it? And where did you come from before that he was the person that you chose at that moment? I think that would give me a lot of information in terms of where she's landing at this moment. Because often the very things that one is complaining about are the same things that one found initially attractive. He was stable, he was a good dad, he was reliable, he was there for me. And this may probably come on the heels of, I was in another relationship that was unstable, that was not reliable. Mm-hmm. There's a yin-yang in our lives about this. So this is the first thing. And then I have a sense that it may be a coincidence that the 7 months ago when this lady woke up, when this woman woke up, is also the 7 months when she met this new person that she has feelings for. These things are often well timed. And so at this moment, what are these new feelings? Or are these feelings that have taken on a new intensity because you are flirting in your mind with the idea of another person? And then this notion that you're going to couples therapy, but you hate to break up your family. You're not going to couples therapy to break up your family, but you may be going to couples therapy to understand that the man you are with now is the man you've always been with. And that this is about also coming to terms with your choice. No, he may not be an emoter. No, he may be more on a spectrum, or he may be not a person who has great ambitions, but he's a person who will support your ambitions. And that is a perfectly valuable platform as well. he will be there so that you can go out into the world, and he will accompany you, and he won't argue with where you ask him to come. You may want someone who has their own life and their own initiatives and all of that. Did he have them when you met? Did he forego them in order to solidify his connection with you? It's like there's a few pieces of information here that would help say this is the direction or that. This is not about I'm willing to let go of good for great. This is I don't think that this is a question about how can I optimize and maximize my life. This is fundamentally about you coming to terms with the choice you made that you may or may not have acknowledged to yourself from day one.
You know, I think a lot of people feel this way. Be careful what you wish for, right? You could be in a relationship with somebody who has a million things going on, and then you could feel ignored and invisible and that you're not getting enough from that person. So it's like there is this feeling of the grass is always greener, Esther, with couples, you know, they get to these
You took
places.
my sentence away. I was going to go there and I decided to wait. But yes, it's like, you know, when you are with someone who's very active and has a whole life, the fault line is, you know, you're not available for me. When you are with a person who is available for you but doesn't have many other things, then it's, you know, you're too dependent on me. In both cases, the question is less about this man and more about this woman and the nature of her relationship to him. And this idea that she has to make herself small in order to maintain the peace, no, he's maybe not asking that either. If you say, you know, if I lift my boat, it lifts all boats, and we are going on this together, and what I get from you is the support for my ambitions, that's what matters. Not does he have his own. You know, what you want is to know what he does with yours. Is he threatened by it? When he says you may one day leave me, is because you keep telling him that he's a bum and you don't really find him interesting or attractive because he doesn't have anything pulling him? I mean, what's the dialogue that we don't hear here is what I would like to understand. And one last thing I would add maybe is sometimes your relationship is the source of the nurturance, of the happiness, of the engagement. But sometimes the relationship is more of a scaffolding. And the scaffolding that makes it available for you to go into the world and to get your food and your nourishment and your engagements and your ambitions met there. And those are two viable models. It may be that in this instance, what's between the two of you is less about the intimacy of the connection as between what this relationship gives to each of you makes possible for both of you in life. And that is also a respectable choice, just so you know. May not be the one she chooses to make, but it is a very common choice. It just is often not named like this, but it is a very clear decision.
And I also would add, looking at counseling as an opportunity, not as a failure. Like you're going to go to counseling and there's a huge opportunity for growth there between you and your partner, reconnecting and finding, rediscovering each other in a way that you hadn't before. It's an opportunity for your partner to gain a better understanding of what you're feeling and how you're feeling seen and what you want from him. And if at the end of all of that, you guys don't get together and get stronger, then you have a very kind of clear path forward that it's not what you're looking for. You know, if you're distracted by other people during your marriage, I don't think that's an uncommon theme. I think it's a matter of, is that distraction like a yearning to be out of your marriage, or is it simply a distraction? I mean, it's very clear, like as you were reading this letter, that you were going to mention you had a crush on somebody at some point, because that's what was, you know, Esther and both of us were like, yeah. But just look at, counseling is huge. It's a huge opportunity for growth within yourself, within your marriage, and for your partner. So look at everything as an advantage. The more knowledge you have, the better you are at making a decision. And if your marriage can survive this, then you're going to be stronger for it. And if you do decide to split, then that's okay too. Then you can go pursue all of these things you're talking about. Hopefully you can pursue them within your marriage by just having a better line of communication and understanding of each other.
I think I would add another piece to it as well, Chelsea, is that what I'm not hearing enough is a basic appreciation for the man, for the person, for what he represents, not for what he does, not for the 50%, but for who he is, for the love he brings, for the care, the attention, the reliability. All these things are actually very big things. If your relationship will disintegrate, if it becomes a relationship where two people are basically criticizing each other and pointing only at the shortcomings and the failures and the gaps, rather than, and take for granted what is and only highlight what's missing. And that piece is something I hope you develop in and cultivate in the couples therapy. And in, people want to know that they matter, that they mean something, that they're there, and that their presence is appreciated, and not that their presence is evaluated and measured.
Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, well, good luck with that situation. And thank you, Esther. So your course on conflict, how can people sign up for that?
Straight to the website, estherperel.com.
Okay.
Is the couples course. It's called Turning Conflict into Connection. Where should we begin? You all know. It's the podcast. It's on Apple and on Vox and anywhere you listen to your podcasts with the subscription on Apple. And it is basically this. It's live couples therapy. It's what we've been doing together is the podcast. It's live relationship therapy with individuals and couples where you're a fly on the wall listening in on the sessions of others. And where should we begin the game is also on my website and on Amazon. And that's how do you actually, it's the tool for communication, to establish connection, curiosity, trust, playfulness in your relationships by having very beautiful questions that lead to storytelling, not to answers, but to storytelling, because relationships are stories.
Wonderful. Your husband must be like, he must lose any sort of argument at any time that you guys have had. I mean, how can you be married to someone like you and never stand your ground? He must have to defer to you on everything. It's the ultimate position to be in.
You think, 4 decades later, no, I am someone who, but I'll tell you, humor goes a long way, as you know.
Yeah, okay.
So one way to deflate me completely is to make me laugh. That'll quieten me.
Yeah, that works for me as well, for my future lovers. Anyway, thank you, Esther, for being on our podcast today. You're an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you both.
Okay,
Bye.
Take care.
Esther. Chelsea, do you have some new dates for us?
Oh, I do. I have we added lots of Canadian cities. Canadians, I'm coming. We added about 15 new tour dates. I'm coming to Denver again, Salt Lake City, Vancouver, Richmond, Virginia, Santa Rosa, California, Gary, Indiana, Baltimore, Verona, New York, and about 7 dates in Canada. So go to chelseahandler.com. I am performing everywhere. I will be on tour for the rest of the year and through December. And then next year, I'm going to be touring all year. So come and get it, you guys. It's good times, and it's a very much needed reprieve from all the fucking madness that's going on in this world. So I'm here to bring joy and sunshine.
Do you have a holiday-themed question for Chelsea? Please send us all the questions that you need answered about crazy family get-togethers, arguing over which cranberry sauce recipe to use, and all your holiday drama. Just send your questions to dearchelseapodcast@gmail.com. Dear Chelsea is edited and engineered by Brad Dickert, executive producer Catherine Law. And be sure to check out our merch at chelseahandler.com.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV. But many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4 study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVPrepStudy.com. That's HIVPrepStudy.com.
Hello, it's Chelsea Handler. Let's be honest. Feeling good should be part of your daily routine, and that includes your sex life. Pure Romance is the #1 sex toy brand, making pleasure fun, fresh, and makes your time in the bedroom literally the best ever. Pure Romance has got everything you need, whether you're flying solo, with a partner, or even thruppling up. Enjoy 30% off with the code Chelsea30. Go grab something that makes you feel amazing at pureromance.com. You can thank me later.
Hey, it's Ryan Seacrest for Albertsons and Safeway. Now through February 25th, stock up on your favorite self-care items and save up to $3. Shop in-store or online for items like Old Spice deodorant, always ultra thin pads, Gillette Fusion razors and refills, Old Spice Total Body Spray, Tampax Pearl, and Gillette Mach 3 razors and refills, and save up to $3. You won't want to miss out on these deals. Offer ends February 25th. Offers may vary. Restrictions apply. Visit Albertsons or Safeway.com for more details.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV, but many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4M study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVprepstudy.com. That's HIVprepstudy.com.
Hello, it's Chelsea Handler. Let's be honest. Feeling good should be part of your daily routine, and that includes your sex life. Pure Romance is the #1 sex toy brand, making pleasure fun, fresh, and makes your time in the bedroom literally the best ever. Pure Romance has got everything you need, whether you're flying solo, with a partner, or even thruppling up. Enjoy 30% off with the code Chelsea30. Go grab something that makes you feel amazing at pureromance.com. You can thank me later. Save the date for You're Cordially Invited, a hilarious new wedding comedy starring Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon. Chaos ensues when 2 weddings are accidentally booked on the same weekend at the same venue. Uh-oh. Will Ferrell plays the father of the bride, and Reese Witherspoon is the sister of the other bride, and they go head-to-head to make sure the ones they love get their special day. Together on screen for the first time ever is Ferrell versus Witherspoon. Chaos, comedy, and alligator wrestling await you in You're Cordially Invited. Watch it now, only on Prime Video.
Hey, it's Ryan Seacrest for Albertsons and Safeway. Winter is here. When it's cold outside, that means it's also cough and cold season. Don't get left feeling under the weather. We've got everything you need to keep your family covered, lessen your cough or cold symptoms, and make you feel better. Stock up on all your cough and cold essentials like Tylenol Cold and Flu, Mucinex, Ricola, Vicks, Dayquil, and NyQuil, and Theraflu. And get great savings when you shop in store or online. Visit Albertsons or Safeway.com for more details.
Hi, Catherine.
Hi, Chelsea. How are you?
I'm good. I'm here. I'm queer. Get used to it.
You are heading to Whistler very shortly, aren't you?
I am. I'm about to go on a road trip with the dogs, and I'm scared a little bit. But I'm also looking forward to it. I'm going to listen to a book on tape. I just have to figure out which book. Do you have any suggestions?
You know what? I do. So I just watched the movie of this. Leave the World Behind is a new movie that came out on Netflix. It's got like Julia Roberts and stuff. And it's about not post-apocalyptic, but like the apocalypse basically starting. There's some like race elements in it. It's very interesting.
What's it
called Leave the World Behind.
Oh, yeah. I've heard about this. Somebody else mentioned that.
Yes. I read the book a couple years ago and I loved it. It's really good. And I loved the movie too. So yeah, that's what I would recommend.
Leave the World Behind.
Leave the World Behind.
Okay.
Chelsea, you've got some new dates in
Australia. Yes. We just announced dates in Australia and New Zealand. So I'm coming in July to Australia. So yes, get your dates there. ChelseaHandler.com. And I still have all my Canadian dates this winter. And more dates coming in the fall for America, North America. Chelsea Handler America, which is the lower 48, even though I'm half Canadian at this point.
I mean, your tour goes right on through the rest of next year, right?
Yes, there's no end in sight as of now, so I don't know.
Honestly, I feel like it's a really good holiday gift because they can get themselves a ticket and their best friend a ticket or spouse or whatever, but then they also get to go see you.
Yeah, it is a good holiday ticket, and this show is so fun.
Yeah,
I mean, it's always fun, but this one is really stupid. You know, this one is so stupid because it's so not political because we're so all exhausted from politics and all that. So this one is really. There's nothing quite like getting to masturbate on stage
in front of thousands of people
to show people what I was up to when I was 9 years old.
Excellent. Should we welcome our guest?
Oh, yes. Today we have one of my childhood idols, Tiffany Amber Thiessen. Even though we were the same age, probably, I was obsessed with her growing up because I was always wanted to be a brunette, even though I was dyeing my hair. Yes, she's on today. So I ran into her the other night. I was like, oh, yeah, you should come on the podcast. She came to one of my shows. So let's say hello.
Okay, I'm here with Tiffany Thiessen. Didn't it used to? First of all, Tiffany, hello.
Yeah.
Hi, welcome. Welcome to the show. What happened to Amber?
Where's she?
So it's still there legally, like on my driver's license. It says Tiffany Amber Smith now because I did take my husband's name, but it's just my middle name. It was hyphenated when I started this crazy business because I thought it was cool. I guess it was popular back then to have a hyphenated name.
They call that in the UK, they call that like a double barrel name when you have like, I mean, it's two last names, but they use right. It's like a last name for your middle name.
Right.
So it sounds a little bit more
But they hyphenated,
but
which it wasn't legally hyphenated. It was never legally hyphenated.
You have to get something legally hyphenated?
I don't know if they did, but I'm just on my like resume and on all my headshots, they hyphenated it to make it Tiffany Amber, which was weird. I don't know. Yeah. Some agent told me to do it, and then I was like, okay.
Yeah. You know what a guy told me he wants to do? He told me to put a bird on my fucking shoulder to do stand up because he thought I wouldn't. This is what Jamie Masada from the Laugh Factory once told me, put a bird on your shoulder so you can separate yourself from the other girls. He goes, because you're too pretty. I was like, and
so
he goes,
thought a bird on your shoulder
it was distracting that people wouldn't be able to pay attention to what I'm saying.
So he said a bird would help.
Yeah. And I was like, well, obviously I'm never going to fucking do that. And I still tell the story anytime I pop into the Laugh Factory, which is very seldom.
Is he still working there?
Yeah, he still owns it.
Wow.
He runs the place.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. What was it like for you when you started out in this business? Because that was before anybody had any rules about how to treat women.
That's true.
Right?
That is very true. I have to say, I think I was pretty lucky. I had moments. One specific one I do remember when I was shooting 90210, and which is nice. We actually can talk about this shit now.
Yeah, for sure.
I know, isn't that crazy? But yeah, no, I was actually pretty lucky to not have a lot of horrible stories. I've had a couple, but not for as long as I've been doing this business. You would think I would have a shit ton of them, but I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
you know, it's funny. You hear how prevalent and rampant
no, I had an
it
actor
is.
totally grab me in the middle of a scene and he thought it was okay because he was in character. And I was like, fuck you. This has nothing to do with being in character.
He grabbed you in the Pikachu?
Oh, completely.
Oh, my.
Stopped production. I was pissed. I was mad. I was really mad. And I embarrassed the shit out of him in front of my whole. Because it was my show. I was on 902. It was my show. He was a guest star, like a reoccurring older gentleman, piece of shit. Total piece of shit. And I stopped production and everything. We were shooting in Mexico too.
Oh, good for you.
I'm sure someone will figure out who it was. I gave a lot of clues.
Yeah. How was it working with the girls on 90210? That was probably because my experience, I had more trouble with women in powerful positions, not in because you guys were all.
I think women. I have a teenage daughter. I think women are 10 times harder.
I know.
They're total little. You know what?
I know. That's.
Yes,
I mean,
I think because they're just so emotional and they get insecure and.
Of course.
You know, like my husband always says, guys would just beat it out. They'd hit each other and you move on. Like girls are like manipulative. It's all mental, you know?
Right.
So I think it's sort of the same. Yeah, they were cruel. They were horrible.
Yeah.
I've been very open about it. I've talked about it on Howard Stern. Like I'm very open about it. They all know it was terrible. They made me feel like shit.
Well, because you were a newcomer on the show.
I was a newcomer. I was coming on replacing Shannon Doherty on the show.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So that must have been it. Well, they didn't get along before that. So
they were having, I guess, issues with her in the beginning, and then I was coming on, but I was coming from another popular show. Who knows what the reason was? I mean, but yeah, it was bad at the beginning, and then I think they finally realized I was kind of a nice girl. I wasn't like mean or anything. So and then they came around.
Yeah. So I saw you recently. You were at my show at the Contagious in LA. Thank you. It was such a nice surprise to see you.
Yeah, it was fun. It was awesome.
Yeah. So tell me about your life now. Tell me about your marriage. Tell me about being a mother. I want to know how.
Do you really want to know?
I do. I'm curious because I'm never going to do it. So I'm always fascinated by it.
I have quite a few friends who are very adamant and very sure that they do not want to have kids. And I appreciate that because I appreciate people who know what they want. For whatever reason, career, life choice, marriage, not marriage, kids, or whatever. I appreciate people who know what they want. And I also appreciate, we have a lot of people on this planet. Like for people who don't want to procreate, good for you. Thank you.
I know. Exactly.
I mean,
it's
really,
like a gift
truly.
for
It
the
is
climate.
a gift. So thank you.
Yeah, you're
I
welcome.
appreciate
You,
it.
Tiffany, you're welcome.
It's true though. I wanted to have a couple. I had one of each. I was lucky and then I'm done. I'm done.
And
it's a lot of fucking work.
And what is the best part about it?
I think a little bit of the, like when they do something good, you're like, oh, that's me, like a little braggy. It's a little braggy at times, in a good way, I guess. The unconditional love is quite nice. You don't have to work at it as hard. Like marriage is hard. I feel like the unconditional part of having a child is a little easier because it's a piece of you, maybe. I don't know. I don't know why.
You're not trying to cultivate a relationship
Yeah, it's
with
not.
them. It's a very natural
Yeah, it's a natural thing.
relationship.
Yeah, it's a natural thing. As much as there's moments where I want to kill them.
Because I was
but-
reading this book, and it really got me thinking about how when you're a child, you're so consumed with being a child, right?
Yeah.
You're not considering your parents' existence even. You're not considering your dad's or your mom's job or the stress that they may be under.
No.
And certainly not their history. You're not thinking like, oh, I wonder what what your child was like. I didn't wonder.
Yeah.
I was like,
No,
I'm
it
here,
wasn't
and
until
I need
later.
attention.
It wasn't until later.
It's so funny because you're a child and you think you're the most important thing in the universe, and your parents are the most important things in the universe as well, but you're not as interested in their like complexity or nuance or story. And then you become a parent and the roles completely flip because all you care about is your child, but it's not all you care about.
But then you also have the other flip side. So now I have aging parents too, right? So I have taking care of my children because I started a little later, and then I have the taking care of my parents. So it's this really interesting sort of dual other side of taking care of people that you really care about.
Right.
The sandwich generation.
That's the same, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I am right now. It's like both sides.
And are your parents still together?
They are. They're still together, still married. My dad's a lot older than my mom by 7 years, so we see the age difference now as they're getting older. My mom's still doing awesome, and my dad's definitely aging a little faster.
Right.
Yeah.
So speak to me about that aspect of things, like, because I find it curious and compelling. Like, I'm very interested in how do you shift from what your own needs are to what your child's needs are? Like, when do you know that that has to be a priority, regardless of being like sick or in the hospital or an emergency situation? How do you know how to balance what you want to do with your life?
I think it's an everyday thing. It's there is no rhyme or reason. I do believe now that my children are a little bit older, I feel like I can have a little more selfish moments, and I've talked about this pretty openly. I'm going to be 50 and I'm like, I feel pretty good where I've been able to kind of almost breathe a little bit more with my kids now that they're older, because they're not babies, they're not infants, where that is like 24/7.
Yeah, I mean, they can do nothing. They can't even sit up when they're born.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so, like, I feel a little bit better, but now it's a different difficult, right? It's there. I have a teenager now, so I'm dealing with making sure like boys stay away from her, and she understands like you could ruin your life if you do anything like that. Right now at 13, and like trying to get her to understand how bad social media is and not have that right now.
So does she not have
No,
that?
she does not have it.
Oh, is she pissed about that?
Oh yeah, of course she is.
Yeah.
She's asked for so long the last like year and a half that I think she's tired of asking, so she's gotten a little bit better about it. And she'll just kind of come over and check mine out every now and then. But
yeah, I mean, I feel like this might be the moment in time where we all just, I know I'm not on social media nearly as much as I was before this whole thing has started in the Middle East.
Yeah.
I can't even look because it's so ugly and so nasty that I had to set a timer. I had my girlfriend, because I'm technologically not equipped. I had my girlfriend set a time limit on my Instagram.
If you do it, I'll shut it down for you.
And but it gives you the option. Do you want your 45 minutes are up? Do you want to stay on, or would you like to ignore this for an hour, or do you want to ignore this for the day? And I'm like, but that timer hasn't come up once in the last since this whole thing started. So
I know. Back in the day, we weren't meant to see all that kind of stuff. As much as I know we should be aware of what's happening in our world, but it's a lot for the psyche. A lot.
Yeah, it can really bring you
down. And I think for a 13-year-old girl, I was like, no way.
No,
not happening.
Like they're not dealing with enough. Like, I mean, I remember
they're already dealing with shit at school.
I remember getting left out of stuff in like elementary school. Like my girlfriends would all get together, and the reason I found out was because like one of the mean girls would say, "We're all getting together without you," and it would just like destroy me. Can you imagine if the evidence is just all in front of you?
That instant.
Yeah.
That instant, and then they all talk about it, and then they share photos and this whole Snapchat thing, and like, ugh.
And does your daughter have a pretty healthy attitude? Like, how would you describe her state of being?
I think she's pretty good, but she's also 13. She's in middle school, and middle school sucks. I mean, I don't know anybody who said middle school was the best years of their life. Wasn't mine, that's for sure.
No, I mean, certainly not high school. High school was brutal. Middle school was
more
brutal
for
too.
you. I think middle school was more brutal for me.
High school, I just checked out. I had an older boyfriend, and I was like, "Fuck this."
Me too. I had an older boyfriend too. I was like, I don't need you.
I mean, it was illegal for sure what I was doing. But, I mean,
I was too.
Whatever.
But we don't talk about that, Chelsea, because I'm a 13-year-old daughter, and she knows nothing about that.
That's right. And I don't know what the statute of limitations is on that, so we'll just keep everybody protected here.
And you're into food, and you're into like I know you're
Very.
into cooking
I
because
love
of your
to cook. I
cookbook.
love food.
There's a new cookbook out. What's the name of it?
Here we go again.
Okay, it's called
Yeah.
Here We Go Again. I need a fucking cookbook because
Yeah.
I have a brand new house with this gorgeous kitchen, and I don't know what
You
I'm
don't know
going
what
to
to
do
do.
in
I'll
there.
come over and I'll help you.
I would love that.
I'm also really good organizing too, so I can help you put your kitchen away.
And also, you're like very into clean food, right? And like you recycle, like well, not
Oh,
wasting.
you mean yes, wasting. Yes,
Right.
yes. I was gonna say clean, but no, I'll have a good mayo sandwich with some meat and bacon and all that. Yeah, no. I'm not going to culture. I understand it, and I try to eat as clean as possible during the week, and then I have a little fun on the weekends. But no, I love food. I love all types of food. But no, the book that this is my second cookbook. My first one was called Pull Up a Chair, and this one's called Here We Go Again. And I really wanted to do a book this time around about food waste because I believe it truly is one of the biggest contributors to climate change. Now, granted, corporations are really the biggest issue we have right now, but it really can start at least a little bit at home. And so I've been trying to teach my kids about, recycling food in a way where I'm like, don't throw that out. We'll make them into enchiladas tomorrow or whatever. Like that kind of thing started. And then it got me thinking, I was raised that way. I was raised in a house where, my dad worked 2 jobs to allow my mom to stay home and raise kids. And we didn't have a ton of money. So my mom was kind of doing this as I grew up. And I was like, my mom's really like the queen of leftovers, really. Like that was how I learned how to like upcycle food. So I was like, I've never seen a cookbook like that. So that's what I did during COVID. I was like, oh, this sounds like a good idea. Let's try this one.
I like upcycle food.
Upcycle.
I like that. That's good.
Yeah. So anyways, and it's really trying to teach my kids to be better. Because the kids are the worst. I feel like the kids are the worst about wasting.
I know. It's like they need to have a class in school about climate change, like solely dedicated to
I
that.
feel like they're starting to. These
Are
kids are
they?
getting a little more. I think they're also like high in anxiety,
I know.
like really like having some anxiety issues, understanding like the issues that we're having in our world about climate change and all that. But I do believe, I think they are teaching, at least my kids' school, they're starting to teach it. So I don't know. We'll see. Let's hope.
So tell me about your husband. How did you guys hook up?
We are together 20 years, married 18, which in Hollywood is a fucking lifetime. We were set up on a blind date.
Really?
Isn't that crazy?
And were you nervous to go on a blind date?
No, I had been on a couple before.
Uh-huh.
And he was supposedly a serial dater too. So I think we were okay. But he was like a Texas boy. I didn't know anything about him. He had never seen any show that I had been on. So that was kind of fun.
Yeah.
Like, had no clue.
Right.
Sort of had a clue, but like his college buddies knew who I was, but he wasn't really like, I don't even watch any of those shows. So, and completely hit it off. Like first date, 5 hours long, and here we are.
Oh my God. Whoever set you up must be fucking celebrating. They must think they are the shit.
I mean, yes, I guess so. She probably feels that way. We don't talk anymore, but there were some issues with that too. So
don't worry, I have plenty of those. I hear you loud and clear, loud and clear.
I think she wasn't happy in her life, so
yeah, that's
like
usually
that
how
I
it
was
goes. Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely. So, but you've been together for 20 years.
For 20
and
years.
He's not in the business.
He is in the business.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. It's crazy. So he's an actor. He's kind of made a shift, and he's mostly now. He's an artist as well, a painter, graphic artist, and so now he's doing kids' books and graphic novels.
And does he do the artwork for the illustration or any artwork for your books?
Actually, he doesn't. I should make him do it. But
yeah, it seems like that would be a nice collab.
You would think so. We did one children's book together, but now he does them all on his own because, I mean, I don't draw.
And do you like being married?
I do like being married. I mean, let's be honest. There's days where I'm like, I could do this by myself so much easier. But no, it's nice having someone to help, right? to parent together, not to have to make all the decisions, even though I feel like I make a lot of them. But no, I'm kidding.
But you're not.
But I mean, there's times. But I'm not.
I mean, it's a very typical female male dynamic.
It is. I mean, I look at my parents and they're kind of the same way. His parents are still married, who I'm very close to my in-laws. We come from very similar stock. So it was an easy relationship from the beginning. It really was.
That's nice.
It's not. I know it's not always like that.
I know. I mean, you sound like you have a pretty cushy life, and everything is
really
pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm pretty fortunate. He's not. He's like a pretty normal guy.
I like it.
Yeah.
Well, you seem pretty
Cool.
normal too.
Yeah, I feel like I'm pretty normal.
You don't feel like you've got any major issues that are jumping out.
At least not now. Maybe later.
I'm gonna by the end of the episode, I'll do a full analysis.
Would you?
Yes,
Let me
no
know where I
problem.
sit.
No problem. We're gonna take a quick break, and we will be right back.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV. But many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4 in the study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVPrepStudy.com. That's HIVPrepStudy.com.
All right, ladies, whether you're single, taken, or it's complicated, one thing's for sure, you deserve to feel amazing. And Pure Romance, the #1 sex toy brand, is here to make that happen. Flying solo, they've got everything you need for the ultimate night in. When times are stressful, you should be taking your self-care to the next level, and spending a night on your own is just the way to do it. In a couple, adding a toy or two is the best way to turn up the heat. Think vibes, enhancements, and surprises that will have you wondering why you didn't start sooner. Thruppling up, stock up. And right now, it's the perfect time to treat yourself. Use code Chelsea30 for 30% off your entire order. Yes, 30% off to bring some serious excitement into your life. So go to pureromance.com, use Chelsea30, and let's make this your hottest season yet. Pure Romance, because pleasure doesn't play.
Save the date, prepare for chaos, and get ready for You're Cordially Invited, a hilarious new movie starring comedy icons Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon together on screen for the first time. It is written and directed by Nicholas Stoller of Forgetting Sarah Marshall and Neighbors. Find out what happens when 2 weddings are accidentally booked on a weekend at the same remote venue. In a laugh-out-loud battle of determination and grit, the father of the bride, played by Mr. Will Ferrell himself, and sister of the other bride, played by Reese Witherspoon, chaotically go head-to-head and will stop at nothing to pull off an unforgettable celebration for the ones they love. And if you think you've been to a wedding where crazy things happen, prepare for alligator attacks, sabotage, shipwrecks, cornhole, and all-star comedy cameos. Will the couples make it down the aisle? Will fire regulations be violated? Find out in this perfect blend of hijinks and heartstrings. It's time to RSVP for Ferrell versus Witherspoon in their new wedding comedy, You're Cordially Invited. Watch it now, only on Prime Video.
Hey, it's Ryan Seacrest for Albertsons and Safeway. Winter is here. When it's cold outside, that means it's also cough and cold season. Don't get left feeling under the weather. We've got everything you need to keep your family covered, lessen your cough or cold symptoms, and make you feel better. Stock up on all your cough and cold essentials like Tylenol Cold and Flu, Mucinex, Ricola, Vicks, Dayquil and NyQuil, and Theraflu. And get great savings when you shop in-store or online. Visit Albertsons or Safeway.com for more details.
And we're back.
We're back.
Sorry, I have never worn a hat while we're doing this podcast. I forgot to take it off.
Yeah, but it still works. You still see your eyes.
It's my Bruce Springsteen hat that he signed for me. So
I didn't even see that.
Yeah,
That's
and so
correct.
and my friends are like, you have to put that in a collector's whatever, a glass. I'm like, no, I don't. I'm gonna wear the shit out of this fucking hat. Are you kidding me? Bruce Springsteen? Oh my God.
That's awesome.
Tiffany, you might not have any major issues, but hopefully you can help some folks that have major issues.
Hey, I'm always up to discussing anything.
Yeah. So confusingly, we have 2 Kylies today.
Oh.
So
Is one of them Jenner?
Both of them are actually.
Both of them.
Yes. It's one set of lips and then the other set of lips. Back to back.
Our first caller, Kylie, is calling in from Las Vegas. She says, Dear Chelsea, one of my closest friends got married a few years ago, and I showed the fuck up in every way. Bridesmaids, bachelorette party, etc. When she had a baby, a few years later, same thing. Basically, I've been there for every major life event for her, and of course I would be because I love her. So when I got engaged and was planning a wedding, obviously I invited her. Then she told me she was pregnant with her second child, due a few months before my wedding. Our wedding was in Italy, which is a humongous ask, and I kept reassuring her if she couldn't come, it's totally okay. Weeks before the wedding, and well after the RSVP date, she finally said she couldn't make it, which is completely valid. The weekend before my wedding, however, I'm in bed with my then fiance, and he showed me his Instagram. Said friend was at another wedding in a different state. I then went to my Instagram, and she had blocked me so I wouldn't see. She explained she blocked me because she was, quote, protecting me and, quote, didn't want to hurt my feelings. I feel at a total loss here. My 20s are defined by this girl and the friendship we had, and never once have I had bad blood with her. But the fact that she can't even put pen to paper and write me a note or call me, I found so incredibly disappointing. I feel sick over this, but I also don't know if I can forgive her. This was all so messy and so unnecessary, and it kills me that someone I thought was a real one could act this way. Again, this has zero to do with her not physically being at my nuptials, but has everything to do with showing me the same love I've given her over the years. What should I do, Kylie? Hi, Kylie.
You're cute.
All the callers are cute.
Are they?
They
Is
are.
that
They're so cute.
Sort of the prerequisite.
Yeah. You have to be cute to call in.
She's super cute.
Hello.
This is Tiffany Thiessen, our special guest today.
Hi, Kylie. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're
Great.
good.
We just heard your letter about your wedding. When is your wedding? Has it happened yet? No.
Yes, it was in September. You know, we both lived in the same area in New York City. We were like thick as thieves for years. She got married. I was everywhere for her, bachelorette party, weddings, baby showers, the whole 9 yards. And then,
Would you consider her your best friend? Was she your best friend?
oh, for years.
For sure, yeah.
For years. And, I moved to Las Vegas. I met my now husband when I came out here to party for a weekend. And now I live here. I'm married to him.
That's a whole nother story.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great. And I know she moved to Atlanta, and I knew we were never going to be as close, but there was no reason for us to have a falling out.
Yeah.
We used to say that it was destiny that we met each other. And for her to act like this and just completely,
I can tell you're really hurt. Yeah.
oh my God, I feel like a child. I'm 33 years old, and I feel like I keep waking up in the middle of the night and then rereading our text messages. And I'm like, I did tell her 100 times if she couldn't make the wedding, it's fine. Like, it's totally cool. I don't care. I mean, I know you got another life. You got kids, you got babies. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to hold it against you.
Do you think she felt guilty? Is that where you think this comes from? Is that she felt guilty about telling you or being honest?
I don't know. I really don't know. But what I'm struggling with now is moving forward. I just don't know how to move forward.
What was the state? Where did she go? From what state to what state to the wedding?
Oh, the other wedding that she didn't tell you about.
She said it was close by. So she lives in Atlanta.
Because you said it was another state that she went to.
Yes.
Right, because I was thinking Italy, obviously too far or whatever, but this was an out-of-state wedding. So I'm like, not exactly the same thing, but
it depends. It could have been a drive. I mean, right?
True.
She could have driven. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think it's just more probably what hurts you the most is the dishonesty, which that would bother me the most as well. Because I don't believe in dishonesty. I don't care how hard it is to swallow it or not, especially if you're that close.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What was your last exchange with her when you saw that she did go to this other wedding?
So I messaged her. I was like, are you kidding me? Like, you completely blocked me on Instagram. My husband sees it, and all my other friends who know her see it as well. And I go, I don't understand why I had to get this bad, this messy for no reason. And she kind of turned it around on me and was like, this is who I am. And if you have a problem with that,
This is who I am? That I'm not honest?
Yeah. She's like, I don't know how many more times I can apologize.
But did she apologize?
She kind of apologized.
But after the fact, because she wasn't honest.
She apologized when she didn't RSVP after months and months and months.
Got it. Okay.
And only texted me. She sent me an ungrown plant that was supposed to grow into an olive tree. I'm like, whatever. And then
You should put that in your bathtub and see what happens. Ungrown plant. It's so annoying when people send shit like that.
I'm like, an ungrown plant. I'm like, what am I supposed to do with a twig and a twig, whatever. So
yeah.
And I was just, I was getting excited for my wedding. I'm moving on. It's fine. It is what it is. And then, I'm packing and I see that this is happening. She blocked me. I was ready to kind of move on. I was ready to just put this in the past, and then you block me.
Mm-hmm.
So when I called her out for that, she kind of turned it around to me. She's like, this is my life. This is how I am. If you have a problem, then have a great wedding and blah, blah, blah.
She got defensive. Yeah.
That's the wrong move.
That's usually what happens.
Well, that's usually what happens when you know you're wrong.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Because it's if the need to be right is so fierce, you're wrong. If you're really right, you don't put that you don't have to be defensive about anything.
You also don't need to lie. That's the thing. I've always said that. And here's the thing. I'm going to say this. This can be a really simple thing because I've had a couple of relationships, and I had one that was best friend, long time relationship. We had an issue, had a falling out. And another friend of mine said, not all relationships last.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes relationships and friendships last for a period of time in your lifetime, for that period of time that you need them. You may not need her anymore. I know, but that like you know when your phone, you know, you wake up in the morning and your phone will show you pictures that you have on your reel and it will remind you of memories. I have so many pictures of her that it will just make a video montage of her. I know, so did I. I mean, I didn't have, this was a while ago, so I didn't have that phone that could do that back then. But I'm just saying, like, yes, I have those memories and they're great memories, but they're memories, right? And so you take that part of your section of your life that you had with her and appreciate what she brought to your life during that time. Apparently, she can't give that to you right now. Wish her well, thank her for what she gave you, and know that it'll open the door for somebody else, hopefully, to come in and give you what you need at that moment in the next chunk in your life.
I like that.
And another analogy, let's use a plant because you have one and I'm sure it hasn't grown yet. Like think about a plant being watered every day, right? And think about the duration of a plant's life, like however long that a lifespan is for a plant. For 6 years, say, you got watered by one person. And then after that, someone else started watering you. You're still healthy because of it. You still have memories. You're still lively. You still have vibrancy because someone was watering you. It's just going to be a different person that's doing the watering from now on. I agree completely with what Tiffany said. Like, you can't hold on to anger. The biggest thing you could do is be like, okay, you know, if you want to write her one last thing, then that would be fine too. To be like, listen,
Maybe that's what you need. That's
you know,
closure.
for closure, like it was really upsetting for you to respond like that. Blocking me on Instagram, it was childish. There's just really no other way around it than that. That was childish. I've never put pressure on you to come to my wedding. In fact, I gave you outs many, many times. So if you're mad at me, like you should really question about who you're upset with and why, because it shouldn't be me. I haven't done anything except called you out when you blocked me on Instagram when you went to another wedding. Of course you're allowed to go to weddings, you know, but make it short and sweet and loving and be like, you know, it's really sad that this feels like our relationship's over. And, you know, I just want to let you know, thanks for all the good memories. They pop up on my phone all the time and blah, blah, blah. I don't think you should try to, there's no reason in matching her level of anger, defensiveness, or like not being forthright. You know, I think you could kind of like, I think when someone demonstrates that behavior to you, it's an opportunity for you to demonstrate the opposite behavior. Because whether or not it heals now or she's open to hearing it now, it's just good to put that vibe out there in terms of your energy and the people that you're going to want to attract moving forward. That to keep your head high and be generous of spirit and be like, okay, I got it. You know, I just want to let you know, like, I'll think fondly of you.
Yeah. I think what struggled for me, because I did move far away from all the people that I've known and loved my whole life. And I just feel like I've just had to like slowly trim the fat off because my time when I'm home is very precious. And I really want to spend time with people that really bring me joy. And I just feel like through the years since I've moved here, I've now lived here for 5 years. Like each year, like someone kind of is trimmed off.
Yeah. And it's going to get trimmer and trimmer as you get older, I promise you. But that's kind of a good thing because honestly, your time is so precious. And as you get older, that it's okay. Like, because having 40 billion friends doesn't cut it. You're too fucking tired, first of all, as you get older.
I agree. I agree with that. I'm tired, but this one just felt like I had been realizing it. This one just sucks.
Yeah, no,
okay.
I've been through one of those too.
Me too. Me too.
Long-term girlfriend, and it was like our relationship was fracturing for like 3 years before we made a break. 3 years. I was like, oh, let me try and do this. Let me try and do this. Let me include her in this. Let me do, and it just every time I was reminded that we no longer have the friendship that we used to have.
But we have different paths. I mean, you have to remember, like we really, as people, we're all so different. And sometimes when we come together, like you guys did, was an awesome time. You learned from each other. You supported each other, whatever you guys needed. But that doesn't mean you're going to continue doing that. So it sounds like you're at a place right now where that relationship is kind of run its course, and that's okay.
Yeah. I get it. It's just such a mourning for me because the other ones that I have, like I saw the ones that were running their course. So I was like, you know what? Let's leave those in the past.
Yeah.
It's just like it's waking me up at night.
I had one that did the same thing. I did.
You need to really just send good vibes her way as a way to like release your holding on to it because you need to move into the idea of you need to move into acceptance rather than resistance. Because, you know, right now you're resisting it. You're like, well, I can't believe you're still upset. You're grieving.
You're holding on to the hurt.
And it's okay to grieve, but you have to understand this is just not the time in your life that she's going to be in it, you know? And unless she comes to you and she just like does a whole 180 or 360 or whatever the fucking degree circle turn it is, and comes and says, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, then you would forgive her because you're being reasonable about all of this.
But also don't expect it.
No.
Please don't expect it.
I know. And, you know, word on the street through, you know, my other friends is that she's apparently written me a letter. But apparently that letter was written like during my wedding weekend. But now it's November 13th. There's still no letter.
You may never see it, and that's okay too. That's okay too. You know what I mean? Truly, I know it's hard because I can tell. Like you've been through a lot of big moments with her, and I feel like you were waiting for her to do that for you. But that's part of friendships. You want to be able to share kind of similar things, right? And that's exactly how it happened. My best friend had gone, you know, she was actually her second marriage, but then, you know, had babies and all that, you know, and I was there for all of it, and I hadn't done any of that yet. You know what I mean? So by the time it came around for me, she wasn't the person that needed to be there for me for that. And it was hard, but it's okay.
Do you have some other friends that you hang out with now?
Vegas, I live in Vegas.
different.
It is a really tough place to meet people. You know, I moved here 5 years ago. We were long distance for almost 2 years. And my job at the time let me move out here. It was just a great, you know, situation. But yeah, I mean, in New York, I would just walk out my door and just meet.
That's a very different place. Yeah. Is Vegas going to be it? Like, is that where you guys are going to stay, you think, or no?
No. I mean, I told him I wouldn't marry him unless we were getting out of here.
Yeah.
Like 2 or 3 years.
That's a rough spot.
Yeah.
I don't think that's helping. Quite
I don't think that's
frankly,
helping either.
the backdrop of Vegas is not an uplifting, you know, spirited kind of place.
Yeah.
So
You don't seem like a Vegas girl either. And I don't know you well, but
You know, I found my weird little places here. You know, there is some great things about this place, but you just really gotta find them.
Yeah.
It's like such a dig. But I think that's also heightened why I feel so sensitive about this topic is because I don't really have like a friend outlet as much here.
I think you're right.
Mhm.
Yes. And I think that's very smart to recognize that because that's going to help you move on too.
Oh yeah, my poor husband. He's like, I don't want to hear about this anymore.
Do you have a therapist?
I do.
Well, that's the outlet for it. You know what I mean? Because at a certain point, you don't want to keep belaboring it either. Not to your husband. You're just putting out that energy when you're constantly talking about it. When you're in the thing with like the therapist, and obviously this is a good place to talk about it because that's why you called in. But when you're in under the umbrella of therapy with another professional, then that's the place to really get into it. I know that was really helpful for me when I was dealing with this girlfriend that I was talking about because he was like, this doesn't sound like your friend. And I'm like, I know, but she wasn't like this before. I'm like, she's never been like this. And he's like, well, you know, you're changing and that she probably doesn't like that. She's not on board with that. And that's exactly what was true. And it was a very, very hard pill to swallow. But you have to understand, like, everything does pass. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
This too will pass. Like everything just needs a little bit of time. And then it doesn't feel as acute as you're feeling right now. And you should really just start a meditation practice where you are sending her. It's like called loving kindness meditation. And you send that to her and then people, you know, you go down a whole list of people. We've talked about it on this podcast many times, but you can look it up, loving kindness meditation. And then there's a bunch of other ones just to get yourself like in a higher vibrancy so that doesn't kind of take you down. Like a gift to yourself, you know, like this is what I want to attract. I want to attract people I want to hang out with. I want to attract whatever your hobbies, or if you want to add hobbies or interesting books to read, like anytime you can take yourself out of yourself, you're reminded that it's one person in this massive universe of billions of people. Yeah. And she's not going to define how you think about yourself or feel about yourself.
Yeah, you're right. I think also it's interesting now in the world that we live in that you kind of are able to hold on to things a little longer because of social media. Like back in the day, you were just like, okay, I'm done with this person. Yeah. Like, whatever, goodbye. I don't need to see your face. So I'm friends with all her friends. She's friends with all my friends. You know, it's like, it's so intertwined, the worlds, and I'm not there. And it's just, I just see it. And I just don't. Yeah. That's what makes it harder to let go. And I've been taking serious social media breaks because of this.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Because like I can't see it.
That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing.
I don't hate her, but I'm just so disappointed, and I think I need to start taking the step of it hurts. I just feel hurt. And I hate that it stems from a wedding. It like that makes me want to.
I hear you. Yeah.
Ugh.
But just start giving yourself medicine in different ways. Meditation, things that are just going to like lift your spirit a little bit more, because that's what it does. You know, meditating every single day, even for 5 minutes, it gives you a little boost. And then you're like, oh my God, why was I worried about that? And why was I worried about this? And yeah, I would stay off social media as much as you possibly can. You're not fucking missing anything.
No, you're not.
Exactly.
And you may find, like, as the sting sort of dissipates, you find yourself able to throw a heart on her posts or send her, like, good vibes and be like, oh, those are, like, her cute kids and their whatever, Halloween costumes. I have a situation just like this where it's like, I still love her, but at the same time, like, she's not the person I prioritize when I'm visiting home because she showed me that's not where she's at with me. You know what I mean?
I don't heart mine, so just saying, you don't have to. You know, you wish them well. I still wish them well.
But it's always good to just put good output out there. You know what I mean? It's good. It's good to be the bigger person.
I wrote my exit letter, but I wrote it knowing that I was not going to give it to her. And that helped me because I put it pen to, thought to pen, right? And I wrote it. And maybe that's what she did to you and she's not going to give it to you, but whatever. This is about you. So I did that and I folded it up and I just literally put it in my drawer and I never gave it to her, but it was helpful to just get all my thoughts out. Again, not giving it to my, at that time, fiance, now husband, because it was too much. I was just like, I was so upset. I was hurt. I was pissed. And it helped me move on a little bit.
And there is something about writing it down that like you get out of rumination mode because your brain is constantly trying to think of like the ideas and remember the things that you would say. But if you get it physically out of your body, that's really helpful.
Yeah. Well, that's what I originally did. I do that in my notes section. And then I was like in my car, just marinating. I parked in my garage, just like sitting there. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to send this to Dear Chelsea. And then I just edited it for you guys. And I was like, okay. And then it's out in the world. I'm going to send it. And here we are.
Okay, Kylie. Well, do a loving kindness meditation. And I think maybe like in 30 days, will you check in with us and tell us where you're at with it?
Yeah, because you have to take some steps actively between now and then to start filling yourself back up and getting rid of the like kind of pain that you're holding on to. Because it's not good for you.
Yeah.
So you're going to do it in the effort like you're giving yourself medicine.
Okay. You got it.
Yeah.
And get back to us in 30 days and tell us how your mood is. Okay.
Okay, I will. Thank you guys so much.
And when you're feeling inclined to go on, in moments of weakness to like look at the friend's Instagram or do that stuff, like scroll, I think you should really go try to read a book or
take a walk.
Do something else so that you're just giving yourself a little bit more space away from it.
Especially if you're looking at it feeling a little weak, don't ever look at it when you're feeling like you're searching for that specific thing. Don't go on it.
And don't comment snarky things. No snark.
No.
No, you wouldn't do that. No.
All right, Kylie. Thank you for calling in.
It was nice talking with you guys. Thank you for having me on.
Bye, Kylie.
Bye.
Good luck.
Bye.
I mean, living in Vegas was the worst part about that story. I just can't.
Poor thing. She so doesn't look like someone that you would like. I mean, from New York to Vegas?
Oh,
that's crazy.
It's brutal. I had a boyfriend that lived in Vegas, and I was like,
Really?
what are you doing with this house? Get rid of it immediately. We didn't really live there, but he had a house there. And I'm like, no.
For what?
Who knows? Yeah. I'm like, Vegas is not for living.
Yeah.
It's for visiting.
Just to throw a loving kindness meditation in there for anybody who is listening, I found this one actually a couple weeks ago, and I made a note of it because I knew it would come up again. May you be comfortable. May you be nourished. May you be appreciated. May you be loved. And you can think that about like maybe someone who you're really close with, and then someone you're less close with, and then this person you're having an issue with. So
yeah.
That's a good one. I use that.
Right? Isn't that nice?
I like it.
Yeah, I used it for like 60 days after I broke up with someone.
Yeah.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV, but many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4M study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVprepstudy.com. That's HIVprepstudy.com.
All right, ladies, whether you're single, taken, or it's complicated, one thing's for sure, you deserve to feel amazing. And Pure Romance, the #1 sex toy brand, is here to make that happen. Flying solo, they've got everything you need for the ultimate night in. When times are stressful, you should be taking your self-care to the next level, and spending a night on your own is just the way to do it. In a couple, adding a toy or two is the best way to turn up the heat. Think vibes, enhancements, and surprises that will have you wondering why you didn't start sooner. Thruppling up, stock up. And right now, it's the perfect time to treat yourself. Use code Chelsea30 for 30% off your entire order. Yes, 30% off to bring some serious excitement into your life. So go to pureromance.com, use Chelsea30, and let's make this your hottest season yet. Pure Romance, because pleasure doesn't play. Save the date, prepare for chaos, and get ready for You're Cordially Invited, a hilarious new movie starring comedy icons Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon together on screen for the first time. It is written and directed by Nicholas Stoller of Forgetting Sarah Marshall and Neighbors. Find out what happens when two weddings are accidentally booked on the weekend at the same remote venue. In a laugh-out-loud battle of determination and grit, the father of the bride, played by Mr. Will Ferrell himself, and sister of the other bride, played by Reese Witherspoon, chaotically go head-to-head and will stop at nothing to pull off an unforgettable celebration for the ones they love. And if you think you've been to a wedding where crazy things happen, prepare for alligator attacks, sabotage, shipwrecks, cornhole, and all-star comedy cameos. Will the couples make it down the aisle? Will fire regulations be violated? Find out in this perfect blend of hijinks and heartstrings. It's time to RSVP for Ferrell versus Witherspoon in their new wedding comedy, You're Cordially Invited. Watch it now, only on Prime Video.
Hey, it's Ryan Seacrest for Albertsons and Safeway. Winter is here. When it's cold outside, that means it's also cough and cold season. Don't get left feeling under the weather. We've got everything you need to keep your family covered, lessen your cough or cold symptoms, and make you feel better. Stock up on all your cough and cold essentials like Tylenol Cold and Flu, Mucinex, Ricola, Vicks, Dayquil and NyQuil, and Theraflu. And get great savings when you shop in store or online. Visit Albertsons or Safeway.com for more details.
Are you ready for Kylie #2?
Yeah.
All
Is she in
right.
Vegas too? I was like, where she's from?
She's not. She's in Pacific Northwest. She's up north.
Okay.
So.
Ooh.
Kylie #2 says, "Dear Chelsea, the holidays are quickly approaching, and I'm in a predicament. My mom passed away in January, and it was indeed one of the hardest moments we faced as a family. About 5 months after her passing, my dad let us know he was seeing someone. My parents had been married almost 30 years, so to hear of a partner so soon was gut-wrenching. Men," and then she did the eye roll emoji. "Since then, he's asked me and my sisters if we'd be willing to meet with her. Both of my sisters are against it and totally refuse, and I simply told them I'm not ready. He was understanding, but you could see it crushed him. He mentions her from time to time and even asked if he could take my 3- and 1-year-old to see her. Again, my response is not yet. Now it's time for the holidays, and my grandma, my dad's mom, wants my dad and his girlfriend to host. My heart is broken to think that not only will I be grieving the first holidays without my mom, but I also won't be spending it with my family. I'm fortunate to have an amazing support system and my husband's family during this time, and maybe it will just be a pill I eventually have to swallow, but I'm just not ready yet, and I'm afraid I'll spend the holiday crying and make everyone feel uncomfortable. How do I handle this? Kylie."
Hi, Kylie. This is Tiffany Thiessen, our special guest today. She's here.
Hi. I'm so sorry about your loss.
Thank you so much. When did your mom die?
January of this year. And you cared for her for a little while before she passed, correct?
Oh, yes. Yeah, she came and lived with us. Yeah. Yeah. So I think it's completely reasonable. And you said it in your letter, like it's too soon for you to have, not yet is a very gracious way to say, I'm getting there, but I'm not there yet, or I know I have to get here, but I'm not there yet. And it's totally reasonable for you to tell your father what it is. Like, I know this is, disappointing to you, but I have to honor my feelings and I'm not ready. I'm not ready to meet your new girlfriend. I'm not done mourning my mother. Yeah. And it's hard for me to even think of you with someone else. So I really need you to respect my wishes during this time. I love you. I understand that you don't want to be alone and that you found someone, but that's not part of what I'm ready to deal with yet. It's not like it's been 5 years. It's been not even a full year.
Yeah.
So I think it's totally fine. And I would put that in a letter.
I love that idea. I'm not very good verbally talking about it with him, so a letter sounds like a really good idea.
Yeah, and you can CC your other sisters and make sure everyone has eyes on it, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
And your sisters feel the same way?
My sisters are more passionate about never meeting a person.
Oh, okay. Are they younger? Are they younger than you?
I'm the middle.
The middle. I was the middle. Yes. Okay.
Is there any particular reason that they don't want to meet her ever? Like, is it someone that you guys knew already, or
Just relationship-wise, our whole lives, it's been rocky with our parents, but I think I chose to forgive, and they're still in their healing process.
Okay, so there's some backstory then, I feel
Yeah.
like. So your parents' relationship was rocky, or your relationship with your parents was rocky?
Both.
All of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think I feel like I want him to be happy, and us not meeting him is stopping that happiness, or meeting her, I should say, is kind of stopping that happiness, but
No, it's
I
not
don't think it's
stopping
stopping.
his happiness. He's probably happy when he's with her, but
Yeah.
he's just not getting he's not getting everything he wants. That
Right.
doesn't
And
mean he's
that's
not
okay
happy.
too. Not everybody gets that, you know?
Can you elaborate a little bit on the rockiness? Like, what was the dynamic that made it rocky? Their relationship?
yeah, their relationship for sure. I mean, they loved each other so much, but I don't want to say narcissist, but very self-absorbed people create humans. It causes a lot of disruption.
Yeah, you might want to leave that part out of the letter, but I get it. I'm like, what's better, one narcissist as a parent or two?
I don't know.
Two don't seem to cancel each other out, so it's like shit. No, I think you can write it in your very sweet way that you are. You can tell that I can tell how sweet you are, and just be honest, and that's it. Because you don't owe him anything. And
I think it sounds like you have too already. Like you've had a little bit of this conversation with him, right?
Yeah. I kind of shut it down now because I'm very emotional when I speak bully and things. I just didn't want that to come across.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so a letter's perfect. So write a letter and just say it all. And you don't have to CC your sisters, or do whatever you think is right.
Well, because this is about you. They can handle themselves, and this is really your relationship with your dad and what you feel right now, not about them.
now, does the girlfriend have like adult kids or anything, or family nearby?
She unfortunately has lost both of her kids. Yeah, at young ages.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, they died?
Yeah.
That's a lot of loss.
Wow. A lot of trauma bonding, I feel, in that relationship.
And you know what? That's very common, actually. It's very common in a lot of relationships. So
Men are just so disappointing. It's like, can't you be alone for a year?
No,
Like,
they-
honestly,
they really
it's
can't.
just so pathetic.
No, they can't.
I'm sorry. And I'm so glad you have somewhere else wonderful to go for the holidays with your husband or your boyfriend and his family. That's awesome. Like, thankfully you have that, you know?
Yeah, you have kids, don't you? You said you had kids?
Yes. Yeah. So just trying to keep it special for them, I guess.
Absolutely. Put all your energy into those. I'm telling you, that's where you put your energy, babe.
One thing you could do sort of to honor her would be, if there was a special tradition that she loved to do or a special dish she loved to make, you could make that and bring it to your husband's holiday party. And I think if that doesn't feel right, another option is to just do something that feels completely unlike anything you've done before. For example, a friend of mine, after her divorce for Mother's Day, instead of doing the thing at home with the gifts and the breakfast and all of that, she took her kids to Six Flags, and they just ride roller coasters together and have a great time and eat churros. So yeah, I think there are a couple ways you can honor your mom, and make sure you carve out a special moment for her.
Do you normally go to your parents' house?
To my grandparents, but my grandma's really pushing my dad doing it with his new partner. So
yeah.
Do your grandparents understand where you're coming from?
No, old school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I just don't know how you could say anything like that and have anybody keep going with an argument. I would be like, I got it. You got it.
Yeah, you're coming from such an honest place. You can hear it and see it in your face. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think if you're just honest with him, this hurts too much at this point, but I love you, all the good things, and give your kids and your husband an extra squeeze too.
We'll look at next year, maybe. We'll see.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? I mean, there's always next year, Dad. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, thank you, ladies, so much. It was so great to talk.
Nice to meet you,
Lots
Kylie.
of love, sweetheart. Lots of love.
Thank you.
Bye. I remember when my mom passed away, my father, I wrote this story in one of my books. My brother Roy was at my dad's house. I walked in and his housekeeper was in the kitchen naked, cleaning with no pants or a top on. And my father was on the couch watching in his boxer shorts. This was a week after my mother's funeral. And Roy sent our whole brother and sister thread a text being like, I have an update for everybody who's wondering what dad's been up to. This is it.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh my God.
Yeah. Men are funny.
Something is wrong with everyone.
Men are funny. I have a very good friend who found out his dad has been spending their life savings going to those massage places every day.
Oh my.
Racking up major bills when his wife was at home.
How many massages can you get in one day?
I think he was doing like 4 a day.
Oh, wow. I didn't even know that was
not
legal.
a spring chicken.
That's your retirement fund.
But like
Well, I think
all
they
the money gone.
Yeah, because at a certain age, men probably can't perform, right? So they'd rather just watch a woman. I don't even want to think about what's going on.
Me neither.
Okay, we'll take a quick break and then we'll come back and wrap it up with Tiffany Peason.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV. But many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4 of the study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVPrepStudy.com. That's HIVPrepStudy.com.
All right, ladies, whether you're single, taken, or it's complicated, one thing's for sure, you deserve to feel amazing. And Pure Romance, the #1 sex toy brand, is here to make that happen. Flying solo, they've got everything you need for the ultimate night in. When times are stressful, you should be taking your self-care to the next level, and spending a night on your own is just the way to do it. In a couple, adding a toy or two is the best way to turn up the heat. Think vibes, enhancements, and surprises that will have you wondering why you didn't start sooner. Thruppling up, stock up. And right now, it's the perfect time to treat yourself. Use code Chelsea30 for 30% off your entire order. Yes, 30% off to bring some serious excitement into your life. So go to pureromance.com, use Chelsea30, and let's make this your hottest season yet. Pure Romance, because pleasure doesn't play. Save the date, prepare for chaos, and get ready for You're Cordially Invited, a hilarious new movie starring comedy icons Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon together on screen for the first time. It is written and directed by Nicholas Stoller of Forgetting Sarah Marshall and Neighbors. Find out what happens when 2 weddings are accidentally booked on the weekend at the same remote venue. In a laugh-out-loud battle of determination and grit, the father of the bride, played by Mr. Will Ferrell himself, and sister of the other bride, played by Reese Witherspoon, chaotically go head-to-head and will stop at nothing to pull off an unforgettable celebration for the ones they love. And if you think you've been to a wedding where crazy things happen, prepare for alligator attacks, sabotage, shipwrecks, cornhole, and all-star comedy cameos. Will the couples make it down the aisle? Will fire regulations be violated? Find out in this perfect blend of hijinks and heartstrings. It's time to RSVP for Ferrell versus Witherspoon in their new wedding comedy, You're Cordially Invited. Watch it now, only on Prime Video.
Hey, it's Ryan Seacrest for Albertsons and Safeway. Winter is here. When it's cold outside, that means it's also cough and cold season. Don't get left feeling under the weather. We've got everything you need to keep your family covered, lessen your cough or cold symptoms, and make you feel better. Stock up on all your cough and cold essentials like Tylenol Cold and Flu, Mucinex, Ricola, Vicks, Dayquil, and NyQuil, and Theraflu. And get great savings when you shop in store or online. Visit Albertsons or Safeway.com for more details.
And we're back. We're back, Catherine.
We are back. Well, our last caller today, callers today, is Rob. He's finally not a Kylie, and he is in New York City. And he's got a bit of a career transition question, so I thought both of you would be great to answer that. Dear Chelsea, first off, I have to tell you how much I love and appreciate the podcast. I listen to every single episode and feel like I learn a little bit more about myself with each story that's shared. Recently, I've been feeling super trapped in life and in my career choice. I'm a hairstylist and have just never been super passionate about it. I thought it would be a super easy job and the money would just roll in, but it's fucking hard and people are exhausting. I have been brainstorming for years on what to do with my life, and I haven't really figured out what would make me happy. I even tried college 3 times and have no degree to show for it. As a child, I dreamed of being a writer, but never had the confidence to just go for it. I never thought that people would want to hear what I have to say, and I felt for a long time that most of my clients come to me to hear stories about my hot mess of a dating life. I also feel like I have a pretty wild imagination, so why not write a book about my shenanigans? I find that sometimes I'm super confident in this becoming a great book that will give people a laugh, and then I go to a negative place and think my writing is shit and no one will care, that I'm not smart enough to write. Any advice on how to get past this? I dream that one day I'll be done and I'll be a guest on your show and not just asking for advice. Just trying to manifest here. Rob. And he's going to join.
Hi, Rob.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Hi, Rob.
Good. Oh my God, it's Tiffany Thiessen.
Hi.
Hi.
I have a thought a little bit about thinking of it as like I have to write a book or I have to like have a compendium of all my experiences. And I wonder if there is like a smaller piece that you can break this down into. Whether it's like I'm going to write an essay about this funny thing that happened, or like I'm going to do a TikTok. Like I don't know, funny dating stories like that feels TikTok to me. And like doing something that feels a little more manageable and a little bit easier, and or a blog.
Sure.
Like soon enough you'll have several things that like maybe could become a book.
Have you actually started
Sure.
writing at all? Because it sounded like you
Yes.
started. Oh, okay.
Yes, I've started writing. I had about like a good 100 pages going on.
Oh, wow.
I've been on the go.
Well, that's good.
I just get too much in my head sometimes,
Yeah.
and then I don't even know who could read this for me to give me a little bit more advice, or if I wanted to publish it someday, how would I even go about that?
But why would you, in my opinion, why think of that right now?
Exactly, I know. I'm like thinking like way
So
too
far,
ahead.
right? Like I think what
Yeah.
she was kind of saying, Catherine is saying, like maybe take it smaller. Take it a little bit smaller instead of looking at like who knows how far in the future. Take it where you
Exactly.
are right now and say, let's finish this chapter or this many pages or whatever, you know? Sometimes biting off something you can chew a little bit easier than like a huge meal or a huge banquet is a lot easier.
I try to give myself like, I say, oh, I'm going to get up in the morning and maybe I'll sit for like a half hour or an hour. And then if I go past that, great. And if I don't, it's okay. We could put it down for a little bit and just step away.
You should pick up this book called Daily Rituals. It's about all these artists and philosophers and like painters and writers, basically like what their work ethic is and like what their hours of productivity are. And you'll see a very common theme, which is like, you know, first thing in the morning. I know this is true for myself. When I write, and I'm writing a book right now too, and it's completely overwhelming, and I know where it's going, and I know when it's going to be published, and everything that you're talking about, you know, is still applicable to anyone who even has a plan. So like, you do have to take it one day at a time. But what's cool about this book is it says like the early morning hours are your most, you know, where you're the most clear of mind and you have the most hours of productivity. And then a lot of people take breaks in the afternoon and then they'll do something physical, or many of them just start drinking and then they come back for like an afternoon session and do that. But I know for me, like I write an hour, 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours if I'm really, really feeling it in the morning. And you know, you're coming back and you're editing and you're losing stuff and you're adding stuff all the time. That is the process of writing. So it's not important that what you write is perfect. It's like, okay, sometimes I take fragments of a sentence and put it in a completely different chapter because I'm like, wait, this applies to that. And so it's constantly reorganizing, constantly editing, and you have to get into that rhythm where you're just doing it all the time. Like you have to give yourself 1 hour every morning. Let's make it 1 hour, not a half hour. 1 hour every morning. And if you go beyond that, great. But then you're on like, you know, then you start to feel like you have a pattern and you have kind of almost a system in place. So because that will breed more and more creativity. And the more you write, you know what I mean? The more you sit down and say, I have to write, the more you're just going to start writing it. Some of it may be crap and some of it you may throw out the window, but there's going to be slivers of greatness in there. Like we all have important things to say. And you don't have to worry about anyone seeing it until you're at a place where you think this is ready to show another person. Yep. And it's usually not when you think it is. And I know from experience, I send in chapters way too early. And I'm like, wait, I'm not even done with those. I'm just trying to show them I'm doing something. So the longer you can have without anyone looking at it, the better off it's going to be anyway.
Yeah, I figured I shouldn't always be looking for other people's feedback to validate myself.
Yeah, so take the pressure off, and also just write a list of the way you want to be every day. Like you write, say every day I write from 9 to 10 or whatever your hour is. After that, you don't have to make a whole list of things, but like however you're going to fit your writing in throughout the day. I'm always writing notes in my notes section, and then I go through that and I implement them into the chapters and stuff. But don't start worrying about shit that doesn't apply to your situation. It's just a waste of your energy and a waste of your time.
And that energy can be put into your writing.
And every time you do start worrying about it, go back to writing. Anytime you're like, who am I going to show this to? How am I going to get this sold? Just go back to writing. Go and be like, oh, I have to go right now for 40 minutes for letting those thoughts, control me.
Punishment.
Like it's a good way to just like get back in the game. And the more productive you are, the better and more confident you're going to feel about it as time goes on. So just consistency is key with anything like this.
Yeah, I just have to be more disciplined without beating myself up about it. Yeah.
Then use this call as your wake-up call to become more disciplined.
Yeah, I will.
Just write a big, put a piece of paper next to your desk, next to your computer that says Chelsea and Tiffany say these and then the following things. Every morning I write for 1 hour.
Yeah.
Put your phone down, put the alarm on so you know when an hour's up, and you are not allowed to look at your phone.
Yeah, no looking at phone. Absolutely. Yeah. The worst distraction.
Yeah, I'll leave my phone in my bedroom or something. I'll throw it to the side. Yeah. And I live alone, so it's a lot easier to have quiet time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm, for sure.
Yeah. And then give yourself a reward. You can go masturbate or go take a walk, whatever you're into. I always masturbate after I write.
That's not a bad idea, actually. But I recently felt like I was abusing smoking a little too much, so I've given it up. It's probably been about 3 weeks now, and I definitely feel like I'm thinking clearer. And
for sure. Good for you. Yeah, don't fucking smoke. I am terrible. Every couple months, I'm like, I could have a cigarette, and then I'm like, no, I can't. Why can I have a cigarette?
Not cigarettes.
Oh, smoking weed. Oh yeah, no, that'll fuck your mind up too. Yeah. Yeah, I can't write when I'm smoking weed. Only when I'm polishing. Then I can go when something's almost done. Then I go back and I'm like,
use it as a polisher.
Yeah, I use it as put in some more humor.
Thank you so much.
And then when it does get published, I would like to have a little bit of a little blurb,
acknowledgement.
Yeah, just a tiny little one. Okay.
Or our names could be in the title. You decide.
I'm okay with that.
Awesome. Thanks, Rob.
Good luck.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye. Okay, so anybody, you can pick up Tiffany's new cookbook. She don't forget she's the host of MTV's Deliciousness, and you can pick up her newest cookbook, which is called Here We Go Again: Recipes and Inspiration to Level Up Your Leftovers. And her previous cookbook is called Pull Up a Chair. So you can get both.
You can get both. Holiday gifts.
Yeah, yes. Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you. So nice to see you.
Nice
yes.
To see you.
Thank you.
Chelsea, do you have some new dates for us?
Oh, I do. I do. I have we added lots of Canadian cities. Canadians, I'm coming. We added about 15 new tour dates. I'm coming to Denver again, Salt Lake City, Vancouver, Richmond, Virginia, Santa Rosa, California, Gary, Indiana, Baltimore, Verona, New York, and about 7 dates in Canada. So go to chelseahandler.com. I am performing everywhere. I will be on tour for the rest of the year and through December. And then next year, I'm going to be touring all year. So come and get it, you guys. It's good times, and it's a very much needed reprieve from all the fucking madness that's going on in this world. So I'm here to bring joy and sunshine.
If you'd like advice from Chelsea, shoot us an email at dearchelseapodcast@gmail.com and be sure to include your phone number. Dear Chelsea is edited and engineered by Brad Dickert, executive producer Catherine Law. And be sure to check out our merch at chelseahandler.com.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV, but many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4M study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVprepstudy.com. That's HIVprepstudy.com.
Hello, it's Chelsea Handler. Let's be honest. Feeling good should be part of your daily routine, and that includes your sex life. Pure Romance is the #1 sex toy brand, making pleasure fun, fresh, and makes your time in the bedroom literally the best ever. Pure Romance has got everything you need, whether you're flying solo, with a partner, or even thruppling up. Enjoy 30% off with the code Chelsea30. Go grab something that makes you feel amazing at pureromance.com. You can thank me later.
Hey, it's Ryan Seacrest for Albertsons and Safeway. Winter is here. When it's cold outside, that means it's also cough and cold season. Don't get left feeling under the weather. We've got everything you need to keep your family covered, lessen your cough or cold symptoms, and make you feel better. Stock up on all your cough and cold essentials like Tylenol Cold and Flu, Mucinex, Ricola, Vicks, Dayquil, and NyQuil, and Theraflu. And get great savings when you shop in store or online. Visit Albertsons or Safeway.com for more details.
Want to save big on your next adventure? With Intrepid Travel's big sale, you can enjoy up to 20% off selected small group trips around the world. Hike Morocco's Todra Gorge, hunt down the best banh mi in Vietnam, or learn about island life from locals in Greece with like-minded travelers and a local leader. Book your 2025 travels during Intrepid's big sale. Start planning your next adventure today at intrepidtravel.com. Sale ends February 10th. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV. But many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend-4 study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVPrepStudy.com. That's HIVPrepStudy.com.
Hello, it's Chelsea Handler. Let's be honest. Feeling good should be part of your daily routine, and that includes your sex life. Pure Romance is the #1 sex toy brand, making pleasure fun, fresh, and makes your time in the bedroom literally the best ever. Pure Romance has got everything you need, whether you're flying solo, with a partner, or even thruppling up. Enjoy 30% off with the code Chelsea30. Go grab something that makes you feel amazing at pureromance.com. You can thank me later.
Hi, Catherine.
Oh, hi, Chelsea.
Hi, I still have deep throat voice.
Oh my gosh. Chelsea, where are you now?
Well, I just did a road trip with my new dog, Mochi, who's a 5-year-old chow.
I saw a picture of him, and he is pretty much the cutest thing I've ever seen.
He's a big fat baby. He's 70 pounds, so it's exactly my body type. And I took him and Bernice, and he had never flown before, so his family didn't want him anymore because they had a baby or something. So I had to pick him up. And he had never been on a plane, so I didn't want to freak him out because, I'd fly him up to Whistler. But no one in my family thought I could do it. Everyone's like, do not go on a road trip from LA to Whistler, Chelsea. And
by yourself.
So with Bernice and Mochi meeting for the first time and then in a car together for, 2 days, basically. I went to San Francisco. I stayed with my sister one night. And then my friend Kelly from Whistler was like, let me come down and meet you. You're not competent enough to drive yourself to Whistler. And I was like, no, because all I wanted to do was be alone and bond with my dogs. But you can't really bond with a new dog when you're driving.
Right.
Bernice is a good girl. And I was going to leave her behind this winter because Mabel, she's happy at Mabel's, and she's got Felix, her boyfriend, who's our dog guy at the house. But she's just been looking so cute lately. I just couldn't bear her. This might be her last year with us. She's older, but she's so cute.
She's really scrumptious.
So I had to take her. And if she doesn't, I'm going to stay until I have to host the Critics' Choice Awards. Oh, by the way, I just announced new dates in Australia, everybody, and New Zealand. So take a look at those on chelseahandler.com. And I am coming to Salt Lake City. There are tickets for that. And all my Canadian dates are this winter. So, follow me and you'll find out. Anyway, Bernice
she's a good traveler.
She is, actually. She doesn't want any trouble. She's just wants to mind her business, and she's good with other dogs. Yeah. She gets annoyed if they come bother her, but she's good.
Yeah.
So I have a new family, and we'll see how long. And what I was saying is, if it doesn't work out, with Bernice doesn't like Whistler and she's not into the snow, there's not a lot of snow here yet, then I will take her back in January when I come back from Critics' Choice. But Mochi's going to stay with me. And they'll keep each other company when I'm skiing and doing my bad parenting.
Exactly. They can be each other's pack. Well, Chelsea, I know you usually do family stuff for the holidays. Is there anything you're looking forward to?
Oh, you know what's happening this year? I'm moving out of my house so I can move into a bigger house that I had to rent for my family. So that's what I'm doing.
Your new house that just got finished, or no? Your house in Whistler?
No, because that's never going to be finished. That's in LA. I just saw that house, and it's still not done.
Just
although
bare
it's
bones.
going to be gorgeous, just in time for me to move to New York City.
Excellent.
But I've already lost interest in that house. It's taken so long. Anytime anything
Truly.
takes long, I can't. I've lost interest. I don't care.
Well, it's hard to be like have the same passion for something that you had 3 years
Yeah,
ago.
I bought that. I ordered the floors for that house 2 years ago.
That is truly
2 years
nuts.
ago. So obviously, but Carla is staying back and she is battening down the hatches. if
Oh,
you will.
good,
She's
good.
whipping everyone into shape. So there's been more
Yeah.
progress. I'm saying, because I'm saying it like that now because I'm in Canada, and there's been more progress since she's been staying behind. So that's been helpful.
Good. Yeah, I think she'll whip everybody into shape and get the shit done.
So my family arrives momentarily, in a couple days, and then we have a house for a week, and then they leave, and then I have 3 weeks off before my next date in Vancouver or Kelowna or Edmonton, wherever the hell I'm going next.
Amazing.
One
It
of
sounds
those
like you need
places.
it.
Yeah, it sounds like I do need it. I do need it.
Get into bed and then not move for at least a week of that.
I know. I
Yeah.
can't wait. I need sleep
and skis.
Skis will rejuvenate me.
Today is our holiday episode, Chelsea.
Okay. Oh, which holiday are we celebrating?
We're celebrating all of them.
Okay,
actually.
great. Kwanzaa, Christmas,
all the things.
Hanukkah.
We have some holiday themed questions, some callers talking about the new year.
Okay, great. Yes.
So my 15-year-old nephew, and I'm not sure if anyone else in my family realizes what he has asked for, and he's not into drugs, whatever, that he asked for a book on finding psilocybin mushrooms in the forest. You know, that the mushroom guy, Paul Stamets, he asked for a book from him. And I was I told my sister, I'm oh, I'm going to get that for him, thinking she didn't know what it was. And she's like, oh no, grandma's going to get that for him. So he wants a psilocybin book, and everyone's fine
I think
with
that's
it, I
fine.
guess.
Who cares? I mean, let everybody. The more educated people are about drugs, the better.
I kind of agree. And
Right?
I said I would like to supplement that with How to Change Your Mind.
Yeah, that's a good book.
Right, which is by Michael Pollan.
Michael Pollan.
Yeah, by Michael Pollan. And then my sister was like, no, wait till he's 20. I'm like, but it's not something that makes you want to do drugs.
No,
It's
just everybody. No, exactly. It's good to be educated. Also, that's what I gave to everybody this Christmas. I gave everybody 2 books. That's what I sent
Oh,
out for
that's
Christmas
good.
gifts: The Great Alone and Atomic Habits.
Ooh, fantastic.
2
I have
very
not read-
different books.
Yeah.
So that's my gift to everyone. I'm just only giving books out from now on.
Yeah, I think that's good.
I'm still reading tomorrow, but I mean, I'm just not that interested in that book, even though everyone else loves it so much.
Oh, see, I started it and I'm very into it.
Really?
Oh,
What's so interesting about it?
You know what? Because I knew you said this a couple weeks ago, and
it's never taken me longer to read a book, but that's also because
Really?
I'm writing my book. So I'm writing a book,
Yeah.
so my focus is really there, and then in between I read.
Yeah.
I feel like it reads a little like a John Irving book where it's really just about the character development and sort of their interaction. I don't know. I like it.
But it's about
interesting.
gaming. It's all
Yeah.
about gaming. Everyone kept saying it's not that. Don't worry, it's not about gaming. It's all about gaming.
Yeah, I'm only about a quarter of the way through, but it's sort of about, I don't know, I feel like it's about games as informs their relationship. That's
Mhm.
what I'm getting from, but I'm also only a quarter of the way through.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I don't know how far I am. I don't think I'm more than halfway through either. But I guess I'll finish it.
Well, that's on everyone else's year-end list, but we'll not put it on your year-end list.
No,
for
no.
recommendations.
Yeah, but The Great Alone I will always recommend. And Cirque. Or
Yeah.
Cirque by Madeline
Yeah,
Miller.
you love that one.
I love that book. I'm going to read that again.
I haven't read it. I picked it up in a bookstore the other day, and I read a few pages, and I didn't know if the prose was for me, but I don't know. Maybe I should give it a try.
Oh,
Start from the beginning.
Yeah, you got to get into it. That's like a fantasy book.
Yeah.
Greek mythology.
Yeah.
But I'm not into that either. But I loved it. I love the use. Her writing is so powerful. She just knows how to finish a sentence or write a sentence.
Speaking of year-end lists, are there any movies, TV, books that you experienced this year that you love and want to recommend?
Well, I need to watch all those movies for the Critics' Choice Awards. I haven't seen any of the movies yet. I only saw Maestro. Yeah, I saw that at a friend's house because she was screening it, and that was really good. That Carrie Mulligan is fucking awesome.
She is just a
Sarah
treasure.
Silverman's in it.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, she's in it, and she's so good too.
And I love a period piece, Sarah Silverman. She was in Masters of Sex and dressed all 1950s and cute.
Yeah, she does some good movie choices.
Yeah, she's fantastic. I did watch May, December, which is
How is that? I've heard mixed reviews about that.
it's very camp, but it's really interesting. And I think like it's very interesting to watch from like an acting standpoint, and the story is really good. It's a lot about manipulation. It's interesting too because you have all these like incredible actors, and yet the music is almost like TV movie music. Like it's very dun 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 dun, and it's a very
I heard
specific
that the
choice.
music is off. That's what they said, that it doesn't add up to the movie.
Yeah, but see, I love that choice because there's sort of like a revelation at the end. You understand why they sort of made that sort of cheesy choice. But the acting is incredible. The story is really good. There's a lot of manipulation. You kind of like power dynamics shifting, and it's really cool. It's
Yeah.
really cool.
Well, I've been watching a lot of TV, but I can't even remember what I'm watching. I'm watching The Gilded Age. That's what I'm watching.
I haven't seen the second season yet, but
I don't even know what I'm watching half the time. I mean, I just don't
Just
even.
put it on.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I'm paying attention, sometimes I'm not. When I came home from my last date in Ottawa, which was so fun, Toronto crowds were so awesome. Ottawa was so awesome. I landed on a Sunday, went out, thinking I was dying on the Sunday. I'm dying. I was like, oh my God, no, I was so sick. And I had 2 Christmas things to go to. And I was like, I kept trying to get out of both of them. I ended up getting home at 2 a.m.
Oh no.
Sunday night at 2 a.m.
Nope.
This was last week. Then Monday I had another thing. I had a goop thing for Gwyneth, and then I had another thing. And then we went out to dinner, and I went out again. And then it was nonstop.
You gotta give yourself a bedtime,
I
girl.
know. I don't know what I think I'm doing anymore. I think I'm 30 years old, and I'm not 30 years old. And I
Too
need
many
like
things.
I need like a pump of adrenaline or something.
Yeah.
You know?
But
Like,
you know what
I need
gives
a
you that?
shot of energy.
The best thing to give you that
I
is
need
just like
an
a
8
good
ball
night's
is what I
rest.
need. I need an 8 ball. Who has an 8 ball?
No, you know what? You got to do the suburban speedball, which is like your first drink is an espresso martini, and then you do something else.
By the way,
after that.
espresso martinis fucking work. They wake you up. They wake you up, and then you have a buzz.
And then you
Like,
get
that's-
hammered.
It's great.
You can't do too many of them.
No, because then you'll be up all night.
Or your heart could explode, like these people who drank these extreme lemonades. Have you heard about this?
No.
Yes, at this particular fast food chain. I'm not going to say which one, but 2 people have died after drinking these caffeinated lemonades.
Is it like a Red Bull?
It's like a Red Bull.
So they had a heart attack?
Yep, he had a heart attack and died. 2 people have died after drinking these.
Well, did they recall them?
No, I don't think yet. I don't think they've done it yet. We don't know if that was what caused it, but they died.
Doesn't sound like a positive situation.
No,
at
it's
all.
crazy. Anyway, don't drink over caffeinated drinks, everybody.
Yeah, okay.
Well, should we go to some callers? I
Yeah.
also have some follow-ups.
Okay.
So, Chelsea, you know we have our NYC girls who are child-free and have been chatting, and I've been putting them all together. They started like a WhatsApp group, and they're all chatting. Well, they got together for the first time, and we got a really sweet email from them.
Cute. I love it.
Yes. And Courtney was the one who sent this in. She said, "Thank you so much for taking the time to connect this group of women, and it was so energizing to meet for brunch in NYC this past weekend. Turns out we all feel like black sheep, oftentimes for more reasons than just choosing to be child-free or single. We're all independent and successful in our own right. Some have partners and others are struggling in the dating scene. We're often the ones paving various paths away from the norms we come from, and uniting for brunch today felt like a new home. It's so refreshing to have a community that we rather seamlessly fit into, and we all thank you and Chelsea for uniting us via her podcast. That meeting launched plans to travel, to play sports, have trivia nights, to help promote each other and our businesses, to drink and eat together from here. Thank you and happy holidays. Love, the NYC Child Free Crew united. P.S. The table behind us had maybe 20 people, at least half were toddlers, and of course, this was a total shit show. We couldn't help but realize the sheer comedy of it all. No regrets." How sweet.
Oh, wow.
I know. Look at these fabulous women.
Oh my God.
I know.
That's so cool.
Very happy for them. There have been a couple ladies who've reached out about Chicago. So, Chicago, if you want to start a group, let me know. And then I have one other. This feels like a fun holiday surprise, even though it's not exactly holiday. But Brooke had written in way back on our Jamie Greenberg app, and she was struggling with infertility and looking for ways to be positive. So you and Jamie gave her some really good advice. She says, "Dear Chelsea, I wanted to thank you for taking the time to chat with me, offer advice, and let me share the story of my miscarriage. It was so helpful to hear the perspectives from 3 different women. Jamie, I'd especially like to thank you for sharing your personal story as well. Since we talked, I'm happy to report I have good news to share. My rainbow baby girl is finally here. She was born in March, a Pisces like you ladies, which we love. And Chelsea, I know you'll be proud of me. For the first time ever, I started speaking to a therapist on a weekly basis who specialized in perinatal and maternal anxiety. It's been helpful to gain tools for helping myself de-escalate and relax in my times of spiraling. And I know that toning down my overthinking mind is good for both me and the baby. So I'm doing everything I can. The meditation thing I'm still working on, but I've come to love long walking meditations with my daughter in the stroller. Thank you again. I can't get enough of your podcast and still tune in every week. Keep doing what you're doing, Brooke."
That's great.
Yes.
Isn't that awesome? Jamie listens to every podcast. So
yeah,
Jamie, way to go, Jamie. You finally have contributed something to the world.
You ladies got Brooke pregnant.
Jamie's recently got kicked off of her own daughter's softball team because she's one of those sideline moms. Well, she didn't get kicked off, but she has to stop going to games for her daughter's mental health.
She had to take her break.
She's such an asshole at the games that she had to. Her daughter was like, she goes, "I don't think I'm going to come to any games anymore." And her daughter's like, "I think that's best."
Oh no! I think that's best from like an 11-year-old.
Is so ridiculous. She's so competitive.
Oh my god! I knew she really enjoyed going to these, but I didn't know it was like that.
Yeah, I know. I guess yeah.
We love you, Jamie. Well, let's take a quick break and we'll come back with some questions.
Okay.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV, but many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend4M study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVprepstudy.com. That's HIVprepstudy.com.
All right, ladies, whether you're single, taken, or it's complicated, one thing's for sure, you deserve to feel amazing. And Pure Romance, the #1 sex toy brand, is here to make that happen. Flying solo, they've got everything you need for the ultimate night in. When times are stressful, you should be taking your self-care to the next level, and spending a night on your own is just the way to do it. In a couple, adding a toy or two is the best way to turn up the heat. Think vibes, enhancements, and surprises that will have you wondering why you didn't start sooner. Thruppling up? Stock up. And right now, it's the perfect time to treat yourself. Use code Chelsea30 for 30% off your entire order. Yes, 30% off to bring some serious excitement into your life. So go to pureromance.com, use Chelsea30, and let's make this your hottest season yet. Pure Romance, because pleasure doesn't play.
And we're back.
So our first caller today, Chelsea, is Lauren. She lives right here in California and says, "Dear Chelsea, I am a child-free woman who has 3 adult stepchildren ranging from 35 to 43 years old. I've been with my husband for 29 years. I've given my all to being a good step-parent, but my stepchildren expect a lot from me and don't reciprocate. They do nothing for me for Mother's Day or my birthday, but expect me to put on a Norman Rockwell holidays for them while they don't contribute or do so minimally. They also blame me, not their dad, when they don't get their way, such as when their dad and I visit my family for one of the holidays. I've grown resentful and don't want to be the family lightning rod anymore. I've tried to communicate with them, but it has not gone well. My thought is to disengage from them, but that would be tricky. My husband is supportive of me, but he too is at a loss of what to do. I'm again dreading the holidays this year, which really sucks. I would appreciate any advice you have. Thank you, Lauren."
Hi, Lauren.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Just hanging on by a thread like we all are during the holiday season.
Yes.
Truly.
So it sounds like you're not looking forward to your holidays.
Well, I haven't the last few years, and kind of been doing a lot of soul searching about letting other people decide what I'm going to be doing kind of with my time, and kind of wanted to take back like the joy, of it, and just feeling like sometimes you get kind of stuck into what like people think you should do. So, there's lot of expectations, which, you've talked about with women about what we're supposed to be doing. And, I'm a step parent and kind of always been a responsible person with my family and others.
How many stepchildren do you have?
3.
3. And how old were they when you guys got married? How old were the kids?
Well, when I met my husband, we dated for quite a while, but they were 6, 11, 14, and now they're grown.
So do they think of you as a parent figure? What's the dynamic like?
Well, they do, but I feel like, and I know I'm never going to be like at the level of their parents, I just feel like I can take it for granted. It's not a big deal on my birthday or Mother's Day. They don't plan anything. They don't do anything. I mean, I might get flowers or something. And it's not that I want something, but, just even saying, hey, let me take you out for a cup of tea or a glass of wine or something. And, it doesn't have to be expensive. It's not that. It's just kind of like,
overlooked.
You just don't feel like you're, yeah.
You feel
kind of,
overlooked.
it's just sort of like, I'm expected to do these things and,
And what of your previous conversations with them? You said they didn't go well in the letter. Like, give us an example. Tell us what happened.
Well, it's kind of like when I told them, I was talking to my stepdaughter this Thanksgiving because there was a big blow up because she found out that we were supposed to go to my family and I had told my husband about it. And to be honest, I probably could have communicated better and said, hey, because I told him, hey, tell them we're going to be my family, but we're here for Christmas. And
meaning they're not invited to your family's Thanksgiving?
No, they could, but they're not going to come. Okay. They're not going to make the effort to get on a plane and go. And so they had Thanksgiving at our house.
With your husband and without you?
Yeah, and they all really stepped up and they were calling it. They were like, which they wouldn't do with me. They would just kind of assume that I was hosting the whole thing. And so they called my husband before I left and said, hey, yeah, so, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. My husband's like, I'll roast the turkey. He called me on Thanksgiving and asked me how to do it. I mean,
well, and specifically, Lauren, I know you said that even if it's hosted at one of the kids' house, they expect you to cook the entire meal and sort of throw the whole party.
Well, yeah, going to my stepdaughter's house in another city, she said we can have it up there, but then I'm kind of expected to come up and they don't plan anything. I go to the grocery store and they're like, okay, what are we going to do? And so, I think I've kind of let it happen that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sounds like it. It sounds like you, yeah.
So I take responsibility for that, but I'll throw out an email saying, what can you guys bring? And I don't hear anything until a couple days before. And then it's like, okay, well, I don't know, and I've said, then I have to kind of keep prodding them. And it's just,
yeah. It sounds like you haven't done a very good job of creating any boundaries, which I can relate to. I also am bad at creating boundaries, but you need to. And clearly they stepped up and are capable of doing it in your absence so now that you can use Thanksgiving as a perfect example. Like, you guys really stepped up over Thanksgiving. I would love for that to happen at Christmas. And actually moving forward on all holidays, it's a lot of pressure on me to take care of everything. And you can also throw in there that you didn't appreciate spending Thanksgiving without your husband. You know what I mean? You don't have to spend every Thanksgiving with, people split holidays all the time in divorces with their children, especially the adult children. I mean, they're married. They're going to go to their spouses at some point for Thanksgiving or Christmas. You have to set a new set of rules, like moving forward. This isn't your only burden. You're happy to have them all, but you need help and you need them to contribute. And you have to get better at communicating because you're not, I can tell that you haven't been.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I at first was like, okay, well, you guys just decide what you're going to do for the holidays and let me know and I'll work around it. But then I realized, no, that's not okay. And I want to spend at least one of the holidays with my husband. So I just said, we're going to do every other holiday. And if you guys want to come out, you're always welcome, but you're going to have to make your own plans on that. And they did say after Thanksgiving, I said, oh, it looks like you guys did a great job on all the food. And they're like, yeah, well, it just wasn't this, it was kind of hodgepodge. It wasn't as good as when you're there. And so, in fairness, they kind of recognize, and it's like, well, it doesn't have to be great. It doesn't have to be, whatever. I just, and so, yeah, I realize I have to get better at communicating. And the more I set the boundaries with them, I'm realizing it's coming back in with good results, both for them and for me.
It is.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
this is a perfect jumping off point. This is a perfect like turning point. Since you did opt out for Thanksgiving to spend it with your own family and they noticed your absence and the impact it had on the dinner, it's a perfect opportunity for you to go, okay, moving forward, let's all work together so that there's not, so I'm not responsible for everything, because it's really hard to provide for everyone. You're talking about 6 people now, right? Are they all married up?
Yes, or significant other.
Right. So
Yeah.
so that's not on you. And you didn't have those fucking kids also. Fuck. I mean, I'm so sick of step parents having to do all this stuff. You know, it's enough. Where's their mother, by the way? Is she around? Why don't they go be with her?
Yeah, she lives on the other side of the country. They see her at other times of the year.
So when's your next holiday together? Christmas?
Yeah.
I think to give you some like specific boundaries that you can set, whether you're hosting or someone else is hosting, I think is perfectly fair to say in advance, let them know like, hey, I'm going to make this one dish or these 2 dishes, and I would love for you guys to all bring something. Feel free to let me know what you're bringing, or you can just bring something, but letting them know like the rest of the meal will be a group effort. It will be on them to bring some things as well. And the other thing is like, no one can force us to do something without us actually doing it, right? Especially in this sort of circumstance where everyone expects you to lay out this beautiful meal, but like you are the one actually doing it. So on the day of, if it winds up being a hodgepodge, that's okay. You don't actually have to be the one to like step in and save the day and make the mashed potatoes and everything else. Let it be a little bit of a hodgepodge, but say like, hey, I want to take a little bit more of a backseat this year. I'm going to make the turkey and the stuffing, or whatever your 2 major things are, and say, would love for you guys to fill in the gaps with your other favorite dishes.
And it's not a request. It's like, you know, that's
Right.
how it's going to be. Like you have to frame it in a way that it's not you're not asking, you're telling them.
Yes. And then you don't do anything that you didn't say you were going to do. The way the boundary gets broken is by you then doing the thing you said you weren't going to do, right? So like, let it be a little messy. This is something I've learned with my in-laws is I'll be like, hey, here's how I think it should be done. And then when I'm ignored, I just have to be like, okay. And then it's a little messy. And guess what? Like everything is fine. Is it ideal? Maybe not, but it's fine.
Yeah, I'm realizing because it's like I don't have that kind of energy that I used to have. Kind of the holidays have become like a day of work for me. It's like a work day. It's like not fun.
And it's like preparing the day before and
yeah.
Listen, everyone reacts to boundaries initially like they're offended, and then eventually it turns into respect. And it's not long after the first offense, like the feeling of offense. So I just set the boundaries, send an email, put it together, and also have a little bit more oomph about what you're gonna fucking do and what you're not gonna do. Don't let people take advantage of you. You have one life to live. Like enjoy yourself and make sure people are respecting you and you feel good about it. Because then you're gonna have a much better experience too.
Yeah. Looking forward to next year, people respond well to knowing what the expectation should be. So maybe there's some regularity you can do where it's like, okay, Thanksgiving, we always spend with my family, and Christmas, we always spend with your family, to your husband, to the kids. And that can also be something that he's communicating.
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate it, and I really love the podcast.
Oh, thanks, Lauren. Get your shit together, okay, sister?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Be stronger.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Annie says, Dear Chelsea, I want to start off by saying how much I look forward to your podcast every week to always bring a smile to my face. I'm writing in because my boyfriend of 10 years, yes, 10 years, keeps hinting at an engagement. The funny story is he's been hinting at it for so long now, it's starting to feel a little boy who cried wolf. We had our son in October of 2020, and I suffered from severe postpartum depression, anxiety, and rage. He was not supportive during my struggle, and I have a lot of resentment toward him because of it. I've been with my therapist for a little under a year now, and I'm working through all my postpartum issues. Through it all, whenever we argue, he tells me, and to think I bought you a ring and was going to propose.
Oh, God.
But I always thought he was bluffing. Recently, however, I was cleaning his side of the closet and came across a hidden area with a shirt crumpled into a ball. I lifted the shirt to fold it and found a jewelry box with an engagement ring inside of it. The thing is, I felt nothing. And then I felt irritated because of all the times he threw the idea of a ring in my face. He doesn't know I found it, and I'd like to keep it that way, but I guess what I'm asking is, where do I go from here? I love him and I want our family to work, but I'm tired of being the forever girlfriend, or as his sister so lovingly refers to me, the baby mama. With the holidays looming, I fear the question is about to be popped. Any advice is so appreciated. Annie.
I don't know. I think no one should get married. I mean, why legally bind yourself to any person? But when you have a child, it becomes a different issue, I think. I don't know. It sounds like you should probably try counseling before you make any decision, because him not being understanding of your postpartum depression is a big red flag. If he doesn't get that,
right?
I mean, he needs to understand why he's not empathetic enough. And also saying, like, to think I was going to propose to you, that doesn't sound like a loving thing that any partner should ever say to someone. That's gross. So I would try counseling. I would try that with him. And if it doesn't work.
And I think counseling, like, with the intent of, like, improving your relationship, not necessarily should we or shouldn't we get married.
Yeah, don't put so much pressure on that. I've been talking to a new therapist who's like, talking about one of our main issues is like not trying to control the outcome of things, especially with relationships. Don't go into therapy thinking like we're going to fix everything. Go into therapy thinking we're going to find out if we belong together, like taking it moment by moment and figuring out, like, because whatever the result is, you're going to be okay. It's not going to be end of the world if you leave your boyfriend. Easier, actually, when you're not married, to leave him. And I understand that you have a child together, but like your happiness is paramount. And if you've been going to counseling and you've been working on yourself, there's no reason he shouldn't be going also individually and together. Not with the idea that, okay, we're going to fix it and get married, with the idea that, okay, this is where we are. Let's talk about if we're compatible enough to stay together and work through these issues and survive together. And, you don't have to throw it out right away, but it's good that you knew about the ring, you saw it, and it's good that he said that to you, because that's an icky thing to say. And that's one of the first things you should bring up in therapy.
Now, if he does propose sort of over the holidays, would you preempt it and be like, if you're thinking of asking, now is not the moment, let's go get some couples counseling?
Yes, I would definitely say, if you're thinking about proposing to me, but it sounds like this guy's going to pretend he never, you know what you should do? You should say, listen, I found the ring in the closet. I know you've mentioned to me a couple of times you were going to propose to me. If you are thinking about proposing, I don't think this is the time. I think we have some issues we have to work through. And I want to take the pressure off of you and me. We have the baby. We're dealing with some stuff. And let's try and do some couples counseling. And if after that we still feel like we have a relationship, then we can talk about getting married again. But take it off the table. Because then that kind of takes the pressure out of the balloon or whatever.
For sure. And also, like, that should be a boundary that you guys set up in therapy, is like, here are some specific things you're not allowed to say to each other. Brad and I have our specific thing, like very specific lines of dialogue that we are never allowed to throw out in a fight. And this should be one of them, because he's like spoiled the idea of even getting married for you. So that's something to unpack, but not in a way of like, should we or shouldn't we, in a way of like, this is a line of dialogue I would love to have, just like, it's not allowed in our relationship. Great. Well, let us know what happens and jump into some counseling. Well, our next question comes from Jordan. We've got a bit of a New Year's question, Chelsea. Jordan is calling in, and the subject line of his email is, everyone keeps falling in love with me. Dear Chelsea, I'm Jordan, 31, from Melbourne, Australia, and I'm queer. This past year has been a roller coaster. I ended an 8-year relationship, lost my father, quit my job to return to university, and had my dog pass away. So safe to say, it's been a huge year of change, growth, and self-discovery. I'm reaching out for relationship advice as we head into the new year. I ended my long-term relationship of 8 years because I wanted more personal growth and a shift in relationship preferences, one being monogamy. Since then, I've unintentionally entered 3 more relationships, admittedly a lot in 10 months, despite my focus on self-discovery and avoiding commitment. All 3 I've ended breaking their hearts. While I'm enjoying my current phase of exploration, aka being a slut, I keep falling into these relationships, even though I know it's the last thing I want and need. Despite being open about my intentions and actively avoiding dating, it keeps happening. I'm a people pleaser and naturally connect with others, which might be contributing to this pattern. Any advice on how to break the cycle would be greatly appreciated. Jordan.
Hi, Jordan.
Hello, how are you?
Hi. You can't stop making people fall in love with you?
It is a bit of a problem.
Well, can't you just keep your dick in your pants?
No, I can't. I did for 8 years in my relationship, which, as I said in my letter, I'm now at a point in my life, for the first time in my life, where I actually like myself and I think I'm quite attractive. So I want to be able to explore that. I'm in a really good place with myself and want to keep doing that kind of stuff, but then just keep falling into these, they are quite beautiful relationships with people, but knowing that it's really not something that I want or need at this time.
Well, okay, so I mean, I'm all for like having fun affairs with people without getting too attached. I'm with you on that. But so when you start to get attached, what are you thinking? Why do you continue hanging out with them? Because you're just having a good time?
Because it's really nice. I find myself having these connections with people where I can just fully be myself, where I feel really comfortable with them, where I have similar likes and we can do nice things together and we have great sex. And then I kind of get to this point where I'm like, shit, it would be really hard to kind of end this right now. And I think I would really, really miss it. And then if I do kind of cut things off, am I then just going to fall into the same thing with someone else?
Well, okay, so what's the problem with that? That you're breaking everyone's heart? Is that your...
Well, no, there's kind of multiple problems. It's that, I ended my 8-year relationship. One of the reasons why I did was because I really wanted to spend more time with myself, and I wanted to have more independence, and I wanted to be selfish and think about myself. Because, being with someone for 8 years, you always want to kind of put them first, and you think about them a lot. And then all of the little relationships I've gotten into this year, I find myself putting that other person first and then putting myself second. And I end up almost frustrated or almost resenting them that I have to kind of put them first. And then I will make an active decision where I say, I'm not going to go dating anyone. I'm going to try and just have little flings on the side, maybe make some friends. And then just suddenly it happens that I'm in another situation with someone.
Okay, well, this is all your fault. Like
I know.
you have to set a boundary with yourself, because you're bound. You can't follow your own. Like, you have to decide, okay, if you don't want people to fall in love with you, if you don't want to break people's hearts, and you're having, like, you want to have a casual sex, like, you have to be very clear, which I'm sure you're being. Are you being clear up front? Like, I'm not in this for a relationship.
I am, and it made it even harder with the last relationship that I had, or the last longer one, which was, I think, 7 or 8 months, was that I was pretty open throughout our relationship. And I said, look, I'm in a really tough place where I love you and have a great connection with you, but I also don't think this is what I want at the moment. Mm-hmm. But then the relationship kind of continued on, even though I was open about that.
Yeah, I think you have to be firmer with people. If you really are not interested in pursuing a relationship with someone who is getting attached to you, the most compassionate thing you can do is to just cut it off. Unless you have no problem going through life just breaking a bunch of people's hearts. I don't think, like, karmically that's really what you want to do. What it sounds like you want to do is have a lot of casual sex with different people while getting to know yourself better, and there's nothing wrong with that, but when you go out with someone multiple times and like, we all know when someone's more interested in a relationship than we are, and you need to be, like, decent enough that when you recognize that, you pull back and say, okay, let me cut this off now. Don't let it linger on and on, even when you've said it and they're like, okay, because listen, I've been on the receiving side of that. I'm sure you have too, where somebody's like, oh, I'm not looking for anything serious. And you think, well, they'll change their mind if they don't see me for a while, or if with me, I'm different. Everyone thinks that they can change somebody. So if you stay with someone after you've told them that you're not serious, then that leads them to believe that they are changing your mind. And that's just making a bigger mess of things. So the boundary that you have is with yourself. Like, you have to stop it. Make an amount, like, you're not going to see somebody more than 3 times so that nobody gets attached to anybody until you're ready for an actual relationship. And this way, nobody can be that mad at you after 3 dates. Nobody's going to be like, I was in love with you after 3 dates. And if they are, then that's ridiculous anyway.
And I think that's what my ex said as well. When I broke up, they were like, I gave you the opportunity to leave, and then I felt like that you were still in this, and then it just kind of dragged on and on. And I think a big part of me kind of staying in these things comes down to spending the majority of my life feeling really insecure, feeling like I wasn't attractive, feeling like I was unlovable. And then I think suddenly having someone come in and be like, this person really likes me. Multiple people like me. This is good. I need to cling to this. I think it's those, 28 years or 30 years of me feeling like I can't have that. I don't deserve that. And then suddenly it happens, and I think I'm like, oh, what's happening? It's
I know,
happening.
but it's a great example. Like, that's great. People like you. So like, just, you don't need people's validation of how special you are anyway. You do, because you've been dehydrated from it during your 8-year relationship. My girlfriend is also experiencing this. She's dating somebody and he's all over her, like so considerate, making all these plans for her. And she's, and he's like, you know, so into her. And she's just like, I've never been treated this nicely, and it's annoying. Like, I'm not attracted to it. And I'm like, oh my God, you know, it's so typical. But listen, you're attracting a lot of people. That's a great thing. Be respectful of other people and their feelings. And most importantly, respect yourself. Don't spread yourself so thin like this. Like, if you don't have the capacity for a relationship, don't lead anyone down that road, you know? And that's just a good way karmically for you to behave for when you are ready for your next relationship. And that way you're going to be treated with respect, because you don't want someone coming into your life and messing with your emotions in that way. I mean, look how it made you feel for 8 years.
Absolutely. I think there's almost a sense of FOMO as well when I meet these really beautiful people, that suddenly I'm like, oh, but then this person then won't be in my life, and that'll be really sad. And then I'm missing out on that connection.
Well, you can still have them in your life, just like not in a sexual way for a little while. And I think if there is someone that you can't stop thinking of 6 months down the road or 3 months down the road, then like that is your gut telling you to go back and explore something a little bit more.
And I think with the last 8-year relationship, I thought I could change myself. I spent the entire time being like, I don't think this is what I want, but I like this person, therefore I'm going to really try and change it. And it just got to the end, and I was like, I really tried to change how I was feeling, and I just couldn't. I couldn't do it.
Something I get a sense about from you is that you're very good at mirroring, and you talk about being very good at people pleasing, or that's like your MO is people pleasing. And I do wonder, if you're seeing somebody, if you're seeing a therapist to sort of like unpack some of this, because getting rid of the people pleasing stuff to a healthy degree has been super life-changing for me over the last few years.
Are you in therapy? Because now would be a good time to start.
Yeah, look, I've had a pretty crazy year, and I hadn't been working for a while, so income and money was a thing, and now I'm finally in a position, or about to be in a position, where I'm like, great, it's top of my priority list. I need to talk about my shit, because after everything that's happened this year, I've kind of been just pushing it all down and being like, I'm totally fine, and I just know that it needs to just word vomit onto someone and really unpack it, because I know that there's a lot in there.
Yeah, and like think about your motivations for things too. Like, you know, what's your intention every time? It's good to take it down a notch. You're talking about getting to know yourself, and then you're talking about getting lost in a bunch of other people. So those are two conflicting ideas also. You know, if you really want to get in touch with yourself, you should slow it down and fuck the FOMO. It's not about missing out when you're trying to get to know yourself. It's about putting a deposit into your mental health for the future and for your future relationships. So be very generous with your care for others, and also be very generous with your care for yourself.
Yeah, I think I do keep putting other people's feelings and emotions before my own when I get into these things.
Yeah, but that can be a selfish act as well. Even though it sounds like selfless, it can actually be a selfish thing when you're putting other people's, because that creates resentment, that creates all sorts of other emotions, and it's kind of like you think like you're being
the drama.
Yeah, it's a little dramatic, because you're creating drama. Like, I do all of this, like I'm doing this for you, I'm doing this for you. You're kind of taking the responsibility off of yourself when it's your responsibility, you know?
Yeah.
So I think you need to get your head out of your ass a little bit, get focused, get a good therapist, and just calm down a little bit. Just calm down. You don't need to fuck everybody. You can fuck a couple people. Don't get involved with anybody when you're not emotionally available. You want to have a good time, go ahead and have it. That's all of you. And then spend some time alone, and spend quality time with yourself alone.
You mentioned that somebody you're dating has a primary partner, and like maybe that's a good route for you right now, is like not somebody who's gonna be like, oh my God, I'm falling in love. Someone who already has told you their boundary is, that's my primary person, you're the side piece, and kind of following that a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's why I'm feeling a little bit more kind of comfortable with the one that's happening at the moment, is because I know that I know that there's somewhat of a boundary there already from them. So it means that I can't track them down with me.
Yeah. Well, Jordan, on a completely superficial note, I will say you are now very hot, and you don't need to worry that you're not anymore.
Oh, God, thank you so much. Even at 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah, he's in Melbourne, so it's very early.
Oh, rise and shine.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be there.
Yes.
I'm coming to Melbourne. I just announced my Australia dates.
I saw I'll be moving to the Netherlands though in June, so I'm gonna miss you, and I'm really
Oh,
frustrated.
you're moving to the Netherlands. Oh, there you go. Well, that'll be a
Yeah.
nice switcheroonie too.
There you go.
Yes.
All right, Jordan, keep us posted.
Thank you so much. Thank
Okay, bye.
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 I mean, he's so good at mirroring. I think he and I are dating at the end of that call. So I think we have time for like one more question. Dear Chelsea, I'm a 36-year-old woman with a great career, great family and friends, and a kick-ass dog. The one thing in my life I can't sort out are my romantic relationships. I've been married and divorced, no kids, and been in serial long-term relationships for most of my 20s and 30s. I promised myself a year of celibacy and focusing on myself, and when that year was up in August, I dipped my toe back in the dating apps. I soon met my current boyfriend. We took it slow, and after 3 months of dating, are an official couple and very serious about each other. It feels great, healthy, and mature. Thank you, therapy. So what's the problem? My track record of relationship train wrecks has scarred my parents so badly they're no longer interested in meeting or getting to know this wonderful man I'm now
That's my
dating.
family. They were like, well, I remember one year, they're like, you're not allowed to bring friends or lovers home
Not even
anymore.
friends.
They hated all my friends.
Damn.
I'd always bring some gay guy home with me that would like ruin get so wasted or do
Oh
something.
no.
Yeah.
Suck all the air out of the room.
I always come with one gay man.
My dad refuses to even hear anything about my dating life since he says he's sick of hearing about it. It should be noted that after his second divorce, I listened to and supported him through his many ill-advised rebounds, but I digress. My mom, who I'm extremely close to and love immensely, is normally inviting and eager to welcome any guest into her home, but she's told me she does not want my boyfriend to visit with me during the holidays. Her exact words were, I can't get close to someone when we both know it likely isn't going to work out. Ouch. I feel like the ultimate loser asshole whose entire family collectively rolls their eyes when they announce they're seeing someone new. Wouldn't surprise me if there's a when will Sarah shit the bed on this one pool. I've made plans with my boyfriend for him to spend 2 days with me at my mom's house and have had now to call and uninvite him and explain that my own family thinks these things about me. I'm writing this letter after crying into my pillow like a little bitch after that conversation. I mean, who wants to be with someone even their own family thinks is such a loser? How can I cope with this and change my family's perspective? Is it even worth it? Are they right to set these boundaries? And am I being a huge baby about all of this? Help, CNC. I know you'll give it to me straight.
I would say to this that you should respect your family's wishes on this one. The only way to change your family's mind about you is to start changing your behavior. And by changing your behavior means not bringing someone to the holiday. Since that is your pattern, just don't. You already uninvited your boyfriend, great, or, the new guy. And just respect your family's wishes and then show them a change. Like if in 6 months you guys are still together, then you can introduce him. Don't prematurely introduce people to your family because that's what you've done. And just show them over time by going to Christmas without him. You're showing that you're respecting their wishes. And that's the first step in saying like, okay, I hear what you're saying. And I do want to make a change. And this is my first demonstration of that.
Totally agree. I think the proof is in the pudding. And so hopefully next year when you guys are still together, then you say like, you show them like, hey, we've been together almost a year and bring them along then. I think that's all you got to do. This is a wait and see, but go have a great time for the holidays. And, you can talk about how great your boyfriend is, but save your parents the heartache if there is.
Yeah.
Hopefully there won't be.
Shabbat shalom.
Yes. Well, Chelsea, this has been very fun, and I'm excited for you to spend some time up shushing in the snow. And
yeah, I have to get my birthday ready. It's time to start brainstorming my birthday video.
Yay, very exciting.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We'll be back. We love you. Have a happy holiday, everybody. Thank you so much for listening, and thanks for all the favorite podcast DMs and mentions we got. And I love that we have so many fans everywhere. At all my shows on the road, everyone's always coming up talking about the podcast. So I really appreciate everyone listening all the time. I'm glad we have a community.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And, if you haven't left a review, go ahead and leave one.
Leave a review or write a call-in, if you want advice. Feel free.
Yes, please do.
We always need callers.
Chelsea, do you have some new dates for us?
Oh, I do. I have we added lots of Canadian cities. Canadians, I'm coming. We added about 15 new tour dates. I'm coming to Denver again, Salt Lake City, Vancouver, Richmond, Virginia, Santa Rosa, California, Gary, Indiana, Baltimore, Verona, New York, and about 7 dates in Canada.
So go to chelseahandler.com. I am performing everywhere. I will be on tour for the rest of the year and through December. And then next year, I'm going to be touring all year. So come and get it, you guys. It's good times, and it's a very much needed reprieve from all the fucking madness that's going on in this world. So I'm here to bring joy and sunshine.
If you'd like advice from Chelsea, shoot us an email at dearchelseapodcast@gmail.com and be sure to include your phone number. Dear Chelsea is edited and engineered by Brad Dickert, executive producer Catherine Law. And be sure to check out our merch at chelseahandler.com.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV, but many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4M study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVprepstudy.com. That's HIVprepstudy.com.
Hello, it's Chelsea Handler. Let's be honest. Feeling good should be part of your daily routine, and that includes your sex life. Pure Romance is the #1 sex toy brand, making pleasure fun, fresh, and makes your time in the bedroom literally the best ever. Pure Romance has got everything you need, whether you're flying solo, with a partner, or even thruppling up. Enjoy 30% off with the code Chelsea30. Go grab something that makes you feel amazing at pureromance.com. You can thank me later.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV, but many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4M study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVprepstudy.com. That's HIVprepstudy.com.
Hello, it's Chelsea Handler. Let's be honest. Feeling good should be part of your daily routine, and that includes your sex life. Pure Romance is the #1 sex toy brand, making pleasure fun, fresh, and makes your time in the bedroom literally the best ever. Pure Romance has got everything you need, whether you're flying solo, with a partner, or even thruppling up. Enjoy 30% off with the code Chelsea30. Go grab something that makes you feel amazing at pureromance.com. You can thank me later. Save the date for You're Cordially Invited, a hilarious new wedding comedy starring Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon. Chaos ensues when 2 weddings are accidentally booked on the same weekend at the same venue. Uh-oh. Will Ferrell plays the father of the bride, and Reese Witherspoon is the sister of the other bride, and they go head-to-head to make sure the ones they love get their special day. Together on screen for the first time ever is Ferrell versus Witherspoon. Chaos, comedy, and alligator wrestling await you in You're Cordially Invited. Watch it now, only on Prime Video.
At Arizona State University, we've made online education better, smarter, and more personalized, so you can go further in your aspiring field.
I decided to pursue medicine once I realized that ASU did have the online program for biological sciences. You're still required to learn the same curriculum. You're still being tested on the same content that anyone would be tested on in person. The comprehensiveness of the program prepared me so well for medical school.
Explore over 300 programs at asuonline.asu.edu.
Hi. Oh, hi, Chelsea.
Hi, how's it going, Catherine?
Oh, it's great. It's finally sunny here in Los Angeles.
I'm so sick of people complaining about living in Los Angeles. I mean, what the fuck? You got there's been a month of bad weather and people are ready to move.
Oh my gosh. I told Brad, I'm like, I think it's time. We got to make a run for, I don't know, BVI or something.
Oh, yeah. Well,
somewhere
that would be
tropical.
a real hot existence. And they'll be underwater soon, so probably don't head down there.
Good point.
Okay, guys, we have added more shows to my Little Big Bitch tour because I'm coming all over. We had a second show at the Pantages in Los Angeles, so that's October 12th, and Friday the 13th, which is my favorite day of the year. We added a second show in Boston at the Wang Center. September 29th and 30th is 2 shows in New York. I also have a show in East Hampton, New York, August 26th. We added a second show in Portland, so Thursday, November 2nd, Friday, November 3rd in Portland. November 4th and 5th in San Francisco, 2 shows there. We added a second show in Seattle, November 10th and 11th.
Two shows Boston are November 16th and 17th at the Bach Center, Wayne Theater. And I'm also coming to Toronto and Montreal and Ottawa and so many other cities, Columbus, Cincinnati, Detroit, Louisville. So I will see everybody at all of these shows. Thank you. Get your tickets at chelseahandler.com.
Chelsea, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Is there anything in a romantic relationship that's not actually bad, but would be a deal breaker for you? For example, I don't think I could date a guy that was like really into sports. Like there's nothing wrong with that, but it would be a deal breaker for me.
A deal breaker?
Yeah.
I don't know about sports. I've never really dated anyone that's not into sports. Because I don't think I'd be attracted to someone like that. But it wouldn't be a deal breaker.
Yeah.
Like if they were watching Sunday football, that would be a turn off.
I know.
You know, like if they had to watch football every Sunday. I don't know.
It's just like how you spend your time. Like when Brad and I first started dating, he was doing a lot of jazz music and playing out every night. Like I was like, I'm not particularly into jazz, but this is fun. It's a cool thing to do. Like I couldn't have been in this relationship if it was like, go to a game with me.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's what you're into, right? I would be into watching jazz too in the beginning.
Yeah.
I'm into anything for a short period of time. But it kind of takes away, if somebody watches football every Sunday, it kind of takes away the option of like being together unless you're going to go and watch, and I'm not doing that.
Right.
I'm not going to spend my Sunday watching football.
No.
Especially if it involves like multiple men and beer on sofas. Like, no. Anyone who takes sports so seriously, it's hard for me to take seriously.
Yeah.
I get it, but like it's not like when people are just so invested, it's just like, are you on the fucking team? Like relax.
And then they have their fantasy teams. They have
Yeah.
like fake football.
Yeah, I used to play that on Chelsea lately. They made me join a fantasy football league just because I was so
God.
clueless about sports. I think I won the whole thing like 2 years in a row with knowing nothing, just on good luck. Yeah, beginner's luck.
Yeah. Any other sort of like, well, this isn't something that's wrong with this person, but I just couldn't date someone who.
I mean, clothing. There's so much clothing that I can't get past.
Yeah.
And a toe action, and also food. Like if you can't eat with your mouth closed, I find that to be pretty gross.
Yeah.
Clumsiness. I know that turns me off when guys are really clumsy. I once went on a date with a guy to this restaurant in Santa Monica, and he spilled chips and guacamole all over me. Like within the first 10 minutes of me being there. And I just was like, you're such an idiot. Like, why would you, if you did that, you're not together. Like you're a mess.
Literally and figuratively.
I was just like, what? I mean, it's just so clumsy.
Do you believe like when you get the ick, you can't come back from it? Like, oh, this person gave me
Not
crazy
so, it
feelings.
depends how ick it is, you know.
Yeah.
But I have a lot of
icks.
Yeah, fingernails. If there's any length on a fingernail,
Oh,
on a
no,
man,
that's-
I can't take that.
That's a no.
I don't
That's
like
a no.
anything. God forbid toenails have length on them. That's also like you have to get your foot amputated.
Something tells me our guest today has nicely pedicured feet.
Our guest today is a GLAAD award-winning writer, producer, and star.
Yes, and he's a hysterical stand-up. You can find him at I Hate Joel Kim on Instagram and Twitter.
Please welcome actor, comedian Joel Kim Booster.
Hello! I'm so excited to be here. And now, finally, every single white gay in my life can stop telling me, you should go on the Chelsea Handler podcast. You should really go on the Chelsea Handler, as though it's been my choice all along. As though-
So I know that's like when somebody's like, "Why don't you go on the Oprah Winfrey show?" Well, hold on. I'm not comparing myself to Oprah Winfrey, but I am. Yeah, you're like, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
Why don't you go do SNL?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
a great
Oh my
idea.
God. Yeah.
Joel Kim
Yes.
Booster.
Thank you for the full name.
Yes. Well, I mean, who knows what you're into? I just want to get it fucking right? Let's talk about your life and your career because
Let's do it.
everything's taken off for you, and it's very nice to watch.
Yeah, it is always funny when people say that because it does your conception of what success looks like changes every single time you hit a new sort of echelon of success. And suddenly now I feel like I'm a nobody and I'm nothing. And even though if you told me 10 years ago what I'd be doing now, if you told me 10 years ago that I'd be sitting across from you specifically, I would be like, shut the fuck up. That's never going to happen. I'm going to be working at this Olive Garden for the rest of my life. So it is funny to hear that, but it's nice to hear too.
It's like the opposite of manifestation.
Yeah,
You're like, I'll never amount to
Exactly.
anything. Because I honestly think both things work for certain people. Like some people never think that they're going to do anything. And they're like, oh, when I hear certain celebrities or musicians talking about how they would have never believed where they are, it's like,
I have the whole opposite mentality. Like I always believe like everybody should be talking to me and listening to me. Like I have strong opinions.
I'm definitely the opposite. I have a nice mix of imposter syndrome with resentment, which is I never believe that I deserve anything that I have, but I definitely don't think that a lot of people who are as successful or more successful than me deserve what they have. And that's sort of what keeps me going every day, is because I see people and I'm like, well, I could be doing that. And then I get there and I'm like, oh, God, can I be doing this? So it's a nice mix.
That's good. That's good.
Healthy mix.
And I read that if you're comfortable talking about your bipolar disorder, I read that that you've been diagnosed with bipolar.
That happened. Yeah, I finally got diagnosed like a year before the pandemic happened. Which what amazing time.
By the way, no shit.
Just to like sit at home and figure out what the right cocktail of drugs is was a real nice wrinkle for my lockdown experience. But yeah, I mean, the thing is I have always been sort of my moods have been wild since I was growing up, and my parents were very, very Christian, very, very evangelical, and did not believe in any sort of actual, real, hard scientific psychology therapy, anything like that. They sent me to Christian therapists who would pray over me and like try and make me better, and that never worked. But I gotta tell you, Abilify works wonders. Jesus, not so much. Abilify and Wellbutrin has kept me in check for a little while. But it is difficult because I don't know if you feel this way. Sometimes a little crazy like helps me. My biggest worry since being diagnosed is that like I'm killing a part of myself that I really relied on to make myself funny, to write, to like find interesting, things about myself. Because like I definitely do not like being depressed, but being manic can be kind of fun sometimes until it's not. Until very productive.
Because you can be really sexual, right?
Yeah.
You can be really happy about like shopping, like over shopping, like yeah.
You feel like on top of the world. That's in fact my manic periods were some of the only times I didn't have imposter syndrome about like what I was doing or what I was having. And so it's a difficult thing to let go of, because ultimately it is very destructive. Like I don't need to be having sex with 4 or 5 guys in a day just because, and I don't need to be abusing drugs to the level that I would when I was manic. I still abuse drugs, but just, at a reasonable
Thank
level.
You for saying
yeah.
that.
But yeah, there was a lot of self-destructive stuff that came hand in hand with that. Would I write a script in like 12 hours? Yeah. Like, did I write a lot manic? Absolutely. And did it turn out okay? Sure. But like those first drafts were a little rough. I'll tell you that. But yeah, it's one of those balancing acts, I think, is like a person in entertainment and an artist, whatever. The lie that the disease tells you is that you need me in order to do what you do and what you love. And that is, I have found not to be the case, because I have been medicated now for going on 4 years, and off and on, there have been times when I've gone rogue and it has not turned out super well. But for the most part, I think like I am still funny. I am still myself. I am just a slightly more chilled,
calibrated version.
Calibrated, yes, exactly.
So when you were growing up, how does bipolar disorder present itself in a person? Is it something that you're born with, or is it something that is triggered by an event?
You know what? It's probably a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I think like for me, it definitely manifested really young. Like I was really hyper emotional and hyper reactive to things since I can remember. Like I was just throwing tantrums way longer into my life than was appropriate, probably, like in public, on the floor, screaming, crying, kicking, the whole 9 yards, because I just did not know how to process any of my emotions. And my parents were not giving me the tools necessary to process any of this. And I wonder often like how my life would have turned out differently if they had maybe, supported me in a more scientifically based way earlier on. But like, I remember this one time I was being such a jackass and like throwing things in my room, slamming the door, so angry that my dad tried to exorcise me in the middle of the fight. I was 13 years old, and he literally started saying like exorcism bullshit to try and get the devil out of me. And in that moment, I realized what he was doing, and I started to laugh in his face, which in hindsight is something a demon would do in that situation, is start laughing maniacally at your poor father who is trying to exorcise you. So it didn't help matters.
Okay, so then what led to you getting an official diagnosis in 2019 or
2019? Yeah, it was 2019. And it was getting to the breaking point. I was destroying relationships. I think that was like the big thing. I think it was getting harder and harder. Because like, listen, when you're manic and you're like the life of the party, it's really easy to make friends and it's really easy to get people to like you. And then if they hang on and they stick around long enough, those episodes become really destructive and really toxic. And I became a really I would eventually become a really toxic person. I remember, this is something I haven't shared very much at all, but like I went off my meds to film my movie because I was convinced that I would not be able to write or punch up the script or act if I was on my meds. And I remember near the end of the filming process, and thank God they all loved me so much, I really tried to burn down every bridge I had with every single cast member on that shoot. And like they're some of my best friends, but I remember looking at Bo and Yang and saying, "You're only friends with me because you wanted to be in this movie." And I said that in the height of a manic episode. That was so insane. And he had so much grace for me in that moment. And he just said, like, that is not true. You know that's not true. I'm going to leave now, and we'll talk about this at another time. And luckily, like, it was so intense and so heartbreaking in that moment that it was a real like wake up call for me where I was like, this is not who I am.
Right.
You know? And there were little moments throughout the filming process like that. And everyone had so much grace for me and was so kind. And I eventually, made the decision to go back. And it's a difficult thing to wean on and off constantly. It's not healthy.
But that's the tricky thing, right?
Yeah.
With bipolar disorder, is a lot of people feel that way, that they can get on and off their meds at their discretion, which kind of is not the case.
Not the case.
No. And what is the flip side of the bipolar? So the mania, and then you have the depression?
Yeah, the depression, honestly, it doesn't manifest for me a ton. I'm not a super depressed person. I will say, like, those episodes last for shorter periods of time than the mania does. And they're less noticeable, I think, because I'm able to push through them a little bit easier without anyone noticing. I will say, like, when I'm depressed, I'm just quiet and I, like, fade into the background. And I think, like, that's how people, especially like my boyfriend, will know that I'm in a depressive episode because I'm just like at a party, standing in a corner on my phone, not engaging with anybody, which is like pretty normal behavior for a lot of people. Actually, I just become more of an introvert. But like, yeah, they're not as intense. The mania was the life ruining stuff that was going to end up with me in a facility eventually, and that's the scariest part about being bipolar is that like untreated and it can turn into worse and worse things if you don't sort of manage it early on. And that's my big worry is I don't want it to turn from mania into psychosis, which is like that specter hangs over me and specifically my relationship a lot because I look at my boyfriend sometimes when I'm in the depths of something and I'm always like, this could get worse. That, right? Like you're signing on for something that could eventually get much worse if things don't go my way. And that is like, it's a really shitty thing to lay on your partner in the middle of a fight usually, but he seems game for it so far. He seems pretty game for it.
What about your parents and your Christian parents? How did they handle your gayness?
Not well, Chelsea, not well. They were not super keen on it. They also found out in the most invasive, aggressive way possible. They read my journal when I was a senior in high school. I had been out at school for a year. They read my journal and a year's worth of journal entries, which were literal listicles at this point. Not even like introspective observations about my life. It was literally, guys' dicks I've sucked this week. And then just like a straight up list. And then, so they didn't even have to sift through like my dreams or anything like that. They just got straight to the meat of it. Like, this is what I'm doing. I literally had entries that were like, lies I told my parents this week. Just itemized the bullshit for them.
That's pretty funny.
I know. I was a fucking idiot. So they confronted me about this.
Well, maybe you were in a manic episode when you were journaling, because it sounds like it.
Quite honestly, and I had a manic breakdown when they confronted me about it in a really big way, because it was a seismic paradigm shift for me. I, at this point in my life, had planned on never coming out to my parents, never telling them, living like a completely separate life. I thought that was possible. And in a moment, they completely shifted everything and sort of took that control out of my mind. And I broke down. I had it was bad. And so they sent me to an inpatient mental hospital for teens with the caveat. They tested me 3 times for HIV. They were like, nope, test him again, because they were so convinced that because of all the dick sucking I was doing, I had AIDS. And they left me there for a week. And for the whole week there, the people were like, this doesn't seem like the right facility for you. Because this was like a place where like kids who are addicted to heroin or who had straight up tried to murder their parents went. And they were like, this is a little outsized for you. Obviously have issues that you need to work out. And like, this is a serious issue with your parents, but like, this is not the place for you. But they left me there for a week. Eventually my insurance wouldn't cover it anymore. My parents' insurance wouldn't cover it anymore. So they're like, you got to come and get your kid. They brought me home. I stayed for about like 3 days at home and then got up and left and started couch hopping. And I eventually ended up living with, there's a girl who I stood next to in choir. We were not friends. She was very popular in a different way than I was, because I was also very popular.
Okay, calm down.
But she was a jock, and her dad was the Methodist pastor in our town. And she, everybody knew I was missing for that week because I was the voice of the announcements. And when the voice of the announcements goes missing, people start talking. People would have started a podcast if it was that time about where I was. And so she was like, hey, if you ever need a place to stay, you can come stay with me. She was just being nice, whatever. And then it was getting colder. I showed up at her house and I was like, hey, remember when you said that shit about me staying here? And she was like, oh yeah. And her parents were like, you can't just invite strange boys to stay at our house. Her dad's a paraplegic. She had 2 younger brothers, but I stayed that night, talked to her mom, like all in through the night. And then the next day they were like, come back for dinner. And long story short, I stayed with them for the rest of my senior year. They co-signed my student loans to go to college. They bought me a car for graduation. She is still to this day my best friend. I was like her best man in her wedding. I flew back to see her when she got a divorce. And I will say, like, as a follow-up, my parents and I are good. My mom and I are good at this point. My dad did pass away during COVID, and that was really hard. But it was honestly the silver lining of my dad's passing is like I had never been in a relationship in my entire life, and my entire life, the homosexuality part of my life was sort of a don't ask, don't tell situation with my parents. Like they were very uncurious about who I was dating, if I was dating, anything like that. As long as we didn't have to talk about that, then it was cool. And then my dad died. And I was like, well, shit, like I would have liked to have known how he would have reacted if I brought someone home. And so I finally talked to my mom and I was like, hey, I just need to know, like, if I fell in love today and wanted to bring someone home to meet you, like, what would you do? I just need to know this. And she was like, we're not on the same page as you are on that part of your life. But if you found someone you loved and who loved you back, I would love them as much as I love your brother-in-law. And your dad would felt the same way. And then coincidentally, 2 months later, I met my partner now, and I brought him home to meet her. She was lovely. He was a hit. It's still not perfect because they're like, Fox News Trumpy family to the nines, but things are better. And she asks about him now. And that, for me, coming from like where we came from, where it all started with the journal and the breakdown and the hospital and all of this bullshit, to now where she's like welcoming my boyfriend into her home with open arms. It's really like it's a nice sort of closing of the loop for me.
It's also a beautiful example of your girlfriend's parents, like the idea of acceptance versus denialism, of your own children. Yeah. What you can foster when you accept someone's choices just because they're different from your own isn't a reason to exclude someone. It's a reason to say, and obviously with people with Christian backgrounds, religious upbringing, obviously that's an indoctrination of another kind.
Right.
But what a beautiful story to know about that family that took you in and gave you a home when your own family couldn't provide that acceptance.
Well, and one of the ironic things about that story is her dad was the Methodist pastor in town, very progressive pastor though, and like very much like, and I remember, this is how fucked up I was when I was leaving my parents' house. And for that full year I was out, I was like, well, I was so indoctrinated into evangelicalism that I was like, I'm going to hell. Eventually I will go to hell. But I can't deny this about myself. So I might as well have some fun, suck some dick now, and eventually I'll go to hell. And her dad eventually caught wind and like figured out that was what my thinking was. And he straight up, I will always remember this conversation because it changed my life. He was like, that's not the case. Hell isn't real. And if it were, God would not send gay people there. And hearing that from a man of the cloth, like an actual pastor, changed my life and changed my like outlook on the rest of my life, because suddenly it was like freeing to hear that from somebody in authority. So it was really life-changing. And it's why I have, like, as a card-carrying liberal gay person, you know, obviously religion is a touchy subject for me, but I do believe that there are people out there who are doing good in God's name. Not necessarily all of them, certainly not the majority of them, but there are people out there who are trying to change the conversation. And my friend actually became a pastor, just like her dad, and she just held a drag show at the church. It's mostly focused on getting homeless people off the street. She does not give a shit about like any of like what you smoke or what you drink or who you fuck or any of those things. Her ministry is very much based on like making sure people have community and feel supported, you know, in all the real ways that you need to be supported in order to live a full life in this world. So yeah, that's sort of where I'm at.
Because if those people hadn't taken you in, like, who knows what would have happened, especially with your bipolar, like who knows what could have happened.
Yeah.
Like anyone who's listening, like when you see somebody who needs help and you can give them that help, like provide them, you can open up your home to them or help them financially or whatever, like you can change someone's, like the course of someone's life. And imagine that feeling, not even just for the person you're helping, for your own, you know, like it just feels so wonderful. Those people must feel so good. And I mean, and their real children must feel so proud of that, you know, and they're going to be able to suck it forward. Since we're talking about so much dick sucking, I thought I would throw in another sucking. Okay. Well, this is an advice podcast, Joel.
Right.
Are you fucking ready?
I'm fucking ready.
Okay. Estamos listos. We'll be right back.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV. But many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4 in the study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVPrepStudy.com. That's HIVPrepStudy.com.
All right, ladies, whether you're single, taken, or it's complicated, one thing's for sure, you deserve to feel amazing. And Pure Romance, the #1 sex toy brand, is here to make that happen. Flying solo? They've got everything you need for the ultimate night in. When times are stressful, you should be taking your self-care to the next level, and spending a night on your own is just the way to do it. In a couple, adding a toy or two is the best way to turn up the heat. Think vibes, enhancements, and surprises that will have you wondering why you didn't start sooner. Thruppling up? Stock up. And right now, it's the perfect time to treat yourself. Use code Chelsea30 for 30% off your entire order. Yes, 30% off to bring some serious excitement into your life. So go to pureromance.com, use Chelsea30, and let's make this your hottest season yet. Pure Romance, because pleasure doesn't play. Save the date, prepare for chaos, and get ready for You're Cordially Invited, a hilarious new movie starring comedy icons Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon together on screen for the first time. It is written and directed by Nicholas Stoller of Forgetting Sarah Marshall and Neighbors. Find out what happens when 2 weddings are accidentally booked on the weekend at the same remote venue. In a laugh-out-loud battle of determination and grit, the father of the bride, played by Mr. Will Ferrell himself, and sister of the other bride, played by Reese Witherspoon, chaotically go head-to-head and will stop at nothing to pull off an unforgettable celebration for the ones they love. And if you think you've been to a wedding where crazy things happen, prepare for alligator attacks, sabotage, shipwrecks, cornhole, and all-star comedy cameos. Will the couples make it down the aisle? Will fire regulations be violated? Find out in this perfect blend of hijinks and heartstrings. It's time to RSVP for Ferrell versus Witherspoon in their new wedding comedy, You're Cordially Invited. Watch it now, only on Prime Video.
Hi, I'm Arturo Castro, and I've been lucky enough to do stuff like Broad City and Narcos and Roadhouse and so many commercials about back pain. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel the space is crowded enough. Get ready for Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast about the wildest true escape stories in history. Each week, I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians to tell them a buck-wild tale from across history and time. People like Ed Helms, Diane Guerrero, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, and Zoe Chow.
Titanic, Charles Manson,
Alcatraz, Sarah Shakur, the sketchy guy named Steve.
It's giving funny true crime.
I love storytelling, and I love you, so I can't wait.
Listen and subscribe to Greatest Escapes on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back.
We're back. Our first question comes from Alyssa.
Milano?
It is in fact.
Told her to stop calling into this show. It's enough already.
She says, Dear Chelsea, I'm a queer 36-year-old woman and I'm in my first same-sex relationship. It's still a bit new, but honestly, I feel head over heels in love. My question is about telling my own mother about this relationship. I have been able to be open and honest and have come out to my close friends and sisters. I've just been learning how to set small boundaries with my mother, and it's been hard. We essentially don't really talk anymore. The next time I see her will be on a week-long family vacation in a few months. Would it be okay to send a text message to my own mother telling her I'm actually bisexual and have a serious girlfriend? Or should I wait until we're together? Alyssa.
Yeah, I kind of wonder, I would like to know a little bit more context for like where the mom is at with these things. Because you generally know how your parents feel about gay people these days because we're everywhere. We're on the TV, we're in Target, we're everywhere.
Yeah, but if we don't say gay, everyone will stop being gay.
Exactly. But without that knowledge, I think the responsible thing to do for both her and the mom is to text before the vacation, because if things blow up because of the text message, you ain't going on that vacation.
Yeah,
right?
Vacation's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the dynamic between the mom and her?
She just said there's been some boundaries and they're not really talking.
Okay,
That's all we
But
got.
you're about to go on a fucking vacation together?
Yeah, well,
Like,
family vacations are always such a hot mess. 3 days in, they're fine. And then the last 4 days, you're like, what the fuck are we still doing here? Everyone gets so annoyed with their families. But I agree. You have to tell her beforehand, just out of respect, because you don't want to put yourself in that situation.
Yeah.
Go showing up at a vacation that you might have to leave prematurely early. And and saying you're bisexual and that you're in love with someone, like, it's not like you're telling her you're bisexual and that's it. Like, you're telling her for a reason because there's someone in your life that you love and respect, and it's hopefully going to be loved and respected by your family as well. So yes, I would definitely let her know, or call her.
Yeah, that
if
would
you
be
can.
nice. I think ultimately, if you go on this vacation and you reveal this information, I mean, you are following in a long line of bisexuals who love attention, but you will make this vacation all about you. Like that, suddenly the vacation is no longer about the vacation. It is about this revelation that you have revealed to your mother and the group. So I think like priming her beforehand so that she has time to get over it too, if there is a problem, or if she's, got a time to process it before the vacation, is, I think, the respectful thing to do for your entire fam.
Another creative way to do it is just to get some video of you going down on your girlfriend and just sending that to your mom.
Yeah, leak your sex tape, babe.
So good luck. Let us know what happens.
Thanks, Alyssa. Well, our first caller is Mia, and her job is she's a freelance dancer. And she'll give a little more context for this when she pops on the phone as well. My childhood best friend just shat on me and our entire friendship and says she doesn't want to work on our relationship. But she's getting married in a few months, and I'm supposed to be her maid of honor. She still wants me at the wedding and the bachelorette, Reed, to plan both of these things. But I feel there's no way I can go, given the unforgivable things she's said to me. I'm worried if I don't go, it'll seem really dramatic and self-centered, which would only confirm her assessment that I'm the most self-involved person she's ever met. Do I fake it for her sake, or do I protect my own feelings and wallet and tell her I won't be attending? Mia. Hi, Mia.
Hi, Mia.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
We're wonderful. I have to say, for the listeners at home, Mia is gorgeous.
Yes. All of our callers are good looking.
Important context to have. For
They always
sure.
are.
Yes. And Mia, you told me a little bit more about the falling out that you had centered around a mutual friend's wedding. So let us know what happened.
So my grandmother, who I was very close with, died a few weeks ago. And her funeral happened to be on the same day as a friend's wedding that I was in. I was a bridesmaid. As soon as I knew, I told this friend. She understood, obviously, that I wouldn't be there until the ceremony, and I would try my best to make it to the ceremony. And she had a plan B in case I didn't make it, because I didn't want to leave my grandma's funeral early. And then my childhood friend, who was also attending this wedding, came with me to the funeral, which was very nice. And then we went to the wedding together, and we made it 8 minutes before the wedding started. And I ran in, told the bride that I was ready to go, but I completely understand if you don't want me to, mess up your plan B. I can sit in the back, I can stand, whatever you need. And she wanted me to walk. So we made it work, went back to the original plan. Ceremony happened, it was great. And then afterwards, my best friend, who would come to the funeral with me, said, "You better not pull that shit at my wedding. I won't be as nice." And then proceeded to talk a lot of shit about me to my friends at the wedding, about how selfish I am and how annoying it was that we got there so last minute. And so then I reached out to her a week later to talk and have a sober conversation. And I was expecting it to be very non-confrontational, which she usually is, and kind of just brush over, but she just went at me and said I'm the most self-absorbed person she knows, and that I should have waited outside of the wedding until it was over, and I made it all about me, and then went on to say that I'm super judgmental and critical of her life choices, and she feels anxious every time she's around me, and I'm needy, and I need to let go of how our friendship was in middle school, and just dig after dig. And I know I can't prove to you guys that I'm not these things, but I think I have pretty good.
You seem pretty chill.
So yeah, it was just super hurtful. We talked for a long time, and it was, I was like on the verge of tears. And then at the end, I was like, all right, well, it seems like we both have resentments towards each other that we can work on. I'm so sorry that for my part, whatever. And she was like, what are you talking about? I don't have any resentments. I'm fine. I don't hold grudges. Still wants me to be her maid of honor at the wedding. Still wants me to plan her bachelorette. But to me, like, she just broke my heart and just like completely dismissed our entire friendship. So I'm wondering if I should go to this wedding. I'm very close with her whole family. My family is going to the wedding. We just got the invite a few days ago. Like, it's still very much expected that I go, but I also feel very hurt.
And, there is a level of like, do you go to the wedding or are you the maid of honor? I mean, that is a whole other level of commitment and spending hours and hours planning a party and bachelorettes and cost and all kinds of things.
Have you straight up asked this woman, if all of these things are true, why do you want me in the wedding?
I haven't spoken to her since this conversation, which was like 2 weeks ago now.
Was the conversation in person or on the phone?
It was in person. And we ended it with her being like, I'm fine, I'm ready to move on. And me being like, I need a second. And so I think the ball's sort of in my court to reach out, which I haven't done.
I think this needs another conversation for sure before you make a call either way. I think I'm having trouble understanding where she's coming from. If she just needed to unload on you and then expect it to be done, or if there are still she still needs to work something out before having you. Because my instinct is to say no, like fuck this chick. But I do think you, because of history over at least one other conversation where you expressed to her, I don't feel comfortable doing this because of the things that you said. And if this is how you feel about me, then why would you want me to be your maid of honor?
Right. Yeah, that's how I feel too.
Have you discussed this with your family at all? That's going to the wedding?
Yeah, and they think I should go and just fake it. And my brother says it would be our friendship funeral. So sort of like there might not be a future after this, but just go and not give her a reason to say like, see, she's making it all about her again.
It's a trap. It's such a fucking trap. She's trapped you.
I also, did you bring up during this conversation, I was coming from my fucking grandparents' funeral?
Yeah,
she was there.
I was like, I'll try not to have somebody else I love a lot die right before your wedding. And she was like, I'm not saying don't have them die. I'm just saying don't come to the ceremony then.
But it's not like you walked up in the middle of their vows,
No.
But wait, she didn't come to the funeral with you. She just came to the wedding with you, right? She went to the funeral with you too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She saw firsthand like how tragic it was.
Listen, it doesn't even matter if any of the things she said about you are true. You don't deliver information like that to somebody that you care about and love. She's obviously stressed out of her own fucking wedding or her own life or whatever the fuck's going on. But you cannot put yourself in a position to be abused like that again. And you can't throw her a bachelorette party after she spoke to you like that. It's one thing to show up for her wedding. It's another thing to participate in that wedding and be in the wedding party and be a part of her bachelorette. You absolutely need to have a conversation with her. And I think you can either start it with an email that lays out your feelings in a very calm and graceful way. Like, these are all the things that you said to me. And it's been really hard for me to even think about all of this stuff. And it's been so hurtful for me that I have to talk to you again about this. Because if this is really how you feel about me and you don't want to discuss it any further, I don't understand why you would want me to be a part of your wedding.
Right.
Out of respect for our relationship, I deserve you to be able to have another conversation instead of saying, I can't. It's all about, for her to vilify you going to your grandparents' funeral before a wedding and then making the effort to show up to that wedding is anything but dramatic.
Right.
Yeah, it's not like you did this in front of you didn't interrupt the ceremony. It's not like you ran in while they were doing their vows.
Bawling, running down
Pushed
the,
some other girl out of the way for your place in the receiving line. Like, it's giving sociopath behavior. I don't like it.
It kind of is.
Are you like you're sitting there during the whole wedding crying about your grandparent dying? Like, what is she talking about? I don't understand.
I don't either. It was really shocking.
Has she ever exhibited behavior like this to you before?
No. I mean, I will say we have been distant in the past few years, and we still, had a great relationship, but it was not as close emotionally. And so I knew something was up. And I tried to sort of sometimes bring it up in a gentle way, but she didn't want to talk about it, and she didn't want to talk about feelings. And so I kind of was just all right, I'm just going to leave it until after the wedding. Maybe she's stressed about that. I don't want to add to her stress. I didn't want to make it about me. Shocker.
How much time before the wedding?
It's in September.
So several months.
She's got time. She's got time to figure it out.
I've got 2 months until the bachelorette.
That's plenty of time.
I
Take her to Dave and Buster's, okay? That's what she gets. If you tell her if you want me to be your maid of honor, this is what you're getting, okay? Commiserate with the way you've treated me. Your bachelorette is at Dave and Buster's, bitch.
Mm-hmm. And I think to further let her off the hook, she did mention there is a maid of honor.
Oh my God.
So I feel like you're fully off the hook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you couch the conversation and I don't feel comfortable being in this position in your wedding. I'm happy to stand up for you, be in the wedding, come to the wedding, but you don't want me to be your maid of honor anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like you like me.
That's what I said. Yeah.
It's a huge prereq for the job, I find.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so mean-spirited. I mean, to go off on somebody. I can't get past the fact that you were coming from a funeral. What friend would be bad-mouthing you to your other friends? And how did you find that out? Because your other friends told you?
Yeah.
Jeez.
And they defended me while she was doing that.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Yeah, love that.
Yeah, that's a nice good thing to add in the letter, too.
Your friend is a mess.
As you told me, and as I've heard from
Nerd
others, you
Squad
were very, as you said to me, thank you for telling me to my face, because I know now how you feel.
The
And
federal
I'm all for saying fuck off. She owes you an apology, a major apology. And
felonies and
so annoying. I hate when friends are like
play her this podcast when it comes out, and so that she can hear me say definitively, "You are a mess."
Yeah.
That's worse than bridezilla behavior. That's something else.
It's funny that you say that your friends told you, because I was having a conversation with someone the other night, and he's like, "This is just between you and me." I go, "Can we all stop saying that?" Obviously,
never,
but also as an adult, you think I'm going to go to our mutual friend and say that you don't like her, that you hate her, but then that's exactly what happened. But at a certain age, you just stop repeating what everybody else is saying, even if it's about me. What's the currency there? She doesn't like you. We're not in high school anymore. We're adults. At least, I'm 48. You're young. So, but in this situation, again, I actually like your friends for telling you that, because yeah, she is a bitch.
I needed to hear that.
She needs to know that everyone she's talking to is talking about her.
I think are you Gen Z or are you a millennial?
I'm a millennial.
You are, yeah. It's because we can't buy houses. We're all stunted. We don't have money, so we have gossip.
Yeah, that's your only currency.
It's our only currency is information.
Drugs, pills, and information.
Exactly.
That's all you can do. Just fill yourself up with all three
Bret Easton
things.
Ellis novel.
Yeah, I would definitely send her an email, a preliminary email, laying it all out in a very calm, nice way, like you've demonstrated this entire conversation, to counter the behavior that she's demonstrating, and see where that gets you. And be prepared to just be like, I'm not doing it. I'm not gonna go and be it's so abusive for somebody to tear you down like that.
All right, Mia, would you do us a favor and send us the letter that you write to her? I'd be happy to look over it before you send it if you want help.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great idea.
Awesome. Thanks, Mia. Let us know how it goes. We are
I will.
waiting.
And you're real cute, Mia.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Don't forget
Don't
that.
I'm definitely instinctually on your side because I know what you look like and you're pretty.
I
That's
feel
a-
like
that's a
Kim, I feel like
toxic
Joel Kim
behavior.
is attracted to you.
Maybe a little bit. Hey,
Okay.
it's coming. I'm getting
Not
older
forever.
though.
Gay
I'm
is
getting
not
older.
forever. It can
Yeah.
be reversed. Don't forget.
I did once finger a woman in a bar when I was on my 21st birthday. Immediately started to cry afterwards.
She
so
did or you did?
I did. There's nothing gayer than fingering a woman and then crying afterwards.
Did you cry in front of her?
On the side, she had to console me. We were sitting on the curb outside the bar afterwards, and she had to console me,
Oh dear.
drive me home.
Oh no.
Oh
Yeah.
man, what about her made you cry? Fingering her made you cry. The inside of vagina.
I was like near blackout drunk, and I was like, "What does this mean? Does this mean I'm not gay anymore?" And she was like, "Yes, sweetie, you're definitely gay."
I'm just thinking about getting fingered by a gay man and how disappointing that would be. All right, thank you, honey. Thanks for calling
Thank
in.
you so much.
Okay, good luck with
Yeah.
everything. Keep us posted. I want to hear what
I
happens.
will. All right. Bye.
Did you never had sex with a woman?
No, gold star.
And
I was
did
gonna say,
you,
you're still- yeah.
did you make out with this woman that you were fingering?
Yeah.
Because I like the idea of just fingering without
No,
a
yeah,
kiss.
going straight in there.
I was
Yeah.
like, whoopsie doodle.
Just slipped in.
I don't think that's ever happened to me. Oh, yes, it has.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV, but many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4M study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVprepstudy.com. That's HIVprepstudy.com.
All right, ladies, whether you're single, taken, or it's complicated, one thing's for sure, you deserve to feel amazing. And Pure Romance, the #1 sex toy brand, is here to make that happen. Flying solo, they've got everything you need for the ultimate night in. When times are stressful, you should be taking your self-care to the next level, and spending a night on your own is just the way to do it. In a couple, adding a toy or two is the best way to turn up the heat. Think vibes, enhancements, and surprises that will have you wondering why you didn't start sooner. Thruppling up, stock up. And right now, it's the perfect time to treat yourself. Use code Chelsea30 for 30% off your entire order. Yes, 30% off to bring some serious excitement into your life. So go to pureromance.com, use Chelsea30, and let's make this your hottest season yet. Pure Romance, because pleasure doesn't play.
Save the date, prepare for chaos, and get ready for You're Cordially Invited, a hilarious new movie starring comedy icons Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon together on screen for the first time. It is written and directed by Nicholas Stoller of Forgetting Sarah Marshall and Neighbors. Find out what happens when 2 weddings are accidentally booked on the weekend at the same remote venue. In a laugh-out-loud battle of determination and grit, the father of the bride, played by Mr. Will Ferrell himself, and sister of the other bride, played by Reese Witherspoon, chaotically go head-to-head and will stop at nothing to pull off an unforgettable celebration for the ones they love. And if you think you've been to a wedding where crazy things happen, prepare for alligator attacks, sabotage, shipwrecks, cornhole, and all-star comedy cameos. Will the couples make it down the aisle? Will fire regulations be violated? Find out in this perfect blend of hijinks and heartstrings. It's time to RSVP for Ferrell versus Witherspoon in their new wedding comedy, You're Cordially Invited. Watch it now, only on Prime Video.
Want to save big on your next adventure? With Intrepid Travel's big sale, you can enjoy up to 20% off selected small group trips around the world. Hike Morocco's Todra Gorge, hunt down the best banh mi in Vietnam, or learn about island life from locals in Greece with like-minded travelers and a local leader. Book your 2025 travels during Intrepid's big sale. Start planning your next adventure today at intrepidtravel.com. Sale ends February 10th. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Well, our next caller is Emily. This is a slightly more sober question, but not too serious.
We'll figure out a way to take this out of it. Yeah.
Yes. Dear Chelsea, I want your advice on how you remain productive and motivated whilst managing so many different projects in your life and career. I recently had a really hard time with being really tired at the end of my work days and therefore drained of energy to keep up with the thing I enjoy doing outside of my job, which is writing. I've been chipping away at a novel series, contributing to an online feminist magazine, and expanding an essay I wrote into a book. I recently started thinking that I may want to publish these in the future, but here's the problem. When my workday ends, I have absolutely no motivation to sit down and write like I used to. I work in a high-stress, demanding 9-to-5 where I'm constantly interacting with people for the entire 8 hours. I work for the federal government. I spend all day writing little notes to myself for my nonfiction book I've begun and thinking about plot lines for my novels. And I tell myself when I'm done with my actual job, I'll get down to business with my writing. But by the time 5 p.m. rolls around, I'm so exhausted and tired of typing, talking, thinking of words, and looking at screens that I just lie in bed like a potato on my phone. On top of this 9-to-5, I also work a part-time job, which I enjoy.
Yeah, seriously, no wonder you're fucking tired.
Just as something to get me out of the house and see my friends. She's 26, by the way.
Okay. Yeah,
so she's got the energy. As someone who somehow...
She doesn't have the energy, though. So,
as someone who somehow miraculously finds time to write books and pieces while actively engaging with your career, what's your advice for someone who just feels perpetually tired and whose brain feels like mush after 8 hours of work? P.S. As a history major, I absolutely eat up your book recommendations with a spoon. I just finished Cuba and American history, and I pre-ordered On Our Best Behavior. And as a Canadian, I love how much you love us. Emily.
Hi, Emily.
Hi, another gorgeous
I know, they're
woman.
so hot.
How do you screen for the...
We only take good-looking callers. Actually,
Yeah.
that's not true. I don't want people who don't think they're good-looking to not call in. I just want you to send us a picture first. This is our special guest, Joel Kim Booster.
Hi.
Say hi.
Hi. Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I really relate to this because I worked a desk job for many, many years and was writing at the same time, and doing stand-up at the same time. And so I completely understand the experience of working 50 hours a week and still trying to find time to do your creative pursuits. So this hit home for me in a big way.
Can I ask you, so you work the second job for what purpose? Is it for financial reasons, or you said just to get out of the house?
It is to get out of the house a little bit because it's the first job I had like after undergrad. So all of my friends are there, and this current job is remote. So I just find I don't know that I would be able to force myself to leave the house if I didn't have this other job. So it is, a reason. Of course, money is involved in that as well, but mostly to see my friends and to get out of the house.
And that's at night?
Yeah, evenings and weekends.
How many days a week do you do that?
About 2 or 3.
Okay, that's not too bad.
So you just have to this is so easy. All you have to do is set up a new system. Okay. So writing is your passion. That's really what you want to get after, right? You need to wake up in the morning and
I
do
was going
that.
to say the same thing.
That is what every creative, like there's a book. I want you to get this book. It's called Daily Rituals. And do you know do you have it? Have you seen that?
Oh, I've heard of it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. It shows you what every philosopher, artist, all the like Michelangelo, like D'Angelo, the guy who made the pizzas, any Angelo, philosophers, politicians, comedians, artists, actors, people who get up in the morning and do like the first 3 hours between like 5:30 and 8:30 a.m. are the biggest peaks of creativity for all artists. And if you have all day to be an artist, then that's supposed to be like a 3 to 2 hour work session in the morning. Then you take a break, go for a walk, take a nap, whatever you're into. And then you come back and you have like another 2 hours in the afternoon. But first thing in the morning for writing, I can tell you, is my most creative and where I have the most clarity is first thing in the morning. Because of course, after the day, you're tired. You're working a full-time job. So you have to like harness your energy when you have it, right? So just start changing the time that you go to bed and the time you wake up. And give yourself, even if it's 1 hour in the morning before you go to work, if you have to get up, get ready, and then do it, or you do it while you're in bed, write for an hour, and then go get ready for your day. Start changing your schedule and reconfigure how you're doing that, because your goal is to get your books published, right? So you have to make that your biggest priority. And you're letting the other things that you don't care about as much overshadow that.
And can I say too, this is a big thing, I think, especially for people who work remotely now. Change where you are doing your personal writing, because you are spending so much time at home and your brain is in work mode now. You've turned your home into work mode. And so it's really hard to make that switch from I'm at work to now I'm doing this thing for me when it's all in the same place. So if you can find a separate space, a coffee shop, what have you, if you have the money, a WeWork space, whatever you need to do, either take your work out of your home and make your home your sanctuary of where you do your actual writing, or take the writing out of your home and figure out, because it really does change your mindset when you're trying to do both things in the same space. It doesn't work as well.
Yeah, and she actually was at a cafe when we had our pre-interview. She was like, I'm doing some writing. So that was great.
What time do you start your workday? 9?
My workday, 8 to 4 is what I work.
Oh, 8 to 4. So that's early. Okay. But I think you should try that for a week. Get up early. You're going to have to try and go to bed earlier and get up early. Let's set your alarm for 5:30 in the morning, or whatever can allow you an hour of creativity. Okay. Where do you live? Do you live somewhere where you could go somewhere that early, like at 6 a.m.? Can you go to a coffee shop?
I could, yeah, actually.
Yeah, I think you should.
I was even saying to Catherine yesterday as well, like that mindset of trying to get out of the house. Because even when I was in university, I found the same thing. Like I was not able to get academic writing or creative writing done at home. I had to go out. But even that, I'm finding like it's much harder to make myself focus, even outside of my house. Like if I go to a Starbucks or wherever else.
Okay, well, you have to try out a couple places. Can you go right in a park? Like, is there?
Oh my God, libraries so underrated. You don't have to buy shit,
but they're not open at 6 in the morning. Is the problem?
True, that's fair. But if you go after work, you could go like make 4 to 6 sort of your period too. I know it's not as effective because it's later in the day.
No, it's not less effective. I just think you need to get into a habit, right? Like you want to create a habit. So that if you're because if you do something for a week, you're gonna the next time you're like, wait a second, why am I not doing it? Like it becomes part of your day, and it becomes a daily ritual, which is really important for you to just because that's going to infuse everything. Once you get your creative juices flowing, that infuses the rest of your life. You're not going to feel as tired, I promise you, from your regular job. When you're giving yourself the grace. And like he said, if it's completely undoable, but it doesn't sound like it is. You start at 8:30, you can get up a couple hours earlier, get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and write from 6:30 to 7:30 and then get ready for work and do that for a week. And you're just going to feel your self-esteem is carried by your creativity when you're a creative. That's all you need is to constantly be working and writing. And then that fills you up and it adds and lends energy to the stuff that isn't as exciting.
And I don't want to, I feel like I need to address the elephant in the room, which is, why aren't you writing while you're at work? I mean, like, why? Like, I'm sorry. I know what it's like to work a desk job for 50 hours a week. There's so little work that you like. There are ways you can figure out how to sort of half-ass it at your real job, so that you can spend some hours during the day doing your writing work. You work for the government, so it sounds like you have a really intense job. I was working for fucking startups where you sell men's socks online, so it's a little different. But I did I wrote my first script while at work, so I think it is possible.
Or lunch breaks. Maybe there's a lunch break situation.
Yeah. Big lunch break.
Yeah, my lunch breaks are really short. Unfortunately, the nature of my job, like my notes on my phone are full of stuff, like little thoughts that I do have time to jot down throughout the day. But then by the time I do get off work and go to sit down, that's it. I just like don't want to look at a computer anymore or do anything. And if I had like more opportunity throughout my workday, I definitely would be taking more advantage of that.
I would also say, I mean, maybe not staring at a screen, maybe you're writing longhand that you can then point your phone at it and it turns it into text. That's like a new thing that you can do. But if
who's
you
writing
are
longhand besides Barack Obama?
Me.
Oh, really?
Oh yes.
I can't. I write a thank you card. I'm like, oh, forget it. I'm just like, thanks. I think I'm going to write this whole thing, and then my hands are so tired.
They're barely teaching kids how to write with longhand.
I know, no more penmanship.
You're not allowed to read or write in this country.
But also, I'd say take a look at your notes at night, right before you turn off your light, so that you have those sort of percolating in your brain all night. And when you wake up, you're going to find like things have synthesized and you are like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to get this onto a page.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, that is a good idea.
Wow.
And then, or you can take Joel's advice and lose your job.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah.
Then you'll have plenty of time to write.
You decide. Yeah. Even if there's a little place in your apartment, like a side little sanctuary that you set up as your writing area, like you put a couple of notes, like things that, all of your writing notes, if you put those on little Post-its or you print them out from your phone and just put them all over. So it's like a creative kind of little area for you. Mm-hmm. So, we just have to psych ourselves into situations sometimes. And that's what you're like. Yeah. And you could do it. You'll do it. Do it for 5 days straight and get back to us and let us know if it made an impact.
Yeah.
I definitely will. Thank you so much.
If it doesn't, if you're like, I just can't like will myself into this, get a writing buddy. If you know you have an appointment of like, I owe 3 pages to this person on Wednesday.
Accountability is everything.
Yes.
I will say too, like,
I mean, I don't feel accountable for another, but I'm more accountable to myself
if
than
I
anyone
tell
else.
if I tell somebody that I'm doing something, then like I feel so much guilt if I don't actually show up.
Midwestern guilt.
Yeah.
Yes.
Midwestern guilt.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm about to do a full frontal scene for the first time on a show, and I have now told all my friends I'm doing this, so I cannot chicken out.
Right.
I have to do it now. It's accountability for my dick.
Great.
Is that in honor of AAPI?
Yeah.
You're doing the Lord's work.
I'm putting the P in the AAPI.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Good luck, Emily.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
I like how Joel just goes into an offshoot at the end of each call about his own issues and what he's up against.
Listen, I'm only here. I'm here for a short time, not a long time. I got to get it in.
It's a nice bookend to the calls. To look within.
Introspection for Joel. Well, let's take a quick break and we'll be back to wrap up with
Oh, that flew by. Okay, we'll be right back.
Yeah, I can't believe it's so slow.
Shut up, Joel.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV, but many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4M study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVprepstudy.com. That's HIVprepstudy.com.
All right, ladies, whether you're single, taken, or it's complicated, one thing's for sure, you deserve to feel amazing. And Pure Romance, the #1 sex toy brand, is here to make that happen. Flying solo, they've got everything you need for the ultimate night in. When times are stressful, you should be taking your self-care to the next level, and spending a night on your own is just the way to do it. In a couple, adding a toy or two is the best way to turn up the heat. Think vibes, enhancements, and surprises that will have you wondering why you didn't start sooner. Thruppling up, stock up. And right now, it's the perfect time to treat yourself. Use code Chelsea30 for 30% off your entire order. Yes, 30% off to bring some serious excitement into your life. So go to pureromance.com, use Chelsea30, and let's make this your hottest season yet. Pure Romance, because pleasure doesn't play.
Save the date, prepare for chaos, and get ready for You're Cordially Invited, a hilarious new movie starring comedy icons Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon together on screen for the first time. It is written and directed by Nicholas Stoller of Forgetting Sarah Marshall and Neighbors. Find out what happens when 2 weddings are accidentally booked on the weekend at the same remote venue. In a laugh-out-loud battle of determination and grit, the father of the bride, played by Mr. Will Ferrell himself, and sister of the other bride, played by Reese Witherspoon, chaotically go head-to-head and will stop at nothing to pull off an unforgettable celebration for the ones they love. And if you think you've been to a wedding where crazy things happen, prepare for alligator attacks, sabotage, shipwrecks, cornhole, and all-star comedy cameos. Will the couples make it down the aisle? Will fire regulations be violated? Find out in this perfect blend of hijinks and heartstrings. It's time to RSVP for Ferrell versus Witherspoon in their new wedding comedy, You're Cordially Invited. Watch it now, only on Prime Video.
Hi, I'm Arturo Castro, and I've been lucky enough to do stuff like Broad City and Narcos and Roadhouse and so many commercials about back pain. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel the space is crowded enough. Get ready for Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast about the wildest true escape stories in history. Each week, I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians to tell them a buck-wild tale from across history and time. People like Ed Helms, Diane Guerrero, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, and Zoe Chow.
Titanic, Charles Manson,
Alcatraz, Sarah Shakur, the sketchy guy named Steve.
It's giving funny true crime.
I love storytelling, and I love you, so I can't wait.
Listen and subscribe to Greatest Escapes on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back. Sorry, guys. Sorry, we're back. That really flew by. You're
Yeah,
funny.
it
It's
did.
always so much fun to do it with a comedian. Mateo came and we laughed so hard the whole session. Like people were calling him, and we couldn't even. We were just making fun of everyone. And Mateo's like, "This is so fun." I'm like, "It's not normally like this." I'm like, "But when you have a comedian, where everyone just goes to the wrong place right away or the right place."
Yes.
Okay.
Well, our last question comes from Jenna.
Jenna Bush.
Dear Chelsea,
I hate my twin.
close. I have a simple question. Is it fair of me to ask that my boyfriend shave his face more regularly? He regularly lets his stubble grow out, and frankly, it is painful to kiss him after a couple of days of growth. He does not have a gene for facial hair and is certainly not growing it out with intention. He just can't be bothered to shave. What grows in is sporadic around his upper lip and goatee zone and by no means attractive. I see it not only as him not bothering to take care of himself, but also that he can't put in a minimal effort for me and my comfort. I find the stubble very pokey and irritating to my skin when we kiss, and I tell him as much all the time. I think the lack of any sort of initiative is what bothers me as much as the stubble itself. He also regularly compares it to how I don't always feel like shaving my legs, and how would I feel if he asked me to shave my legs more often? I don't think it's a fair comparison. What can be done about this? Am I being unreasonable or controlling, or is it fair to ask that he simply shave his face every couple of days? Much appreciation, Jenna.
Listen, Jenna, you got to take a page out of the WGA book. You got to go on strike, bitch. No more kissing until you shave your little Fu Manchu. That's what you need to do, because to compare it to shaving legs, the surface area alone, okay, it is not the same thing at all. And he's not having to put his lips on her legs.
Right.
His entire face on her legs.
Great point, Joe. Great fucking
Insane.
point. First, absolutely, you could demand that, and also you could also say, "Sure, I'll shave my legs every 3 days, and you can shave your face every day." Facial hair that you're kissing, exactly, is the point. Like it's bothering you, and it's not attractive to you. If you have a boyfriend or a girlfriend that says, "I love this about you," don't you do it more? Like, oh, I love your hair like that. Then you start to wear your hair like that. You don't change your personality, but it's like pleasing to the person that you care about. So you want them to like it. So it's totally within your right to be like, hey, fucking shave.
Yeah.
It's not bad. Facial hair is bad. Yeah. It's not hot.
This is the worst. Like a patchy beard, there's nothing.
And if he's acting like that when you're dating, then then that's only going to get worse if he doesn't nip it in the bud now.
You need to, do you not have like a mean gay friend who can just straight up to his face every time he doesn't shave be like, dude, bro, you look ugly as fuck right now.
Can you get a gay friend that will do that?
I'll do that. Give me his number.
Okay.
I'll FaceTime in.
Yeah. You don't have to put up with that. I had a boyfriend who, when he did shave, I didn't like it. Like he looked better with facial hair than without. And I was like, you better keep that fucking beard, buddy. Like, I don't want to see what's under there without the beard.
Well, your boyfriend has facial hair, right?
Yeah, he
and
does.
A lot of men look better with facial hair.
I like him both ways, I will say, but he does look considerably younger, and he is already younger than me, so it's a problem. And he just looks like a little boy without his beard, which I guess I shouldn't have just said that I liked it both ways, because God knows in this climate, hearing a gay man say I like my boyfriend when he looks like a little boy, that's trouble.
Great.
That's
well,
trouble.
I think based on everything you've said during this podcast, nobody's going to hold that against you.
I will be lifting that out and we'll be putting it on.
Yes. That's the
We'll use that as the clip.
Joel Kim Booster, groomer.
Thank you, Joel Kim. That was so much fun.
Thank you for
Love
having
you,
me.
honey.
What a dream come true.
So much fun. And thank you, Catherine.
Yeah. It was good to be with another Midwesterner.
Shabbat shalom, everybody.
If you'd like advice from Chelsea, shoot us an email at dearchelseapodcast@gmail.com and be sure to include your phone number. Dear Chelsea is edited and engineered by Brad Dickert, executive producer Catherine Law. And be sure to check out our merch at chelseahandler.com. For all of life's adventures, the all-new 2025 Chevrolet Equinox is the SUV to help you do it. It's loaded with tech, including an 11.3-inch diagonal touchscreen with Google built in for easy access to your apps, maps, music, and more.
An Equinox is now available in a brand new trim named Active, featuring a rugged off-road inspired design for those whose passion begins where the pavement ends. The all-new 2025 Chevy Equinox. It's everything you want in an SUV. Learn more at Chevrolet.com/Equinox. Google, Android Auto, Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV. But many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4 study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVPrepStudy.com. That's HIVPrepStudy.com.
Hello, it's Chelsea Handler. Let's be honest. Feeling good should be part of your daily routine, and that includes your sex life. Pure Romance is the #1 sex toy brand, making pleasure fun, fresh, and makes your time in the bedroom literally the best ever. Pure Romance has got everything you need, whether you're flying solo, with a partner, or even thruppling up. Enjoy 30% off with the code Chelsea30. Go grab something that makes you feel amazing at pureromance.com. You can thank me later.
Save the date, prepare for chaos,
and get ready for You're Cordially Invited, a hilarious new movie starring comedy icons Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon, together on screen for the first time. It's written and directed by Nicholas Stoller of Forgetting Sarah Marshall and Neighbors.
Find out what happens when 2 weddings are accidentally booked on the weekend at the same remote venue. And a laugh-out-loud battle of determination and grit. The father of the bride, played by Will Ferrell, and sister of the other bride, played by Reese Witherspoon, chaotically go head-to-head and will stop at nothing to pull off an unforgettable celebration for the ones they love.
And if you think you've been to a wedding where crazy things happen, prepare for alligator attacks, sabotage, shipwrecks, cornhole, and all-star comedy cameos. Will the couples make it down the aisle? Will fire regulations be violated? Find out in this perfect blend of hijinks and heartstrings. It's time to RSVP for Ferrell versus Witherspoon in their new wedding comedy, You're Cordially Invited. Watch it now, only on Prime Video.
Hi, good morning, Catherine.
Oh, hello.
Good morning. Does everybody want to hear me sing? So, but I have learned how to dance a little bit. What I've learned is to just sidestep to the beat, like just a 2-step. I can do that. So I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
Just for everything. And I'm not going to try to get anything more complicated than that.
You know what, Chelsea?
Sorry, Catherine. I just want everyone to know that I'm drinking room temperature water right now. It's actually got a little bit of a coolness to it. So it's palatable, but this is a real tough pill for me to swallow.
She does not like the water.
I left my thermos in my car. I love my thermoses, by the way. Shout out to Welly. They make the best thermoses. I could put ice in my Welly bottle, and it's ice 3 days later.
Yes. Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
I have made yogurt in my Welly bottle before.
Oh, you know what, Catherine? This is not something I want to hear about. This is right up. I'm surprised you didn't say cottage cheese.
I have made my own cheese, actually.
I believe you. I mean, fucking Brad, you're... Way to bury the lead being married to Catherine. She's up to no good.
I love fermented foods.
I had a military death on one of my planes the other day, and we stopped, and they were transporting a military body, and there was a whole ceremony outside the plane with like the military and the family, which was sad because they were all crying, but it was really sweet to see how they do that.
Wow.
I was like, well, wait, I guess the airports aren't that fucked up if they can swing this. Like, you know what I mean? That at least had some decorum and some respect.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what's happening with flights lately, but something is way off.
One of my girlfriends got stuck at Burbank Airport for like all of Christmas Day.
Oh, everyone did.
Yes.
Southwest canceled all their flights. Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, it's been pretty brutal, the travel situation, but I guess.
I have to tell you, Chelsea, we have not had a question in a long time that's had as much totally varied feedback as Jessie from a couple weeks ago. She called in, and remember we talked to her like the entire episode with Brooke Shields about her in-laws yelling at her on the rafting trip, and then we kind of got after her. We
discovered at the end of the call she needed to do some work.
Yeah,
we discovered that early on, but we were trying to be respectful before. At least I was before I told her.
Yes, with the dishwashing. But we had people emailing in being like, go get her, girls. She did wrong. And other people being like, no, it was totally her in-laws' fault for screaming at her. And I just thought it was really interesting. I don't know if you've gotten DMs about this, but I've gotten a lot of emails about this.
I haven't.
Yeah.
Well, that is interesting. Yeah, I'm sure. Well, it's a very relatable situation, right?
Yeah, it's tough with in-laws. I think nobody
Well, if you
deserves.
don't get married, you don't have to deal with that.
That's true.
Another reason, okay, for another perk to not being married.
I think, her family's got some shit to work out too. Because if somebody's screaming at you about dishes 2 years later, they wanted something to be mad at you about. You know what I mean?
I think that's a really kind of icky thing to do if you're at someone's house and you make a habit of nobody's supposed to ask you to help at someone else's house. Like it's not the onus is not on them.
Yeah, jump in.
You gotta even I do it. And not even I because like I'm someone special, even I who doesn't know how to wash dishes. I shouldn't be washing dishes. It's worse when I do it.
Yeah.
I always get up and try.
Yeah.
I try to make an effort because it's manners. I mean, it's pretty basic.
Yeah.
So.
But people were up in arms about Jessie.
Well,
Really,
people
truly.
were up in arms once when I did some poll about toilet paper, whether it should be upside down, coming from the bottom, or coming from the top, or I was on the Drew Barrymore show and we were doing something, and it was the biggest thing. I mean, there were like 15,000 comments about people's opinions, and I finally figured out that I prefer, because I had never thought about it before, prefer it from the bottom.
You do.
I don't want it from the top.
Yeah, I want
like
it top
it
down.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, you do.
Yeah. Interesting. We're just different in every way, Chelsea.
Well, yeah. So far, we have not found one similarity, except that we both are on this podcast.
That's accurate.
That's what we have in common.
Well, Chelsea, today we have some really exciting guests.
Okay, great. I can't wait. I can't wait to find out who they are. Today we have my two Canadian mom friends, Kat and Nat. These girls are two hot fucking messes, and I'm excited to have them on because they're besties, and then they tour around. Well, they tour around America too, and Canada, and they both have a bunch of children, and they talk a lot about motherhood, parenting, and I don't know who turned me on to them, but we're buddies now.
They have 7 kids between them.
Oh, that's better than me having them. Are you guys ride sharing?
Yeah. We always. She doesn't drive. Yeah. She has a car and a license, but she won't drive. I don't drive on the highway. Just in the city. Only a few streets.
The city or the suburb?
No, we're in the city. I like the city because it's short streets, lots of lights, like everything's really fast and quick. But if you go to the suburbs, you have to take the highway. So I don't go there.
Okay. This is Kat. This is Catherine.
Hi.
And this is Kat, and this is Nat. No, well, wait. You
Nat
and Nat.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. I basically just call them both Kat.
We can all three be Kat today.
When they meet us, they'll say, "You're Kat and Nat," even if we're not together. Hi. Oh, I love you, Kat and Nat. That's it. So it's literally, it's totally fine. I mean, look at us.
I know.
I would be confused too.
I know. It is very confusing because you guys do really look a lot alike. But only from hanging out with you, I know that Kat is more of like a busybody, and Nat is a little bit lazier.
Yeah. She loves to lie vertically. No horizontally.
And
She likes to
also,
lie
they don't want to. They went on tour. Okay, let's talk about the genesis of you guys, so that I want Catherine to be as familiar with me because I don't even remember how I met you two. I just know that we are friends now. But explain to Catherine. Explain the genesis of everything that you two do. You guys went on tour as mothers, basically, right? You're talking about motherhood all the time on your Instagram and how nuts it is.
First of all, it was a joke. We decided to do a show as a joke because no one invites us anywhere. So we were like, oh, we'll make a party. And our first show, you guys, we threw for free, gave free drinks and free appetizers for everybody. We wanted to host a party. We didn't pay for it. We found people to sponsor it. So we host a party in a theater, and then we go out to go have a cocktail party with everyone, and they we get mauled. We were like, oh, we were just here to hang out, and we couldn't get through the crowd. The security guard basically took us and pulled us back inside. I was like, that's weird. That was weird.
Yeah, we just needed an excuse to get away from the 7 kids and go and have a party. And for our party, we wanted a DJ, we wanted strippers, we wanted flamenco dancers, we wanted dancing, we wanted drinking, we wanted champagne. So we just created a party and then started selling tickets to it.
And then our agents were like, okay, if you can sell out 3 more theaters, we'll talk about a tour. I'm like, okay. Just kind of all came together. We had a podcast. And I don't know.
And we wrote a couple books. And then Chelsea once commented on our Instagram, and we died. And the people were texting us, you see Chelsea's, oh my God.
And I said, I don't want to actually talk to her. I didn't want to, I'm like, don't say yes to our podcast because that's pressure. And then because you're like you're funny. I was
funny and famous.
Not us, her.
Honestly.
And then it was more like we're just shit shows, and people liked that. So,
and now we've seen Chelsea 3 times this year. 1, we came to your show in Toronto. 2, you met us at Soho House. 3, we're seeing you right now.
Where do you guys live? And you live in Toronto, so everyone knows they're Canadian.
Yeah.
But they tour in America. So what was your agent for before you decided to start? How did you even have an agent?
she emailed every person at WME and just said, you know what, we're having that, and we need someone to help us with deals.
Yeah,
and they said yes.
It was so weird. But we were doing videos. We were doing the Mom Truths videos, and those were videos in the car, just like talking about what it's like to be a mom. We were doing, what else did we do?
But not glorifying what it's like to be a mom.
No.
They talk about how hard it is to be a mom, just how demanding it is, and all the disappointments, and that you're not going to win all the time, and there's going to be a lot of failures, and you're going to feel like a failure, and that all of that is fine.
Yeah, that's exactly how we felt when we first had our babies. We were just like, we thought this was going to be so beautiful, and it's actually not, and nobody's talking about it. So let's just start doing some videos, because a lot of moms were like blogging at the time, and we weren't going to sit down and write, so we did videos. No one was doing videos. Social media wasn't really a thing. And then everything just came at the same time. Like, we had been doing live streaming through YouTube, and then Facebook Live came, so we turned it to Facebook Live.
It's been a lot of like chance and opportunity and saying yes. You know, we went to a conference that we had really no idea. We just kind of decided to go, and the Today Show was there, and the two producers, they found us walking in a hallway, and they asked us a question, and then they were like, wait, will you two come with us here? I'm like, yeah, sure. And then we just went with them, and then it's actually been a lot of women who, because we really are naive in this world of what we've been doing, and it's really been women like you, Chelsea, and like the Today Show, and people have just said like yes, and they've just helped us. And you know, when you open a door, like even when you comment, that's what people see, and they're like, oh, she's looking at them, that means that they're worthy of me looking at them. Unfortunately, it's sort of the way it looks, and even when you don't think you're opening doors, kindness goes so far, and you personally have opened a ton of doors for us, and we know people say yes because you've said yes. So I just think,
and I see like Amy Schumer now comments and follows us, and I'm pretty sure that that's probably because she saw you. You know what I mean? That you did, so that she kind of took notice. And now
I just think a lot of women have been so impactful in ways they don't know for us, because it's really a lot of yeses. That's all we've really done, and stumbled and failed and gotten up. And some shows do shit and terrible, and you're like, oh, that's not my demo, but you can't let that hurt your ego, because we don't knock it out of every city, but we figure out, we regroup, and we go back to the place. You know what I mean? It's always reverse correct. It's kind of like that.
And what would you say that you feel like thus far your biggest impact has been for other mothers?
I think it's like for women too. You know, we have a lot of young people who follow us, like 15-year-olds, 14-year-olds who wait in the parking lot after the show and sneak into our shows to come see us. And I think that right now it's our friendship for a lot of people that brings them hope, and that they find comfort in our friendship even more than motherhood.
Oh yeah, that's true. Because that's what attracted me to you too, the bestie vibe. I always love a bestie dynamic.
And I feel like we fuck up constantly, but we pick each other up. And it's because we have each other, we can do what we do. And I think that our friendship is really...
And the young people are on TikTok, like, if this isn't us when we're older, then I don't want to be.
I love that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's sort of this weird, you know, you don't have to give up your best friend because you're an adult. And I think that's what a lot of people think. You have to grow up and lose your friendship.
No, you just have to time your babies and families together so that you're both on the same track. Because I was asking them about their other friendships independent of their own, because you both have separate groups of friends that don't necessarily cross over to your Kat or Nat, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we have separate friendships.
We for sure planned a bunch of them, but like, we're like, you can't pull out. You know what I mean? Like, you're not pulling pregnant, but it's like you are staying in there.
We planned the babies before our husbands had any idea what was happening.
It's almost like your husbands are both just so inconsequential in this dynamic. It's, you know, I feel sad for them, but I also feel like, you know, good.
When we travel, they take care of the kids.
They're the ones. Yeah, it's pickup time right now, and they check off. They're not working, so they can pick up the kids. So they are also a huge reason. They support our friendship and what we do. So we are they're not just sperm. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, sure. We'll agree on that. Also, they travel on a tour bus, and they don't sleep in the same bed because they're not down with that. But that's more Nat than Kat, right? From what I remember.
Would you two sleep together?
I would sleep in a bed with anybody. I have no problems with that.
I do snuggle.
I mean, I prefer, not if we're we're sleeping together. You won't. This one over here. Fuck. You're gonna snuggle me. I have one friend who always wants to sleep holding hands, so I had to kick her out of. I go, you know what? I'm not holding hands with you all night. I go, I was down to sleep with you. She slept over at my house the other night, and we woke up in the morning, and there's plenty of rooms for her to sleep in. And she got up in the morning, and she goes, I didn't touch you. I didn't touch you. I'm like, yeah, that's what the fuck is supposed to happen. Can't sleep with me if you're gonna fucking hold my hand. You're not my boyfriend.
Well, honestly, we always say, like, we have tried to teach these 7 kids to sleep independently on their own, and then finally they learn how to sleep on their own, and then you get to a relationship, and now you're supposed to share a bed again. Like, it just doesn't make sense for the way that we have learned how to sleep. So, yeah, I mean, she does it too. We build a wall between our husbands of pillows, and I don't want, like, maybe his feet might creep over, like a hand might creep over, but that's not going to happen between the two of us. Independent sleeping.
Like if I can have my own bed, I haven't had my own bed in a long time. Like someone's in you, on you, or wants to get in you at all times. So you're like, when you get your own bed, it's like, that's amazing.
Sheer heaven.
So you want like Lucy and Ricky style, like 2 beds in the bedroom.
So sometimes people will fly us out and they'll get us 2 rooms, and then we get to the hotel, we're like, we only use 1 room with 2 beds. Like, can we change that king to 2 queen?
That's the ultimate for all sleeping, is to be in the same room or the same house with a big group, but everyone has their own privacy.
Yes, dreams.
Catherine, why did Lucy and Ricky sleep in separate beds?
Well, I think it wasn't allowed for them to have one bed.
Well, no,
back
that
then.
was in that time era. Like,
Yeah, it
people
was like
did
the
that.
50s.
People had separate sleeping arrangements. I'm not
Damn.
sure. I guess.
Why did that change?
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
They were married, right?
Yeah.
They made little Ricky, so
Because they were fucking smarter than us, I guess. I mean, that's what needs to come back in style. It should be retroactive. I think everyone who has a child, I don't even have a child and I feel that way, but anyone who has a child is definitely on board for separate beds.
Does your dog sleep with you, Chelsea?
Yeah, I want them to, but they even reject me. They don't want to stay in the bed all night. I have to leave the little doggy steps, so Bernice will like humor me. She's like, oh, here we go. You know, she thinks I'm like assaulting her. So she goes to her safe spot while I assault her. And then I put her under the covers, like we're going to do it. And I noticed that if I have the confidence of her not leaving, she will remain. It's when I look at her and like, you know, and I'm worried about her leaving is when she leaves. So she can vibe off
your
me.
insecurity.
Yes. And Bert has basically turned into some sort of limp biscuit. So I can't, he's not getting in my bed because he's frail now. So I have to respect that. No more abuse.
Fair.
Even though he's probably got that way from my abuse. Anyway, so let's talk a little bit about your friendship. Okay. We've talked about it before when you guys interviewed me, but I think it's inspiring for a lot of people that will be listening how your friendship works and what the benefits to each of your lives are by having such a close, fun work-friend relationship. Kat, why don't you start?
I think for us, number one, it allows you to take sort of more risks, because when there's 2 of you losing and failing, it's funnier and it's a lot easier than when it's 1 of you. And I think that when you're both in it together, everything feels fun that we do. There's nothing, we could be on a delay on an airplane for 12 hours and it's funny. Like the stakes just feel different because everything's kind of a joke, and in a way that when parenting is going to shit, we call each other, and thank God it often doesn't go to shit at the same time, or when your relationship's not great. And you always have someone to share everything with, because you're so intimate with them, but you don't have sex with them, that it's like this weird,
it's not transactional.
We're so tight that when someone's going through something, they don't have to say it. The other one can just pick up the work slack, knowing that one needs that, and vice versa. So it's this weird, I think we get double done because there's 2 of us versus 1 of us, and if we failed and lost everything tomorrow, I would be okay, because our ride has been so much fun, and we would still have each other, and we'd probably figure out something else to do in a different capacity, but this wouldn't change. And I think that's the coolest thing about our friendship. It's friendship first, and then fun, and then work.
Yeah. And what about you, Nat? I want you to speak on this.
This is going to be hard for her. She doesn't do feelings.
I know. That's why you're going second. She got inspired.
She told me recently why I love her. We were on a plane, and we were talking about love and what love is and why she loves me and I love her. And she basically told me I love her because she does things for me, like drive me around and
make sure she stays, book her plane tickets. renew her license.
But I was like, I think it's more than that, but maybe that's all it is. It's been 14 years of being moms together, and there has been so many hard times. It hasn't all been like peachy keen. We've had the postpartum anxiety, we've had sickness, we've had so many things. But being able to rely on your friend to, like she said, pick up when the other one can't. But also, like my kids say to me, "You are so lucky. You get to go to work every day with your best friend. And there's no boss, right? We're equal bosses. So we don't have to go into work, have a boss, go to work all day with a bunch of like weirdos or strangers. It's just us. And everything we get to do is fun." I do remind them that what we do is work and we work hard together, but we work together really well because we know each other so well. But yeah, we get to just have fun. And also it's really great that our children get to have sort of like a second mother, so that when
like our
siblings.
seventh, which is my baby's a 7, but our 7 is so ferocious because she's had to have like 7 above her. Like she's grown up with 6 siblings essentially.
Ferocious.
She's ferocious.
I'm the youngest of 6, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Ferocious.
Yes.
Our 2 babies are ferocious, and I just think they're so lucky that they always have a built-in tribe. Like, you know, I'm sure you feel it. Like when you have a lot of people around you, it's this built-in little thing that you have bumpers around you.
And we take them on vacation together, and we spend the summers together, and we like force them all together.
Hate us walking on the plane. 11 of us, 7 children, the 2 of us walking onto a plane. Everyone's like,
oh. My daughter has spilled a hot cup of noodles on 2 different men on 2 different plane rides. They had to change their pants.
Oh God. Oh, how humiliating.
She offered him candy as like an apology, and we left the 2 girls like, "Mom, we spilled." Like, I don't know who you are. You deal with this man and his
That's when
pants.
you fan out and get away from your children. You don't want to be seen with them. And do you guys have similar parenting styles? Are you guys like agree on the way you parent, or do you differ in that way?
we like parent each other's children differently. Like her kids will come to me for some things and my kids will go to her for things.
Like we definitely have different personalities. Our mothers mothered us differently, but overall I respect totally the way that she does it and she respects the way that I do it.
We go to each other for different advices. Mm-hmm. Like she has experts and I have expertise and then we blend.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And what do you think your strong suit is? Your strong parenting suit is, Kat?
Oh God, that's so serious. You know, I'm like the talker. So they'll call me like yesterday. She's like, Mom, we're going through some anxiety. Can you walk us through these feelings of where the car is? Our kids in the car. I'm like, yeah, let's go. Here we go.
I'm like, I don't know where we go when we die.
I do the sex, like I'm the sex conversation. I land the plane, you know. I'm like, if you don't know about a boner by grade 2, we're screwed. So like, I'm like boner, penis, vagina. People do it for fun and for babies. We sit them all down and lay it out. And Nat is strong suit is she's the one who's like, let's get up on the couch and the tables and dance. We bring the fun and I'm the combo. She's the person who's like the party starter. Like always, yes. Can we have a bag of candy? Yes. Can we go here? Yes.
Yeah, but I'm not there to talk about it.
No, they'll all call me and I'm like, let's talk.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, I understand that. I get that from you too.
And then I have to, because we share a bank account and a credit card, so we all of our money goes into one account, the 2 of us.
Oh.
You are married.
So much fun. You guys commingle your funds?
Yeah.
Yes, but like we have other like the funds with the husbands, and that's where everything's in no. And we have to look at the budget. But with us, like we didn't even know for the first few years we had to pay taxes. We had the most amazing first couple of years until we found out about all that. They're basically like, you're broke, you just start fresh, and we're like, shit. But we always just like, we like to spend money and have fun.
Want something, I'm like, let's go get it, and then we just go buy it out of the company.
Oh my God, I love that you have a bank account together. That is so ridiculous.
We changed our our engagement rings to different styles together without our husbands.
I just told you 10 minutes ago that your husbands are inconsequential, and you disagree with me, and you're just proving my point. Everything you're saying is supporting what I said 10 minutes earlier. So yeah, they're very valuable. Thank God for those two guys.
Oh my God.
Thank God for them. Well, we tried to curate your episode today, ladies.
Yes.
Catherine is very good at curating towards, you know, the guests that we have on to the callers so that you're going to be of some help. Since I know that Nat is into talk therapy and she's going to be really valuable in this conversation. Yeah, no, Nat will not go to therapy, but you probably still have some good advice that you can share.
Chelsea, I was a social worker previous to this bong show. So
you were Nat's social worker before you guys teamed up.
Yes.
Well, we're going to take a quick break and then we'll be back and we'll take some callers and some emails.
Okay, we're taking a break.
For all of life's adventures, the all-new 2025 Chevrolet Equinox is the SUV to help you do it. It has the technology you need, including an 11.3-inch diagonal touchscreen with Google built in for easy access to your apps, maps, music, and more. The cargo area is loaded with possibilities, including folding split bench seats and hidden underfloor storage for flexibility. There's even an all-new trim named Active, with a rugged off-road inspired design for those whose passion begins where the pavement ends. And you know Equinox is reliable. J.D. Power named it the most dependable compact SUV 2024. The all-new 2025 Chevy Equinox. It's everything you want in an SUV. Learn more at Chevrolet.com/Equinox. Google, Android Auto, Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. The Chevrolet Equinox received the fewest reported problems in its segment in the J.D. Power 2024 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Study based on 2021 models. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Save the date, prepare for chaos,
and get ready for Your Cordially Invited, a hilarious new movie starring comedy icons Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon. Together on screen for the first time. It's written and directed by Nicholas Stoller of Forgetting Sarah Marshall and Neighbors.
Find out what happens when two weddings are accidentally booked on the weekend at the same remote venue. And a laugh-out-loud battle of determination and grit. The father of the bride, played by Will Ferrell, and sister of the other bride, played by Reese Witherspoon, chaotically go head-to-head and will stop at nothing to pull off an unforgettable celebration for the ones they love.
And if you think you've been to a wedding where crazy things happen, prepare for alligator attacks, sabotage, shipwrecks, cornhole, and all-star comedy cameos. Will the couples make it down the aisle? Will fire regulations be violated? Find out in this perfect blend of hijinks and heartstrings. It's time to RSVP for Ferrell versus Witherspoon in their new wedding comedy, You're Cordially Invited. Watch it now, only on Prime Video.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV. But many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4 study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVPrepstudy.com. That's HIVPrepstudy.com.
All right, ladies, whether you're single, taken, or it's complicated, one thing's for sure, you deserve to feel amazing. And Pure Romance, the #1 sex toy brand, is here to make that happen. Flying solo, they've got everything you need for the ultimate night in. When times are stressful, you should be taking your self-care to the next level, and spending a night on your own is just the way to do it. In a couple, adding a toy or two is the best way to turn up the heat. Think vibes, enhancements, and surprises that will have you wondering why you didn't start sooner. Thruppling up, stock up. And right now, it's the perfect time to treat yourself. Use code Chelsea30 for 30% off your entire order. Yes, 30% off to bring some serious excitement into your life. So go to pureromance.com, use Chelsea30, and let's make this your hottest season yet. Pure Romance, because pleasure doesn't play. And we're back.
We're back.
We're back.
Woo! Well, our first email comes from a mom who is going by Tired AF. Dear Chelsea, I'm a 26-year-old mom of 4, 2 of which I had 8 months ago. Twin girls. One of them is so chill, only cries when she needs something, and an all-around normal baby. The other one is exhausting. In her defense, she does have colics, some stomach problems, and she's currently teething. But she literally never stops crying. Since the day she was born, she's crying like 50% of every day. I have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old who also do their fair share of crying, and it gets to me. I find myself thinking about how nice it would be if she could be more like her twin sister. She's the easiest baby I've ever cared for, and I'm the oldest of 10, so I've had my fair share of experiences with babies. My question to you is, how do I not play favorites with the twins when there so obviously is one? I, of course, love them both equally, but let's be honest. I'm scared this might carry into the future and become a problem when they get older and start to realize the vibe. But it's so hard to keep it together with everything going on.
Shit.
What do I do about having a favorite? Sincerely, Tired AF.
I can't even believe that she had the time to write that. Like, that sounds like such a shit show over there. I mean, she's 26 years old. Like, her brain just got fully developed a year ago.
Yes.
Just now. That is crazy. And the only thing I can think of is I have 4 kids as well. I did not have 4 kids at 26. I did not have 9 siblings. But there is times in the cycle of our children that there is a favorite. And absolutely, that quiet baby is going to be the favorite because it's giving the least problems. But my quietest ones a year later are the hardest ones. And people always ask us, do you have a favorite? I'm like, it depends on the day. So I'm pretty sure that quiet little one isn't going to be your favorite forever. That one's
Terrible teenager.
That one's going to come out of nowhere.
Yeah, you never get nothing scot free. No one's good for life, you know.
Your quiet baby's going to be a pregnant drug addict by 14.
And so enjoy the time that you have them as your favorite, because I've talked to a lot of men about this, because I know women's answer is pretty kind of what you guys are saying. I always get an interesting answer. Men have consistently said whichever child needs me the most is their favorite. And that changes all the time too. So it's kind of like the opposite of what this woman is going through. So I don't think it's unusual to have a favorite. My mom said the same thing all the time. It's just like, depends on what day of the week you ask me.
Totally.
Yeah. And whoever's the easiest to deal with is obviously, so don't feel guilty about that. You're not alone at all.
No. And just so you know, I'm just thinking about Kat's family and my family, and we both know who our mom's favorite is. And it's not, no, it's your brother.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
And I'm fine with that.
And she does, Natalie here does happen to have one child blown up in giant, lifelike giant on the wall for many years, just one of them. And she has 4 kids, but one made the wall. He's so big.
He's honestly the most photogenic.
So it was huge. You walked in with a portrait of him, and I'm like,
everyone's like, isn't that wrong? And I'm like, listen, we had a photo shoot and one kid nailed it. He gets the huge picture on the wall.
That was it. Yeah, he got it.
Good luck next time, kid.
Oh, that's funny. I always say that to my family. I'm like, it's just because I'm the best looking one, you guys. I mean, that's why everything's working out the way it has. I'm like, this world's about looks, and I got them. So back up, and
that's how she feels too.
Oh my gosh! Although he is a little on the short side compared to everybody else, so
he needed the wall, if you will. We needed to start early.
So yeah, I like all the reasoning behind the big picture on the wall. So far, I'm totally on board with this. And that's actually a good way to keep kids in check if you have 3 or more.
Totally.
You blow one up and put it on the wall and be like, guess who the favorite of the month is? Everybody needs to step their fucking game up.
Oh my gosh, Shelly, you are onto something. Favorite of, it's like the employee of the month.
Yes. Everyone needs incentivization. Children, you know how when you went to sleepaway camp, I went to the sleepaway camp. Well, no, my parents couldn't afford sleepaway camp. So they sent me to this day camp. And every day somebody would get like best swimmer or best finger blaster or whatever you do. And it felt, even though I saw everyone every day get an award, as a kid, it felt so good to get the award. You know, it felt so good. And that's, I mean, who doesn't like that Pavlovian, response and reward.
Yeah.
So I think everybody listening, I just gave you, I mean, it just came out, and I think it's awesome. Yeah, it's a great way to keep everybody together.
Yeah, and if you have braces, you just have to wait to get those off to hit the wall.
No, I think I disagree, Nat. I disagree. I think sometimes kids with braces are the best, and they should be given their due right, not based. It shouldn't be based on looks. It should be based on who's the best kid that month, who had the best behavior. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, fair. All right.
Or best grades or whatever. However you want to categorize it is up to you.
I love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
And then when they're teenagers and they hate you and they're embarrassed by everything, you put their picture on the wall until they're good, and then you can take it down.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
Yes. Yeah. Humiliation.
I mean, there's probably going to be an age where they don't want their picture on the wall. So then you have to like re-strategize.
Yeah. Switch it.
know?
Yeah. Then you put yourself up. Then you put a nude up. You know, don't embarrass them.
Yeah.
The nude going up. You know, mommy and daddy in their boudoir shot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or you just make out. Yeah, that's good to threaten them with like you're going to do a lot of public displays of affection with your husband. That's also a good threat.
Yeah.
I like it.
You should write that book, Hot Parenting Tips.
Absolutely. So our next caller, and this person's calling in.
They're going to be on a Zoom. So girls, okay?
Yes. Be ready. It's a little juicy. Veronica says, Dear Chelsea, the situation I'm in is quite a doozy. For the last 6 months, I was really unhappy in my relationship of 5 years. And after talking to my therapist a few months ago, I decided that it would be best to end the relationship. As I started emotionally checking out, I started flirting with his cousin that also happened to be our roommate. For reference, I'm 25, my ex is 26, and his cousin is 29. The 3 of us were very close and would do a lot together. And I saw the cousin as a really good friend. After flirting, sneaking some kisses, and confessing love to each other at the house, I couldn't take the guilt and ended my relationship, then promptly moved out. After giving myself some time to adjust and making sure my feelings for his cousin were real, we decided to start seeing each other. Things were going really well, but now he's started to get very upset about how much this would hurt his cousin and how he hates having to keep our relationship a secret. I've told him multiple times that you can't help who you fall for and that together we can make it work, but I still have the fear that this is all going to blow up. I don't know if just coming clean about everything would be a good idea or if we should wait a few more months to give their family more time to get over the breakup. My biggest concern is his family hating him and exiling him over me, but I'm truly so in love with him, and if he says we can make it work, I want to believe him. Help, I don't even know where to start. Veronica.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Good. Our special guests today are Kat and Nat, and so they're here today. And you have Catherine, so you have 4 of us.
Yes, I need all the advice I can get.
I know. You do need advice. So you were dating your previous boyfriend for how long?
5 years.
And you've been broken up for how long?
Going on close to 10 months now.
Okay. So this is going to be a problem for a lot of people. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I get it. I mean, it's pretty tricky. Their family is going to be upset. Somebody is going to be upset.
I think so, yeah. I would say that's a safe bet.
And is your boyfriend, your current boyfriend, who is your ex-boyfriend's cousin, is he contemplating your relationship at all, or is he committed?
No, he is committed 100%.
Okay, so you're both done. You're going to be together, and you're going to tell his family at some point, right?
Yeah, it's just a matter of when.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll go first, and then you girls can hop on and give your opinion. Okay. I would just say the sooner you come clean, the sooner everybody can acclimate to the new situation, and the sooner everybody has to stop hiding. But be prepared for a big thunderstorm that's going to last for a long time, possibly, potentially. But I think you should probably try and get the truth out sooner than later. And then, the sooner everyone can get over it.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't be you.
Yeah, it should be the boyfriend. That's a good point.
It should be your
family.
Yeah, you should be your boyfriend. I don't know who should tell the boyfriend. Maybe you
both.
should tell the boyfriend.
Yeah.
I mean, who are you going to tell first? The boyfriend, right? Your ex?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty tricky. What do you girls think? What does everyone think?
Do they have to know that you were together when y'all were together? Does that all have to come out?
No.
So that's another topic. We kind of agreed to never say that anything started while the previous relationship was going on. But we think that it would be really obvious that things would start to click once the truth came out. So
yeah, like my initial lie,
yes.
like wait a few months and then act like you guys ran into each other and it was so nice to see each other again and things started. But that people always say the truth always freaking comes out, and then you're gonna have to not only face that you're dating him, but now the lies and all of the time.
Here's the thing, Veronica, it's never gonna get easier. So waiting longer is not gonna make it easier. So freaking rip it and just be like, we're dating, we're in love, we're happy.
Is the family understanding people, or are they wild?
Are we gonna flip tables?
Pretty understanding people.
Oh, well, that's a good start. Okay.
I mean,
did you break up? Was he heartbroken? Does he have
Your
an ex? Heartbroken?
I would say yes. He was very shocked and surprised.
Does he have a new lady?
Not yet.
Hook him up.
We got to get him a new lady.
Yeah.
And he's completely over you and so in love that he doesn't care what's going on.
it would be great if you could wait until he has a girlfriend.
That would be good.
Seriously.
Then he won't care as much.
Because it's just going to be a shit show. It's exactly right. The truth is going to come out. They're going to piece it all together. And if you admit that you guys were flirting while you were with him, then he's never going to forgive you. He's going to hold on to that for years. And that's just such bad news. Like, I wish you could just find a lie.
Was there kind of some overlap there? I know you said there were some stolen kisses, but was there sex overlap?
No, never.
No. That's
Good
don't
for
say
you.
The words. Don't say it.
Yeah.
Just say there was flirting.
Yeah.
We flirted, and we knew that was wrong, and that's why I broke up with you.
And yet
I was
you did. You
flirting
ended
with
it.
your cousin, and I knew it was wrong. And obviously, don't volunteer
that there were any kisses. If he asked did anything happen, what you take that as sex. No, we didn't have sex. I didn't want to do that while we were dating. I don't think you should admit the kissing behind the sneaking kisses. I don't like that. And I'm advocating for you to lie.
I am too.
Yeah, those details might just hurt more. They don't need to know everything.
Exactly. You guys can play it off like you've been dating for a few months because what you said you did, which is moving out, giving yourself some space to like figure out if this was really real. Turns out it was 10 months. You know what I mean? You did a lot of the right things. You stopped it when it was going a certain direction. And I think, having some white lies in there about not having physical intimacy, I think that's just fine too.
Yeah. That's so nice that you're so in love.
Yeah, it's very refreshing compared to the last 5 years. So,
well, don't fucking say that.
I won't tell him that.
No, yeah. But you know what? You and your new boyfriend, if you can weather this storm that you're about to get into, and listen, maybe it's not going to be a big deal. That would be ideal, but it probably will be a big deal. People like to
not his brother. It could have been his brother. At least it's just a cousin.
Or his dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good thing to bring up. Say, at least I wasn't fucking your father.
Great.
See how he likes that.
I'm just saying, better.
Or your mother. What if I was fucking your mother? That would be a real shocker. That would be a double whammy.
Yeah, you really got to say that this is the best case scenario.
I feel like it is a bit removed from the family.
Yeah.
Not immediate.
I didn't go for immediate family.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I think also you have to be once this is out, be very sensitive to the fact that people are going to have like their little feelings about it. And then that will just eventually fade out.
Yeah.
Just know.
Yeah, the family probably doesn't like the cousin that much. You always talk shit about cousins. You know what I mean? It might not even be that close. So maybe you're in a great place.
And get a DNA test. Maybe they're not even cousins.
Oh my gosh.
A lot of surprises out there.
Oh, that would be ideal.
Hoping that really is true.
It is. Yeah. Get your 23andMe. I bet you. Who knows? Who knows?
Yep. Wow. Things really took a turn for positive here.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But also, it's been 10 months. Hopefully, it won't be a big deal, right? It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Make sure you let us know what happens, okay?
Yes.
I'm very interested.
Will.
And let us know when it happens, what happens. Yeah. Call us back, okay?
I'll give you all the juicy details.
Thank you.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, good luck with that.
Thanks,
okay?
Veronica.
Love being in love. That's right. That's awesome. That's going to be one fucked up situation.
Holy shit. I'm so glad I'm not
I
her.
can feel the vibes from that family just by talking to her. I know it's going to go badly.
The ancestors are going to be pissed.
For all of life's adventures, the all-new 2025 Chevrolet Equinox is the SUV to help you do it. It has the technology you need, including an 11.3-inch diagonal touchscreen with Google built in for easy access to your apps, maps, music, and more. The cargo area is loaded with possibilities, including folding split bench seats and hidden underfloor storage for flexibility. There's even an all-new trim named Active, with a rugged off-road inspired design for those whose passion begins where the pavement ends. And Equinox is reliable. J.D. Power named it the most dependable compact SUV 2024. The all-new 2025 Chevy Equinox. It's everything you want in an SUV. Learn more at Chevrolet.com/Equinox. Google, Android Auto, Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. The Chevrolet Equinox received the fewest reported problems in its segment in the J.D. Power 2024 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Study based on 2021 models. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Save the date, prepare for chaos.
And get ready for Your Cordially Invited, a hilarious new movie starring comedy icons Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon. Together on screen for the first time. It's written and directed by Nicholas Stoller of Forgetting Sarah Marshall and Neighbors.
Find out what happens when two weddings are accidentally booked on the weekend at the same remote venue. And a laugh-out-loud battle of determination and grit. The father of the bride, played by Will Ferrell, and sister of the other bride, played by Reese Witherspoon, chaotically go head-to-head and will stop at nothing to pull off an unforgettable celebration for the ones they love.
And if you think you've been to a wedding where crazy things happen, prepare for alligator attacks, sabotage, shipwrecks, cornhole, and all-star comedy cameos. Will the couples make it down the aisle? Will fire regulations be violated? Find out in this perfect blend of hijinks and heartstrings. It's time to RSVP for Ferrell versus Witherspoon in their new wedding comedy, You're Cordially Invited. Watch it now, only on Prime Video.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV, but many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4M study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVprepstudy.com. That's HIVprepstudy.com.
All right, ladies, whether you're single, taken, or it's complicated, one thing's for sure, you deserve to feel amazing. And Pure Romance, the #1 sex toy brand, is here to make that happen. Flying solo? They've got everything you need for the ultimate night in. When times are stressful, you should be taking your self-care to the next level, and spending a night on your own is just the way to do it. In a couple, adding a toy or two is the best way to turn up the heat. Think vibes, enhancements, and surprises that will have you wondering why you didn't start sooner. Thruppling up? Stock up. And right now, it's the perfect time to treat yourself. Use code Chelsea30 for 30% off your entire order. Yes, 30% off to bring some serious excitement into your life. So go to pureromance.com, use Chelsea30, and let's make this your hottest season yet. Pure Romance, because pleasure doesn't play.
Well, we have another caller, gals. This is Emily. Emily is 46. She says, hi, favorite podcast. I left an abusive marriage in 2007. In 2008, I met a guy who 14 years later is still around. When we got together, we bonded over our terrible marriages, and we had kids, so our relationship became our private island. We communicate well and became great travel buddies. We don't live together, and our kids are grown. I love my me time, and so I'm on the fence about living together. When I think about getting older and having a partner to help me with things that happen when you get old, like falling or getting sick, it seems like a good idea. He just says, maybe someday. Someday is fine. I'm a weed smoker and super happy just to be living and somewhat successful. I was once anxious and now moved to a secure attachment style person. Been in therapy since I was a teen. I have so much life left to live, and it would be easy to let another 15 years pass just as we are. He's still in my life, but recently the relationship's been sort of fizzling. We're still in contact, but not really together. Is it worth sticking it out another couple of years, or have we peaked already and it's time to move on? I'm such an easygoing person. I'm worried I'm going to let life pass me by. I find myself asking, after 14 years together and not cohabitating, should I be asking for more? Sincerely, Emily.
Hi, Emily.
Hey.
This is Kat and Nat are our special guests today. They're from
new
Canada.
Hey.
Part's very legal here.
Oh, nice. Perfect.
And you know Catherine because you probably spoke to her already.
She's amazing.
Okay, so you've been with your partner for 14 years, and you say you're independent, but then you say that you want to move in together. So it's a little confusing. Which one do you want?
Okay, so it's a little confusing of a situation. We did break up. It's sort of run its course. This has been going on for a long time. But I kind of like, I'm growing up, I guess. I think I finally became an adult this year kind of thing, where the same things we used to do, like he would come over, we'd hang out, we'd smoke. We were, this great, perfect private island situation. And then after it got old, it just, I got busy. I like to do things outside. He doesn't. And so I stopped doing all the things that I would do to get ready to hang out with him. And to me, that was a sign that I shouldn't continue this. I should at least think about what I need at this point in my life. Now, I love him. We get along great.
Sounds like you're describing your brother or your best friend. Like it's the excitement is gone. It's over. So move on, and you need to find something else. You have to be excited about the person that you are fucking. You have to be excited and want to look good for when they come over and look in the mirror and actually care about what you look like. I know that after 14 years, that's not typical, but so great. You're not married to him. You have no reason to hang on to this. You can move on and use him as have him in your life as a friendship. It's so easy to see. Yeah, for sure.
It's not appropriate to be friends. I guess I'm a little unclear on what.
As long as you don't have expectations from him, if you could transition into a friendship where you're not having sex with him, because I think that's confusing and that muddies the waters.
We're not having sex. We haven't had sex in like a year.
Yeah. I mean, if it's okay to be friends with him, but sometimes when we have somebody old in our life, it kind of prevents us from moving on to the new person. So I don't know if that's happening, but it sounds like what you're describing is pretty stale.
And I'm thinking, like, when you said you're 46 and you're already looking at a time where you get old and fall down, you are still so young. There's
Yeah, bitch,
so
I'm
much more
47.
time.
Don't fuck my jam up. Like, what are you talking about? 40 is the new 25. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. No, the whole point of that was, so he has some stomach issues and he was in the hospital. I didn't get a call for 3 days. So that's the story there. It's like, we are getting older and like, these are things I should be thinking about, but don't.
I disagree.
No. You're right. You're totally
You're not
right.
sick. Why do you have to think about that?
Yeah.
Men are going south before women too, so don't hook up with a guy thinking he's taking care of you because you are definitely taking care of him before he takes care of you. You know what I mean? You gotta look out for you. Go younger.
Yes.
Yeah.
Genius.
Yeah, it's go younger, and also you want your vibration here, not settling.
Yeah.
Like vibration when you settle, it just is like a limp biscuit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hire a nanny to babysit you when you get older. You know what I mean? Don't get married.
I would rather pay somebody to take care of me in my lifetime days than have any fucking child or niece or nephew. And my nieces and nephews love me and they would take care of me, but I would rather pay somebody to do it. So that when I say, get me a Belvedere on the rocks with a splash of fucking soda on my deathbed, they're going to do that.
Chelsea, can I tell you where you can do that really well? My sister works in elder law, and she said that what a lot of people are doing these days is rather than going into assisted living, which is like 10 grand a month, they just go on cruises. Cruise after cruise after cruise, because there's more doctors per capita on a cruise than at the nursing home.
Yeah, but then you have to go on a fucking cruise, Catherine. Fuck. I'm not doing that. I would go on a limited edition cruise. Like there has to be less than 50 people, and then I'll go.
Great.
And I have to be able to throw each one of them overboard. But anyway, you're fucking 46. You're not. Everything's great. You have a whole.
But can I ask you a question, Chelsea? So like, I know you really love your alone time, and I really identified with that. My kid went back to school, and I had the best day yesterday just by myself. And so, do you ever think about in that situation being very comfortable? Are you too comfortable, or like, do you think that you should?
I don't think you don't need to overanalyze yourself. Whatever feels good to you is the right thing. We live in a society where it's a good thing to like have introspection, but you don't have to be overly analytical about every little move you make. There's no such thing as I spend too much time by myself. The other night I went to bed at 5:19 p.m. Okay? Anyone else would be like, are you depressed? I don't give a fuck. All I could think about was going to bed. I looked at my sleep number in the morning, my stats on my phone, and it said you fell asleep at 5:19 p.m. And I was like, what a victory lap. You know? Like, yeah, it's whatever.
So jealous.
Whatever you feel that you need is what you need. Stop judging yourself.
And also, it's okay if that changes.
Yes,
As
it does
you found that
change.
it has.
As it does. It changes all the time. So whatever you're feeling is never going to last forever. Like, you're just in this mood right now, and then you're going to get out of that mood. But I would say, take a little separation from that guy and his stomach.
Yeah. My one question, I think, is why it's been such a slow burn for you to make the change. Like it's been like a year and a half of this relationship dissolving and no sex, and you're still wondering, like, do I give it 2 more years? What is that there?
Just want to let everybody know that's a big silent gap. We're just all waiting, and while you figure out what your answer is.
The answer is, I'm not waiting. This situation is here. I've moved on with my life. And I think that I need to put a cap on that relationship and say, like, look, we had a good run. And,
Is he going to feel the same way? How does he feel?
He knows about this call. Like, he's caring for it. So.
You know your answer, and we all know you know your answer. You just wanted to tell you what to do, but you know what to do. You just said it. We didn't have to say anything. You just wanted someone else to tell you.
You want to cap that off.
Yeah.
That's right.
I think you should write that. I think you should write that on your refrigerator. Who cares? And that is applies to you and what anyone else might possibly think of you. Start with that mantra every single day.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. You have a whole world. Like, you're going to have a lot of men in your life. We just sometimes have to clean out the garbage in our lives. Not that, any person is garbage. That's not what I'm saying. It's just some people aren't adding to our value, and some people are only there for a short period of time. And in your case, a long period of time. But it's time to dust out those cobwebs and get going with the rest of your life.
Yeah.
This could be such an exciting time for you.
Yeah,
Especially you just became a grown up and you just found yourself.
Yeah.
Woo! It's gonna be a good time.
I have a couple people hit me up over the past year that I just haven't been ready to date, but
Oh yeah, hit
it
it back.
like, you know,
Do
I
it.
just, yeah, I like being by myself right now. I gotta,
Then don't do it.
you know,
You don't have
so-
to move in with them right away.
Right?
No.
I don't want to.
No.
Yeah. Just go with the flow. I remember once I was hanging out with this group of people. This is a long time ago, and I remember looking around, going, "This isn't going to cut it. These people are not going to cut it. I'm too cool to be in this group." And you have to remember that about yourself. When you're too cool for a situation, go and find people that are on your vibe, not people that are on your like lower than your vibe.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if I could go back and dry hump people, I would just dry hump. Like I would, if I were you, I would just dry hump and make out with them. It would just send them thank you for the night and move on.
I love that advice.
Dry
Like
humping isn't
college
that
you
bad,
did.
actually. Dry humping is going to probably
fun.
make a comeback at some point.
It should.
because
It's
it does-
really fun.
Yeah, because you could actually, a woman could come or climax from dry humping.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
it lasts a lot
Get a
longer.
zipper and you're good to go.
Yeah, or a set of monkey bars.
I can't believe you put that in your book, by the way, because like I think every woman was like, "That's okay that we did that." When we were
Oh yeah, you girls, I used to masturbate over my pants it was called the feeling when I was growing up. I was so excited. I had no idea because I didn't think you would never touch your Pikachu directly. It would be over the jeans. But if the seam of the jeans were the right seam, a thick seam, you could make yourself come even faster. So I would lie down behind an ottoman. I get home after school and I would just rubbing myself. But I'd have my vagina covered by the ottoman in case anyone walked into the living room and they would just see me face down on the floor. Meanwhile, I had like rug burns on my chin. I was so into myself. I could not get enough of myself. All I would do was jerk off all the time. And I didn't know I was masturbating. I mean, I knew it was like a secret, but I was just like, oh, all my girlfriends were doing it. And so I would just be sitting there rubbing my vagina. And then finally we were at dinner one night and I had a ladle and it was a whole family dinner. And I couldn't even take a break for dinner. If OnlyFans were alive then, I would have been on it. And so I had this spoon in between my legs and I was rubbing myself at the dinner table. And I obviously became red or sweaty or something. And my mom goes, "Chelsea, what you're doing needs to be done in the privacy of your own room." And then my brother Roy yells, "She does it all the time." And I looked around the table and I was like, oh my God, everyone's known this whole time that I've been fucking jerking off. Like I thought I was Sleuth, like I was like, oh my God. And I was so devastated that I did not masturbate till I was in my 40s because I was so shamed about it.
I hate that for you.
I hated that my brothers knew that I was jerking off.
Very common. It's very common.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
I mean, they're jerking off.
Yeah.
Constantly.
You know the show Young Sheldon? Young Sheldon.
I know. I need to make I know. We were working on that once. Anyway, did you get your advice that you came here for?
I did. I love you so much.
Okay. All right, good. Well, when you get a new boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever you're into, obviously men right now, but that can always change also. Be open-minded.
I'm
and
not
when you're in a new
authorized to
situation
tell you.
and you're feeling really positive about your life, please send us a line and let us know.
Yes.
Of course, we'll do. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily.
Thank you. Bye,
Love
Emily.
you.
Hi.
Thanks, ladies.
Oh my God, didn't even take a break for dinner.
No.
What a productive call that was.
That was great.
Yeah, that she.
That was
Isn't it
excellent
funny that you
call.
can just
Because
talk to someone
Chelsea
and you
and
can
I
feel
pulled
their
that off
energy
so
just
nice.
by talking to them,
How
like if it's high or
embarrassing. I
low.
feel like that would probably
I wish that was
be
more like measurable. You know, when people talk
If
about
you
energy,
do
I
not
wish somebody could
respect
say,
your
"Oh, you're at an
big
80,"
brother Lloyd.
so that people would take it more seriously. Because like the high vibes are so important, and there are people that just bring you down.
Yeah.
You know, and it's not their fault or that they're a bad person. You're just not on the same frequency.
Yeah.
We should have like a little thing above our head that says like what
Yeah.
percent we're at.
Like a halo.
Yeah.
Thing. Yeah.
I have one more quick question from Brittany. Brittany
Spears?
I spelled with an N-I, so
No,
different.
maybe not.
A little different. Dear Chelsea, I have a situation I've been wrestling with for about a year. I'm 36 years old and never wanted kids until this last year. I married my husband last year and we've been together for 8 years total. I really love him. We mostly have a great relationship. We have 3 cats we adore, but the thing is, he does not want to have kids. We always agreed about this until a year ago. I kept thinking that the desire to have kids would just be a phase and go away, but it keeps getting stronger. I'm really confused and torn on what to do. The thought of leaving makes me sad, and the fear of trying to find a partner and have kids at my age seems scary. I'm freezing my eggs, so that helps take some of the pressure off, but it's still a huge undertaking. I'm worried that later on I'll have some regret about not taking a chance on having a family of my own. I'm also worried that I'll regret leaving a good marriage and potentially fucking up my life with a crappy partner or the challenges of parenthood. How can I make this decision? I'm going to therapy, but I feel stuck. The clock is ticking, which is so stressful. Thanks for your help, Brittany.
So the husband decided he didn't want to have kids.
I think neither of them did, and then she just like changed her mind.
Oh, okay.
Like something hit her, and she felt like she was maternal and she needed to have a baby. Oh wow, she really has to decide, what does she want more, him or the baby? Because she actually doesn't need him to make the baby.
No.
She could do it alone.
But she doesn't need to find another partner to have a baby either. If they
No.
did fizzle, like if they broke up, like she can have a baby on her own.
Yeah, but that's not going to make her feel good. She wants to have a husband and a baby.
Yeah.
So you guys are parents, so you need to handle this.
It's happened to a lot of our friends actually, and they broke up with the partner to have the baby because you're gonna end up, if you can't let it go, you're gonna hate them. You're gonna resent them that they never did it, and you will just find problems even if there isn't a problem. You'll create problems. So you'd rather be honest and be like, I've changed my mind. And maybe he doesn't know how, she's nervous to say, I really, really want this. This is what he might be like, then I can get on board. You never know if you're really honest with it.
Yeah, like maybe 8 years ago when it started together, they totally agreed on that, but he really wasn't as determined to not have them as she was. And now she's changed her mind. Who knows? Maybe he has too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh God,
My husband didn't want a third, really, and it was a big conversation.
But that's
and I was
different.
like,
That's different.
I know, but it was a very big conversation. I think for some people, it's like, this is so important to me. I don't know if I can keep being with you if I can't do this. And then he might be like, I never knew. Let's
talk about it. Think about what we're gonna do here.
Yeah. It's so much more than, do I leave him or do I get a baby?
Mm-hmm.
Because she might not even be able to have a baby. You know, like there's so many X factors. It's so hard to say, leave him and go get a new partner and a baby. Maybe there's wiggle room in 2 years, or, you know, if she's freezing his eggs, does he not know something's coming up, or is she doing it in secret?
Well, she's freezing her eggs.
Yeah, I think it's
men
so
don't
low.
should know.
Well, men
right,
don't
right.
have eggs,
I
FYI.
just thought you messed up on the word. I'm like,
I did.
You know they don't have eggs,
I
right?
meant her eggs.
Yeah, she might be doing it alone. It's expensive to do that too.
Yeah.
Well, in Canada it is.
Yeah, I think you have to be like, if you really are thinking about this, you have to want to have that baby 150%. You have to be committed to that. And if you're that committed to that baby, and that's more important to you than your husband is right now, then yeah, you've got to leave him and go pursue that. But I mean, you have to really know that you want to do that, not just be curious about being a mother. I think, you know, sometimes I know how strong a maternal instinct can be. At least I hear about it. But I think you have to examine really how important that is to you. And then that's your decision right there, you know?
Yeah. Did she have like a whoopsie? Like, you know, get artificially inseminated and then be like, oh my, no.
Bad.
Well, yeah.
But also,
but you're also married. So yeah, I mean, I'm not against that.
Like, oh my God, man, I don't know how it happened.
Trick him into a baby.
Okay, well, we did. Okay, well, that's your advice. What's her name?
No,
Brittany.
that's not my I actually think that's a good idea. That's just, I like that. I would do that, yeah. If I was a manipulative person, that was something I would think about. Or just, you know.
Is that how you wound up with baby number 3?
No. No. Locked him in, you know? Wrap my legs. You're not leaving. Squeeze.
Okay. Well, let's take a quick break and we'll come back to wrap up with Kat, Nat, and Chelsea.
Save the date, prepare for chaos.
And get ready for your cordially invited, a hilarious new movie starring comedy icons Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon. Together on screen for the first time. It's written and directed by Nicholas Stoller of Forgetting Sarah Marshall and Neighbors.
Find out what happens when 2 weddings are accidentally booked on the weekend at the same remote venue. And a laugh-out-loud battle of determination and grit. The father of the bride, played by Will Ferrell, and sister of the other bride, played by Reese Witherspoon, chaotically go head-to-head and will stop at nothing to pull off an unforgettable celebration for the ones they love.
And if you think you've been to a wedding where crazy things happen, prepare for alligator attacks, sabotage, shipwrecks, cornhole, and all-star comedy cameos. Will the couples make it down the aisle? Will fire regulations be violated? Find out in this perfect blend of hijinks and heartstrings. It's time to RSVP for Ferrell versus Witherspoon. in their new wedding comedy, You're Cordially Invited. Watch it now, only on Prime Video.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV. But many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4 in the study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVPrepStudy.com. That's HIVPrepStudy.com.
All right, ladies, whether you're single, taken, or it's complicated, one thing's for sure, you deserve to feel amazing. And Pure Romance, the #1 sex toy brand, is here to make that happen. Flying solo, they've got everything you need for the ultimate night in. When times are stressful, you should be taking your self-care to the next level, and spending a night on your own is just the way to do it. In a couple, adding a toy or two is the best way to turn up the heat. Think vibes, enhancements, and surprises that will have you wondering why you didn't start sooner. Thruppling up, stock up. And right now, it's the perfect time to treat yourself. Use code Chelsea30 for 30% off your entire order. Yes, 30% off to bring some serious excitement into your life. So go to pureromance.com, use Chelsea30, and let's make this your hottest season yet. Pure Romance, because pleasure doesn't play.
Hello, iHeart listener. We have a confession to make. Both iHeart and this commercial you're listening to right now would probably sound a heck of a lot better on the new Roku Pro Series TV. It's got side-firing speakers that fill your room with sound, Dolby Atmos audio that puts you right in the middle of the entertainment, and the ability to pair seamlessly with your home theater sound systems that already have surround sound and booming bass. If all that sounds too good to be true, it'll sound even better on the new Roku Pro Series. Your hearing isn't better, your TV is.
And we're back.
Oh, we're back. Well, Kat, now this is the part of the show where I want to know if you'd like any advice from Chelsea.
Well, we have an ongoing argument that maybe the two of you and Chelsea could settle for us. We have an argument on whether
the two of you and Chelsea.
Yeah, then whatever. You know what I'm saying, okay?
Yeah, I think we've never really agreed. I don't know if we have a misunderstanding and we actually have to show each other what we mean, but I take soap and I wash underneath and all over my vagina. Like, I actually take the soap and I goes and not in the hole. Of course, not the hole.
In the oven.
In the, all underneath. And she says that you shouldn't put, she read that you don't put soap there because it's soap inside. Not in the hole.
In the lip.
Yes, all
in the
in
lips.
there.
In the lips.
In the
I
lip.
don't think I'm pretty rough when I wash my beaver in the shower. That's obviously the first spot I like to hit. But I don't put the soap bar, I guess I probably do with something similar. I do know that you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to put soap inside the lips, any of that. Your vagina is a self-cleaning mechanism. It cleans itself. Yes.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Yes,
so you
that's
can
like
rub soap around it.
Yes.
But I don't think it's gonna hurt you. I mean, it's supposed to affect your pH balance, is what I know.
Yeah.
But I don't use a bar of soap. I use pump soap, right? Is that what you use?
Right. Yeah.
So you're not, okay. So, I mean, I just don't think it's that big of a deal. I think if you actually put it inside you, then it's a big deal. But más o menos, as they say in España.
If you're not getting any yeast infections, you're probably doing it fine.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, everything's been fine so far. I just all dark, moist places need to be.
Yeah.
I also have IBS, so that would be different. IBS down there, you do.
I definitely stuck my finger in my butthole to wash it.
Really?
Yeah, for if there's a situation that needs cleansing, yeah.
Inside the hole?
Yeah, just to make sure everything's there that is supposed to be there and nothing extra. Yeah. Only when I've had an incident.
Oh my gosh, if I even go anywhere near that thing, it's just going to be a disaster.
Really? With soap? I mean, don't you want it to be clean, your butthole?
Yes.
She can't have any butt play whatsoever. Her bowels live on the hole. It's
I saw a video the other day about anal sex, and it says when men go into other men, there's 3 sphincter holes. I had learned that there were 2 sphincter holes. So when you have anal sex, there's one entryway, and then there's a second entryway. And if you're really well endowed, there is a third entryway. But I think that's only applicable for men because they have a scrotum, and we do not. So, but for us, there are 2 anal entries. One, and then boom, boom, depending on how big the penis is. I didn't either.
So there's shit. Wait, there's
who comes out of one?
No, there's as deep as it goes, then there's another. It's like being in a labyrinth. There's one hole. That's the entryway. And then if you have a big enough penis, there's a second anal opening in the same tunnel.
I think she has one, and that's the problem. Because I feel like it just drops, and we have to run the red. Like there's no time. It's like where she's shitting her pants, or
like I have a birth defect, and my mom never told me I only have one entryway. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
that's
you should
not.
travel with a thermos in case you need to take a shinobi in it.
Shinobi. Okay, well, all right.
On that note, you guys, I just want to thank you guys for being here all the way from Canada. I can't wait to see you guys again in person. I hope that happens sooner than later. Thank you for being on the podcast. You were very entertaining.
Thank you so much for having us. It was so nice to meet you, Catherine. I can't wait to see you guys again.
I'm your biggest fan now.
Yay.
Thank you guys, really, truly. It means
Thanks,
a lot
girls.
for having
Have
us.
a great day.
Bye.
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 And for those of you who haven't seen my special on Netflix, it's out. Revolution is out and it's streaming. And I am announcing a new tour called the Little Big Bitch Tour. Yes. I am starting again in April. I announced a bunch of cities, so it's on my Instagram and my website and whatever. But yes, I'm going back on the road in 4 months.
Amazing.
Or 2 months or whatever. I have a whole new show and a whole new thing, and I'm going to go tour again.
You're just a busy woman.
I am. There's a lot going on.
So if you'd like advice from Chelsea, just send us an email at dearchelseapodcast@gmail.com. Dear Chelsea is a production of iHeartRadio, executive produced by Nick Stuff, produced by Catherine Law, and edited and engineered by Brad Dickert.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV, but many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4M study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVPrepStudy.com. That's HIVPrepStudy.com.
Hello, it's Chelsea Handler. Let's be honest. Feeling good should be part of your daily routine, and that includes your sex life. Pure Romance is the #1 sex toy brand, making pleasure fun, fresh, and makes your time in the bedroom literally the best ever. Pure Romance has got everything you need, whether you're flying solo, with a partner, or even thruppling up. Enjoy 30% off with the code Chelsea30. Go grab something that makes you feel amazing at pureromance.com. You can thank me later.
Hello, iHeart listener. We have a confession to make. Both iHeart and this commercial you're listening to right now would probably sound a heck of a lot better on the new Roku Pro Series TV. It's got side-firing speakers that fill your room with sound, Dolby Atmos audio that puts you right in the middle of the entertainment, and the ability to pair seamlessly with your home theater sound systems that already have surround sound and booming bass. If all that sounds too good to be true, it'll sound even better on the new Roku Pro Series. Your hearing isn't better, your TV is.
Cheap Caribbean is celebrating more than just the new year in 2025. Cheap Caribbean Vacations is celebrating its 25th birthday, too. You're invited to join in on the birthday fun and book a beach vacation with more savings. Now through February 3rd, you can unlock up to $250 off site-wide vacation packages. Celebrate these awesome savings at your favorite beach and book your next all-inclusive vacay at cheapcaribbean.com. Your $250 off is waiting.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV, but many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4M study.
Give me some podcast recommendations for an interesting story that is similar to the podcast fiction story Homecoming and its presentation.
Hey, we like you just the way you are. But let's be real. There's always room for a little upgrade. Especially if you're cleaning up your routine poster. The Beard Hedger has you covered. With its Tidy Thing 2025 brings your way. Let's bundle. Because starting fresh never...
And fine-tuned by Oscar and Grammy-winning producers, mixers, and artists.
You seem like sounds are coming from the sides and behind you.
The Left-Right Game is brought to you in this dimension by Sonos. Experience brilliant otherworldly sound with Sonos.
No, wait. Just came in to check your. You called it? No. It's just there's a red light on there.
No, that's okay. Yes, I am. Don't know why I.
But don't worry, it's fine. It's actually a good idea for your not much to record around here, though. I'm afraid. I wouldn't move too much.
Is my mum here?
She was here yesterday. I'm surprised you remember that. That's good. But yes, when you went back to sleep, she left to collect some things from your flat. I think she's taking some clothes to her house for when you're back out. You all right?
Yeah. What day is it?
It's Friday, 7th of March.
I thought it was February.
It was.
Oh, yeah. You said before. Sorry.
That's all right. It was a lot to take in, and well, more than little days. Do you remember any more about the accident?
No.
Okay, well, that isn't uncommon with concussions. You might recall more over time. Until then, I'd suggest you refrain from watching the footage on your little camera. It was recording at the time, so you haven't looked at it.
No.
Good. I think that's for the best. There's quite a sizable dent in that 4x4. At least you got a good hitting.
Feels like it hit back harder.
Well, fortunately, nothing irreversible, but yes, it did do quite a number of you. You have 3 broken ribs, fracture in your left arm, and 2 breaks in your right leg.
Like the joke.
I'm sorry.
What do you do if you break your legs in 2 places? Never go back to those 2 places. Have you?
Yes, I've heard of.
Right.
Well, unfortunately, you're not going to be going back anywhere for a little while. We'll need to transition you very carefully. There'll be some physical therapy, a few tests, probably some time with a consultant. It'll be a long road, but we'll get there.
How long?
I'm sorry?
How long do you expect it to take?
Conservatively, a month.
A month? You put me back under?
I'm sure you can occupy yourself. You have 2 weeks of TV to catch up on. Otherwise, feel free to keep recording. Document your journey. That's what you're all into, isn't it? I really wouldn't watch that footage. Just my advice.
Understood. Thank you. So, before we get started, I want to be honest. The story isn't mine. Not its author. Not its protagonist. By all rights, I shouldn't even be the one telling it. In truth, each one of those honors belongs to a single person. A person you'll be hearing from soon. A person who, frankly, is far better qualified for this than I am. I don't know why she's not telling you all of this herself, or why she's chosen me of all people to explain things in their place. I'm recording this from a hospital bed on a broken condenser mic that my mum brought for me from home, editing it on a software I can barely understand. All I have going for me is that I'm stuck here for the next 4 weeks. Nothing else to do but put it all on record. Come to think of it, that's probably why she chose me. My key defining trait, total availability. Maybe she was relying on the idea that wherever she went, I'd still be in the same place. She knew I'd be right here, and for some reason, that she wouldn't be.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you recording your...
No, yeah, I was, but it's fine.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, honestly. Okay, a bit of background which will save us all some time in the long run. I once knew a girl called Alice Sharman. She was an undergrad at the University of Edinburgh, the same time I was. My educational poison was history, a degree that has greatly benefited my career as a bicycle repairman. Alice Sharman studied journalism, though studied isn't really the word. I mean, it's not an exaggeration to say that she lived and breathed the subject. Editor-in-chief of the campus paper, the voice of student radio, blogger, podcaster. While the rest of us were blindingly scrambling for a shred of identity, Alice burst onto the scene just fully formed. A singular person with a singular goal defined by a future vocation in almost every conceivable way. To begin with, we did kind of resent her for it. She definitely stood out, and with her 6 a.m. runs, her color-coded schedule, her constant internships and summer jobs, she just made the rest of us look, well, lazy. And though we were undoubtedly very lazy, we didn't really appreciate the reminder. She could be annoying in her own right, too. She was blunt and tunnel-visioned, and at times a little too practical, but no one could deny she was exceptional. Least of all the lucky few really got to know her. Alice and I met in the student halls. Like most of our housemates, we were very different people with nothing in common except postcode and a shared kitchen we tried desperately to avoid. I'm not sure how it happened or who spoke to first, what we even talked about, but by the end of the first week, we somehow paired up from the group and managed to evolve from awkward strangers into awkward friends. None of it made sense, on paper at least. I grew up in a hamlet, a farming village in the middle of nowhere. She was an army-based kid who spent her childhood touring Europe. She'd done more by the time she was 9 than I had in my whole life. Anyway, whatever brought us together, I wasn't about to question it. She was inspiring and smart, and she proofread all my essays. I mean, I'm still not sure what she saw in me. We were eventually flatmates down in London, where she chased her dreams and I chased my tail. She got a few small jobs, a magazine here, a blog there, but none of it was a challenge. None of it represented that next big step. Almost a year passed before Alice called a flat meeting and told us that she'd accepted a job in the USA as a junior correspondent for a show called American Stories at the Chicago Public Radio. You wouldn't know it to speak to her, but despite being born on US soil, Alice spent most of her life in the UK. For a moment, I thought she was asking her advice. Which was stupid of me. It was a big step for Alice. That was exactly what she was looking for. She accepted it the moment they offered. After that, things moved quickly. Alice started making the rounds, visiting old friends, boxing up everything essential and leaving everything else behind. Less than a month after she made her announcement, on the anniversary of our graduation, we helped pack her stuff into a rental van, threw a bittersweet going away party and put her room up for rent. That party was the last time I saw Alice Sharman. She dropped out of contact. A month later, complete radio silence. No calls, no texts, no social media. After a few embarrassing one-sided emails, we all kind of decided she'd moved on. Eventually, so did we. And then, some months later, it's sad to admit, but getting hit by that car was probably the most interesting thing that's ever happened to me. Or at least it was. Until I woke up 14 days later, checked my email, and realized the radio silence had been broken. Alice had gotten back in touch. I received 3 emails so far, all blank, no text, no subject, no sender address. They each had one prominent feature though, an attachment, a set of audio files labeled left, right, 1, 2, and 3. I had nothing better to do, so I gave them a listen. And then I listened to them again and again. I probably played each of them upwards of 20 times in the past few days. I still don't know what to make of it. But it's definitely Alice. And if any of it's to be believed, it goes a long way to explain why she hasn't been in touch. I'm going to let you listen to the first of these files now. I don't expect you to believe everything you hear. Maybe you'll think it's a hoax. Maybe you'll think Alice is just in a creative writing phase. If I didn't know her, I'd happily agree. But the thing is, I do know her better than most. Alice Sharman doesn't have time for fiction. She never did. She only ever cared about the truth. If that's the case with these recordings, as ridiculous as it might sound, I think my friend may have documented her own disappearance. Like I said, I don't know why she's chosen me for this, but please consider this an open call for information. If you know anyone involved in this story, any of the locations mentioned, anything I can use to get in touch with Alice, please don't hesitate to contact me. Were you in the area on February the 7th of this year? Did you meet or speak with a girl called Alice Sharman? Has anyone heard of the left-right game?
You want coffee?
Do you have any tea?
I just got coffee. You seem like a threat on the phone. So.
No, that's fine. Coffee's fine.
All right.
Okay, so something like, they say great stories happen to people who can tell them. Rob J. Guthard is an exception to that rule. As I sit at his table in a small house in Phoenix, Arizona, sip his coffee and listen to him recount the past 65 years, it sounds like he's reading off a shopping list. Every event, his first job, his second wedding, his third divorce, none of them received more than 1 or 2 sentences. Rob plows through the years, a curt, dispassionate curator of his own personal history. Yet, the story itself is so fascinating, so rich with moments, so wildly meandering that it somehow stands on its own merits. It's a great story, no matter how you tell it.
So, you're 21 years old. You've already worked as a farmer, a mover, a boat engineer. What's next for Rob J. Guthard?
Had my boy. Got married.
Wow. Okay, how was married life?
Not so great. Got divorced.
Oh, that must have been hard on you.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty hard.
Yeah, cool. So, what was the situation with your son then?
She had him. I went away for a while.
For work?
Vietnam.
Wow. You were in Vietnam. How was that for you?
Well, I ain't never been back since.
Sure. Sure.
Just to be clear, that was everything he had to say concerning his first marriage and the entire Vietnam War. Still, the story continues. Rob had 4 marriages after that, and even more professions. After the war, he worked with a firm of private detectives, got shot at once by the mob, and then he became a courier, which is how a poor boy from Alabama got to see the world.
I've been to most of the continents with that job. I've been to... Where are you from?
My dad's American, and my mother's British Caribbean.
Yep. See? Caribbean. I've been.
Good to know.
He'd been arrested once in Singapore after one of his packages had been found to be full of white powder. He's been 3 days locked up before someone got around to checking the substance. It was chalk. A friend he made during his brief custody, Hiroji Sato, invited Rob to stay with him in Japan. Just getting over the breakup of his 3rd marriage, Rob took the offer. He stayed in Japan for another 5 years. And clearly, something important happened there. It's only at this point in his long and poorly told story, Rob begins to talk in full sentences.
Japanese are good people. Good manners. But they got all these urban legends, ghost stories that Hiroji was crazy for. Spent all his free time chasing them down. Like, you heard of Joro Gummo?
I can't say I have.
Right, well, she's this spider lady. Lives in the Joro Falls around Izu. Meant to be real pretty, but real dangerous. Hiroji took us out there a few times to get a picture of her.
So did you ever meet your grandma?
No, she didn't show. None of them did. I didn't believe any of that until we went to Aoki Jahara.
Aoki Jahara? The suicide force?
Yeah. Deserves that name, too. Patch of woodland at the base of Mount Fuji. 100 or so people kill themselves there every year. That's just the ones that they can find. Hiroji took me to chase Yuri, ghost of the forest. Guess he thought if they was going to be anywhere in big numbers, they were going to be there.
Well, I gotta be honest, that does seem a little ghoulish.
Yeah. Well, he was a friend.
So, did you find anything in Aoki Jahara?
I ain't going to ask you to believe me, Miss Sharman, but I was a PI. Professional cynic, straight-laced as they come. Even I can't deny it. There was a spirit in those woods.
Really? One of the array?
It walked up to me through the trees. Looked like static you see on a TV screen, but it was a human shape, almost.
Almost?
Missing an arm. It reached out to me, but I bolted out of that forest so fast. Hiroji never saw it. He'd been going twice a year for 3 decades. He holds it against me to this day.
I can see why. It was staged by a rookie.
Yeah, well, I wasn't a rookie for long. After that, I took it all serious. Investigation, documentation. When I came back stateside, I looked into everything. The Jersey Devil, Amityville. I said Bloody Mary in a mirror every day for a year just to see if I got cursed.
Did anything happen?
Yeah, about 3 months in, I got bronchitis.
Not her usual MO.
Yeah. Well, that one's just a story. But I figured if one of them was true, then who knows how many others were. I was real scientific with it, too. High standards of proof, tests, records.
So how many of these urban legends have met your standards?
Since Aoki Jahara,
Hmm.
I mean, none of them had any proof to them. Except for one.
You're talking about the left-right game.
Yes, ma'am.
It's 2025, and a new year means new opportunities. For a lot of you out there, I know you've been thinking about one thing over the holidays, and that's starting your own business.
Oh man, there is nothing that is more obnoxious to me than the fucking ads in the middle of the podcast that has a queen go and do it.
With thousands of customizable temple. Shopify makes it act
I'm
now.
adding it
Will
to
you
the
regret
top
it?
3 things that annoy
Nice
me.
ring to it, doesn't it? Sign up for your now.
real.
There she is. Found her.
Yeah. It's 9.9% network.
High five.
Suddenly, I love traffic.
And the
Well,
one
this
thing
snack
that
that keeps
built
on getting
into the
He's
podcast episode,
shut.
it's
The
like a
game
fucking
appeared on a
comic
paranormal message board in June last year. Only a few people frequently visited the forum, and of these regulars, only Rob took an interest in the post. It was a kind of ritual with very simple rules. Get in your car and take a drive. Take a left, then the next possible road on the right, then the next possible left. Repeat process ad infinitum until you wind up somewhere new. It seems pretty simple, no different than 100 similar urban legends Rob's investigated, but for some reason, this one makes his eyes light up. This particular ritual, according to Rob, is a real deal.
You could tell from the start that it was something different. The post was thorough. Lots of details. You don't see them in the stories.
What sort of details?
Logs, high quality pictures. Whoever this guy was, he documented everything. I set about trying to verify his information right away.
So that's actually something that I wanted to ask. Has no one done this before? By accident, even? I mean, all you do is take alternating turns. It feels like people would play it every day without even meaning to.
Well, you'd be surprised. You see, there ain't all that many roads where you can turn left and right and left and right and keep going. Not long, at least. Most of the time, you find yourself at a dead end or needing to turn in the wrong direction. Phoenix is built on a grid system, so you can keep making turns as long as you need to. That's why I'm here.
So, sorry, did you move to Phoenix for the left-right game?
That's right.
You must really believe in it.
Belief ain't got nothing to do with it. You'll see that soon enough.
Is that our time?
Yeah, looks like I gotta prep to run. You understand?
Oh, sure, of course.
Guest room's at the top of the stairs. You got a towel in there. Spare key in the hall if you want to see the city. But I suggest you get some sleep. Long day tomorrow.
Thanks for the hospitality.
That's all right. You don't have to come tomorrow if you don't want to.
That sounds ominous. I'll be there.
All right.
Where actually are you going?
Supply run. I'll pick up some tea.
I didn't get to speak with Rob as long as I wanted, and I wish I'd hidden my incredulity better. Still, selling your house in another state, packing up your life, and moving to Phoenix, Arizona, just to play a game you read about on the internet, sounds like insanity. In the end, I feel we parted on good terms, but very much aware of each other's thinly veiled opinions. He knew I saw him as a charming obsessive chasing after a fairy tale. I knew he saw me as a naive cynic on the cusp of a completely new world. All I know is, by tomorrow afternoon, one of us will be right. In less than 12 hours, I'll be heading out on the road, playing Rob's beloved game alongside him, and I'll be with him until the end, however soon that might be. I'm Alice Sharman. We'll have more after this. Okay, that's all right.
Morning. Oh, sorry, I should have knocked. I did, but just not on the door. I don't usually have guests over.
It's fine. Sorry, just a little startled.
Well, I made waffles. Got bananas, strawberries, chocolate syrup. We got more cooking downstairs, too.
Wow, this is A lot, thank you.
I just wanted you to wake up with something good. We won't be eating this stuff on the road.
When are we heading out?
I'll let you sleep in. We're heading out in 40 minutes, so try and be done with it. Everybody's looking forward to meeting you.
Oh my god, this is... Wait, who else is coming?
Hey, guys, we're being kind of creepy here. Huh? You're, Alice, right? Guys, come on. Hey, sorry. They're all super excited to meet you.
Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, well, that's because they're all nerds.
Even you?
Oh, especially me. Look, let's start over. Apollo.
Alice. Charmin. Well, that's quite a name, you know?
Like Apollo Creed? Prince of the Punch, King of the Sting. You never seen Rocky?
Afraid not. No.
Oh, then we're gonna have some problems. No, I'm kidding. So, you want the rundown? And you are the people?
Please.
Okay. Okay, so we got Lilith and Eve over there. They're at NYU. Got a YouTube channel. They're gonna be the first to swarm you as soon as we're done, I guarantee you.
Thanks for the heads up.
Jay's the smoker. She doesn't talk much. And the other two are Bonnie and Clyde. They're librarians, siblings. I think.
Their names are Bonnie and Clyde.
No, that's their call signs. We all got call signs. You don't know about the call signs?
Oh, I can't say that I do.
Well, that's something to take up with Rob.
So, sorry, how do you all know each other?
Like I said, we're all nerds. UFO chasers. Ghost hunters. When something goes bump in the night, we run the wrong way. There's this huge web forum for the hobby. We all know on it.
And Rob's on this form as well.
Yeah, I should think so. He created it.
Apollo, you want me to put the stove away?
You right with you, Rob. We don't get a lot of bona fide journalists interested in what we do, so I apologize.
Apologize for what?
Hey, you're Alice, right?
Yeah. Lilith?
Yeah. Hey, this is Eve. Hey.
Hey.
We were wondering, what are you doing after this? Because we have a friend.
In Roswell.
Yeah, in Roswell. And
he's a seismologist?
Yeah, he's a seismologist. And he's been seeing like tremors, but like predictable tremors. Like they follow a pattern. It's subterranean.
I'm not sure that I understand exactly.
Well, some people are saying that the Roswell UFO came from under the ground, like a digging machine. It could be like a big story for your show.
Okay, sure. I think that.
Excuse me, would you be the journalist?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't mean to interrupt, but hey, Bonnie. Oh, we were wondering if you'd want to bring these pictures to your editor. See those lights?
Sort of.
It's a will-o'-the-wisp.
All right, we ready to head out, guys?
Hey, Rob, what's this about Alice not having a call sign?
What? Oh, the call signs are for radio contact between the cars. You're traveling with me, so I don't think you want one.
Well, if everyone else has one.
Well, I did think about it. I told everyone you were from London. How about that?
Clown penis.
Since we were all scrambled from different bases, go ahead and introduce yourself. I'm Wildcard. Sidewinder.
Viper. Clown penis.
Pilot, you got a little static there. Mind repeating that call sign again?
Sure thing. Clown penis. Clown like the circus, penis like your penis. Lovely day to fly, huh, boys? Clown penis, over now.
Drill squad, this is Honolulu ground control. Comm signal's a little spotty, so we just want to clarify a couple things. One, are you guys saying clown penis? And two, why? Over.
Aloha, Honolulu. That is affirmative. You are hearing clown penis because I am clown penis. Over.
Copy. Is this some sort of pilot joke?
A joke? Ma'am, a pilot's call sign is very serious. When an enemy sees me on his tail, I want him to feel the same way that you'd feel if a clown showed you his penis. Confused, unsettled, and most of all, very, very scared. Rest assured, if you see a clown penis, me or an actual clown's penis, this just ain't your day. So, Honolulu, how do you feel about saying clown penis now?
Still weird.
I'm from Bristol.
Bristol. I ain't never heard of it.
Yeah, no one has.
Okay, Bristol. Want to help me wheel the car up?
Happy to.
On that, fair warning. It's a thing of beauty. What do you think?
Well, beauty's subjective.
Not right now, it ain't.
Looks like a tank.
I fixed her up good. I put the winch in, heavy duty tires, light rig on top LED. They'll make midnight look like noon. They don't hardly use any power. Took out the back seat to make room for supplies, extra fuel, sleeping area.
How much did all this cost, Rob?
A whole lot. Worth it, though. You gonna need a hand?
I'm all right. Thank you.
By the way, I think that would be the cure for everybody who's afraid of
Were we
clowns,
expecting
is if
someone
they were
else?
just forced to hang out with a clown that pulled his
2
penis
hours
out
ago.
at random intervals. There should be some sort of immersive therapy for people with fear of clowns. There's a lot of them. A lot of people afraid of clowns.
Look, I'm sorry I'm late.
No, it ain't happening.
Rob.
No! Are you kidding me? You don't call, you missed the briefing, you show up in a goddamn convertible? We're gonna soak in some sunshine on the road?
Do you know how much the lease is on this thing?
I don't care.
Fine. It's my car. What do you
Remember,
you want me to get
if you're
me-
wondering what the last FBI debrief is, I'm not allowed to tell you. I already said that earlier, but
did
it's still
read it,
true,
sir.
guys.
Okay? Calm down. I have a bag. I won't ask you for anything.
And tomorrow's February 1st. I hope those 10 days are
Goddamn right.
starting at midnight.
Well, that's everyone, I guess. Ready for this, Bristol?
I'm ready.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, then. Let's hit the road. All right. Here we go.
This is a call from Ferryman. I want to go, Rob.
As many as it takes, brother. That line's really meant for official business.
Noted. Did he say ferryman? Your call sign's ferryman?
Yep.
What? As in the Guardian of the River Styx?
As in a man who drives a ferry.
Oh, of course. Far less foreboding.
You all right?
Yeah, sorry. How many turns so far?
32. Why?
I want to dedicate this to a certain officer who may or may not be going to prison. Sensitive Drill Sergeant Will Farrell. This is dedicated to any high-ranking officer you know that you find correlates to Will Ferrell's character?
Yo, G, if I hadn't been in the Army,
Tomorrow.
I'd still be in the street gang today. So.
Come on, man. No way.
My friend.
What the hell's name is going on here? This ain't no garden party. You're lucky I don't take you pukes out in the middle of the base and stomp your asses into the ground. Do you understand me? Yes, sir. Private Riley, what do we call ourselves? Soldiers, sir. Then act like it, you piece of crap. Now, the reason I dismissed the rest of the platoon is to discuss a matter of extreme importance with you. Recently, I started dating a rather classy lady whose company I enjoy immensely.
Who's it
But who
remind you of?
I, for some reason, continue to keep at arm's length. I'm unclear as to exactly how I'm to proceed. Perhaps you have some suggestions. Do you think this is funny, Private Peterson? Drop and give me 20, you insensitive dog turd.
Shout out to Private Peterson. He's
Do you need to be a
upstairs.
NASA scientist to realize how uncomfortable I am opening myself up to you right now?
Well, maybe that's the problem right there, Sarge.
Do you think we're having a comfortable little chat over a couple of beers at the Regal Beagle? No, sir! I'm not your friend, son. Do you understand? Yes, sir! If you have some thoughts on my situation, you address me as your superior and not like one of your ass pals.
Well, sir, you mentioned that the woman was super classy, sir.
That I did, Private.
Perhaps you feel that if you expose your true self to her, she might be disappointed, sir.
Well, look who joined the Army. Private Freud. Woo! And what about my true self would disappoint her? Private Freud! How many people know you well enough to answer that question, sir? Don't you get smart with me, son, or I'll tear your forehead off with my teeth. Perhaps a fair rejection prevents you from being intimate, sir. Give me that advice again, Private Oprah. Perhaps a fair rejection prevents you from being intimate, sir. That may be, son, but I'm certainly not afraid of making my boot intimate with your privates. Private! Permission to speak, sir! Well, wonders never cease. Look, quiver lip, quiver lip, quiver, quiver. Look what we got here. A Tommy horse's ass. Quiver? Huh? What do you have to say, Private Horse's ass?
One thing I have learned, sir, is that communication is the cornerstone of all good relationships, sir. My advice would be to communicate your fears to this woman, sir.
Just how am I supposed to do that, Private Horse's ass? When both my parents were non-communicative and I was not taught the necessary skills.
Bad habits can't be broken, sir. The entire psychiatric community is built on that premise, sir.
Sir, you still think this is a giggle fest, Private son of a bitch?
No, sir. This is some serious stuff, sir.
Then what can you possibly add to this discussion, Private? I've never even seen you with a woman.
Don't ask, don't tell, sir.
Don't play games with me, boy. Do not.
Regardless of my sexual orientation, sir, I believe I can show you how communication can help a relationship.
And just how do you propose to do this, Private Candy Ass?
By making an honest connection, sir. For example, I would like to sincerely apologize for the insensitive way I acted earlier, sir. I was uncomfortable with your vulnerability, sir, and I chose to match my anxiety with a giggle. I was thoughtless and rude. I hope you can forgive me, sir.
You are forgiven, Private.
Permission to hug you, sir.
Permission granted. All right, gentlemen. That's enough of this slumber party. Now listen up. Let me remind you, this discussion does not make us family members, so do not come up to me and put your arm around my shoulder.
Or
I will rip it off.
God, Peterson, I thought he was going to kill you.
Bumping my
I did not say Eddie, soldiers. One more thing. I love you very much. Eddie.
Why, are you bored?
No. Just thinking.
Private Horse's
You
ass
think it's
is
the
a
same
deep
thing to follow
reflection
what?
right now.
What do you mean?
When we left, how many more to go? You're wondering how many turns we're going to take before we hit some wall or something, before you find out this is all just a story.
Does that disappoint you?
I'd be disappointed if you weren't thinking something like that. You're a journalist, after all. But whether you believe me or not, now we're on the road, I got to say something to you, and you got to listen to it, all right?
All right.
We are coming up to a spot not too far from here, a tunnel. Anytime when we reach it, you can get out, walk in any direction you like, and you won't be in the game no more. The whole thing will cancel out. You can go on about your day. But once we go through, you got to retrace the route we took to get yourself back through that tunnel. That's when you're home safe. And you got to convince someone to take you back in the car, because I ain't ferrying you back 20 minutes in. I am playing till the end. Any doubts you got that tunnel to skip out? You understand?
I understand. I have to say, you're making me a little nervous.
Well, ain't nothing wrong with a little nervous.
Who is that?
What?
Standing outside the mirror shop.
Or
Ignore her. She's coming.
Oh, I cut him out. Drink plenty and cry when you're done.
Are you, Miss? Are you all right?
What are you doing? Are you mad? You're going to shatter like fucking China. You're going to split. And then splinter. Rob. The darkness that will shred you down to your skin. Don't take her, you fucking bastard! Don't do it, please! Don't! I didn't see! Please!
Oh my God!
What? Did you guys see that? The one just smashed her head into a fucking mirror like she just...
no fear, no mind, any of you. Keep moving. You've gone quiet again. Thought you'd have more questions.
Is there something you want me to ask?
Not particularly.
I was just thinking about that woman. What she did to herself. I mean, do you think she's okay?
But she's long behind us now. Be honest, I'm surprised you didn't ask about her at the time.
Why would I? Wait, do you know her?
Not exactly. She's sort of a fixture. Always there.
What, on that street?
On that turn.
Wait, are you saying that she's part of this? She's part of the game?
One of the first signs you know that it's working. Wherever you play it, New York, Chicago, 34 turns in, she shows up. And I gotta say, she's never acted out that much before, though. Must be a special trip.
I don't know how I feel about that.
All right.
You're saying that clearly troubled woman, don't you think, assuming she's somehow a part of this, that she serves as proof of your game is a little...
Ghoulish? Is that how you feel? Well, see how you feel about it tomorrow.
Relative to myself, Sarah, you've gone through the footage of that woman. We've got some pretty messed up video, but no sound. Do you have any audio?
Yeah. I think it picked her up.
Oh my God. Thank you. Can you send us that file when we stop? Can you ask when we're stopping?
Sure, will do. When's our stopping point?
For them, about 2 hours. For you? Well, you tell me.
This is the tunnel you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I'm confused. Why is there a tunnel in an alleyway? What's it supposed to pass under?
Ain't supposed to pass under anything. It's just there.
And if we weren't playing the game?
Then it wouldn't show. Now look, I ain't asking you to believe me, but I told you. This street, this is the last chance. You get out now, you go wherever you want to go. But through there, you'll need a car to get yourself home. And mine ain't turning around up till the end.
I remember.
But I got to know you understand. I ain't going to pressure you. You want to get out? This is the time.
What are you waiting for?
This is Merriman to all cars. Anyone want to step out, then pull to the side now. Otherwise, stay in formation and have some supplies in hand. We got a long way to go.
Much like the game I'm so tentatively playing, my view of Robert J. Guthard seems to change direction frequently. I've heard all about his life, but I'm not so sure that I know him. I like the guy, but I'm not certain I can trust him. And though I admire his dedication to the left-right game, I'm not so sure I'll like where it might lead us. Yet, as he takes us into the tunnel, his face vanishing and reappearing under the dim sodium lights, I can tell that he expects this trip to be a major step in his already impressive story. And this time, for better or worse, I'm along for the ride.
The Left-Right Game stars Tessa Thompson as Alice, Amel Amin as Tom, W. Earl Brown as Rob, Dio Kinney as Apollo, Inanna Sarkis as Lilith, Jojo T. Gibbs as Eve, Brian Greenberg as Ace, Robin Bartlett as Bonnie, and John Billingsley as Clyde, with additional performances by Peter O'Brien, Rebecca Field, Steve West, and Larissa Gallagher. Created and written by Jack Anderson, directed by Emma Tammy, produced by Q-Code, Automatic, and Tessa Thompson. The Left-Right Game is a Q-Code production.
Experience brilliant room-filling sound with Sonos. Expand your audioverse at sonos.com. Sonos speakers are designed from the inside out for incredibly detailed sound and rich bass. Then fine-tuned by Oscar and Grammy-winning producers, mixers, and artists. Go to sonos.com to learn more.
Hey, we like you just the way you are. But let's be real. There's always room for a little upgrade. That's Q-Code for 20% off plus free shipping.
Hello, listeners. Be advised, this show is an immersive audio experience. Please use caution if you're operating a motor vehicle, as it may seem like sounds are coming from the sides and behind you.
The Left-Right Game is brought to you in this dimension by Sonos. Experience brilliant otherworldly sound with Sonos.
Hi, Christina. I was going to speak to one of your journalists about a story that we're looking at.
Okay. Can I ask what this is in connection to?
Oh, I'm just a friend. I wanted to ask her a few things. Sorry, I'm
really sorry. We're not able to give information out about our journalists unless it's in connection with the story.
Oh, sure.
I'm sorry. It's just policy.
No, that's okay. I understand.
Can we help you with anything else?
Oh, no, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Have a good day.
Wow, that was dumb. I'm good. Okay.
Hey, are you still on a call, or can we get started with you?
No, I'm done. Thanks for waiting. So, if I've edited this right, you've just listened to the call I made to American Stories in Chicago. And I'll admit, it didn't go swimmingly. Apparently, they feel the need to protect their journalists from random callers claiming to be friends of theirs, which, I mean, I see the logic. I've already called back a few times, but Christine seems to be on reception for the whole week, so I had to hang up without saying anything. I thought I'd give them a few days to forget about me, but we're going to try again.
Your call is important to us. Please hold, and we'll connect you as soon as possible.
I wish there was another way, really. If I'd managed to find any other leads, but I'm clearly no Alice Sharman. I couldn't find Rob Guthard or his forum, and strangely enough, there's no mention of a left-right game anywhere online. The only thing I can verify are Alice's ties to American Stories, so that's where we're starting. Honestly, I just want to know she's there. You know, faxing, filing, doing boring stuff. Anywhere other than...
Hey, thank you for calling American Stories. This is Christine. How can I help you today?
Hello there, Christine. This is Milton Keynes from the BBC in London. I was hoping if I could make an inquiry with you.
Oh, sure. How can I help?
Well, I was wanting to run some fact-checking concerning one of your reporters.
Sure. Can I ask what this is about?
Of course. Well,
Oh man.
as I said, I'm with the BBC.
I have a fucking cold.
And
or
about
I
2
do
years
not
ago,
think
one of your
about it.
journalists,
What
Alice
is it?
Sharman, wrote a story for us on property tax. Yeah, we're doing a follow-up, and we were wanting to set up a phone interview there, but
I'm sorry. We're not able to give information out about our journalists.
oh, and I wouldn't ask you to. We have a similar policy here. We were just hoping you'd be able to pass on the message. Is she in the office?
Okay, sure. I can pass that message along. If you could just hold for a moment.
Sure. It's hard to lie to Americans. They're always so nice. Except Alice. She was always pretty blunt. I guess you got that from...
Hey, thanks for holding, Mr. Keynes. I'm really sorry. I couldn't track her down.
Ah. Okay, well, is there any way at all I could... Would I be able to get any general office email or...
Oh, sorry. No, I just checked our company address book. There's no record of an Alice Sharman ever working here. Do you know when she said she started? Hello?
From American Stories, I'm Alice Sharman. Thank you for joining us.
So, how long does this tunnel go on for?
Not long. We're just taking it slow. Ferryman to all cars. This is Ferryman to all cars. We're coming up to the end soon. Be warned. We got the first track corner coming up. Sharp left just as we leave. So keep pace. Stay in formation.
Why did you use the word trap?
Hmm?
The last turn, you called it trap corner. Does that mean something?
Just one of those things. Now that we're through the tunnel, it's important we don't make a wrong turn. The fellow who wrote all the original logs, he liked to think the road would try and trick you into making a mistake. Small roads off the large highway, dirt tracks hidden from view. I mean, I just got out of that tunnel. There's a big road ahead and this tiny road left.
Huh. He thought it was trying to deceive him. Like the road itself?
Yeah, pretty much. I gotta say, from what I've seen so far, I believe it.
Feels like you're giving it too much credit.
Nah. It knows what it's doing.
So, this is the new world?
Yep.
I can still see Phoenix in the rearview mirror.
Never said you wouldn't.
No, I know. I guess I expected things to look different.
Well, I don't know what to do.
We drive for the next 2 hours in total silence. I can't help but feel that Rob is reading a great deal into what is essentially an abrupt turn in an ordinary road. The level of conspiracy he's able to place behind such a simple thing, going as far to ascribe some mischievous quality to the asphalt beneath us, it's hard to take seriously. In fact, I'm starting to wonder less about whether Rob can convince me this game is real and more about whether I'd ever be able to convince him that it isn't. Perhaps this story will be less about where a magic roadway goes after a few zigzagging turns, and more about where the human mind can go if it invests too heavily in an idea. To his credit, Rob has noted my cynicism, and he even seems to welcome it. But if our current surroundings are supposed to convince me, he's going to find me more cynical than he anticipated.
Merriman to all cars. We stop here.
Are we resting up?
Where you headed?
I was going to record some voiceover. Is that all right?
You mind leaving that to later? We got something to talk about.
Sure.
Sounds ominous.
Well, certainly ain't nothing. Now, we got everyone? Where's Blue Jay? Blue Jay! Well, thank you for joining us. All right. Look, I got a job here as your guide on this expedition, and that's to ensure the safety of the group. I'm about to explain something to you now, and I won't be there to protect you if it goes south. So, I'm going to talk to y'all. You got to listen.
Can we have our snacks?
What? Yeah, sure. Have your snacks.
Got it, so you can pass me the chips. Do you mind if I eat that?
Hey, come on, guys. All right, that's what we came for, right?
Thank you, Apollo.
Tony Baker, monkeys, snaps.
Got the tasty beverages over here. Hand over the drinks, man. Stop the funny games and hand over these drinks. Y'all coming to my neck of the woods, think you ain't gonna share the beverages? Oh man. I needed my electrolytes replenished. You hear me, man? It's real out here, man. Get dehydrated quick. Cause I'm active, man. I'm climbing trees. I need this. Oh man. Listen, fellas, appreciate it, man. Y'all came through in the clutch, man. Hey, y'all be good, man. Praise God, man. Thanks for the Powerade, man. Appreciate that, man. Those are the kind of drinks I like. That's what I like. That's what I like. Hey, that's what I like. Hey, next time y'all come, man, bring some Perrier, man. Cool.
Oh yes, this mummified monkey.
Let me dabble in these.
All my food, Mike, you gotta try your
Yeah, I got the premium snacks too. The fresh fruits.
That's how you roll?
What you mean?
Huh? My man, you ain't gonna say nothing to me?
I've been talking to you this whole time, man. Hey, Darius, man, where you get the morsels you dabbling in on, man? Oh, cream business, man. You just standing here with a bowl of
You're
morsels.
highly disrespectful right now, man. You just leave orange remnants all in my
I mean, it just be like that sometimes, man. You never look orange peels all over the place. I know it ain't just me. You, Darius, you right,
Hey,
man.
what's
It's
up,
just out
man?
here with morsels, man.
Straight. These sunflower seeds, double drop.
Bring this fruit to the side, man. I like the salty snacks. Look at the floor. Look at the sea salt sunflower
You
seeds.
guys antisocial?
I'm not being anti-social. I'm right here talking to you the whole time, man. And you're great.
Oh, okay.
Great, I'm back, man. Let me dabble in this bowl again. You know what I'm
Man,
saying?
are you gonna say anything?
Hey, Darius, man, you gotta get in on these sunflower seeds.
Oh, man, very rude. Very
Be rude when you've been recording us the whole time without asking.
Your face, man. Hello, America. Stocking up for the big game. Look at your.
All I do, drink, take, it's your boy D-Real back with another reaction video, guys. Here we are with the best of Tony Baker, Monkey and Apes voiceovers. Try not to laugh. We did the skipping pap with the cats. We done did a couple of dog voiceovers, but let's get the best of his Monkey Apes, bro. Tony Baker animal voiceovers are legit, just top tier. Before we jump there, make sure you subscribe to the channel, ring notification bell, get a video a thumbs up so it gets suggested. There you go.
Steve, we gotta get the hell out of here fast, man. The block is hot. The cops is rolling up, seizing my banana shipping, man. My baby mama out here with her crazy cousins looking for me, man. We gotta get out of here. What you laughing at? It's just what we doing in 2016, Darren. You just gonna get yours and pass out, huh? You just gonna get yours and pass out. You need to get up and then you need to get it up, Daryl. This is ridiculous. I should even say ridiculous. Oh man, this guy.
You need to get up, then you need to get it up.
Hell, potato salad, man. Hey, stop. I think you get these right, man. I don't care if they can hear me. He needs to know you don't serve this kind of stuff to people. And who invited them over here anyway, man? What is this? Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces fast on the moon. I need you.
If you're in the Seattle area and you're considering getting fixed full arch dental implants,
Nah, there's nobody that can watch that, bro, and keep a straight face. Dude, watching this gorilla do this. It ain't no way, dog. It ain't no way you finna tell me somebody can watch that and keep a straight face, bro. It ain't possible. It ain't possible.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces fast on the moon. I need you. And I miss you, and now I wonder if I could fall into the sky. Do you think that time would pass me by? Cause I would walk. I didn't want to start it all out here without me. I was with the damn. I want to give you a little startup money for your little haircare products. Don't at me, girl. Don't at me, man. Go on somewhere, girl. Hey, look here. I'm the one that say they should put ropes up in here for us, you know? And look here, don't ever get it twisted. I'm the gorilla that they taking field trips to see, you feel me? I'm the one that first started tying these ropes together in this fashion right here. Y'all didn't know how to tie ropes. I'm the one that set it all. Y'all was still playing with sticks when I got here, man. You know what I'm saying? And I'm the one that first used gorilla conditioning in this hair, man. My hair's luxurious out here. I'm the one that fully funded the zoo when they were struggling out here, man. I added the ropes, the conditioner, all that, man. I brought people to. Hey, Gerald, why you so full of yourself? Because I'm the one that's a full course meal out here, man. Y'all just snack. Y'all know why y'all looking at me? Because I'm the one y'all think about. You think about silverback gorillas. You know what you think about being muscular as full on a vegetarian diet. I'm the one you think about. You know what I'm saying? I'm the one that's running things in the zoo while simultaneously running. I'm the one that started animal videos on the internet. Oh, you still out here looking for greatness, huh?
I'm the one that started animal videos. I'm the one who got these ropes up here. When I got here, y'all was still playing with sticks. I'm the one who used the gorilla conditioner.
Well, you found it, but check this out real quick. I'm the one that told Six Flags to open the wet and wild. Don't ask me. And check this out as well. I'm the one that told Ariel she had the best voice in the ocean. You see? I'm the one that invented the slip and slide. Don't act me. I'm the one that fully funded the movie Waterworld with Kevin Costner. You dig this? I'm the one that found Nemo in that ocean. Don't ever get it twisted. Dig this too. I'm the one that sank the Titanic just because I was pissed off that night. Dig this too, you know what I'm saying? I'm the one that broke Rocky Boat by a leg, man. It was tragic. Check this out, man. I'm the one that purified himself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka. And one more thing, you know what I'm saying? I'm the one that parted the Red Sea with his strong gorilla arm. You see,
Bro, I can't take this. I legit cannot take it, bro. I'm about to cry. I'm legit about to start crying, bro. I'm dying. I am dying.
I'm the one sitting there eating boogers for Sunday brunch, you know what I'm saying? I'm the one that's digging in my nose with ashy hands, you know what I'm saying? I'm the one that's ambidextrous with the nose digging, you know what I'm saying? I'm the one that can give you the best recipes on nostril nuggets. I'm the one that likes to look at my nostril nuggets and reflect. See, I'm the one giving you these premium unleaded pumps, these Reebok pumps, these pump up the jazz, pump up the volume, these strokes of genius. Ooh, it's coming down, y'all. I can't get this baby wet. I told you it was all right. Forget that baby. I can't get my hair wet. Y'all out here tripping. She thinks she better than us because she ain't got no kids out here. I'm sick of her. I'm the one that told y'all need to be bathing more often. That way you ain't going to be scared with this water. Hurry up. Nobody thinking about you, Gerald. I'm going to get this baby out of this thing. It's coming down. I'm the one that's sick of y'all making this water dramatic. You know? Snacks out there, Griffin? Get these old communion crackers out of here. Ooh.
This monkey is the best because he literally throws the shitty saltine crackers and tries to get them. Like, what the fuck
communion crackers, bro.
He's not eating it.
It's nice but the communion crackers.
Hello,
Oh, you got snacks out here, girl? Get these old communion crackers out of here, old bland ass crackers. Man, get the hell out of them crackers. Man, let me get the salt drink you got in your bag with it, the Mountain Dew, man. Yeah, the Mountain Dew. Let me get the Mountain Dew you got in your bag there. Yeah, the Mountain Dew, man. Yeah, Mountain Dew. Yes, the Mountain Dew. Don't sound like you don't know. Yes, the Mountain Dew. I said that like 5 times. Bring that over here, man. I want to see Tony Baker live at the comedy show. They want to sell Mountain Dews at comedy clubs. I want to get my caffeine fix. Oh, that's good, man. That's good. Hell, get your little square-headed butt out of here, man. You always trying to reap the benefits every time I got something going with Mountain Dew, man. I got to get in on that. Oh, man, let me get the banana in there as well. The banana, man. Why you always acting brand new? Yes. The banana, man. There you go. Yes. Yep. There they throw it in there. Throw it over the top. They never sell bananas in comedy clubs, man. Just throw it over the top. Yes, please. Thank you.
Hey, these monkeys be smart out here. I'm telling you, that joker like, hey, put a Mountain Dew here. Okay. Banana, go ahead and throw that over the top. No. These monkeys be smart out here. You feel it? They know how to get the food.
Come on now, baby girl. Don't be like that. You know what I'm saying? Smile for daddy real quick. Smile for daddy. You ain't gonna smile for daddy. I know. You don't get your little monkey paws off me. I am not the one tonight. I'm not the one tonight. You know you messed up. You're a cold piece tonight. Quit playing. Yo, tell me with this. I got help. Y'all trying to kill me. Ooh, I'm about to kill him in the club tonight. You see the fit? I'm laying back in VIP like this. Some girl, you just a VIP. You know what I'm saying, man? You can't resist this. Let me get a good look at this outfit, man. Girl, just look at the fit. Look at this. How can you resist this, man? I'll be killing them all up in the club, man. See what it is from all angles. I'm gonna go, what's up, girl? You know what I'm saying? Y'all want some drinks? I got you, man. I'm a very important primate. That's what VIP stands for. Let me get y'all something. What y'all drinking?
Dude, I know
What
this
y'all
monkey.
drinking on? You know what I'm saying? They got banana vodka up in here. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's up, girl? I'm gonna be right there. I'm gonna have a drink in hand and I'm gonna pull up and then I'm like creep up so I can hear what they saying about me while I'm going. I'm like, okay, they feel it. I'm playing with myself. I'm going back up all smooth. Like, y'all having a good time. You know what I'm saying? It's on me. You know what I'm saying? Feel that. Hey, Gary, I see you out here with your little food containers. Well, let's get in on this fruit right here, man. The mandarin and oranges are my favorite, you know? Yeah. There's something about the oranges. I just like the best. I always go straight for the oranges, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like the great Jerry Seinfeld said, you know, fruits are gamble. And, you know, mandarin and oranges never let me down, you know what I'm saying?
They turn them oranges. Oh.
Come on, hairs coming out of your face, but they don't even match the rest of your hair on your body. This is crazy to me.
If you're in the Seattle area and you're considering getting fixed full arch dental implants, do not move forward.
And that's why I ain't got no regret. Give me 0.3 milligrams of epinephrine. Stop. Wait a minute. How do you even know he needs epinephrine? We don't know what's going on. You're right about that. I got caught up in the moment, man. I've been watching too much TV. I got caught up in the moment.
He said, I got caught up in the moment. You right about I got caught up in the moment.
All right, sir. Are you with us, sir? We're going to get you the help you need. Tell my family I love you. What the hell? You're supposed to tell my family I love them, man. I'm dying. Girl, let me dabble in this hat real quick. You know what I'm saying? Let me come over here. Like, ooh, girl, you know what I can do with this hat? Let me show you what it's all about out here in the mountains with the mountain gorillas. Right here, you pat that down right. Ooh, kill. We were the rock stars of the zoo. When me and my crew climbed the tree, everybody took us. The world stopped. We were making bananas hand over fist. We were gangsters and we knew it. Nobody could touch us.
Oh my God.
And we want the communities to come together and, like, you know, just have more programs together. Yeah, come on. Wait, hold on now. It's a little too bright. What are you doing, man? Come on. I'm a man. You hear me? What are you doing out here?
He said, I'm a boy. I'm a man.
I didn't come out here for this. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay? Who raised y'all? Just get on. What is this? All right, everybody gather around. Okay, we're gonna put some initiatives in place to bring dogs and primates together. And just wait, hold on. You don't have to text me that much. Just gather around and just listen to me. Get your hands off me while you listen at the same time. All right, now hold on. Now you're just getting too frisky with it. Y'all didn't come out here. You know what? I'm sick of this. Man, what is going on out here with y'all? What is the deal? I came out here to bridge the gap between primates and dogs. Y'all out here trying to get your rocks off? Like, where's my briefcase? Somebody here. I didn't sign up for this crap. Oh, man, who made this piss poor chili? Embarrassing me. I don't care if he over here. He's embarrassing my taste bud. I'm about to holler at him. Hey, man, who made this?
Guys, I almost lost it, bro. I legit almost lost it, bro. That's all we got. You guys got a favorite video suggestion?
So, I mentioned in the email that there are moments on this road when you have to follow the rules. At certain points on this trip, you need to do some things just because I say so. And this is one of those times. Y'all understand?
Yeah, I guess. We get to know what it is, right?
This is when he tells us to give him more money, right, bro?
Yeah, I'd rather just know what you're asking of us.
And I don't intend on keeping anything from you. I just want to be clear that across the next stretch, you need to follow my orders to the letter.
Yeah, Jesus, forget it. Just tell us already.
For about the next half hour, next 13 turns, we'll be going one by one. We travel in order of formation. Me and Bristol will go first, then I'll radio the next car to follow. Then, when everybody's back, we keep going as normal. Now, this is the important part. There's a hitchhiker on the road. He's well-dressed fellow with a case. You pick him up. You take him where he needs to go. But you do not, under any circumstance, do not talk to him.
ever. To be safe, don't even look at him. Don't take anything he offers you. Don't open the door for him or wave goodbye when he leaves. You do not acknowledge him in any way. Now, if you want my advice, you won't say a word till you get to the stopping point.
Why do we have to go one by one?
Guy who wrote all the logs says that he don't like choosing cars. I don't know what that means, but I'm lucky I never had to find out.
Why don't we just not pick him up?
That ain't an option.
That seems like an option.
Well, it ain't.
Well, it is. We just...
God damn it! You will pick him up whether you want to or not.
Yeah. Okay. I suppose we should get back on the road. If everyone is
Thank you, Bonnie. Crystal, we're headed out first. The rest of you, take a break on this end.
Bristol, can we talk?
Hey, Lilith. Yeah, sure. What's up?
Have you tried to make any calls since we came through the tunnel?
No, not yet. Why?
Could you try? Like, call your office.
I'm not getting through.
They were busy?
Yeah, why?
Because everyone is. Everyone. We have signal, we can make calls, but everyone on the other end is busy. Weird, right?
Don't you think it could just be a coincidence?
No, I really mean everyone, Bristol. While Eve's been driving, I've been calling. My video camera's automated support line, 911.
I'm sorry, you dialed 911.
Yeah, for science, yeah. And all of them were busy. I even called this guy at my dorm who has a really weird thing for me, and trust me, he is not fucking busy. This is weird, right? It's like we've crossed a metaphysical threshold and the world's suddenly doing something else. You know? I mean, it's really interesting, right?
Don't you think that might be just a little...
What? Crazy?
Well, no, but
what? I mean, this is important. You either believe us or you don't. So, I mean, which one is it? Bristol.
Bristol, you ready to go?
I still don't get how they're going to pick up the
Saved by the bell.
and they can't talk to the hitchhiker, but they have to take the
You're right there, Rob. That was a little intimidating. As the rest of the convoy shrink in the rearview mirror, I can't help but feel noticeably more isolated. I feel this way despite Rob's presence, or maybe because of it. This is the first time we've been truly alone together since we set out this morning, and with all the pretense of the game put aside, I'm now driving into the desert with a man I barely know, with no idea where I'm headed, and apparently without the use of my cell phone. I begin to hope more now than ever that this man is on the level, but that particular train of thought is cut short. The hitchhiker shows up about 8 turns later. Just like Rob said, the man's incredibly well dressed, in a well-fitting brown suit and a dark green tie. Even from a distance, I can see his shoes are well shined, as is his varnished wooden case resting on the floor beside him. He stands on the side of the road and raises his hand. To be honest, he looks harmless. He looks like he'd be interesting to talk to.
I'm assuming that's him. So, what's this guy's deal? Who is he?
The hitchhiker.
That's all you're going to say?
That's all I know. You understand the rules here?
Don't talk to him.
Don't talk at all. That's my advice. Until we stop. When we stop, we're safe. All right?
Okay. Got it. See you on the other side.
We hope you've been enjoying the left-right game on Sonos. Will Files was part of the sound design team behind the Left-Right game. With 90-plus film and television credits to his name, including Star Wars: The Force Awakens, Cloverfield, Deadpool, War for the Planet of the Apes, and Stranger Things.
The sound as good as it does in me because as a sound professional
and artists. Go to Sonos.
How do I get started? How do I come up with a brand? How to sell stuff to people? Shopify makes us drop. They're powerful social payments from one single day a year because you didn't do a com/sell. Workday is starting to PTO or hybrid workplace.
Not much in the way of seating back here, huh? Thank you for picking me up, guys. Where are y'all from? I'm traveling in from Oakwell. Some weather we're having recently. Though I suppose it's always a warm one around here, huh? This is a fine car, by the way. I'd love to get it. Did you buy it locally? I always want to support the local dealerships if possible. We all have quotas, huh? I'm sorry. I'm talk. It's been a long day's travel. No one but myself, you know. I travel for work, so what do you guys do? Is that a microphone? Can I look at this? You don't mind?
Wow, look at that. I couldn't even tell what half of this does.
Are you a journalist?
You know Penelope's gonna fucking break.
What? Heavy on the brakes there, fella. Are you all right, miss? I'm sorry, were you saying something? Were you? It must be difficult for you to stick out so much where you come from, and then the one place you blend in. You don't know how to belong. I know how you feel. I know how you feel. You want to know how? You can ask me if you want to. You want to know things? I can tell you. I can tell you everything you want to know. Things you never knew. Even about yourself. Thoughts you didn't know you were thinking, those little critters all the way at the back. Go on. You can ask me anything. I'm joking. Do you guys have any tapes? Everyone has some gold in the glove box, right? Oh, who's this handsome young man? It's you, isn't it? Wow. Such an old photo. Such beautiful scenery. Oh, I love things like this so much. These memories are one of a kind, aren't they? Hey, you don't mind if I keep this? Something to remember you by. I'd like to remember you. You don't mind, do you? You don't mind? You don't mind. Thank you so much. Here's fine. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Safe journey.
Are you all right? Are you mad about the phone?
What did I say? You get it?
fine. We don't talk until we stop.
Okay, sure. What was that? Rob, there was something just off the road.
We gotta stay quiet, Bristol. Stop's 15 minutes away.
Oh, right, sorry. Guess I'll ask again in 15 minutes.
Sure you will. Okay. We stop here. You did good. Well, I'm sorry for hitting the brakes like that. I didn't want you to do something you'd regret.
No, it's fine. I was about to. What happens if you talk to him?
No idea. I came close myself a few years back. The way he looks at you and thinks he's got you. I don't think I want to know. Is that what you wanted to ask?
No. I saw something. Or I think I did just off the road after the hitchhiker. I don't know if you noticed it.
Afraid I had my eyes forward most of the time.
I think there was a car on the side of the road, a crash car. It looked like it had driven off the bank. Have you seen that before?
No, I never seen that. I wouldn't worry about it. Random stuff sometimes shows up here.
Are people other than you currently playing the left-right game?
Not what I know of. But whoever it was, they'd probably rather crash than face that goddamn hitchhiker again.
He's there on the way back, too.
You're unlucky.
Do you even have the copy of that photo?
This is Ferryman to all cars. Apollo, you're next. No talking and watch your turns. All right, Rob, heading over. See you in 30.
Half an hour later, Apollo shows up. Though he laughs about his ordeal with the hitchhiker, he's clearly a little shaken.
Guys should call himself an Uber. You can't shut those guys up. You guys have Uber anyway?
Yeah, we do.
You know what I mean, right?
Bonnie and Clyde arrive fairly quickly, pulling up at the back. Clyde helps Bonnie out of the car, and Apollo immediately pumps them for information. It's clear that everyone has a different story to tell. The hitchhiker offered Clyde travel suites, pleasantly but firmly insisting he take one. Apollo almost got to talking about his music taste after the hitchhiker asked to play something on the radio. That particular story does leave me curious about whether we get any stations on the road. Rob doesn't engage. He spends the next hour sitting alone in the truck waiting to signal Eve and Lilith.
Hey.
Hey, Bristol. Everything okay?
Yeah, fine. What are you up to?
I'm just waiting for the phone. Girls are on their way. You sure you don't need anything?
Maybe. I think Apollo's been affected by the whole hitchhiker thing, you know? A bit more than he's letting on.
Seems just fine to me.
I'm not so sure. He's only smiling when people are nearby. Could you talk to him?
Well, I ain't much comfort. At least according to my 4 ex-wives. Think it might be better coming from you?
Oh, I think this is a man-to-man conversation. I might just get a, brave face.
Fine. I gotta warn you, last man-to-man conversation I had, my son didn't talk to me for 3 months.
This is Bristol to Lilith and Eve. Do you copy? Lilith, Eve, you there?
Lilith to Bristol. How's it on the other side? We haven't seen a hitchhiker. Oh, and by the way, I just called Eve's cell and it actually went through. So I think we can call each other, just not like home. Could I have your number to test
Sorry,
it?
Lilith, I'm actually phoning about something else.
Why? What's going on over there?
I have a mission for you, but you have to keep it secret.
Sounds awesome. What's up?
Once you pass the hitchhiker, there's a crashed car just off the road on the passenger side. Whilst you're going past it, would you mind getting some footage?
What sort of footage?
Just zoom in and get as much detail as possible. You don't need to stop. Just anything you get will be useful.
Is there anything specific?
Talk later. Thank you. Bye.
You okay, Bristol?
Yeah, just manning the phones. How's Apollo?
Guy says he's fine. That's something he ain't telling me.
The rest of the day is fairly uneventful. Lilith and Eve pull in, beaming about their encounter with the hitchhiker, bragging about what the dash cam footage would mean for their channel. Blue Jay puts on a brave face, still reluctant to talk and still refusing to give an interview. And Ace? Ace almost fell out of his convertible, pale, shaking, sweating. I'd never seen someone so terrified. We travel for a while longer, now at around 480 turns, until we stop for our first night on the road, making camp in a quiet clearing at the top of a hill. Rob clears a sleeping area in the back of the truck, leaving a line of luggage as a barrier between us. He's clearly trying to accommodate me. It's sweet, but all the same I feel even less at ease than I did this morning. The hitchhiker said something to me that he shouldn't have known about, something I never told Rob, something that can only be gleaned from meticulous and thorough research. Maybe the hitchhiker was some kind of malevolent, inscrutable being. Or maybe he's an actor, fed pertinent information in a bid to convince me, trick me into accepting Rob's game as real. Far-fetched as that might sound, it's easily the most plausible explanation for what's happened. Then there's the car. I don't know if Lilith and Eve saw it. I'll have to talk to them tomorrow morning when Rob isn't around. I still feel a bit bad for lying to him about Apollo. Rob seems like a good man, a reasonable man, as flawed as any of us, but fundamentally decent. Still, the fact remains that when I talked about the crash car, he said the following.
No one I know of. Look, whoever it was, they'd probably rather crash than face that goddamn hitchhiker again.
I want to trust Rob. I want to believe him when he says he didn't see the car, that he'd never seen anything on that stretch of road before. But for a man of so few words, he might have just said too many. If he truly never saw the car, how did he know what direction it was facing? I suppose it's...
Hey, Eve. Hey. You scared me. Oh, I'm sorry. We're making s'mores. Do you want some?
Yeah. That sounds great.
We're really happy to have you with us, by the way.
Thanks. I appreciate it. It's certainly been interesting.
Yeah, it's been interesting.
All I'm saying is we don't know the rules. I mean, once you through the tunnel, you could get in a helicopter and then could you fly in a straight line or would you have to like follow the road from the air? Like, what are the rules?
The rules are it has to be a car.
Is that specified? Really?
Well, either way, you have to take a bunch of turns before you even hit the tunnel. How exactly are you going to drive a helicopter?
Okay, like a little plane with wheels, like a Cessna. Drive it through the streets, get through the tunnel, and then boom, no turns needed, just plain sailing.
You can't fit a plane through that tunnel, so that's super dumb.
You ever heard of no bad ideas in a brainstorm?
I used to think that was true, but you talked me out of it.
I'm a visionary. I'm just undervalued in my time.
Sure.
Where's Rob? He turned in a while ago.
Yeah, so it is. But he wasn't feeling well. Blue Jay? You want a s'more?
I'm tired.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard her speak.
Oh my God, same. I don't get it.
Anyway, getting off track. Look, the obvious solution is to tow a collapsible helicopter through the tunnel and then assemble. Have you guys ever seen You Only Live Twice? I swear to God. I swear to God.
Quite a turn in.
You leave me alone? A2 Bristol.
I have notes to type up.
Really? Well, I admire your work. See you on the road tomorrow.
Yeah, night, Apollo.
Night, Bristol.
That was Sister Moon by Leslie Estrada. Another song to calm you folks down as we head into the evening. You're listening to Radio Jubilation. It's Chuck Greenwald, and I'm with you till the witching hour. It's been a busy week in Jubilation as we welcome our new school principal. Very impressive guy who's bringing some new and interesting proposals to our community. He's got a few people talking about funding for the arts. If you've got a view, we'd love to hear it. We're going to go back to your requests very soon, and I can tell you we've got some goodies on the way.
For now, though, let's take ourselves to the new docks.
They're gonna hurt now. Enjoyed that. We're going to be bringing you much, much more. This is Chuck Greenwald telling you you're always welcome in Jubilation. Stay with us.
The Left-Right Game stars Tessa Thompson as Alice, Amel Amin as Tom, W. Earl Brown as Rob, Dio Kinney as Apollo, Colleen Camp as Blue Jay, Inanna Sarkis as Lilith, Jojo T. Gibbs as Eve, Brian Greenberg as Ace, Robin Bartlett as Bonnie.
Hey, we like you just the way you are. But let's be real, there's always room for a little upgrade, especially when it comes to grooming. After those holiday celebrations, you might not love everything you see in the mirror. Say hello to the Beard and Balls bundle from Manscaped so that you can see every hard-to-reach spot. Head to manscaped.com and use
Experience brilliant otherworldly sound with Sonos.
Careful.
I got it. Okay. Just for the record, could you just say who you are and what you are to this story?
Okay, well, I'm your mum. I don't know what else to say.
That was perfect.
I can do it again, I just didn't know what to
No, honestly, that covers all bases.
I don't know why you're recording me when you've got all these doctors around to talk to. I'm not going to be as interesting.
Oh, yes, you are. Don't say that. Anyway, the motto is record everything. So, I can turn it off if you want. No?
Oh, no. Dr. Lentz said it's meant to be. No.
Okay, then let's go. I'm starving. I may need to borrow some money.
Oh no, I was going to get both. Could you help us take this to the table, please? Thank you. Father wants your help around the farm when you're home.
We're going to put a ramp in.
Oh, I told her he was being silly. You should be up and walking by then anyway.
Yeah, hopefully. I'll still need to talk to work, you know. Can't be off forever.
Oh well, I'm sure they'll understand. I think it'd be really good for you to come home though. Dr. Lentz's fresh air is always
No, I
better.
know. I'm not against it. It's just logistics.
Are you okay, sweetheart? Can I say sweetheart on your radio show? You're not going to be embarrassed, are you?
No, it's fine. I'm fine.
Sorry if I sound like a broken
No,
record.
it's not that.
Are you sure? It's okay if you
No,
just...
honestly, it's like... I actually... Mum, I actually heard from Alice.
Alice. Okay.
Don't make it weird. Just hear me out.
All right.
She got back in touch recently. Well, at least I think it's that was good, I guess. But now I'm thinking maybe she didn't. I don't know. I guess just when you have to decide that someone is finally gone, you know.
Where did she go?
I don't even know. I thought I did, but either she lied about that or I'm not going to explain it all. It's too weird.
Sweetheart, some people are just very bad at saying goodbye. If someone decides to leave, you know, that's their choice. It doesn't reflect on you.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Can I ask a few questions now?
Yes, but go ahead.
Is this someone from your work?
What? No, Alice Sharman from uni.
Jog my memory.
Jog your... Is this a joke? What do you... We live together. We shared that flat in London.
I thought you lived with Mary and Craig.
And Alice. Don't get it. What are you talking about? Mum, you spent 3 years telling me to ask her out.
Well, I'm sorry. I can't remember all your friends. I mean, you're quite popular.
No. It's not that. She had dinner at the farm Easter before last.
I remember that dinner, but that was just you and your father, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. Alice was there too. Of course she was. How'd you not know?
All right. Sorry.
Gosh.
Sorry. You know me, I'm going senile. So how are you doing with your medications?
So Mum left a few hours ago. She spent the rest of our visit pushing me not so subtly for information about my imaginary friend. After a while, I changed the subject. She's worried about me enough as it is without thinking that it just doesn't make any sense. Mum's mentioned Alice almost every conversation we've had for the past 3 years. I mean, she was obsessed. She was practically planning our wedding. Now suddenly I'm trying to justify my friend's very existence. I don't know what this means. I really don't. Right now I'm sending Mum an email with the audio files attached. Maybe this will jog a memory. That was fast.
From American Stories, I'm Alice Sharman. Thank you for...
What are you doing? Okay, I'm going to play you the third audio file now. That's the last file on the first email. As for these ones, I suppose we'll just start on them next week, so check in then, if you remember.
From American Stories, I'm Alice Sharman. Thank you for joining us.
Rice, non-perishable. Soy sauce, non-perishable. Salt, non-perishable. Eggs, well, they're perishable, but I bought them fresh and I got hard-boiled. It'll last a week.
It's breakfast time, the start of our first full day on the road. Rob's been up since 7 o'clock, cooking a meal for anyone who wants it. The aroma pulls us out of our makeshift beds and arranges us around his portable stove. Our bowls are already full before we realize there's a catch. The trade-off for this supposedly free food? A 10-minute lecture from Rob about the power of rice.
I see in the Pacific, our guys used to be terrified of the Japanese. Huh? Whole armies marching on grains? Thought they were super soldiers. You give people rice in the morning, they're going for the whole day.
After dropping 2 large spoonfuls of his favorite staple into my bowl, Rob breaks a raw egg over the top, the yolk clouding over as I stir it in. To be fair, the food is delicious, and it's fun to watch Rob on his soapbox. At least there are some things he's willing to talk at length about. I stare across the circle at Lilith and Eve. The latter has spilled rice onto her top, and her friend is teasing her about it. Eve sees me looking over, meets my gaze, and turns back to Lilith. A minute later, the 2 girls decide they've finished their meal, and I quickly realize so have I. Devouring the last few bites, I place my bowl in a small tub of hot water next to the stove and casually wander over to their car. Lilith and Eve are facing away from me, silently packing up their sleeping bags. They refuse to look at me once I reach them, which they don't seem to realize is far more suspicious than greeting me normally.
Is he paying attention?
I think we're fine. So, did you see the car?
I don't know what to tell you, Alice. We looked the whole time, but there wasn't a car there.
Seriously? No, I'm sure there was on the passenger side.
Yeah, maybe it's all just part of your imagination, Maybe you want it to be true, so you...
Okay, that's very funny. Is that what you brought me over for?
I told her not to waste time. Yeah, we saw the car.
Yeah, okay, fine. Come around in. Eve, get the laptop.
This is just after the hitchhiker, right?
Yeah, he just got out. Oh, okay, here it comes.
Are you looking?
Yeah, I'm looking, yeah. Slow down.
Look, there's a car.
Yeah, I can see it. Slow down. Would you slow down? God, the car's a total wreck. Oh my God. That's blood. That's blood.
What? How recent?
I'm old, but it's still... Stop the car.
What? No, you literally just
Eve,
said that.
stop the car.
You stopped the car?
Yeah, we know.
He told us not to, but it was really weird. So I went over and...
You got out of the car?
For the record, I was super against it.
Anyway, there wasn't much in there that we didn't get from the road, except there was a bag on the back seat.
Did you get a look inside?
Yeah. Do you want to...
Wait, it's in the boot?
It's in the what?
It's in the trunk?
Yeah, obviously. We couldn't just leave it there. Look, you can watch the rest of the footage anytime. We'll even send it to you. No big deal. But you need to look in this bag before we hit the road. Come on, Rob's still talking Bonnie's ear off. We have time.
All right, open it.
Okay, just to preface this, I want to say this whole trip has been fucking weird.
2, 3 shirts. Guy, what is it like? Blue tie, shaving kit, charging cable. I don't.
Careful.
Shh, Eve. What, is it a package?
Yeah.
Sure.
Turn it around.
Why can't you just... Oh. I wasn't expecting that.
I know. Fuck this road trip, right? You know what that is?
Well, I don't, but it says plastic explosive. So,
C4. Like official stuff. Military grade. And there was tons more in his truck too. It was insane.
Like 30, 40 blocks.
How dangerous is it to hold this?
I don't think very. Not right now. It's basically inert unless you activate it.
You sure?
We have Wikipedia downloaded on a hard drive. Eve read the article like 3 times. It's the only reason she let me bring it with us.
We think the phone wired into the side. Look. Yeah, we think that's the detonator.
And it's out of battery, so.
Well, I'm not going to ask how you know that. I don't get it. Why would someone bring plastic explosive for the left-right game? I mean, what the hell are we heading into?
I have no idea. Do you know if Rob has any?
I have any what?
Tips for sleeping in cars. These guys had a rough night.
Oh, sorry to hear that. Just something you gotta get used to, I guess. We're hitting the road in 15, 20 minutes. Is that all right with you guys?
Yeah, totally.
Sounds great.
Hey, Bristol, you mind helping me pack up the stove?
Not at all.
Those guys okay? They seem kind of,
They're fine. Everyone's just a little nervous.
like I said, ain't nothing wrong.
A little nervous, yeah. Yeah, I'm starting to see what you mean.
You don't seem it, though.
Sorry?
Nervous. I mean, you seemed more worried before we started. No? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I know I should be. I don't know, a lot's happened already. A lot of questions without answers. Maybe my curiosity is overpowering my my instinct for self-preservation.
Well, for a journalist, I guess that's a good quality.
Well, until it isn't.
Hey, Rob. Can I talk to you?
What is it, Ace?
Can I ask you something? It's okay if you need me to go home after.
What do you want to ask?
Does the hitchhiker, does anything happen if you don't pick him up?
God damn it, Ace, I told you. You get me. What happened?
I was making my way down the road, and I was angry at how you'd been. And when I saw the hitchhiker, I thought, yeah, I should, do what I said and just drive by. But and a minute later, I look in the rearview mirror, and he's sitting in the back of my car. He's just talking about the weather. I mean, I swear I didn't pick him up, but then I think about it, all these memories that come back. Like, I start to remember pulling over and letting him in. It's like I did it, but I didn't. I don't think I did. I don't know.
Did you talk to him?
No.
Not a word. Not a noise.
No, I promise. I didn't say a word.
Feels awful, don't it?
What?
Shocks you. I did the same as you some years back. The first time I saw him, I just drove right by. I wasn't gonna let some stranger in my car. It was jumped out of my skin when I saw him in the rear view. You ain't got the right gear for this, Ace. I like to run a tight ship. I gotta say, it pissed me off. If you want to turn that convertible of yours around, I don't want to think any less of you. But you want to keep on this road? How about you try to listen more? I'll try to be less of a hard ass.
Yeah. Sounds good. Sure. Thanks, Rob.
Yeah, don't mention it. Okay? Time we hit the road.
Hey, this is Rachel from the Q Code Connection team. We hope you've been enjoying the Left Right Game on Sonos. We take pride in creating premium audio experiences, which is why we love listening on Sonos. Sonos creates technology that celebrates sound, like we do, continuously refining the listening experience. that we can connect listeners and creators.
We love listening to the Left Right Game on Sonos. Our audio engineers and technicians are incredible, and we'd be lost without them. Luckily, an easy-to-set-up speaker like the Sonos Move allowed us as producers to listen wherever, whenever. We just had to charge it up and tell our smart speaker to play the first episode of the Left Right Game. It's as easy as that.
Sonos speakers are designed from the inside out for incredibly detailed sound and rich bass. Then fine-tuned by Oscar and Grammy-winning producers, mixers, and artists. Go to Sonos.com to learn more.
It's 2025, and a new year means new opportunities. For a lot of you out there, I know you've been thinking about one thing over the holidays, and that's starting your own business. But you have so many questions. How do I get started? How do I come up with a brand? How to sell stuff to people? What am I even going to sell? Take a deep breath and act now. Will you regret it?
No commitments, no hidden fees. Now that
Find something that sounds better for your career on LinkedIn.
Divorce is conflict resolution.
I guess that's a good point. He seemed to be saying that the hitchhiker made him pull over. Is that really what happened?
Yep. He always ends up in the back seat. It's like he appears there. Eventually, you always remember picking him up.
Huh. It's just, that's not scientifically possible.
Yep. Get used to that.
We spend the next 2 hours in silence, with me typing up my notes and Rob navigating the sparse few turns that show up every now and then. Ace's testimony troubles me. Perhaps because if he's to be trusted, it further stretches my favorite theory, that the game is an elaborate hoax perpetuated by Rob Guthert. I was content that the hitchhiker could have been an incredibly deaf performer, but even if the man was a Juilliard-trained thespian, that doesn't make him capable of mind control. Finding myself without a concrete theory, I keep working, hoping to type my way into some sort of revelation. A few lone trees have started to show up in the distance, towering wild pines with trunks as thick as barrels. Without my noticing, the trees grow slowly more numerous, and in that creeping way the landscapes change, it isn't long until they span both sides of the road, encapsulating us in a deep, bright forest. Despite the pervasive strangeness of the left-right game, there is beauty on the road. Under the light shade of the canopy, the smell of pine needles in the quiet air, despite all the strangeness of the past few days, I actually feel myself starting to relax. It only takes 3 words to change that. The words don't come from Rob, as he's quiet as always. They aren't spoken by the rest of the convoy either. The words are written large in calligraphic gold paint resting on a spotless white sign. Even from a distance, with the letters little more than a blur, I know what they're going to say. They're the words I've been dreading since I switched off the radio. The words I spent a long, troubled night hoping I'd never see. Welcome to Jubilation. Turns out I am nervous.
This is Spearman to all cars. We're going to be heading to a small town. No rules here. Just keep driving. We'll be fine. You all right, Bristol?
What does the name Chuck Greenwald mean to you?
About as much as John Doe. Why?
He's the radio DJ here.
The Jubilation? Hey, you know something like that.
I was listening to a show last night. What do you know about this place?
Seems like a good town. Folks don't pay attention to you. I just head straight through.
You've never seen anything untoward?
Untoward? I see some weird stuff now and again. I like to keep my eyes on the road.
It doesn't take long until we reach the outskirts of Jubilation. The forest clears abruptly, like a parting curtain, to reveal a picture-perfect American town. Archetypal almost to the point of self-parody. There's no denying this town is beautiful. We are welcomed by a row of vibrantly colored shops spanning the length of a long, wide street, and at the far end, an ornate, gray-walled town hall, proudly surveying its domain. The place is immaculate. I failed to find a solitary piece of litter on the sidewalk, a single smudge on the plate glass shop windows. Every inch of jubilation is pristine, tranquil, and noticeably deserted. Where is everyone?
I don't know. There's usually some around. But maybe there's a game on.
We take the next right, then another left. The story is the same at every turn. A beautiful, leafy, suburban town, entirely bereft of its human population. The cafes are free of bustle. The surface of the public pool is still. We even see the school, a row of finger-painted faces smiling at us from the kindergarten windows as we pass by. The building itself is locked up, however, which is odd, seeing as it's noon on a Friday. Eventually, the truck pulls into the first residential street we've encountered. The sign on the corner reads Sycamore Road. The quaint shops are replaced by luxuriant houses, all of them identical, white walls, wide porches, and fresh green lawns cut to a uniform length. The road stretches in a straight line for about a mile, creating an eerie corridor of copy-pasted buildings. The strangest thing about the street, however, is vocalized by Rob.
Well, I guess we know where everyone is now.
In front of every house, a dining room table stands on the lawn, occupied, without fail, by a family of 4. One husband, one wife, one son, and one daughter, all of them sharing a meal together. A unit on the left clink their glasses of orange juice as they dine on pork chops and salad. The family on the right share a large hunk of meatloaf, broad smiles on their faces. Staring along the road, I estimate upwards of 800 people in neat subsets of 4, all dining at the same time. None of them seem to notice us.
Hey guys, why we stop? Yo, what's happening up there?
Cram into all cars. Looks like they've come during the town celebration.
Do you think that's normal?
Let's just keep our heads down, roll on through.
Rob lets the truck creep slowly down the street, his foot light on the gas pedal, trying to make as little noise as possible. The more families we pass, the clearer it becomes that every single one of them shares common characteristics. All of them are impeccably dressed. All of them consist of the same subset, husband, wife, son, daughter. Though their chosen meals vary slightly, they all share a raucous, almost...
Okay, it is currently 7:20 p.m. Friday, January 31st, 2025. I'm ending this live stream and a new one will begin in 90 seconds or less.